This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Baby, you must be hungry. Come, Mom will feed you milk. A gentle woman's voice sounded. The next moment, Lin Zichen felt something soft stuffed into his mouth, and then he sucked it instinctively. He was just over a month old, and he had some consciousness in his brain, but not much. He only knew to cry when he was hungry and sleep when he was full. His thinking was basically chaotic, and he did not have complete thinking ability. Energy +1. Energy +1. Energy +1. As he sucked more and more breast milk, Lin Zichen suddenly felt itchy on his head, as if he was going to grow a brain. Then, a character panel slowly emerged from the void. Name, Lin Zichen. Age, 33 days. Creature level, Ordinary First Order. Creature attributes. None. Looking at the panel in the void, Lin Zichen finally realized something. He had traveled through time. He had traveled through time, and became a newborn whose brain was not fully developed. He also had a golden finger. After thinking about these things for a while, Lin Zichen felt very tired and soon fell asleep. Little guy fell asleep right after eating, which is really enviable. Mom has suffered from insomnia to take care of you. The woman looked at Lin Zichen, who was sleeping in her arms, smiled lovingly and murmured. In a blink of an eye, more than 2 months had passed. After these days of development, Lin Zichen's consciousness was much clearer, and he had a relatively complete thinking ability. After he had a brain, the first thing he did was to study the cheat code. He learned that it was an achievement-oriented cheat code, and triggered the first achievement task. Achievement: cumulative kicking of 10,000 times. Reward: obtain biological attributes, use it or lose it. Cumulative kicking times: 1024/10,000. Lin Zichen glanced at the progress bar and quietly kicked his legs in the crib. Baby, kicking your legs again. When did you wake up? He didn't cry or make a fuss when he woke up. He is really a good baby who makes his mother worry-free. Mother Zhang Wanqing came into the room and saw Lin Zichen lying in the crib kicking his legs quietly, and a relieved smile appeared on her face. Seeing this, Lin Zichen smiled at her in response. Soon, his father Lin Yansheng also came in, and said with hope on his face, "The little guy is so lively and active, and he has physical talent at first glance. He will definitely become a high-ranking gene fusion in the future, or at least a mechanical cyborg." Gene fusion? Mechanical cyborg? What is this? Lin Zichen frowned slightly, realizing that this world seemed to be different from his previous life. Unconsciously, a month passed. In the past month, Lin Zichen kicked his legs an average of 300 times a day, and finally accumulated 10,000 times. Cumulative kicking of 10,000 times, achieved. Achieve biological attribute. Use it or lose it. Use it or lose it. As long as you continue to exercise the same body part, the part can evolve and become stronger infinitely, but it cannot break the limit of carbon-based organisms. After reading the content, Lin Zichen immediately kicked his legs skillfully, and couldn't wait to experience the effect of use it or lose it. You are kicking your legs, Qi and blood +1, leg muscle strength +1, kicking proficiency +1. At the moment the prompt message appeared, Lin Zichen clearly felt that his legs had a little more strength. He was slightly excited about this, and kicked his legs harder. When he was tired of kicking, he changed to waving his arms. You are waving your hands, Qi and blood +1, hand muscle strength +1, waving proficiency +1. When he was tired of waving his hands, he changed to twisting his body to move all the muscles in his body and achieve all-round exercise. Almost a week passed like this. Lin Zichen's body became much stronger, and he could sit up from the crib by himself. He no longer had to lie in bed and look at the ceiling like before. Under normal circumstances, it takes about 7 months for a newborn to sit up by himself. And he is only more than 4 months old now, and he can already do this. In the next half a month, Lin Zichen trained his limbs in a targeted manner, and soon mastered the skills of crawling. You are crawling, Qi and blood +1, body coordination +1, crawling proficiency +1 in order to avoid being too unnatural and too anti-human, thus causing unnecessary trouble. Lin Zichen did not reveal the fact that he could crawl in front of his parents. He would quietly get out of bed and crawl on the ground when his parents were asleep at night. He crawled faster than the cockroaches in the house. He crawled quickly in the dark corners. A month later, Lin Zichen learned to walk again. You are walking, Qi and blood +1, body coordination +1, walking proficiency +1 at the same time. By browsing the news on TV, he had a preliminary understanding of the world he was in. People are still on Earth, but the Earth has mutated, and many terrifying unknown creatures have appeared. These unknown creatures are collectively called alien beasts. In order to fight against alien beasts, humans have opened up two paths after decades. 1. Genetic modification, fusion of alien beast genes, obtaining some of the alien beast's abilities, and defeating magic with magic. 2. Flesh and blood are weak, mechanical ascension, and using technology to defeat alien beasts. And these two paths correspond to gene fusion and mechanical transformation. This world is so dangerous. I hope I can grow up safely and evolve well without any accidents. Lin Zichen looked forward to it. Half a month later, Lin Zichen walked more and more skillfully, and it was estimated that he would learn to run soon. Most newborns have to be about 1 year old to learn to walk. And he is only half a year old now, and he can almost run, which is simply a dimensionality reduction attack. In a blink of an eye, he is more than 6 months old. He can crawl in front of his parents, and don't have to hide anymore. He thought so in his heart. Soon, Lin Zichen showed off his crawling skills in front of his parents. "Hubby, look, Qinghan can crawl, and crawl so fast." Zhang Wanqi was very surprised. Lin Yansheng was also surprised, but more excited and excited. With a smile on his face, he said, "He can crawl at just over 6 months old, and crawl so fast. Our son is a genius." Ding dong. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Lin Yansheng went to see, and found that it was the neighbor who had just moved in a few days ago, and came to visit with gifts. Hearing the movement at the door, Zhang Wanqi picked up Lin Zichen, who was crawling on the ground, and went to meet the new neighbor who had just moved in. The other party was a young couple. The man was holding a gift in his hand, and the woman was holding a baby girl in her arms. Lin Yansheng accepted the gift and warmly invited the young couple to come in and sit down. Afterwards, the two families sat down in the house to drink tea and chatted and laughed. After chatting for a while, they learned that the children of the two families were born only 1 day apart, which was very predestined. Lin Zichen sat on Zhang Wanqin's lap and looked curiously at the baby girl opposite, who was born 1 day later than him. Her eyes were big and watery, and she looked very cute. The baby girl was also looking at him curiously, and she smiled as soon as she made eye contact with him, and her smile was particularly bright. After listening to the adults on both sides chatting for a while, Lin Zichen felt bored, so he struggled in Zhang Wanqin's arms and asked his mother to put him down. Zhang Wanqin understood what he meant, smiled, and said that he was very active, and put him on the ground. Once on the ground, Lin Zichen quickly crawled around on the ground to exercise his body. You crawled 10 meters, Qi and blood +1, body coordination +1, crawling proficiency +1. You crawled 100 meters, Qi and blood +10, body coordination +10, crawling proficiency +10. You crawled 500 meters. Lin Zichen crawled very fast, scurrying around the house like a mouse. The baby girl's mother saw this scene and was very surprised. "It's amazing. Your baby learned to crawl so quickly. My Hanen just learned to sit by himself." Seeing the surprise on each other's faces, Lin Yansheng and Zhang Wanqin felt a little happy, thinking that it was good to have a genius son. Chapter 2. You are running, Qi and blood +1, body coordination +1, running speed +1, running skills +1. You are jumping, Qi and blood +1, leg muscle strength +1, jumping height +1, jumping skills +1. You are talking to yourself, spirit +1, language ability +1, expression ability +1. Unconsciously, half a month has passed. Under the effect of use it or lose it, Lin Zichen has mastered basic skills such as running, jumping, and language. Although he has mastered many skills, he dare not show them too much in front of his parents because he is only 7 months old. He is worried that if he performs too well, it may bring a lot of unnecessary trouble later. Let's not talk about extreme situations such as slice research for now. At least appearing on variety shows, becoming an internet celebrity, and participating in various competitions are inevitable. Lin Zichen just wants to evolve quietly, and doesn't want to spend too much energy on other things. Of course, it is okay to show some genius, and make parents happy. "Qinghan, let's go, Mom will take you to Sister Henen's house to play." Zhang Wanqin picked up Lin Zichen from the ground, and kissed him on the face with a smile. The Sister Henen she mentioned was the baby girl who lived next door. She said she was taking her son to play with the baby girl, but in fact, she wanted to chat with the baby girl's mother. The two mothers were of similar age, and they both liked to dress up and talk about celebrity entertainment gossip. After visiting each other several times, they soon became best friends who could talk about anything. When they arrived at the neighbor's house, Zhang Wanqin put Lin Zichen next to the baby girl and sat on the sofa and chatted with the baby girl's mother. When the baby girl saw Lin Zichen, her little face was filled with smiles. She reached out to touch him and wanted to have physical contact with him. Lin Zichen was not interested in playing with a little baby. He quickly crawled away. He crawled around in the neighbor's house to exercise. The baby girl also wanted to crawl, but her hands and feet were weak and she couldn't crawl at all. She could only sit there and watch Lin Zichen scurry around like a cockroach. She seemed to like Lin Zichen very much. As long as she saw Lin Zichen crawling towards her, she would smile brightly with curved eyes. Qinghan, don't just crawl by yourself, play with Sister Hanin. Seeing that Lin Zichen's knees were dirty and yellow from crawling, Zhang Wanqin stepped forward and picked him up and put him back next to the baby girl. In order to make Zhang Wanqin look more face in front of outsiders, Lin Zichen obediently accompanied the baby girl, focusing on being obedient and sensible. The baby girl's mother said enviously, Wanqin, your Qinghan really listens to you. No, Hanin is also very well behaved, and she loves to laugh. When she grows up, I wonder how many little boys she will charm. Zhang Wanqin praised back. Just as the two mothers were praising each other, the baby girl suddenly peed. She was not wearing a diaper, but open-crotch pants, and peed all over the floor. The baby girl looked at the water stains on the floor, and immediately slapped her hands, with a smile on her face, splashing water everywhere. She peed and slapped. She slapped and laughed. She had a lot of fun playing by herself. Lin Zichen couldn't hold it anymore, and quickly moved away to avoid being splashed by urine. The baby girl's mother said with a headache, Are you made of water? You just peed not long ago, why are you peeing again? After that, she picked up the baby girl and went into the bathroom to change pants. Watching her best friend leave in a hurry, Zhang Wanqin felt that being a mother was really easy. Other people's babies are very troublesome to take care of. Her baby, except for the first 1 or 2 months when he would wet his pants, did not urinate again in the following months. When he wanted to pee, he would cry and notify adults to take him to pee. Most importantly, he would not cry at night, which made his parents worried less. Time flies. In a blink of an eye, more than a month passed. At this time, Lin Zichen's body was strong enough to do push-ups and sit-ups, which was amazing. When he tried to do push-ups for the first time, he felt very tired and did it very slowly. But after doing it for a while, he quickly became proficient. He looked like a pile driver, his body went up and down crazily, shaking the crib creaking. It made men feel inferior and women ecstatic. When he was doing it vigorously, Zhang Wanqin pushed the door and walked in. Seeing Lin Zichen doing push-ups in the crib with high intensity, she was completely stunned. For a moment, she thought she was dazzled. She instinctively rubbed her eyes. While Zhang Wanqin was rubbing her eyes, Lin Zichen quickly laid down and pretended to sleep. Strange, did I see it wrong just now? Zhang Wanqin walked to the crib and stopped, turning Lin Zichen over so that he could sleep lying down, and muttered this sentence in confusion. In the days to come. As long as his parents left, Lin Zichen would secretly do push-ups and sit-ups to exercise. You are doing push-ups, Qi and blood +1, arm muscle strength +1, chest muscle strength +1, push-up proficiency +1. You are doing sit-ups, Qi and blood +1, abdominal muscle strength +1, sit-up proficiency +1. He exercised like this for a while. One day, when Zhang Wanqin was bathing Lin Zichen, she was shocked to find that her baby actually had abdominal muscles. She was stunned. Honey, something bad happened, come in. What happened? Lin Yansheng ran into the bathroom with a nervous look on his face. Then, he was also stunned. What's going on? Looking at the 8 abdominal muscles vaguely visible on Lin Zichen's body, Lin Yansheng looked unbelievable. How could a baby over 8 months old have abdominal muscles? Could it be that he had abdominal muscles from crawling around every day? Lin Yansheng was puzzled. In the evening, the family of 3 sat down to eat dinner. Lin Zichen had been weaned and could drink some nutritious porridge appropriately. He had a big appetite and drank bowl after bowl. This was because he was exercising so intensively every day and consumed too much energy. His parents, who were unaware of the situation, were amazed to see that he, a baby, could eat so much. After dinner, a family of 3 sat on the sofa and watched TV. They were watching the news. There was a news report about an alien beast attack. The parents were worried after reading it, saying that there have been frequent alien beast attacks recently, and the world is getting more and more dangerous. Then, they saw a news report about a child prodigy. It was said that in Kyoto, a 1,000-year-old martial arts family gave birth to a genius with supernatural power. At the age of 2, He could lift a 20 kilograms dumbbell with one hand, which shocked the whole country. Lin Yansheng couldn't help but sigh. The martial arts families in Kyoto have good genes and resources. Many of their descendants are born as the pride of heaven. It's really enviable. Due to the mother's preference for her son, Zhang Wanqing said with a disapproving look, my Qinghan is also the pride of heaven. He will definitely not lose to those so-called geniuses from aristocratic families in the future. Listening to Zhang Wanqing's words, Lin Zichen silently gave her a thumbs up in his heart, thinking that his mother was still a wise man. After that, his eyes stayed on the TV screen, watching the prodigy who easily lifted the barbell with one hand, and his mind was full of thoughts. He could easily lift a 20 kilograms dumbbell with one hand at the age of 2. A genius who shocked the whole country. I wonder if I can also easily lift 20 kilograms with one hand when I am 2 years old. Chapter 3. As he grew older, Lin Zichen began to understand his family background. He lived in a place called Shanghai City. He lived in a single-family house in a village in the city. He was a simple family of 3, with no other relatives. His parents were both online novel writers, and they didn't have much social interaction. They usually stayed at home typing. The only social interaction was occasional dinners with the baby girl's family, who had just moved in next door. After many dinners, Lin Zichen became familiar with the baby girl's family. He learned that the baby girl's name was Qinghan, and her parents were both teachers. Her mother was Su Ming, and her father was Qinghan. Other than that, he didn't know much about the rest. That day, Lin Zichen celebrated his 2nd birthday. After the celebration, the first thing he did was to find a glove box, put nearly 20 kilograms of glove in it, and then try to lift it with one hand. As a result, he lifted it easily. Okay, now I am also a prodigy who has made a sensation across the country. Lin Zichen smiled. At this time, Zhang Wanqing's voice came from the living room. Qinghan, Sister Hanin is here to play with you. Lin Zichen put down the storage box and walked slowly to the living room. When he came to the living room, he saw a beautiful young woman and a young girl who looked as delicate as a porcelain doll. The people who came were Qinghan and her daughter, who lived next door. The baby girl, who couldn't crawl back then, has now grown into a cute little loli with twin ponytails. Qinghan, this is the egg tart made by Aunt Ming, it's delicious. Su Ming handed a box of egg tarts in her hand to Lin Zichen, and said with a smile on her face. Lin Zichen took the egg tart and thanked him politely. Thank you, Aunt Ming. This thank you made Su Ming feel bitter. At the same age, Lin Zichen can already talk fluently with adults, while his daughter Qinghan often cannot fully express her thoughts. This is too slow and looks stupid. There is really no harm without comparison. After staying in the living room for a while, and tasting a few egg tarts, Lin Zichen had nothing to do, so he quickly returned to his room, closed the door, and did high-intensity exercise. Qinghan liked to stay with him, so she followed him into the room, and sat aside curiously watching him lying on the ground and going up and down crazily. See egg tart? Looking at it, Qinghan handed an egg tart in her hand to Lin Zichen's mouth. The voice sounded childish, and there was a little slurred speech, saying "ci" instead of "ci." No, you eat it yourself. Yes, very good. Qinghan insisted that Lin Zichen eat it. Egg tarts are her favorite food, and she must share them with Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen had no choice but to stop and eat the egg tarts she handed over. After eating the egg tarts, he continued to do push-ups. After doing it for a while, he felt that the intensity was not enough, and his body did not improve significantly. As his body became stronger and stronger, simple fitness exercises could no longer meet his evolutionary needs. He stopped and looked around the room, and finally his eyes fell on Qinghan, who was beside him, and asked her to sit on him as a weight pendant. Qinghan was very happy, and hugged him like a sloth. While doing weighted push-ups, Lin Zichen discovered that Qinghan was wearing a thick diaper under her skirt through a strange touch on his back. It was obviously a bit abnormal for her to still wear diapers at the age of 2. Regarding this matter, Lin Zichen heard Su Ming complain to Zhang Wanqing, as if Qinghan still liked to wet her pants until now, so she had to wear diapers many times. Time flies. In a blink of an eye, another year has passed. Lin Zichen is 3 years old. At this time, his physical fitness has become so abnormal that he can lift a 40 kilograms rice box with one hand. He doesn't know what level this is. He only knows that the Kyoto prodigy he saw on TV last year is now far inferior to himself. He has been following the news about the prodigy. The prodigy is now 4.5 years old, and is still challenging to lift a 30 kilograms dumbbell with one hand. The strength gap is already very large. Lin Zichen is very confused about this. The Kyoto prodigy could lift a 20 kilograms dumbbell with one hand when he was 2 years old, but why couldn't he lift a 30 kilograms dumbbell with one hand when he was 4.5 years old? This strength growth curve is very unreasonable. Lin Zichen just thought about it, and didn't get too entangled. Soon, he opened the character panel to check the data. Name, Lin Zichen. Age, 3 years old. Ordinary first order. Ordinary attribute, use it or lose it. Lin Zichen looked at the biological level, where the original first order was still displayed. He could lift a 40 kilograms object with one hand, but his biological level was only ordinary first order? What level is the ordinary second level? Beyond the limit of human beings? Just thinking about it, Zhang Wanqing came over from nowhere and said, Chen, Mom will go shopping with your Aunt Meng later. Do you want to go shopping with Mom or stay at home with Dad? I'm going shopping with Mom. Lin Zichen answered without hesitation. Exercising at home every day, life is a bit depressing, and you have to go out and relax appropriately. When the mother and son changed their shoes and went out, Qinghan and her daughter were already waiting outside. 3-year-old Qinghan, wearing a lace skirt, a pink butterfly hairpin on her head, a pair of big watery eyes, looked very cute. Chen eat cookies. Qinghan broke a cookie in her hand into 2 halves, and gave the larger half to Lin Zichen. The voice is not so babyish, and it is not so slurred, and it sounds much smoother. Thank you. Lin Zichen took the biscuit, and ate it in one bite. Qinghan's face was full of smiles when she saw this. She still loved to laugh and pee as much as before. She still wore a thick diaper under her skirt. You are walking, chi and blood +1, body coordination +1, walking proficiency +1. Come to the street. Lin Zichen observed the surrounding environment along the way while exercising on foot. The traffic was busy and high-rise buildings were everywhere. It looked not much different from the previous life. At most, there were building facilities and transportation tools, which looked a bit high-tech. The obvious difference was that orcs and robots could be seen in the crowd occasionally. The so-called orcs were actually warriors, who had merged the genes of alien beasts, and then had some characteristics of alien beasts on their bodies. Some had animal ears on their heads. Some had wings on their backs. Some were covered with scales, like a lizard walking in the crowd. The robot is a mechanically modified person, with many parts of the body metallized, looking like Genos in the anime One Punch Man, full of cybertech style. Whether it is a gene fusion or a mechanically modified person, there are not many of them, and you have to walk a long way to occasionally see one. It's just that the appearance of this kind of people is more conspicuous, and they are often noticed as soon as they appear. Chapter 4. The two mothers walked around and soon walked into a women's clothing store. They tried on one piece of clothing after another, and they were praising each other all the time. Su Ming praised Wanqing for looking good in a short skirt, long and white legs, and very sexy. Zhang Wanqing praised Su Ming for looking good in a suspender skirt, delicate and sexy collarbones, smooth and tender shoulders, and particularly attractive. Listening to the two mothers praising each other, Lin Zichen couldn't help but look at them. I have to say that the two young mothers are really charming. Their figures and looks are both excellent, at least 8 out of 10. Plus they are in their 20s. They look young and mature, and exude feminine charm all over their bodies. Lin Zichen just looked at them for a while, and soon moved his eyes away from the two mothers, and fell on Qinghan beside them. Oval face, big eyes, small upturned nose, cherry mouth, delicate and fair skin. It can be said that she has inherited the beauty of her mother Su Ming very well, and she will definitely be an exquisite beauty when she grows up. After coming out of the women's clothing store, the two mothers took their children to a toy store on the upper floor of the mall. They wanted to buy some toys for the two children. Qinghan looked around and didn't like any toys, but liked the snacks in the snack shop opposite. Lin Zichen was not interested in toys either, and said he wanted to go to the bookstore next door to buy books to read, hoping to learn more about the world through reading. The two mothers were puzzled. Other children at this age like toys very much, so why are these two children so special? However, despite their confusion, both mothers still bought what their children wanted according to their wishes. When buying books, Lin Zichen picked books about alien beasts, gene fusions, and mechanical cyborgs. Chen, these books are not suitable for children. Let's go to Sister Henin to buy picture books, okay? Zhang Wanqing pointed to the children's area in front. Lin Zichen opened the books he had chosen and said to Zhang Wanqing, there are also pictures in these books. I like to look at these pictures. Zhang Wanqing took a look at the pictures in the books. They were either hideous alien beasts, or mutated gene fusions, and various expensive parts of mechanical cyborgs. She felt that children should not read these books, but should read some cartoon children's books, but since her son liked to read them, she bought them all. Back home, Lin Zichen couldn't wait to look through the books he bought. You are reading a book, Spirit +1, Comprehension +1, Knowledge +1. Achievement: read 100 million words cumulatively. Reward: obtain biological attribute Heavenly Wisdom. Cumulative reading words: 10086/100 million. Lin Zichen, who was concentrating on reading a book, suddenly found a few lines of text emerging in the void. He glanced at the content and was slightly excited. After the initial leg-kicking achievement, there was finally a second achievement task. In the future, in addition to boring exercise, the daily schedule will have to add another book reading for entertainment. As time passed day by day, gradually Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan also reached the time to go to kindergarten. The two parents decided to enroll their two children in the Rainbow Kindergarten, which is the closest to their home, so that they can be picked up and dropped off at school. The tuition fee of this kindergarten is relatively expensive, but correspondingly, the curriculum is richer than that of ordinary kindergartens. There are extracurricular activities. There are foreign language classes. There are intelligence development classes, etc. Just one day before school started, Lin Zichen's parents suddenly had to go out for something. Before leaving, they sent him to Shen Qinghan's house and asked Shen Qinghan's parents to send him to kindergarten together tomorrow. Neighbor's house. Su Ming said gently, "Chen, your parents will not be back until tomorrow night. You will stay at Aunt Ming's house tonight. Aunt Ming will send you and Hanan to kindergarten tomorrow morning." "Well, thank you, Aunt Ming." Lin Zichen nodded. Shen Jianya, who was standing by, couldn't help but sigh after hearing what he said. Chen is really sensible. He even knows to say sorry to your Aunt Ming. He is really a little adult. It would be great if Hanan could be as sensible as you. At night, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan took a bath together and went to sleep together in the room. Shen Qinghan was very happy to sleep with Lin Zichen. She kept talking to him and chatting with him. She said she was looking forward to going to kindergarten tomorrow and making many friends there. Lin Zichen only responded to her occasionally, and most of the time he sat on the bed with his back against the wall reading. You are reading Illustrated Book of Exotic Beasts, Spirit +1, Comprehension +1, Knowledge of Exotic Beasts +1. Cumulative number of words read: 43.96 million/100 million. In order to achieve the reading achievement, Lin Zichen read an average of 300,000 words a day for nearly 5 months. However, it didn't even reach half of the progress bar. This reading achievement was more than 10 times more difficult than the previous leg strike achievement. After reading for a while, Lin Zichen felt that it was almost time, so he put down the book and prepared to go to bed. At this time, Shen Qinghan, who had just been chattering non-stop, had already slept sweetly beside him, with a sweet face, so sweet that drooling from the corners of her mouth. Lin Zichen took a tissue to wipe her saliva, and while wiping, his eyes involuntarily fell on the diaper she was wearing. Even though she is now 4 years old, Shen Qinghan still wets her pants and has to wear diapers frequently. Her parents took her to several hospitals for physical examinations, but they could not find out the specific cause. The next morning, Su Ming got up early to cook porridge and called the two children to eat breakfast. Lin Zichen had woken up long ago, and when Su Ming came to call him to get up, he had been exercising in the room for more than an hour. In contrast, Shen Qinghan stayed in bed for a long time before being dragged out of the living room by Su Ming. During breakfast, Lin Zichen finished the porridge in a few gulps and washed the dishes by himself, showing that he was sensible. On the side, Shen Qinghan instinctively took a spoon to feed the porridge to his mouth while dozing off with his eyes closed, falling into a bug state of being too sleepy to eat and too hungry to sleep. While waiting for Shen Qinghan to finish the porridge, Lin Zichen sat quietly reading a book, constantly absorbing knowledge from the book. I learned that there are 6 levels of biological levels: ordinary, advanced, rare, epic, legendary, and mythical. Among them, each level is further divided into 9 stages. All of the above levels were learned by humans from ancient stone tablets in some mysterious ruins hundreds of years ago, and have been used to this day. After hundreds of years of exploration and research, humans also learned a very desperate fact. Because humans are weak in flesh and blood, the upper limit of evolution is extremely low, and the highest is only the ordinary 9th level. If you want to evolve further, you have to integrate powerful alien genes. Or, you can also use mechanical transformation to make the body have the strength to rival high-level creatures, rare creatures, and even epic creatures. And the power of epic creatures is to the extent that the body can withstand nuclear bombs. The body can withstand nuclear bombs. Can this really be done? Lin Zichen felt very unbelievable in his heart. Chapter 5. Rainbow Kindergarten. At the school gate, countless children looked at their parents outside the gate. Their little faces were full of tears. This is the first time for these children to leave their parents and spend a day in a strange place. Mom, don't go, woo woo woo. Qinghan lay on the gate, tears streaming down her face, like a tearful person. Su Ming soothed her gently. Hanin, don't cry. When you get out of school in the afternoon, Mom will come to the school to pick you up. Qinghan was still crying. Su Ming had no choice but to look at Lin Zichen on the side and said, Qinghan, help Aunt Ming take good care of Hanin. Aunt Ming will come to pick you up in the afternoon. Yes, I know Aunt Ming. Lin Zichen nodded. Not long after, the gate of the kindergarten was completely closed. Many children could not see their parents, and gradually stopped crying. After all, without the audience, the actors naturally lost the motivation to perform. Instead, the kindergarten teachers in the school began to get busy. In order to make the children like kindergarten, the kindergarten teachers organized the children to play games in a gentle manner. Lin Zichen's class played the arm wrestling game to see who was stronger. The rules of this game are simple and easy for children to understand. Most importantly, the game is played face to face, which helps the children get familiar with each other quickly. Lin Zichen was not interested in arm wrestling and wanted to find a corner to exercise. But seeing Qinghan wanted to play, he finally accompanied her to play. After playing for a while, seeing that Qinghan had completely integrated into the game atmosphere and was talking and laughing with a little girl with a bun, Lin Zichen quietly left the crowd and found a place to do push-ups. Not long after he left, Qinghan suddenly wanted to pee and went to the toilet hand in hand with the little girl with a bun. They were still talking and laughing when they went there, but when they came out of the toilet, their relationship collapsed. You still have to wear diapers at this age, shame on you. I won't play with people wearing diapers. I don't. Facing the disdain of the little girl with a bun, Qinghan was a little at a loss for a moment. Don't play with her, she still has to wear diapers at this age, too shameful. When other little girls passed by, the little girl with a bun would ask them not to play with Qinghan. Qinghan was almost crying when she saw this. She originally thought that she would make a lot of friends in school. How could it suddenly become like this? She thought it was all the fault of the diaper. So she ran into the toilet and took off the diaper. But even so, the little girl with a bun still disliked her. She was even nicknamed Diaper Princess in an attempt to isolate her. Children's malice always comes suddenly and without reason. Qinghan felt the malice of the little girl with a bun and immediately lost her expectations for kindergarten life. Wiping her tears aggrievedly, Qinghan turned and ran away to find Lin Zichen. She finally knew now that only Lin Zichen would not despise her for wetting her pants and would always be her friend. You are doing sit-ups, Qi and blood +1, abdominal muscle strength +1, sit-up proficiency +1. You are doing squats, Qi and blood +1, leg muscle strength +1, squat proficiency +1. You are doing pull-ups, Qi and blood +1, arm muscle strength +1, back muscle strength +1, pull-up proficiency +1. You are doing pull-ups, Qi and blood +1, arm muscle strength +1, back muscle strength +1, pull-up proficiency +1. Your biological level has been upgraded to ordinary level 2. Lin Zichen was concentrating on his training when he suddenly saw an unexpected prompt message in the void. The biological level has broken through. He couldn't believe it, so he stopped and opened the character panel to check. Name, Lin Zichen. Age, 4 years old. Biological level, ordinary, level 2. Biological attribute, use it or lose it. The biological level has really broken through, from ordinary level 1 to ordinary level 2. A few days ago, he tested various data of his body. He can lift an 80 kilograms rice box with one hand. He can jump up to 1.2 meters in place. He can break 11 seconds in the 100-meter sprint. The above data are still far from the world record of the previous life. But combined, it is also the best among ordinary people. Without relevant professional training, it is impossible to reach this level. So, the level of ordinary level 2 is the best among ordinary adults in the previous life? For the first time, Lin Zichen had a certain understanding of the biological level of the ordinary stage. Using the strength of ordinary level 2 as a reference, he estimated that the strength of ordinary level 3 should be enough to break the world records of the previous life. Moreover, it was far beyond the record. Just as Lin Zichen was thinking about this, Qinghan's voice came from the front. Qinghan, I miss my mother. I want to go home. Qinghan ran to Lin Zichen and complained to him with tears in her eyes. Lin Zichen was a little confused. Didn't you just meet a good friend? Why did you suddenly cry and want to go home? What happened? Lin Zichen wiped Shen Qinghan's tears and asked gently. Shen Qinghan sobbed and told him what she had just experienced. After hearing this, Lin Zichen touched her head and said, "It's okay, we will always be good friends." "Yes, we will always be good friends, pinky promise. Hang yourself. For 100 years, never change." Shen Qinghan held Lin Zichen's little finger. Her eyes curved and she turned from crying to laughing. During lunch break. As soon as the head teacher Taozi left, Shen Qinghan immediately left her bed and crawled into Lin Zichen's quilt next to her like a kitten. Because she was excluded by the little girl with a bald head in the morning, she became more attached to Lin Zichen now, more dependent than ever before. Lin Zichen felt that it was hot and uncomfortable for the two of them to squeeze in a small bed, but he still let her like it. Not long after, Lin Zichen fell asleep. When he was halfway through his sleep, he suddenly felt warm on his body. He quickly got up and lifted the quilt to see that Shen Qinghan had wet the bed. The mattress was wet in a large area. Lin Zichen felt a little numb. Isn't this girl wearing a diaper? Where's the diaper? Why didn't it work? Just when Lin Zichen was wondering, a little boy who hadn't fallen asleep next to him noticed that there was urine on his mattress. He pointed and shouted, "Bedwetting. Look, Qinchin wet the bed. And Hanan wet the bed too, so embarrassing." The children around heard the shouting and looked towards Lin Zichen. When they saw that Lin Zichen's mattress was wet, they all started to make a noise. "You two are disobedient children who wet the bed at such an age. Let's not play with them anymore. Bedwetting King, you two will be called Bedwetting King from now on." Shen Qinghan was woken up by the noise. Listening to the laughter and exclusion around her, her eyes turned red, and she burst into tears. "Mom, I don't want to go to kindergarten anymore. I want to go home, woo woo woo." If it was just him who was excluded, Lin Zichen would not have bothered with these children. But listening to Shen Qinghan's crying, he knew what he needed to do. So, he got up and jumped hard, landing on the table with a thump, looking down at the little brats in the class, and said in an extremely domineering voice, "Shut up." Chapter 6. Lin Zichen shouted "shut up" loudly and powerfully, making all the children's ears buzz. For a moment, all the children were stunned. They had never seen a peer jump more than 1 meter high, and the voice was so overbearing, just like an angry father at home. Lin Zichen looked around and warned more overbearingly, "If you dare to call me the bedwetting king again, and dare to bully Hanan again, I will make you wet the bed every day." Got it? When he said the last sentence, he deliberately increased the volume. It was this increased volume that seemed to be the last straw that broke the camel's back, scaring many children to tears. "Woo-woo, Dad, I'm scared." "Mom, woo-woo." "Mom, Dad, school is not fun. I want to go home, woo-woo." Among them, the little girl with a bald head cried the most. Because Lin Zichen's warning just now was almost said while looking at her, it was very targeted. Soon, the movement in the classroom attracted all the teachers. "What's wrong? What happened? Be good, everyone stop crying. Qinchin, why are you standing on the table? It's very dangerous. Come down quickly." Lin Zichen ignored the teacher who came. At this moment, all his attention fell on the words that emerged in the void. "You are domineering and make all the children in the class afraid of you. You have successfully lit up the title of Kindergarten King. Achievement: dominate the 9-year compulsory education. Reward: get the biological attribute of the strong preying on the weak. Title: Kindergarten King, lit, primary school leader, not lit, junior high school bully, not lit." There is actually a third achievement task. Lin Zichen was a little surprised. The previous reading achievements have not been completed yet, and I didn't expect that the next achievement task would appear now. It seems that multiple achievement tasks are allowed to exist at the same time. This is good news. Thinking of this, Lin Zichen couldn't help but smile, which was out of place in the classroom filled with crying at the moment. The next day, the kindergarten received complaints from many parents in the class. These parents learned about what happened yesterday from their children, and one by one, they called the kindergarten to ask for an explanation. The kindergarten had no choice but to invite all the relevant parents to the school to mediate face-to-face. Those parents who asked for the blame felt that Lin Zichen was the culprit, and pointed the finger at Lin Yansheng and Zhang Wenqin. Shen Qinghan's parents, that is, Shen Jianya and Su Ming, felt that this was unreasonable. The couple both believed that their daughter was the one who was bullied, and Lin Zichen was just standing up for his daughter. So what was wrong? So, the couple directly angrily confronted those parents who were accusing them. Both of them were teachers, and they were eloquent and had a lot of reasons. They silenced those parents who wanted to ask for an explanation. until the headmaster came out to give everyone a way out. Said that it was all a misunderstanding, and no one was wrong, and then the matter came to a temporary end. For the sake of the children. The next day, the headmaster transferred Lin Zichen and Qinghan to another class. In the other class, with Lin Zichen's protection, Qinghan was never excluded by the children in the class again, and even made many friends. However, they are all ordinary friends. Qinghan only recognizes Lin Zichen as a real friend. Half a year passed in a blink of an eye. That night, Lin Zichen read a book in his room after taking a bath. Not long after reading, several prompt messages appeared in the void. Achieved cumulative reading of 100 million words. Obtained biological attribute, heavenly wisdom. Heavenly wisdom, photographic memory, learning ability reaches the peak of human beings after reading the introduction of the attribute. Lin Zichen randomly opened a page he had not read in the book and quickly scanned the content on it. After reading, he closed the book and tried to recite the entire page. Then, he was surprised to find that he could recite all the contents word for word. Really photographic memory. Wait until late at night. Seeing that his parents had gone back to their rooms to sleep, Lin Zichen left his room and sneaked into his parents' coding room, turned on their work computers, and searched for a teaching video on high school mathematics derivatives to watch. In his previous life, when he was in high school, he was tortured by derivatives. Now, he wanted to use derivatives to test the effect of heavenly wisdom. You are learning mathematics, spirit +1, logical thinking +1, calculation ability +1. In the dim room, the fluorescent light on the computer screen directly hit Lin Zichen's face, making his face look a little dark. About half an hour later, the video was finished. It was also at this moment. Lin Zichen felt enlightened and instantly understood the derivative. He immediately searched the math college entrance examination papers of previous years, and did a few derivative questions, and the answer came out as soon as he derived it. In my previous life, when I was in the 3rd year of high school, I couldn't get it right no matter how hard I tried. But in this life, I was in the kindergarten class, and I got it right with just a little help. Is this the value of learning ability reaching the top of human beings? It's so powerful. From this moment on, I am a genius with both literary and martial arts skills. Lin Zichen was slightly excited. The next morning, Lin Zichen came to the kindergarten to attend the weekly intelligence development class. The teacher in the class was a young lady who looked as young as if she had just graduated from high school. Everyone called her Teacher Strawberry. In class, Teacher Strawberry asked the children in the class a question. If the teacher gave everyone 100 yuan and asked everyone to buy the same thing to fill the entire classroom, what would everyone buy? Buy chocolate, because chocolate is delicious. Then I buy ice cream. I think ice cream is more delicious than chocolate. The children answered enthusiastically. But unfortunately, none of them answered to the point, and it was obvious that they didn't understand the question at all. Are there any other answers? There will be rewards if you answer correctly. Teacher Strawberry looked around and asked. However, no child could answer the question. Finally, Teacher Strawberry could only announce the answer. We can buy candles. As long as we light them, the candlelight can illuminate the entire classroom. Qinghan below muttered, I really want Teacher Strawberry's reward, but unfortunately I'm too stupid to answer. Hearing the little girl's muttering, Lin Zichen stood up and looked at Teacher Strawberry on the podium and said, Teacher Strawberry, I don't think candles will work. Oh! Teacher Strawberry was a little surprised. She didn't expect that a child would directly deny the standard answer. She was very curious about this, and smiled at Lin Zichen and asked, Qinghan, why not candles? Lin Zichen replied, because there are tables and chairs in the classroom, there are all kinds of things. Under the illumination of candlelight, these things will cast shadows. When Teacher Strawberry heard this, her eyes lit up. Although Lin Zichen's answer sounded a bit stubborn, she liked such children with ideas. Then Qinghan, what do you think can fill the whole classroom? Teacher Strawberry just asked a question according to the procedure, and didn't think Lin Zichen could give an answer, because even she couldn't think of a better answer than candles for a while. However, Lin Zichen's next answer surprised her. I will use this 100 yuan to buy a skirt for Teacher Strawberry, and then Teacher Strawberry, who received the skirt, will be filled with joy in the whole classroom. You want to give me a skirt? Teacher Strawberry's eyes widened, her face full of disbelief. This answer is too perfect. Is this something a 4-year-old can think of? Am I dreaming? Teacher Strawberry suddenly felt like she had really received a skirt, and was attracted by the 4-year-old Lin Zichen. After class, Teacher Strawberry took Lin Zichen to the office, took out a box of puzzle toys, and stuffed it into his hands, smiling sweetly, and said, Qinghan, Teacher Strawberry likes the answer you just gave in class. As a reward, this puzzle toy is given to you. Teacher Strawberry hopes that you can become smarter and smarter. Thank you, Teacher Strawberry. Lin Zichen accepted the gift, and his heart was calm. With the attribute of heavenly wisdom, he didn't need puzzle toys to help develop his intelligence. This gift was useless to him. So as soon as he returned to the classroom, he gave the puzzle to Qinghan. Qinghan was very happy to receive the gift, and couldn't let go of the puzzle toy, and her eyes were full of her Qinghan. Chapter 7. Come on, everyone line up and smile. Okay, stop crying, we will have a chance to meet each other in the future, maybe we will be classmates in elementary school. Parents, come and take a photo together. In Rainbow Kindergarten, a group of teachers were busy organizing the children who graduated from the senior class to take photos. 3 years of kindergarten time just passed by. Lin Zichen and Qinghan, childhood sweethearts, both graduated from Rainbow Kindergarten successfully. From the 4-year-old children when they came in, they have grown to the 7-year-old friends now, leaving a deep mark in life. And come to Aunt Xian and take a photo with Qinghan. I'm here. Qinghan ran to Zhang Wanqing with a smile on her face, and took a photo with her favorite Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen looked at Qinghan on the side, and found that his childhood sweetheart had grown up to be so beautiful that it was a bit outrageous. She is an extremely dazzling presence in the entire Rainbow Kindergarten, and is the secret crush of most little boys. Fortunately, his appearance is not bad either, and is equally dazzling. In the past 3 years, he has won all the awards of the Rainbow Kindergarten, making his charm even better than Qinghan. Over the past 3 years, he has received many gifts from little girls in the kindergarten. Every once in a while, he would find snacks stuffed into the drawer by little girls who have a crush on him. After the photo session was over, Su Ming found Zhang Wanqing and asked, Wanqing, where do you plan to let Qinghan go to elementary school? I feel that the elementary schools nearby are all similar. I plan to go to Sunshine Elementary School, which is closest to home. Sunshine Primary School is pretty good, so I let our Hanning go with us. Su Ming smiled and said. When Qinghan next to him heard this, he immediately looked at Lin Zichen with a smile and said happily, Qinghan, we can continue to be classmates in primary school. Yes, continue to be classmates. Then in the future junior high school, and college, we will continue to be classmates, okay? Okay. Lin Zichen smiled and said. He has become accustomed to Qinghan's presence, and enjoys the feeling of growing up together with childhood sweethearts, and hopes that it will continue. The summer vacation passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was the start of the school year in September. For Lin Zichen, life in primary school was no different from that in kindergarten. They were all reading their own books in class, and gaining a deep understanding of the background of this world. Then after class, he would find a corner where no one was, quietly and intensively exercise his body, and go further and further on the road of evolution. The only difference is that Lin Zichen no longer needs his parents to pick him up from school. He chooses to walk to and from school, which gives him more freedom, and also makes his parents feel more relaxed. Lin Yansheng and Zhang Wanqing are very relieved about him not having to be picked up. After all, the school is not far away, and it only takes 10 minutes to walk there. Of course, what really makes the couple feel relieved is that Lin Zichen has been very good since he was a child, and he is both civil and military, and can protect himself well, so his parents don't have to worry about him. When Qinghan saw Lin Zichen walking to and from school, she also insisted on going with him. Shen Jianya and Su Ming were reluctant at first, but seeing her insistence, they finally agreed. Thinking that with Lin Zichen by his side, his stupid daughter should be well protected. This morning, after Lin Zichen finished breakfast, he went to the door of his house, and waited for Qinghan to come out after breakfast so that they could go to school together. While waiting, he had nothing to do, so he suddenly opened the character panel and checked the data on it. Name, Lin Zichen. Age, 7 years old. Biological level, ordinary, 2nd level. Biological attributes, use it or lose it. Wisdom of heaven and man biological level is still ordinary 2nd level. However, compared with when he was still in kindergarten 2.5 years ago, Lin Zichen's current strength has improved a lot. He can lift a 200 kilograms barbell with one hand. He can jump up to 2 meters in place. He broke the 8-second mark in the 100-meter sprint. Each data far broke the world record of the previous life. If it were in the previous life, it would be a Superman-like existence. But in this mutant Earth, with extraordinary powers, it is still a long way from the word Superman. In the past 2.5 years, Lin Zichen has searched the internet for many videos related to gene fusion, mechanical transformation, and strange beasts. The three in the video can fly, move mountains, and fill the sea, and are omnipotent, comparable to the gods on land. Every time I watch it, I feel very shocked and full of awe. There are too many creatures in this world that are too powerful to be understood. I have to work hard to evolve, and strive to reach the status comparable to the gods one day. Lin Zichen thought silently in his heart. At this time, Qinghan came out after breakfast. She was wearing a light blue summer school uniform, and she jumped in front of Lin Zichen with vitality, smiling with watery eyes. "Xiaochen, I've been waiting for a long time." Since Lin Zichen graduated from kindergarten, Lin Yanxin and Zhang Wanqin stopped calling him Qinghan and started calling him Xiaochen instead, which made him sound less childish. Qinghan heard this so many times that she changed her name to Xiaochen. As for Qinghan, Lin Zichen still called her Hanin. After all, girls are different from boys. A girl's nickname will only sound cute, not childish. Came to Sunshine Primary School. Lin Zichen and Qinghan were still desk mates. But the two never talked in class, and they were doing their own things quietly. Lin Zichen was reading the extracurricular books he brought from home. Qinghan was listening to the teacher's lecture carefully. When she was in kindergarten, Qinghan looked stupid and not very smart. But when she was in primary school, she became very smart and always ranked second in the class in every exam. The reason why she has changed so much is that her parents, who are teachers, have taught her well at home, and Lin Zichen has tutored her at school. "Zichen, have you finished reading the book Organism Structure yesterday?" In class, the math teacher passed by Lin Zichen and saw that the book he was reading was different from the one he read yesterday, so he couldn't help but ask with a smile. Lin Zichen turned to the next page of the book and replied without looking up, "Yes, I have finished it." He always got full marks in math exams, and he won the right to read extracurricular books in math class without worrying about the math teacher's opinions. The math teacher couldn't help but sigh. "Zichen, you are really amazing. The teacher will rely on you for the National Primary School Mathematics competition next week." Lin Zichen said lightly, "Don't worry, teacher, I will get the first place." The other students in the class looked at this scene, and everyone showed envy on their faces. Feeling the gazes of his classmates, Qinghan straightened up a little, feeling proud of his childhood sweetheart's excellence. Lin Zichen, on the other hand, had no inner fluctuations, just silently reading his books and absorbing all kinds of knowledge. In the days to come, Lin Zichen always ranked first in the school in every exam, and broke the school record in every school sports meet. Whether it was a good student or a bad student, they were full of awe when facing him. Just when he thought that his 6 years in elementary school would be spent in a dull manner, and then he would successfully light up the elementary school leader. One day, the class suddenly welcomed a very special transfer student. It was a day in the first semester of the second grade of elementary school. Lin Zichen was taking a math class in the classroom. Halfway through the class, the head teacher suddenly led a white-haired girl into the classroom and told everyone that this was a transfer student, and from today on, she would be in the class with everyone. The moment he saw the white-haired girl, Lin Zichen sensed a trace of a non-human aura from her. Chapter 8. The arrival of the white-haired girl immediately attracted everyone's attention and became the focus of the whole class. It was really that white hair that attracted too much attention. "Xiaochen, her hair is so beautiful, just like the beautiful snowflakes in winter." Qinghan leaned close to Lin Zichen's ear and whispered. Lin Zichen didn't have time to care whether the white-haired girl's hair was beautiful or not. At this moment, his mind was all on the inhuman breath emanating from the other person. Why is there a breath that does not belong to humans? Could it be a gene fusion? Or is it the offspring of a gene fusion? Lin Zichen's mind was full of thoughts. In the days that followed, he kept paying attention to the white-haired girl. The white-haired girl's name was Bai Shui. This name is very popular, but it matches her white hair very well. She has been transferred here for several days, and she never actively communicates with others. She lies on the table motionless after class. She rarely even goes to the toilet. At the beginning, everyone was curious about her. But as time went on, they gradually paid less attention to her. The classroom returned to its former tranquility. Except for a suspected autistic white-haired girl in the corner, everything else was the same as before. Until more than a month later, the tranquility in the classroom was finally broken. The white-haired girl sitting in the corner of the classroom often exudes an unpleasant smell. It's not pungent, but if you get close, you will feel very uncomfortable. Lin Zichen made a special observation and found that the reason why the white-haired girl has a strange smell is because her skin secretes some white substances. It is not clear what the substance is. The color looks clean, but it smells bad. Because of the odor on her body, the white-haired girl became unpopular. She began to be excluded and ridiculed by classmates. Facing these exclusions and ridicules, the white-haired girl never cared from beginning to end, and she slept on the table as usual after class. Lin Zichen saw all this, and was surprised that the white-haired girl could endure it. He thought that this was probably a dangerous person, and was very wary of her. Until one day, there was a naughty boy who deliberately poured water on the white-haired girl's table, so that she could not sleep on the table after class. She had always been expressionless, but suddenly she couldn't hold back her tears. Tears kept flowing down. Her eyes were swollen from crying. Lin Zichen was stunned. The person he had always thought was dangerous was actually crying. Qinghan, who was standing by, could not bear to watch. He recalled the experience of being ostracized by classmates when he first went to kindergarten. He immediately looked at Lin Zichen and said, "Xiaochen, Bai Shui is so pitiful. Can we go and help her?" "Okay," Lin Zichen said without hesitation. He did not know the details of the white-haired girl, and did not understand what was going on with her. He only knew that the other party did not seem to be a dangerous person as he imagined, but more of an autistic little girl who was bullied by classmates and cried. Guan Chun wiped the water off Bai Shui's desk. Lin Zichen walked to the front of the naughty boy and stopped, and said to him in a light tone. Very calm. So calm that there was no ripples. However, the naughty boy was frightened and hurriedly picked up a book of his own, used the book as a tissue, and quickly wiped the water off the white-haired girl's desk. He was too afraid of Lin Zichen, afraid of making this campus celebrity, who was both civil and military unhappy. Not to mention the students in the class. Even the 6th graders were afraid of Lin Zichen. Every student in Sunshine Primary School had seen Lin Zichen's feat at the school sports meet, and knew how strong his body was, so they didn't dare to offend him. Those who bullied Bai Shui before, come and apologize to her now. Lin Zichen looked around the class, and said to everyone he saw. As soon as he finished speaking, the students in the class, who had bullied the white-haired girl, came to apologize to her one after another. Some just said sorry. Some took out their own snacks to make amends. Whether it was sincere or false, everyone apologized to the white-haired girl. Faced with so many people apologizing, the white-haired girl felt a little overwhelmed and forgot to cry for a while. After everyone apologized, Qinghan walked to the white-haired girl and stopped, then turned to the class and said, "No one is allowed to bully Bai Shui in the future. She is a classmate of ours, and we should all be friends with her." With Lin Zichen around, no one dared to disobey Qinghan. From this moment on, no one in the class dared to bully the white-haired girl. Thank you. The white-haired girl sobbed softly, and thanked Lin Zichen and Qinghan in a barely audible voice. Qinghan smiled and said, "You're welcome. We are classmates, and should help each other." Lin Zichen didn't say anything, but took out a tissue and handed it to the white-haired girl. The white-haired girl reached out to take the tissue, timidly looked up at Lin Zichen, and engraved his appearance deeply in her heart. Since that day, Qinghan began to approach the white-haired girl, and wanted to be friends with her. He would share delicious and fun things with her first. He also asked her to meet Lin Zichen. He said that the 3 of us would play together in the future, and become the best Iron Triangle friends in the class. The reason why Qinghan did this was because she herself had been excluded, and felt pity for the white-haired girl, who had the same experience. The white-haired girl was very flattered and said in a weak voice, I smell so bad, don't you dislike me?" Since she could remember, she had been excluded and disliked by her peers around her. Now that she met Qinghan and Lin Zichen, who were willing to make friends with her, she felt very unreal, as if she was dreaming. Qinghan held the white-haired girl's hand, and said seriously, "I won't dislike it. We will always be good friends." After getting Qinghan's answer, the white-haired girl looked at Lin Zichen beside her with a humble face, wanting to hear his answer and caring about his thoughts. "Me too," Lin Zichen said lightly. The white-haired girl was moved by this. She took off the pair of animal teeth on her neck, and put them in the hands of the 2 people respectively. She said a little unconfidently, "Henin, Xiaochen, you have always given me delicious and fun things, and I want to give you something too. This pair of animal teeth is my mother's birthday gift for me last year. Now I give them to you. I hope you don't dislike it. Also I hope we will always be good friends." "Yes, we will always be good friends." Qinghan accepted the animal teeth with a smile on his face. Afterwards, she looked at the 2 and suggested, "Let's hook our fingers and make a pact that we won't change for 100 years." Soon, the playground of Sunshine Primary School was filled with the slightly childish voices of 3 people. Hook! Hang! 100 years, no change. The next day, the white-haired girl dropped out of school. Qinghan, who learned the news, was completely stunned and didn't understand what happened. On the day the white-haired girl dropped out of school, Lin Zichen saw a tall man walking into the academic affairs office with the white-haired girl. He was impressed by the man, because the other party's arms, half of his chest, and neck were all made of alloy. It is suspected that he was a mechanical cyborg. In this regard, Lin Zichen realized that the identity of the white-haired girl might not be simple. However, he didn't dwell on it too much. After all, the white-haired girl has transferred to another school, and perhaps they will never see each other again in this life. She will only become a passerby in childhood. Chapter 9. The episode about the white-haired girl. Several months have passed without me noticing. That night, Lin Zichen massaged his parents' shoulders in the living room. Lin Yansheng and Zhang Wanqin, because they had been sitting in front of the computer for a long time to write novels, many parts of their bodies became stiff and uncomfortable. Especially the shoulders, which often made cracking sounds when they moved. Xiaochen is really sensible, and he even knows to massage Mom's shoulders. Mom's usual love for you is not in vain. Zhang Wanqin lay on the sofa, enjoying Lin Zichen's appropriate massage, with a happy and enjoyable expression on her face. Lin Yansheng, who was sitting next to him, said with a bit of imbalance, "It's not fair. My son just massaged me for less than half an hour, but you've been doing it for almost an hour, and are still doing it." Zhang Wanqin snorted, "I changed all my son's diapers when he was little, and I also took his bath. Now I enjoy my son's filial piety more. How can it be unfair? If you say that, then I have to talk to you. I made all the milk powder for my son when he was little." "How dare you say that? The milk powder you made for your son was either too hot or too cold. You're so shameless." The couple started bickering as soon as they disagreed. Lin Zichen smiled, and didn't care too much. He knew that his parents were just bickering for fun, and wouldn't really quarrel. Besides, bickering appropriately can also add some family atmosphere, which is good. At the same time, a news report was being broadcast on the TV screen in front. The Kyoto prodigy, create more glory. At the age of 10, he successfully integrated the genes of the alien beast, and can lift a 1,000-pound stone with one hand. The future is promising. Hearing the words Kyoto prodigy, Lin Zichen immediately turned his head and looked at the TV. Sure enough, it was the Kyoto prodigy who could lift 20 kilograms with one hand at the age of 2. It's this Kyoto prodigy again. This child is on camera too often. Is he trying to make money by creating an online celebrity? Lin Yansheng looked at the news on TV and muttered while touching his chin. Zhang Wanqin was puzzled. This child has just turned 10 years old. His body has not yet developed well. Let him fuse the genes of the alien beast. Aren't you afraid that he can't suppress the genes of the alien beast and cause his body to mutate? Lin Yansheng thought for a while and said, after all, it is a 1,000-year-old martial arts family in Kyoto. They know much more than us. Maybe they have some advanced gene fusion technology. No matter how advanced it is, you can't use your own children for experiments. I really can't understand it. Zhang Wanqin shook her head, and didn't like the martial arts family on TV. Lin Yansheng said disapprovingly, "You don't understand. These martial arts families often pay more attention to family interests. It is normal to sacrifice personal interests. Otherwise, they would not have developed to the scale they are today." Yes, you understand best. Zhang Wanqin rolled her eyes, and didn't want to talk to Lin Yansheng. Lin Zichen listened silently on the side, without expressing any opinion. He would pay attention to this Kyoto prodigy from time to time until today. It is understood that the other party was still trying to lift a 100 kilograms barbell with one hand at the beginning of the month. Unexpectedly, by the end of the month, he had grown to be able to lift a 500 kilograms weight with one hand. The strength has increased 5 times. It can only be said that it is good to have resources at home, and you can win directly at the starting line. However, I am only 8 years old now, and I have not yet merged with the alien gene. I can lift a 300 kilograms barbell with one hand. Even if my family cannot provide resource support, I have a better future than this Kyoto prodigy. Thinking of this, Lin Zichen couldn't help but smile. Soon, another news was reported on TV. It was about foreign countries. In a neighboring country across the sea, an alien attack occurred. A related video was released. In the video, a dilapidated abandoned city was full of black giant alien rats. In a certain picture, you can even see an extremely bloody scene. A giant alien rat with 8 eyes, and a body length of 3 meters is gnawing on a fresh human corpse. The fangs are full of scarlet blood. It looks extremely hideous. This scene was not censored, but was presented completely on the TV screen, even with a close-up, which was not suitable for children. Moreover, Lin Yansheng and Zhang Wanqin did not change the channel to prevent Lin Zichen from watching. This was caused by the different living environment. In this mutated Earth, the authorities hope that everyone can clearly understand the harm of alien beasts. Even children are the same. Therefore, many reports about alien beasts are often very large. After investigation, it was found that there were pagans behind this alien beast attack. I hope that all countries can give us Qinghan country certain assistance and jointly eliminate the pagans. We Qinghan country will fight the pagans to the death. In the video, an old man with white hair in Qinghan country bowed to the audience in front of the TV with his hands pressed against his thighs after speaking angrily. It was the first time that Lin Zichen heard the word paganism. He immediately picked up Zhang Wanqin's mobile phone and checked it online. Then he learned that the so-called paganism was an anti-human organization founded by some traitors. These pagan traitors betrayed the human race for the sake of profit and became the running dogs of the alien beasts. They chose to point their spearheads at their own race and often attacked in human territory. Many small countries with weak national strength are often made miserable. Fortunately, I was born in a big country with strong national strength. There is a relatively stable environment that allows me to grow and develop steadily. Lin Zichen felt fortunate in his heart. Now he has nothing else to ask for, but to ask that the land where he lives can allow him to grow and develop safely until he is 18 years old. By then, even if he encounters the giant alien rats in the news reports, he will have enough strength to protect himself and his family with the plug-in. Boom. 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 Suddenly, bursts of air explosions came from outside the window. The glass trembled. The eardrums felt buzzing. Hearing the noise, Lin Zichen quickly put away his thoughts and ran to the window to check the situation. He opened the curtains and found that there were dozens of mechanical modified people flying at high speed in the night sky outside the window, leaving a trail of flying traces in the air. At this time, how could there be so many official mechanical modified people flying suddenly? Did something happen? Lin Yansheng walked to the window at some point, looking at the official mechanical modified people gradually going away in the night sky, his face full of confusion. Zhang Wanqin also came over, looking at the night sky with a worried look on her face. I hope nothing bad has happened. Lin Zichen stood in front of Zhang Wanqin, quietly looking at the flying traces left in the night sky, and had the same idea as Zhang Wanqin. Chapter 10. Xiaochen, Xiaochen, Xiaochen. Did you see the mechanical cyborgs in the sky just now? A large group of them flew by at once, so spectacular. Lin Zichen was still looking at the night sky from the window, when Qinghan's voice suddenly came from outside the house. The little girl's voice sounded very excited, as if the children in the village in the previous life saw an airplane. Xiaochen, Henin is here to see you, go and open the door. Zhang Wanqin looked down at Lin Zichen in front of her and urged. Lin Zichen quickly left the window, and went to open the door for Qinghan outside the house. As soon as the door opened, Qinghan, who had just taken a shower, came into view. She was wearing a set of light pink pajamas and pants, with wet hair, and looked very fresh. Lin Zichen looked at her and said, "It's not like you haven't seen it on TV, so why are you so excited?" Qinghan came into the room with a hop and skip, smiling brightly, saying, "It's different. What you see on TV is more spectacular than what you see in person." Lin Zichen didn't say anything and closed the door silently. After sitting down in the room, he saw Qinghan's hair was wet, so he found a hair dryer and said, "Your hair is too wet. Sit over here, I help you dry it." Qinghan sat over obediently, and let Lin Zichen help her blow dry her hair. While blowing her hair, her straight and slender legs kept swinging, which was very dazzling. Zhang Wanqin, who was sitting next to her, liked her more and more, and smiled like an auntie, saying, "Su Ming's daughter is really beautiful. I'm afraid there are many boys in school who have a crush on her. How about we have a daughter too?" Lin Yansheng teased with a smile. Zhang Wanqin rolled her eyes and said, "I already have Henin. Why don't I just treat her as my daughter? Why do I have to go through the trouble of having another one?" On the other side, Qinghan, who finally dried her hair, turned to look at Lin Zichen, holding her chin with one hand and tilting her head, with a pair of watery big eyes, and asked, "Xiaochen, I don't understand a few math questions in my homework. Can you teach me later?" "Sure," Lin Zichen said without hesitation. In the following time, the two did math homework in the room. One taught, the other learned. Qinghan was very smart, and most of the problems were solved at once, and all the difficult problems were solved quickly. After finishing the homework, Qinghan casually lay flat on Lin Zichen's bed, playing with her fingers while chatting with Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen was doing sit-ups on the side, and could only perfunctorily answer. After chatting for a while, it was almost time to go to bed. Qinghan yawned and said, "Xiaochen, I'm so sleepy. I'm too lazy to get out of bed and go home to sleep. I sleep here with you tonight." "Alright. Then go tell my mother. I'm too lazy to get out of bed to make a phone call." "Okay." After saying that, Lin Zichen got up and asked Zhang Wanqin to call Su Ming and tell her that Qinghan would sleep here tonight. Su Ming agreed and brought the school uniform, shoes, socks, and toiletries that Qinghan would wear tomorrow. Lin Zichen brought all these things to the room so that Qinghan could change directly when she got up tomorrow morning. This girl falls asleep so fast. Looking at Qinghan, who was sleeping sweetly in her arms and legs, Lin Zichen smiled and took a tissue to wipe the saliva from her mouth. After that, turn off the lights and go to bed. Each person has a pillow and a quilt, so that no one will grab the quilt in the middle of the night and make the other person cold. The next day, Lin Zichen woke up early. It was not yet dawn. He looked at the alarm clock on the bedside, and it was only 5 o'clock. Waking up on time at 5 o'clock every morning is his sleep biological clock. He is used to getting up early to exercise. If he doesn't do hundreds of push-ups to warm up in the morning, he will feel weak all day. You are doing push-ups, chi and blood +1, arm muscle strength +1, chest muscle strength +1, push-up proficiency +1. You are doing squats, chi and blood +1, leg muscle strength +1, squat proficiency +1. You are doing sit-ups, chi and blood +1, abdominal muscle strength +1, sit-up proficiency +1 after a high-intensity exercise. Lin Zichen went downstairs to wash up. During this time, he stood in front of the mirror on the sink, took off his shirt and checked the results of his exercise in the past few years. His muscles were not exaggeratedly large, but they looked sharp and full of explosive power. Especially the abdominal muscles, which were as perfect as if they were carved by a knife, and it was particularly enjoyable to touch them. TSK, Xiaochen, it turns out that you are as vain as your father, posing in front of the mirror early in the morning. Zhang Wanqin, who got up to make breakfast, passed by the bathroom and saw Lin Zichen posing in the mirror like a bodybuilder and couldn't help laughing. Lin Zichen was still narcissistic, but when Zhang Wanqin said this, he was so embarrassed that he wanted to dig a hole and crawl into it. "Oh, you are blushing. Come and let mom touch your abdominal muscles. I go call Henan down for breakfast." After saying this, Lin Zichen fled the bathroom like a fly. It was too bad. He didn't want to see Zhang Wanqin again today. It was really unbearable. When Lin Zichen returned to the room upstairs, Qinghan hadn't woken up yet. She lay flat on the bed carelessly, and the quilt on her body had disappeared. Looking down, it turned out that the quilt had been kicked off the bed by her at some point. "You're so old, and you still kick the quilt when you sleep." Lin Zichen shook his head and went forward to pick up the quilt. He threw the quilt on the bed casually, and his eyes fell on Qinghan's lower body. The crotch was bulging, and she was still wearing diapers like when she was a child. An 8-year-old girl still had to wear diapers underneath. There was definitely something wrong with her body. But the strange thing is that the cause of the disease has not been found. Fortunately, Qinghan has only been prone to wetting the bed and pants until now. Apart from that, there is no other problem. It is a blessing in disguise. Lin Zichen no longer thought about it, stretched out his hand to pinch Qinghan's little face, and whispered, "Henan, it's already past 6 o'clock. Get up quickly, brush your teeth, wash your face, and have breakfast." Qinghan opened her eyes dazedly, sat up instinctively and stretched. After that, she looked at Lin Zichen with sleepy eyes, and said softly, "Xiaochen, I just dreamed of Bai Shui, and I don't know where she is now, and what she is doing. Bai Shui is having breakfast at her house. You should get up and change your clothes quickly, otherwise the breakfast downstairs will be cold." "I know." Qinghan took off her pajamas in front of Lin Zichen, and wanted to change into the school uniform next to her. The moment she took off her pajamas, Lin Zichen suddenly felt a little dazzling. Qinghan's chest was glowing. To be more precise, it was the animal tooth on her chest that was glowing. That was the animal tooth the white-haired girl gave her. Chapter 11. "Henan, the fong on your neck is glowing." "Really? Take it off, and let me see it." Here you go." Qinghan obediently took off the fong, and handed it to Lin Zichen in front of him. Lin Zichen took the fong and looked at it carefully. The room was dark without lights on, and the light from the fong was unusually bright, as dazzling as a firefly at night. Holding it in his hand, he could feel the vitality contained in the fong. However, it was not the vitality of humans, but more like a strange beast, full of brutal wildness. It was not until this moment that Lin Zichen realized that the inhuman breath on the white-haired girl came from the fong, not the white-haired girl herself. So what kind of creature's tooth is this? A strange beast. Lin Zichen studied the fong for a long time, but couldn't figure it out. Because the light from the fong quickly dissipated. It became inconspicuous again. It was impossible to study it in depth. Seeing this, Lin Zichen could only put away the fong in his hand first, and then, at the urging of Zhang Wanqin, he went downstairs with Qinghan to have breakfast. While eating breakfast, he asked Zhang Wanqin for her mobile phone, took a photo of the fong, and uploaded it to the internet for image recognition. Unfortunately, he still found nothing. There was no other way, he could only rely on himself. So before going out to school, he returned to the room and took his fong with him, intending to take it to school for a thorough study. On the way, Lin Zichen and Qinghan walked side by side, attracting the attention of people around them wherever they went. The two of them were so good-looking, better than those child stars on TV with full filters, making everyone who passed by couldn't help but take a look. Lin Zichen had long been accustomed to these looks, and didn't care too much. He quietly rushed to school with Qinghan. Wow, such good-looking kids. Are you two brothers and sisters, or elder sister and younger brother? When passing by a bar, a heavily made-up woman came over, and asked the two with an aunt's smile. She was wearing very revealing clothes, and she wanted to show all the parts of her body that could attract men's attention. She was holding a lit cigarette in her hand, and she didn't look like a serious person. We are not brothers and sisters, nor are we sisters and brothers. We are childhood sweethearts and best friends. Qinghan said softly. Childhood sweethearts, that's great. I want to have one too. The woman smiled with envy, and then asked, You are still so young, why do you go to school with your school bags on your back? Where are your parents? Mom and Dad. Stop chatting, we're going to be late, let's go. Before Qinghan finished her words, she was interrupted by Lin Zichen, who was standing beside her, and was pulled away by the hand. After walking a long distance, Lin Zichen slowed down his pace a little, and said to Qinghan with a serious face, Don't chat with strangers on the street casually in the future, understand? Yes, I know. Qinghan nodded obediently. Soon, the two arrived at school. During the class, the teacher on the stage was lecturing non-stop, and Lin Zichen below the stage was studying the animal teeth with his head down. The scene he saw in the room this morning made him curious about the animal tooth given by the white-haired girl. What kind of creature's teeth would glow inexplicably, and after being out of the mouth for so long, they could still contain vigorous vitality? It's obviously impossible for an ordinary creature, and it's most likely a strange beast. Moreover, it's likely to be a strange beast that has not yet been recorded by humans. Otherwise, the obvious characteristics of the animal tooth in the room this morning can be found by just searching on the internet. However, when he took Zhang Wanqin's mobile phone to check it during breakfast this morning, he found nothing. This can more or less prove that the owner of the tooth is most likely an unknown strange beast that has not yet been recorded. What does the white-haired girl's family do? How could her mother give her such a special birthday gift? Could she be the illegitimate daughter of a martial arts family? Lin Zichen was puzzled. Time passed quickly. In a blink of an eye, it was time to get out of school in the afternoon. As the voices of goodbye, teacher rang out, the students in the classroom quickly left, leaving only Lin Zichen and Qinghan, who were not in a hurry. Both of them walked to and from school by themselves, and they did not need to rush out of the school gate to find their parents as soon as the get out of class was over, like other students in the class, for fear of being late and causing traffic jams on the way home. Xiaochen, we will celebrate our birthdays together next month. I have prepared a gift for you in advance. Have you prepared one for me in advance? As soon as he walked out of the classroom door, Qinghan looked at Lin Zichen with anticipation and asked. The birthdays of the two were only one day apart. From childhood to adulthood, the two families gathered together to celebrate, and this year was no exception. However, Lin Zichen had never thought about his birthday, let alone preparing a birthday gift in advance. Now that Qinghan suddenly asked him this, he could only lie. Like you, I have prepared it in advance. Really? Qinghan said with a smile. I am looking forward to your gift, Xiaochen. Lin Zichen smiled and said nothing. Xiaochen, which way are we going home today? Qinghan walked happily, looking sideways at Lin Zichen beside him, and asked. Lin Zichen thought for a while, and replied, Let's go to the abandoned alleys in the old city today. There are still many roads there that we haven't walked. Let's go and see today. For some reason, after living a new life, he became very eager to explore, and he liked to take different roads every time he went home from school. He thought about this problem and felt that he might have come to a strange world, and was eager to understand this world all the time. Then slowly, in the process of growing up, he developed a strong desire to explore. Qinghan, the alley is so quiet. Walking in the abandoned old alley, Qinghan opened her big black eyes, and looked around curiously. Lin Zichen explained, "This place will be demolished next month. The original residents have basically moved away, so it seems quieter. Xiaochen, look here. There is a dandelion here. This is the first time I have seen wild dandelions since I was a child." Qinghan trotted to the front and pointed to a dandelion in the corner, her little face full of excitement. Lin Zichen walked forward with a smile, and she squatted down, looking at the fragile dandelion in front of her, her eyes full of regret, and said, "Dandelions are so beautiful, it would be better if they could grow stronger, so that they would not be afraid of being blown away by the wind, and they could always be beautiful and bright and be seen by everyone passing by." Lin Zichen smiled and said, "If the dandelion flower grows strong, you won't be able to see this beautiful dandelion flower now." "Why?" Qinghan looked up at Lin Zichen, her watery eyes showing a clear look. Lin Zichen gave her a scientific explanation. Because the seeds in the dandelion flower are all dandelion seeds, they need the wind to blow them away, take them to various places to take root and sprout, and then grow new dandelion flowers. What a magical dandelion! Qinghan felt incredible when she heard it, and at the same time felt that Lin Zichen was very smart and knew basically everything. After the popular science, Lin Zichen also squatted down, gently picked the dandelion flower, handed it to Qinghan, and said gently, "Hanin, stand up and raise the dandelion flower in your hand a little higher, blow away the seeds in the flower, and let the dandelion seeds float to various places with the wind and bloom. Xiaochen, watch carefully, I want to scatter the flowers." Qinghan stood up excitedly, raised the dandelion flower in her hand high, and felt that it was not high enough, so she tried her best to tiptoe. Then, take a deep breath and blow hard at the dandelion flower in front of her. The next moment, the seeds of the dandelion flower were blown away instantly, and a large piece floated forward, and then quickly dispersed and drifted away. Both of them thought this scene was very beautiful, and tacitly did not say anything, quietly watching the dandelion seeds float away with the wind. Until a familiar woman appeared at the alley in front of them, breaking this hard-won tranquility. It was the woman they met this morning when they passed by a bar on their way to school. At this moment, the other party changed her approachable manner in the morning, looked at the two with greed in her eyes and smiled. "I have been following you two little cuties all the way, and finally I found an opportunity." Chapter 12. "Brother Sheng, don't look for them anymore. The two kids are in my alley." The woman turned around and shouted behind her. Soon after, a man with two big tattoos on his arms appeared beside her. The man was skinny, listless, and sniffed from time to time. He was suspected to be a drug addict. "What do you want to do?" Faced with these two uninvited guests, Lin Zichen did not run away, but protected Qinghan behind him, and then looked at the two calmly and asked. He has been evolving since birth, and his physical strength has long been far beyond that of ordinary people, which gives him enough capital to deal with crises calmly. Seeing Lin Zichen so calm, the two were a little surprised. Soon, the heavily made-up woman turned back to her approachable look in the morning, and said to Lin Zichen with a smile, "Little brother, little sister, there are delicious food and fun things at my house. Do you want to come to my house to play?" As soon as the voice fell, the man with tattooed arms next to him said impatiently, "You damn bitch. Why are you trying to deceive a child here? Just go up and smother the person and take him away. I'm in a hurry to sell him for money." After that, he took out two towels with a strong smell from his pocket, threw one of them to the woman, and walked quickly toward Qinghan. "Xiaochen." Qinghan was very scared, and her little hand tightly grasped Lin Zichen's arm. Lin Zichen patted her little hand, signaling her not to be afraid. Then, he took away her little hand, exerted force on his feet, and the next moment, the whole person was like an arrow shot out of a string, turning into a residual shadow and shooting towards the man walking towards him. Bang! A dull punching sound was heard. Lin Zichen rushed to the man in an instant and punched him in the abdomen, knocking him out with one punch. He rolled on the ground for several rounds before stopping. He curled up like a shrimp, making a painful ho-ho sound from his mouth, and blood kept flowing out. You? The woman was stunned on the spot, and she couldn't figure out what had just happened. She was so scared that she couldn't even speak. She couldn't understand why a primary school student, who looked like he was only in the 2nd or 3rd grade, could punch an adult out with one punch. This was not in line with common sense. Lin Zichen didn't waste time talking to the woman. He rushed to her in an instant, jumped up high with his feet, and punched her heavily made-up face. Bang! Another sound was heard. The woman was punched and flew away, with several teeth flying out of her mouth, and then fell to the ground with a thud, and the whole person was silent. I don't know whether she fainted or died. Lin Zichen looked around, and saw no surveillance cameras. He decided to endure the discomfort in his heart, and kill the 2 people to eliminate the trouble forever. Just as he picked up a brick, and was about to kill the 2 people on the ground, a huge noise suddenly came from an abandoned tile house in front. Then, a giant rat with 8 eyes, and a body length of nearly 3 meters suddenly rushed out of the tile house, opened its bloody mouth, and bit the woman, who was closest to it. With just one bite, the woman's head was bitten off, blood splattered, and she died instantly. Seeing this horrifying scene, Lin Zichen reacted very quickly, turned around and ran, picked up Qinghan as he passed by her, and fled from here like crazy, just wanting to get away from the giant rat. Alien beast. It was the giant alien rat that appeared in Qinghan country before. There is one here too? Something big happened. Lin Zichen's whole body was secreting adrenaline, his heartbeat was accelerating, and the sense of security accumulated after years of hard evolution was gone. Qinghan, who was held in his arms, was already frightened by the scene just now. Her face turned pale, and her body couldn't stop shaking, but she kept holding back from crying and causing trouble for him. After running out of the alley, and being far enough away, Lin Zichen put Qinghan down, opened his children's watch with trembling hands, and called the official security team to report the case. In the alleys of the old city, a giant alien rat appeared, exactly the same as the giant alien rat that appeared in Qinghan country some time ago. Lin Zichen panted, trying to keep his breath steady and tell the whole story. But the surge of adrenaline made his voice still tremble. As soon as he finished speaking, before the security team could respond, a roar of machines came from the alley behind him. He looked back and saw a half-black mechanical man floating steadily in the alley, raising his right hand made of pure alloy and aiming at the alley below. Then, a burst of sparks gushed out from the right hand of the mechanical man, and shot a cannonball with thick smoke at the alley below. Boom! The shell fell into the lower part of the alley, and a ball of purple-blue fire burst out. There was a lot of noise, but it didn't seem to be very destructive. Lin Zichen, who was outside the alley, didn't feel any shock waves. At the same time, the buildings in the alley didn't turn into ruins as expected. The scene in front of him was just the alley filled with purple-blue smoke. The shell just now seemed to be something similar to a smoke bomb. Lin Zichen didn't know what it was, but he guessed that it should be something that could reduce the combat effectiveness of the giant alien rat. For example, smoke with anesthesia. Soon, Lin Zichen saw the mechanical modified men floating in the air slowly sinking into the alley with billowing smoke, and fell to the ground and started a close combat with the giant alien rat. He has evolved for many years since birth, and has extremely strong 5 senses. Even if he stands outside the alley, he can clearly hear the fighting sound coming from inside. Xiaochen, what should we do now? Qinghan held Lin Zichen's hand tightly, her voice trembling. Seeing that she was in a bad state, Lin Zichen said without hesitation, "Let's go home." Although he was very curious about the fight going on in the alley, he didn't dare to go forward to watch the fight, and just wanted to go home quickly. Then, wait for the news tonight to see if he can see what happened in the alley. Just as he was thinking about this, the voice of the security team operator kept coming from the children's watch on his hand. "Little friend? Hey little friend, can you hear me? Hurry up and leave the alley, don't get close, it's very dangerous there." The operator's voice sounded very anxious, and she was very worried about Lin Zichen's safety. Lin Zichen quickly came to his senses, calmed down and responded to the other party's voice. "Sister, I have left the alley, I am safe now." That's good, that's good." The female operator of the security team breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Zichen held Qinghan's little hand tightly beside her, telling her not to be so scared, and then curiously asked the female operator, "Sister, I just saw a mechanical man flying into the alley. Is that a member of your security team?" "It's a member of the security team," the operator said to Lin Zichen and reminded him, "Little friend, if you have nothing to do, don't stay outside, go home quickly and stay with your parents, understand?" "I know, thank you sister." After thanking politely, Lin Zichen hung up the communication with the security team. Then, his eyes were cast again at the alley in front of him, which was billowing with thick smoke. At this moment, there was still a fierce fighting sound, mixed with a lot of sharp rat sounds, it seemed that the giant rat was at a disadvantage. Qinghan, who was standing by, saw him hang up the call, and then said with trembling lips, Chen, I want to go home. I take you home now. Yes. Can you still walk? If not, I carry you. Your legs are a little weak. Then come on, I carry you home. Lin Zichen turned around and carried Qinghan on his back, and walked quickly towards home without saying a word. Chapter 13. Why did you two come back later than usual today? I stayed in the classroom for a while, so I came back a little late. At the door of Qinghan's house, Lin Zichen explained to Su Meng, who came out. Su Meng nodded, and didn't ask any more questions, asking him to go home early, and not to worry his parents. Before leaving, Lin Zichen glanced at Qinghan. Seeing that the little girl was in much better condition, he turned around and went back to his home with peace of mind. Regarding what happened in the alley today, he had already agreed with Qinghan that this was a little secret between the two of them, and no third person could know about it. The matter of the giant rat was not so bad. The main thing was that when he severely injured the man and woman with bad intentions, the combat power he showed was too exaggerated, which was completely inconsistent with his age. If other people knew about it, I'm afraid it would cause a lot of trouble. At this stage, Lin Zichen just wanted to maintain his personality at the level of a little genius. This will allow me to gain certain privileges and educational resources in school, and make my parents proud. Then that's enough. Any more would be inappropriate. It would greatly affect my current pace of life, and prevent me from evolving peacefully. Back home. After dinner, Lin Zichen did nothing but sit in front of the TV and wait for the evening news. I hope the security team can be more powerful, and try to make public what happened in the alley tonight. About 10 minutes later, Lin Zichen finally got the news report he had been waiting for, which was about the giant strange rat that appeared in the alley in the afternoon. The content of the report was more detailed than he expected. 2 videos from different perspectives were released successively. One was the third-person perspective shot by a drone from above. The other was the first-person perspective recorded face-to-face, when the mechanical man and the giant alien rat were in close combat. Lin Zichen watched the 2 perspectives together. The mechanical man rarely took the initiative to attack at the beginning, and kept his distance from the giant alien rat. He did not enter the attack range of the giant alien rat, nor did he let it leave the purple-blue smoke. Not long after, the giant alien rat, which was originally swift, gradually became slow in its movements and looked like it was anesthetized. Obviously, the purple-blue smoke can reduce the combat effectiveness of the giant alien rat. When the combat effectiveness of the giant alien rat was almost reduced, the mechanical man's arm had a sharp blade on the outside, and began to take the initiative to attack and fight the giant alien rat in close combat. The battle lasted for nearly 7 minutes. In the end, the giant rat was stabbed in the throat, and its heart was pierced, and it fell to the ground, dying. The level of this mechanical cyborg should not be high. After watching the video, Lin Zichen came to this conclusion in his mind. He had searched for videos about mechanical cyborgs fighting before, and they were all bombs washing the ground and lasers clearing the field, with extremely spectacular and fierce destructive power. But the mechanical cyborg he saw on the news station at this moment was using poison to fight with the enemy for a long time, slowly grinding the enemy to death, and his performance seemed much weaker. While he was thinking about this, his parents, who had just cleaned up the table and washed the dishes, also came to the living room and sat down. When the couple saw the news on TV, their faces were instantly filled with surprise. What's going on? Isn't this the giant alien rat that attacked Qinghan country some time ago? How come there are also some in our country? Zhang Wanqin looked worried. Lin Yansheng also frowned, looked at Lin Zichen beside him, and said, Xiaochen, don't walk to and from school by yourself during this period, Dad will pick you up. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Wanqin beside him said, No need, the school just sent a message saying that due to the appearance of giant alien rats in the old city, classes will be suspended for half a month. Suspended for half a month? Hearing this news, Lin Zichen frowned slightly. He realized that the matter of giant alien rats might not be that simple. There might be other giant alien rats in the old city or other places nearby. Otherwise, classes would not be suspended for half a month. Lin Zichen thought about it carefully, and found that something was wrong with what happened in the alley yesterday. The mechanical man appeared too quickly. Not long after the giant alien rat came out, the mechanical man arrived at the scene to kill it. It was as if he knew in advance that the giant alien rat was in the old city, or he had been tracking the giant alien rat, and he could rush to the scene to deal with it as soon as there was any movement. Forget it, this is not something I should worry about. I should ignore the outside world and stay at home to practice evolution. This is what I should do. However, I can learn about the giant alien rat appropriately. Thinking about it, Lin Zichen left the living room and walked into his parents' coding room, searching for information related to the giant alien rat on the computer. It was learned that the giant alien rat, a strange beast, can be up to 3 meters in size when it grows up. And the average biological level, after adulthood, is as high as ordinary level 5. Ordinary level 5. Fortunately, my first reaction when I encountered the giant alien rat in the alley yesterday was to run away, instead of fighting it. Otherwise I am afraid that my head would be bitten off now. Lin Zichen felt a little scared. No, I haven't exercised hard enough. I need to increase the intensity of exercise. He became anxious again, and soon left the coding room, and ran to the room upstairs to start high-intensity exercise. You are doing weighted push-ups, chi and blood +2, arm muscle strength +2, chest muscle strength +2, push-up proficiency +1. You are doing weighted squats, chi and blood +2, leg muscle strength +2, squat proficiency +1. You are doing weighted sit-ups, chi and blood +2, abdominal muscle strength +2, sit-up proficiency +1. Time flies. In a blink of an eye, a month has passed. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan, childhood sweethearts, celebrated each other's 9th birthday. To be precise, it was Shen Qinghan's 9th birthday. Their birthdays were 1 day apart, so their parents agreed to celebrate each other's birthdays in turn, so that they could celebrate their birthdays together every year. Last year, it was Lin Zichen's birthday, so this year it was Shen Qinghan's turn. In the evening, the two families had a dinner party at Shen Qinghan's house to celebrate his birthday. The two children who celebrated their birthdays carefully prepared birthday gifts for each other. Shen Qinghan knew that Lin Zichen liked to read books, so she bought him a set of books related to mechanical cyborgs, gene fusions, and alien beasts. Lin Zichen gave Shen Qinghan a handmade hairpin. Made of pure wood, hand-polished and carved, it has Shen Qinghan's name and a dandelion she likes engraved on it, and it looks very exquisite. Xiaochun, this hairpin is so beautiful, I like it so much. Shen Qinghan was very surprised. She didn't expect to receive a gift made by Lin Zichen himself. She couldn't wait to put on the hairpin, and looked at it in the mirror happily. The more she looked at the hairpin on her head, the more she liked it. She liked it so much that she felt that the set of books she gave seemed a bit cheap. Compared with gifts bought with money, gifts made by oneself are more meaningful and valuable. Xiaochun, every year on our birthdays, can we give each other gifts made by ourselves? Shen Qinghan looked at Lin Zichen and suggested. Lin Zichen smiled and said, okay. Xiaochun, when did you learn the craft of handmade wooden products? How come your mother doesn't know anything about it? Zhang Wanqing looked at the exquisite wooden hairpin on Shen Qinghan's head, and felt a little sour in her heart. Lin Zichen explained, I usually stay in my room and don't come out. A large part of my time is spent making handicrafts. This is a lie. He often stays in his room and doesn't come out because he is doing high-intensity exercise. As for the craft of handmade wooden products, I just found a video on the internet last week, watched it carefully, and then learned it. This is the power brought by heavenly wisdom. Mom, I actually made a wooden hairpin for you. I will give you a surprise after I go home after celebrating your birthday. Lin Zichen saw the bitterness in Zhang Wanqing's heart at the moment, so he leaned into her ear and whispered this. Zhang Wanqing heard it, and the bitterness in her heart was swept away, and a sweet smile appeared on her face. My baby son still knows how to be filial to his mother. After the birthday celebration, Lin Zichen returned to his home, turned off the lights, and lay on the bed, but did not rush to sleep. Instead, he looked at the ceiling quietly under the faint moonlight outside the window, and fell into a period of thought. Regarding the giant rat incident that happened last month, he has been following the follow-up, wanting to know why giant rats appeared inexplicably in the old city. However, the official side has not given a clear explanation, and it is still a mystery until now. Fortunately, the giant rat only appeared once that day, and it has not appeared again since then, and life has returned to peace. I hope the appearance of the giant rat is just an accident, not a conspiracy. This world is not as peaceful as in the previous life. There are monsters outside, and pagans inside are making trouble. This makes it difficult for Lin Zichen not to think too much. Chapter 14. 6 years of primary school passed in a flash. In a blink of an eye, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan graduated from Sunshine Primary School. At the graduation ceremony, the two families gathered together to take photos, as they did when their children graduated from kindergarten. The only difference is that Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan have grown up a lot compared to 6 years ago. The immaturity on their faces is getting less and less, replaced by the youth and vitality that only boys and girls have. Henin, how can you be so beautiful? You are getting more beautiful every year, and Aunt Xion's heart melts. Zhang Wanqing looked at Qinghan, who was taller than her shoulders, and her eyes were full of mother's love for her daughter. Although Qinghan is not her daughter, she has long regarded Qinghan as her daughter. Lin Yanxing also sighed. Children nowadays grow so fast. They are only in the 6th grade of primary school, only 12 years old, and they are almost as tall as adults. He was mainly talking about Lin Zichen. At this time, Lin Zichen's height seemed to be almost the same as Zhang Wanqing's, more than 1.6 meters tall. You know, he just graduated from elementary school. After finishing junior high school and high school, he will grow another 6 years, and he will be at least 1.8 meters tall. If it were Lin Yanxing's age, he would basically be one of the tallest in the class. On the other side, Xingjianye and Su Ming also lamented that the two children grew up so fast. Among them, Su Ming smiled and said, "Looking at the two children in front of me, I always feel that they were babies yesterday, and today they have grown into little adults. Yes, time flies so fast." Xingjianye hugged Su Ming's waist and sighed. "Xiaochen, Henin, you two can get closer." Zhang Wanqing held a SLR camera and shouted to Lin Zichen and Qinghan in front of her. Qinghan heard the voice and reached out to pull Lin Zichen next to him over, almost standing hand in hand. "Come on, eggplant," as Zhang Wanqing's voice sounded. Lin Zichen and Qinghan made a yeah gesture at the same time, with a smile that was 3 parts immature and 7 parts immature on their faces. After taking dozens of photos in a row, Zhang Wanqing let go of the childhood sweethearts and turned around to get together, with the 3 parents behind to appreciate her photography skills. Then, she completely lost herself in the praise of the photo is really good and looked very proud. "Xiaochen, you've grown so fast. When we celebrated our 10th birthday in the 4th grade, we were the same height. Now, only 2 years have passed, and you're already half a head taller than me." Qinghan stood in front of Lin Zichen, tiptoed slightly to compare heights with him, and found that she was half a head shorter than him, and she couldn't help but feel frustrated. Lin Zichen reached out and touched her head, smiling and teasing, "It's okay, wait another 3 years, maybe I'd be a head taller than you, and then another 3 years, a head and a half taller than you. Don't be too proud." Qinghan pouted her rosy lips slightly and said, "Maybe I can catch up in junior high school and be a little taller than you like I was in the 3rd grade of elementary school." Lin Zichen listened and smiled without saying anything, lowered his head, and carefully looked at Qinghan, who was already 12 years old in front of him, and suddenly felt like an old father watching his daughter grow up. The laughing baby girl, the slurred little girl, and the jumping little girl have grown up into a young girl with a sweet voice without us noticing. Like a lark, full of agility and liveliness. "Why are you staring at me?" Qinghan waved in front of Lin Zichen with clear eyes. Lin Zichen smiled and said, "Nothing." Qinghan looked playful. "You must think I'm beautiful, right?" "Henin, you are really beautiful." Lin Zichen nodded honestly. Qinghan didn't expect him to answer so honestly. Her face turned red, and she quickly turned aside and said, "If you think it's beautiful, then look at it more." Lin Zichen smiled and said nothing, thinking that the naive little girl back then now knows how to blush and be shy. She has really grown up, and is about to become young. Soon, the graduation ceremony came to an end. As always, the two families found a restaurant nearby to celebrate. But what was different from the kindergarten graduation was that, this time, there were a few more gentle middle-aged men wearing glasses in the hotel's private room. They are all principals of several famous middle schools in Shanghai City. They came here today to recruit Lin Zichen to apply for their schools. No one invited them. They insisted on entering the box. It's not their fault for being impolite. If you want to blame someone, blame Lin Zichen for his outstanding performance in the past 6 years. He has won almost all the awards in the city. Moreover, he has always won the first place and has never failed. Such brilliant results have made him the most talented elementary school graduate in the history of Shanghai City, and he is the favorite of every middle school principal in the city. Under the lobbying of several principals, Lin Yanxing and Zhang Wanqing were very tempted. No matter which middle school offered the conditions, they looked very tempting, which made it difficult for the couple to make a decision for a while. Finally, Zhang Wanqing looked at Lin Zichen and asked gently, "Xiaochen, which school do you want to go to for junior high school?" "I can choose anyone. It depends on where Henin wants to go." Lin Zichen threw the right to choose to Qinghan. He didn't care which school to go to for junior high school. Anyway, he had a cheat and could go anywhere. Xingjianye and Su Ming next to him were flattered when they heard it. Qinghan's grades were excellent, but not every middle school could get her in. Especially in the several famous middle schools where the principals were, Qinghan could only get on the line at most, and she might fail at any minute. But at this moment, just because of Lin Zichen's words, Qinghan suddenly had the qualification to choose anyone, which made Qinghan and Su Ming feel a little overwhelmed. Wanqing, I think it's better to let Xiaochen decide on this matter. Su Ming looked at Zhang Wanqing and said, giving the right to choose back, thinking that it would be too stressful for their daughter to make the decision, and their family couldn't bear it. Zhang Wanqing smiled and said, it's okay. Anyway, Xiaochen and Hanin will only go to the same middle school. Just let Hanin choose the one she likes. After that, she looked at Qinghan and smiled intimately. Hanin, you can choose any middle school you want. This is Xiaochen letting you choose. Aunt Xian. I don't know. Qinghan didn't know how to choose, and finally handed the choice back to Lin Zichen and said, Xiaochen, you choose. Seeing that everyone was embarrassed to choose, Lin Zichen had to do it himself. He looked at the principal of Shanghai Middle School opposite and said politely, Principal Chen, I have a request. That is, I have to be in the same class with Qinghan. Do you think it's okay? Yes, of course. The principal of Shanghai Middle School smiled and nodded repeatedly. Let alone the same class, even if they opened a separate class for the two of them, and equipped with the best teachers in the school, the principal of Shanghai Middle School would agree with his eyes closed. Geniuses are so popular. After Lin Zichen made the decision, the principals of several other schools also left tactfully, and did not stay to disturb the two families' celebration. The principal of Shanghai Middle School also stayed to say a few more words, and soon left conspicuously. When the two parents toasted to celebrate, Lin Zichen had an idea and opened his achievement task to check the progress. Achievement: dominate the 9-year compulsory education. Reward: obtain the biological attribute the strong prey on the weak. Title: Kindergarten King, lit. Primary school leader, lit. Junior high school bully, not lit. Finally, I have made it to primary school graduation. I am finally going to junior high school. As long as I light up the last title junior high school bully, I can obtain the long-awaited biological attribute the strong prey on the weak. Lin Zichen felt excited for the first time in a long time. He thought that as soon as he entered junior high school, he would immediately show his absolute strength to crush the whole school. He would light up the title junior high school bully in the first year of junior high school, and obtain the biological attribute the strong prey on the weak as quickly as possible. Chapter 15. During the summer vacation between primary school and junior high school, Lin Zichen did not waste his time and wait for school to start without doing anything. He set a strict training plan for himself. He completed 1,000 weighted push-ups, 1,000 weighted sit-ups, 1,000 weighted squats, and 300 weighted pull-ups every day. In addition, he ran 5 kilometers in the morning and evening. It was not jogging. It was a high-intensity variable speed run. Moreover, the route he ran on had ups and downs, bushes, and various obstacles. The intensity was extremely high throughout the day. If it were an ordinary person, he would die within 3 days of such high-intensity training every day without giving his body some recovery time. However, Lin Zichen, who possessed the attribute of use it or lose it, had a physical endurance limit far exceeding that of ordinary people. At the current training intensity, it was not enough to overdraw his body, and it would only make him stronger and stronger, and his physical body would become stronger day by day. You did 1,000 weighted push-ups, qi and blood plus 2,000, arm muscle strength plus 2,000, chest muscle strength plus 2,000, push-up proficiency plus 1,000. You did 1,000 weighted sit-ups, qi and blood plus 2,000, abdominal muscle strength plus 2,000, sit-up proficiency plus 1,000. You did 1,000 weighted squats, qi and blood plus 2,000, leg muscle strength plus 2,000, squat proficiency plus 1,000. You did 300 weighted pull-ups, qi and blood plus 600, arm muscle strength plus 600, back muscle strength plus 600, pull-up proficiency plus 300. You ran 10 kilometers with variable speed, qi and blood plus 4396, speed endurance plus 1,000, body coordination plus 1,000, running speed. Add 1,000, running skills add 1,000. Your biological level is upgraded to ordinary level 3. During the summer vacation, Lin Zichen maintained this training intensity every day for 2 months. Finally, on the day before school started, the biological level successfully broke through to the ordinary 3rd level, and all physical attributes were greatly improved. Can easily lift a 700 kilograms weight with one hand. Vertical jump can reach 4 meters on the spot. 100-meter sprint only takes 6 seconds. Strength, jumping, and speed have all been improved to this data, and the biological level has just evolved to the ordinary 3rd level. The gold content of this level is really high. In the wild, Lin Zichen, who had just finished testing his 3 data, couldn't help but sigh. Then he murmured, "I don't know what level the Kyoto Prodigy is now, go home and check it out." His strength level is far beyond his peers, and no one around him is an opponent, so he could only compare with the Prodigy on TV. After returning home, he took a simple shower. After that, Lin Zichen went to the upstairs room and lay on the bed, holding his mobile phone to search for news about the Kyoto Prodigy. Zhang Wanqing bought him this phone as a reward for his excellent performance in elementary school for 6 years. Zhang Wanqing believed in his self-control, and was not worried that he would be addicted to mobile entertainment. Soon, news about the Kyoto Prodigy came out. The latest news was 3 days ago. The report said that the 14-year-old Kyoto Prodigy could easily lift an alloy weighing 2,000 kilograms with one hand. This strength data is more than 3 times that of Lin Zichen now. 2,000 kilograms? Not bad. Lin Zichen murmured, not taking the Kyoto Prodigy's strength data seriously. Because he knew very well that the other party could have this strength data now, all thanks to the fusion of alien beast genes. The fusion was the gene of the giant ant. Under normal circumstances, the fusion of the genes of this beast can increase one's own strength by 4 to 8 times. This Kyoto Prodigy is calculated as a 4-fold increase. This reduction leaves only 400 kilograms of strength. At the age of 14, lifting a 400 kilograms weight with one hand is still very talented. But compared with Lin Zichen's 700 kilograms, it seems weak. Not to mention that Lin Zichen is younger than him. From both aspects, the gap between the two is like heaven and earth. Sure enough, I have a more promising future. Lin Zichen smiled, and in his heart, he was already imagining how powerful he would be after fusion of the genes of the beast. In a blink of an eye. Time came to September 1st. After a summer of intensive training at home, Lin Zichen finally ushered in the long-awaited start of school. Shanghai Middle School is not far from home, about 5 kilometers away. But because it was the beginning of the school year, the traffic was very congested. Lin Yansheng drove for more than half an hour before he finally arrived at the school gate. "Old Lin, the school gate is too crowded. I'm afraid it's hard to park." In the car behind, Qinghan rolled down the window and leaned out to shout at Lin Yansheng. Lin Yansheng also leaned out and replied, "It's okay. We can drive into the school and find a place to park later." Drive into the school? Qinghan was a little confused. Can cars still drive into this school? At this moment, the principal of Shanghai Middle School appeared in front of the security room and asked the guard inside to let Lin Yansheng and Qinghan pass. Seeing this scene, Qinghan understood that Lin Yansheng's family enjoyed privileges in Shanghai Middle School. Old Lin is really lucky. He gave birth to a genius son like Xiaochen. It's just one person's success, and the whole family benefits. Qinghan said with envy. Su Ming smiled and said, "Not only the whole family benefited from it, but even our family benefited from it. That's right, we are neighbors with the old Lin family, and the children of the two families get along so well. It's really a blessing." Qinghan smiled and said. Su Ming said, "Don't say this in front of Henin, it's not good if she hears it." "Don't worry, I'm not stupid, I know what to say and what not to say," Qinghan replied while driving the car into the school. Very quickly, both families drove the car into the school and parked. "Xiaochen, hurry up, let's get off the car and walk around the school together to see if the environment is really as beautiful as it is in the promotional video." As soon as the car stopped, Qinghan excitedly urged Lin Zichen beside him. Both of them sat in the back seat of Lin Yansheng's car, very close to each other. Lin Zichen smiled, opened the car door, got out with Qinghan, and wandered around the campus aimlessly. The parents of the two families followed the principal of Shanghai Middle School to the office to sit down and drink tea, and to handle the admission procedures. "That boy is so handsome, and the girl next to him is so beautiful. Why are those two not wearing school uniforms? Are they the sons and daughters of some teachers?" Along the way, Lin Zichen and Qinghan were so good-looking that they would cause a lot of whispers wherever they went. Lin Zichen listened, and his heart was not moved. Qinghan listened, and she felt happy, and liked others to praise her for her beauty. Not long after, the two of them walked around the school. Then, they found that the environment of Shanghai Middle School was not as beautiful as it was in the promotional video, not even half as beautiful, which was a bit of false propaganda. But the two were not disappointed. Because they knew very well that the promotional videos were all sellers' shows, as fake as they could be, just watch them, and don't take them seriously. While walking around, Lin Zichen's phone rang. It was Zhang Wanqing calling. She asked him and Shen Qinghan to come to the principal's office to meet the teachers of each subject in the class. Chapter 16. Soon, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan arrived at the principal's office. As soon as they entered, they saw that the room was packed with teachers. There were not enough seats, and half of them were standing. Come, Zichen, let me introduce you. This is your head teacher, Guan Feng. This is the math teacher, Bai Yuanhe. This is the physics teacher. As soon as Lin Zichen came in, Principal Chen immediately stood up and walked over, enthusiastically introducing the teachers of various subjects in the class to him. His class was a top class, and they had to learn physics and chemistry from the first grade of junior high school, and even had extra competition classes, so the learning intensity was very high. Zichen, the school is very optimistic about you. I hope that in the next 3 years, you can bring countless honors to the school. After introducing the teachers, Principal Chen patted Lin Zichen on the shoulder and placed high hopes on him. Then, he asked Lin Zichen to communicate with the teachers of various subjects, and he turned around to continue communicating with his parents. On the other side, Shen Qinghan's family sat in the corner of the office, and no one paid attention to them. They had no sense of existence throughout the whole process, and seemed very out of place. Shen Jianye and Su Ming were very worried about this. Their daughter was very smart and beautiful, but compared with Lin Zichen, who was now being praised by many stars, she seemed too ordinary, even insignificant. With such a big gap, the two children will gradually drift apart in the future, until they become people from two different worlds. What should I do? Unlike his parents, Shen Qinghan never thought about these problems. He just thought Lin Zichen was so amazing, and he felt very proud of himself as his closest childhood sweetheart. Look, this boy is not only handsome, but also good at both literature and martial arts. You may not believe it, but he is my childhood sweetheart. We grew up together, and have a super good relationship. Are you envious? Lin Zichen has nothing to talk about with the teachers. Because at this time, he has already taught himself all the courses in junior high school, and even advanced mathematics. With the blessing of heavenly wisdom, he has learned everything to a very high level. Take the subject of mathematics for example, he can easily get full marks in every exam. So Lin Zichen just politely communicated with the teachers of various subjects to get familiar with them, and then found an excuse to leave with Shen Qinghan. After the two children left, Lin Yansheng noticed that Shen Jianye and Su Ming in the corner were embarrassed and realized that he had neglected it. He was too involved in chatting with the principal just now, and forgot about his two friends. After realizing what was going on, he immediately took the initiative to bring up the topic with his two friends, and said to the teachers of all subjects in the class, "Teachers, our Xiaochen and their Hanin are best friends. They have agreed to go to the same high school and the same university since they were young. I hope you can take care of the two children." Zhang Wanqing followed suit and said, "Xiaochen has been stubborn since he was young. He will do whatever he says he will do. He and Hanin have agreed to go to high school and university together. Even if Hanin performs poorly and can only go to some ordinary schools, the child will definitely go with him. Please, teachers." Principal Chen is a smart person. He understood what the two meant, and immediately smiled and said to all the teachers, "As teachers in the class, you must pay more attention to the two children and don't let them fall behind in their studies." After that, he took the initiative to come forward and have a friendly exchange with Shen Jianye and his wife to learn about Shen Qinghan's situation. Seeing this, the teachers around also chatted with Shen Jianye and Su Ming. Shen Jianye and Su Ming felt flattered, and both looked at Lin Yansheng and Zhang Wanqing, remembering the favor of the two friends in their hearts. School playground. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan sat on the grass. The two looked at the students coming and going, and enjoyed the tranquility of this moment. Soon, they will also become students of this school, and spend 3 years of junior high school here. Xiaochen, look over there, there is a badminton court over there, and my father happened to have a badminton racket in the car. Do we want to go there to play badminton? Sure. The two hit it off and immediately set off to return to the principal's office, find Shen Jianye to get the car keys, and then take the badminton racket from the car. Then, they came to the badminton court. Xiaochen, we are so lucky. There is only one empty field left, and we just happened to occupy it, Shen Qinghan said excitedly. Seeing her so happy, Lin Zichen couldn't help but feel envious. This girl is so easy to satisfy. She can be so happy with any small good thing. Xiaochen, look at my fairy curved ball. Xiaochen, I have another trick, the magic girl cheating ball. Xiaochen, don't be too proud. You will definitely not be able to catch my fairy scattering ball. On the court, Qinghan was like a child who never grew up. She kept shouting various childish tricks, and her delicate little face was full of bright smiles. Seeing Qinghan's childish look, Lin Zichen was also amused by her, and thought she was inexplicably cute. Just when the two were very happy, two senior boys who couldn't find an empty court to play badminton walked into the court of the two without saying a word. The two boys said nothing, and came in with rackets to play badminton, ignoring Lin Zichen and Qinghan in the court as air. "What are you doing? We are already playing badminton here." Qinghan looked at the two with dissatisfaction. However, the two boys didn't take her seriously at all. Especially the short-haired boy who was in the same half of the court with her, who directly said to her, "Cut it out, you can play or not, if you don't want to play, go to the side and cool off." This is a naked breakup, which is especially common in elementary and junior high schools. Some senior students often rely on their age and tall stature to break up the court of junior students when they want to play basketball, badminton, or table tennis, and there is no empty court. When he was a student in his previous life, Lin Zichen had seen a lot of such bad behavior. In the past, he had no ability to stop it. When he saw it, he could only choose to turn a blind eye to it, or choose to swallow his anger when it happened to him. But now is different from the past. It's time to make up for the regrets of his youth in his previous life. Thinking of this, Lin Zichen saw the opportunity, and when the short-haired boy on the opposite half of the court hit the badminton, he took a step forward and hit the flying badminton out of the field with one strike. In this strike, he held back and used less than 10% of his strength. However, the badminton flew dozens of meters away in an instant, and it was unknown how long it took for it to land lightly. Seeing this exaggerated scene, the two boys who came to dismantle the field were stunned. Lin Zichen pointed at them with a racket in his hand and asked expressionlessly, "Are you still playing?" The two of them were frightened by the sound, and looked at Lin Zichen as if he were a monster. Soon, they left in shame without saying a word. Lin Zichen picked up his badminton and smiled gently at Qinghan on the opposite half of the court. "Hanan, let's continue." Oh, continue." Qinghan recovered and responded, picked up the racket, and started playing badminton with Lin Zichen again. She was also shocked by the scene just now. But when she thought about how Lin Zichen was still a second-grade elementary school student and could instantly injure two adults in the alley, she soon felt it was natural. Chapter 17. The older you get, the faster time goes. In a blink of an eye, half a year has passed. Lin Zichen still feels like he just came to Shanghai Middle School yesterday to process the admission procedures, but before he knew it, he had arrived at the first semester of junior high school. For him, life in junior high school is no different from that in elementary school and kindergarten. His desk mate is still Qinghan. He still reads his books openly in class. After school, he still secretly exercises intensively without telling his parents. The only difference is that after having a mobile phone, he often searches for various teaching videos on the internet when he is bored at night, and learns various new skills to equip himself. Cooking, photography, driving skills, swimming, wilderness survival, and various sports. As long as he can find them on the internet and feels that they are useful, he will learn them. After all, with the blessing of heavenly wisdom, he can learn anything quickly, so he should make good use of them and not waste his time. During this period, in order to get the title of junior high school bully in the first year of junior high school, Lin Zichen took the initiative to show himself in school. In the past semester, he was the first in the school in every exam, without exception. In addition, he also took time to participate in various national junior high school competitions. Among them are various competitions such as mathematics, physics, chemistry, computer programming, etc. As long as he participated, he won awards. Whether it is a gold medal, silver medal, bronze medal, or first prize, second prize, third prize, or even first place, second place, third place, he has won them all. In fact, if he wants, he can win all gold medals, first prizes, and first place. If he does this, he will not be a little genius in the city, but a super genius who has made a sensation across the country. By then, all kinds of traffic will come in like crazy, and the peaceful life will inevitably be broken, and it will no longer be possible to evolve quietly. This is not the life he wants. The reason why he is so keen to show himself now is simply to light up the title of junior high school bully as soon as possible. Therefore, just keep yourself at the first level in the school. As for performing better, there is no need. This day, Lin Zichen left home and just arrived at school and walked into the classroom. The head teacher came to him and said that the school wanted him to hold a learning sharing meeting in the afternoon. In the past semester, He performed so amazingly that both teachers and students in the school were curious about how he learned. The leaders of the school had long wanted him to hold this learning-sharing meeting. Okay, I know. Lin Zichen nodded, then lowered his head to continue reading. Seeing this, the head teacher stopped disturbing him. On the other hand, Qinghan, who sat at the same table, smiled and poked him, saying, "Xiaochen, you're going to be in the limelight again this afternoon, are you happy?" "Not bad." Lin Zichen smiled. When he first started to be in the limelight, he actually enjoyed it, and felt that he was the son of destiny. But as the number of times increased, he gradually became bored. "Xiaochen, you think it's okay, but your little fans won't think so. By the afternoon, the school's lecture hall will definitely be filled with them, and I won't even have a seat." Qinghan felt overwhelmed just thinking about it. Because Lin Zichen is very handsome and has excellent academic performance, he has only been studying in Shanghai Middle School for half a year, but he has already captured a large number of little fans. From the first grade to the third grade, there are many girls who admire him. In just half a year, he received hundreds of love letters. "Don't worry, I will ask the principal to reserve a front row seat for you," Lin Zichen said to Qinghan casually, while looking at his book. Qinghan was happy when he heard it. The two did not chat for too long and soon got busy with their own things. Lin Zichen was reading his book silently. Qinghan was working hard on the test papers and trying to improve her academic performance. The courses in the top class were too beyond the syllabus for her. Not only were there many subjects, but the questions were also difficult, and she found it very difficult to learn. In order to keep up with the teaching progress in the class, she could only spend more time studying, and even had to stay in her seat to do questions during breaks. "Xiaochen, I can't do this question. I can't even understand the answer. Please teach me." Qinghan picked up a physics test paper and put it in front of Lin Zichen, pointing to the last multiple-choice question that examined the force analysis of objects. Lin Zichen glanced at the question briefly, and quickly picked up a pen and paper, and sat closer to Qinghan, teaching her how to do the question with her shoulder to shoulder. Seeing the two of them sitting so close together, almost all the girls in the class showed envy on their faces, and they envied Qinghan for having such a good relationship with Lin Zichen. Time passed quickly. In a blink of an eye, it was time for the afternoon learning-sharing meeting. Lin Zichen came to the lecture hall and found that it was really as Qinghan said, it was full of his little fans. But what he cared about at the moment was not these fans, but the 10 students sitting in the front row. He had an impression of the appearance of these 10 students. He had often seen them on the school's honor roll. They were the most powerful students in the third grade. He was really surprised by this. He didn't expect that even the third grade students would come to listen to his learning-sharing session. No one would believe that the third grade students wanted to listen to a freshman share his learning methods. "It seems that I am already the best in the school in terms of study. Next, as long as I dominate the whole school in terms of sports, I should be able to light up the title of junior high school bully." Thinking of this, Lin Zichen couldn't help but feel a little excited. He couldn't wait to show his skills at the school sports meeting next month. Soon, the learning-sharing session began. The 10 students sitting in the front row all pricked up their ears and listened carefully, fearing to miss any details. Qinghan, who was also sitting in the front row, was also taking notes, with a concentrated look on his face. Many girls sitting in the back seats, seeing that Qinghan, whose grades were mediocre, could actually sit in the front row, were envious of her because she was Lin Zichen's childhood sweetheart and could receive Lin Zichen's preferential treatment. 1 month later, Shanghai Middle School ushered in the 70th school sports meeting. The time arrangement was very strange. It was held in April of the next semester, not in December of the previous semester. Moreover, it was not held grandly, only for 1 day. It can be seen that Shanghai Middle School does not attach importance to the school sports meeting. But even so, Lin Zichen was still very excited. Because, as long as he can dominate the whole field in the school sports meeting today, he will most likely be able to light up the title of junior high school bully, complete the achievement of dominating 9 years of compulsory education, and thus obtain the biological attribute survival of the fittest. Students who have signed up for the competition, please sign in at each event. If you exceed the time limit, you will be deemed to have forfeited. A PE teacher who served as the referee stood in the middle of the playground with a loudspeaker and shouted. After hearing this, Lin Zichen immediately went to sign in. He signed up for all individual events, namely the 100-meter sprint representing speed, the run-up high jump representing jumping, and the shot put representing strength. Junior Zichen, you must win the gold medal. Junior Zichen, when you run 100 meters later, I will meet you at the finish line. Junior Zichen, come on. When Lin Zichen was waiting in line to sign in, several junior high school girls shouted at him with smiles on their faces. Hearing the voices, he politely smiled at the senior girls in response. When the senior girls saw him smiling at them, they immediately covered their mouths and screamed like crazy. A boy who was standing behind Lin Zichen was so jealous when he saw this. He is a junior high school student and a member of the school's martial arts team. He has strong athletic talent and often represents the school in competitions. Originally, he looked down on the school's sports meet, a game of playing house. But after learning that Lin Zichen was going to participate, he came here to sign up to snipe Lin Zichen. It was because a girl he had a crush on turned out to be Lin Zichen's fangirl, which made him feel unacceptable. I'm not as handsome as you, and my academic performance is not as good as yours. Can my athletic talent be worse than yours? See how I ride on your head and win the first place later. The boy looked at Lin Zichen in front of him, thinking about these things in his heart, and couldn't wait to beat him hard on the playground. Chapter 18. Soon, all the contestants signed in. The PE teacher in charge began to organize the opening ceremony for each class. During this period, all the contestants warmed up in the middle of the playground. Xiaochen, I bought you a sports drink. I heard that drinking this can improve your performance in the competition. Do you want to drink some? Qinghan walked up to Lin Zichen, who was stretching his ligaments, and handed him the canned drink with a cow printed on it. Lin Zichen felt that this thing was not very effective, and he did not need to borrow external forces to improve his performance in the competition, but because it was bought by Qinghan, he took it and drank it without thinking. Xiaochen, how do you feel? It seems to have some effect. I feel more energetic. Lin Zichen told a white lie casually. Qinghan smiled after hearing this, made a cheering gesture to Lin Zichen and said, Xiaochen, I'm waiting for you to bring back 3 gold medals and take a photo with me. I will. Lin Zichen said confidently. The boy from the martial arts team beside him couldn't help but smile when he saw that he was so confident that he could win 3 gold medals. About half an hour later, the opening ceremony of the school sports meeting finally ended. The competition officially began. Lin Zichen signed up for 3 events. The first one was the shot put, followed by the high jump, and the last one was the 100-meter sprint. Zichen, come on and win the first place. I am very optimistic about you. When Lin Zichen was waiting in line for the shot put, a girl in the crowd on the left waved at him. Lin Zichen smiled at the other party, and just responded politely, without any other meaning. Seeing this scene, the boy from the martial arts team, who was in front of Lin Zichen, felt so uncomfortable that he kept shouting in his heart that the game was about to start. Because the girl who cheered for Lin Zichen was his secret crush. Soon, it was the boy from the martial arts team's turn to throw the shot put. He picked up the shot put on the ground, spun his body around, and threw the shot put in his hand out. After a while, the referee's shout came from the front. 15.67 meters. As soon as this sound came out, the audience around exclaimed wow, shocked by this result. Lin Zichen, who was in the back, also raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that a little junior high school student could throw the shot put so far. 15.67 meters is a distance that would make him a first-class athlete in his previous life. In the end, the world is different. The physical fitness of humans in this world is much stronger than that of the previous life. When leaving the white line, the boy from the martial arts team looked back at Lin Zichen with a very proud expression. Lin Zichen felt a little puzzled, and couldn't understand why the boy looked back at him with a proud look. Xiaochen, come on and win the gold medal. Not far away, Qinghan clenched her pink fist and cheered Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen also smiled, and gave her a cheering gesture, then walked to the white line to pick up the shot put, and pushed it forward casually. As a result, the shot put flew far away in an instant, just like it was loaded into a turret and fired. The physical education teacher, who was responsible for recording the results, was surprised when he saw this. After a moment of coming to his senses, he hurriedly pulled the tape measure to measure how far it was thrown. 20.12 meters. As soon as this number sounded, there was a burst of exclamations around. Everyone's face was full of shock. Especially the boy from the martial arts team. His mouth was so wide open that he could swallow the shot put, his face full of disbelief. How is this possible? How can he throw a distance of 20 meters? He is just a freshman in the first grade. I must be dreaming. Thinking of it, the boy from the martial arts team raised his hand and slapped himself in the face. It hurt a lot. It was reality. The people next to him looked puzzled, not understanding why this person slapped himself for no reason. Xiaochen, you are so amazing. Qinghan took the mobile phone that had just taken a few photos, and ran towards Lin Zichen with excitement. Lin Zichen touched her head and smiled. You have already won a gold medal, and there are still 2 left. Just wait for me to take pictures after the school sports meeting. In the following time, Lin Zichen participated in the high jump and 100-meter sprint. The results were as expected, and he won the first place without any suspense, and successfully collected 3 gold medals. The boy from the martial arts team, who was confident that he would beat him before, got the grand second place with a look of doubt on his face, and got 3 silver medals, and he was completely dumbfounded. Junior Zichen, you are so amazing, you won all the gold medals, the senior sister admires you so much. Junior Zichen, I bought you some water. Junior Zichen, drink mine. Drink mine. I bought you a sports functional drink that can help you quickly recover your physical strength. As soon as Lin Zichen came down from the playground stage, after receiving 3 gold medals, he was surrounded by several enthusiastic and unrestrained senior sisters. The crowd was so crowded that it was impossible to move. Qinghan was holding a bottle of sports drink she had just bought, standing outside and trying to pass it to him, but couldn't. Seeing this, Lin Zichen inside had to say to the seniors who were surrounding him, "Thank you for your kindness, seniors. I brought my own water, so I can just drink my own." After saying that, he squeezed out from the crowd of seniors, walked to Qinghan, took the sports drink handed to him, unscrewed the bottle cap and drank it in big gulps. "Xiaochun, you are really popular in school. Even the seniors in the 3rd grade have become your little fans," Qinghan said with envy. Lin Zichen screwed on the bottle cap and smiled. "But I don't need so many little fans. It's enough to have you as my little fan. I'm not your little fan. I'm your childhood sweetheart, okay?" Qinghan pouted her rosy lips slightly to express dissatisfaction. Lin Zichen just smiled and said nothing. The girls around saw this scene, and all of them were envious. They envied Qinghan so much. An ordinary girl, but she had a childhood sweetheart who was handsome, good at studying, and super athletic. This looked like a fairy tale about Cinderella and the prince. Qinghan felt the envious eyes of the girls around her, and she felt happy. She felt as if she owned the whole world to have such an enviable childhood sweetheart like Lin Zichen. After a while, they finished their drinks. The two took a lot of beautiful photos together. When they were satisfied with the photos, they walked back to the classroom together, packed up their things, and rode home together. Because their home was a little far from the school, Zhang Wanqing bought a bicycle for Lin Zichen so that he could take Qinghan to and from school. On the way back to the classroom, Lin Zichen suddenly remembered something, and immediately his mind moved, and he cast his consciousness into the void. Then, he finally saw the text message he had been waiting for. "Your academic and athletic performance have hit the whole school hard, making all the students in the school pale in comparison, and you have successfully lit up the title Junior High School Bully, the title of Kindergarten Child King, the title of Primary School Leader, and the title of Junior High School Bully have all been lit up, and you have dominated the 9-year compulsory education, and have achieved it. Obtained biological attribute, the law of the jungle." Chapter 19. The strong prey on the weak. Your life source is superior to all things, and you can devour the life source of other creatures to promote your own evolution. The moment he saw this text message, the first thought that came to Lin Zichen's mind was, there are high and low lives. It feels like returning to the primitive nature. Survival of the fittest. However, he didn't think much about this, and soon his mind fell on the 4 words life source. Life source? What does this mean? Lin Zichen suddenly thought of the animal tooth that the white-haired girl gave him and Qinghan. He remembered that when he studied the animal tooth before, he found that it contained vigorous vitality. So, he looked at Qinghan who was walking and humming a song, and asked, "Henin, can you take your animal tooth down and show it to me? Why do you suddenly want to see the animal tooth?" Qinghan obediently took off the animal tooth and handed it to him, asking with some confusion. Lin Zichen made up a reason casually. "I feel that the material of this animal tooth is quite good, and I want to see if I can process it into jewelry for you." "Ah?" Qinghan was a little surprised when he heard this, and then said with embarrassment, "Xiaochun, this is a gift from Bai Shui to us. It's not good to process it into other things without permission?" "Yes, then I won't process it," Lin Zichen said casually. His attention was all on the animal tooth in his hand, and he tried his best to feel the vigorous vitality contained in it. The moment he felt the vitality, the palm of his hand holding the animal tooth suddenly became hot, and the next moment, the vitality of the animal tooth flowed into his palm. At the same time, several text messages appeared in the void. "You devoured a trace of the life essence of the Abyss Giant Butterfly. Abyss Giant Butterfly Atlas, 1%. When the Atlas progress bar reaches 100%, some attributes or skills of the corresponding beast can be evolved. Could this be a butterfly tooth? After reading the text message, Lin Zichen looked down at the animal tooth on his hand that was as thick as his little finger. He felt his eyes were opened, and it was incredible. It can only be said that the beasts in this mutated Earth are all strange creatures, and it is difficult to look at them with the cognition of the previous life. Soon, Lin Zichen's thoughts fell back to the law of the jungle. To put it bluntly, this attribute gives him the ability to devour other creatures to become stronger. He had many thoughts in his mind about this. Can I also devour the life essence of animals like ants, mosquitoes, flies, and cockroaches that can be found everywhere, and thus obtain their attributes or skills? For example, the tenacity of cockroaches. After I go home later, I have to find some small animals to test the attribute of the strong prey on the weak. Xiaochun, don't you see this animal tooth every day? How come you are so fascinated by it now? Seeing Lin Zichen standing there blankly, staring at the animal tooth in his hand, for a long time without any movement, Qinghan was puzzled. Lin Zichen heard the sound, and withdrew his consciousness from the void. Without much explanation, he returned the animal tooth to Qinghan, with a perfunctory sentence, and returned to the classroom with her. Although the vitality of the animal tooth has been completely lost, it is different from flesh and blood, and will not become rotten because of this, and can still be preserved for a long time. Not long after, the two returned to the classroom. As soon as he entered, Lin Zichen was shocked by the situation in his drawer. The drawer, which was originally quite empty, was now filled with love letters, so full that there was no gap. There was no need to think about it. It must be a girl who had a crush on him. She was embarrassed to give him a love letter in person, so she took advantage of the fact that he was not in the classroom and stuffed a large number of love letters that had accumulated for a long time into his drawer. After all, this was not the first time he encountered such a situation. So many love letters, how should I deal with them? Lin Zichen looked at the love letters in the drawer and felt very distressed for a while. At this moment, Qinghan next to him gave him another love letter and said with some gloating, "Before, when we were on the playground, the study committee member of the next class asked me to pass it to you. She was embarrassed to find you herself." There was another one. Lin Zichen took the love letter handed over by Qinghan and was even more distressed. He sighed in his heart and cleared out all the love letters in the drawer. During this time, he glanced at the handwriting on the cover and was surprised to find that there were not just one person's love letters, but more than a dozen people's love letters mixed together. These girls are quite good. They didn't throw away the love letters of their competitors. Lin Zichen smiled bitterly. Then, he folded all the love letters in his hand and planned to find a place where no one was around to throw them away. Seeing this, Qinghan immediately stopped him and said, "Xiaochun, don't throw these love letters away. How sad will the girls be if they know? If you don't want them, I can help you keep them for safekeeping. Whenever you want to read them, you can always come to me for them." After that, she took all the love letters from Lin Zichen's hand and put them all in her small school bag. Lin Zichen was also happy about this, which saved him trouble. Just then, he suddenly remembered that there was a tooth given by the white-haired girl in his school bag, so he took it out and swallowed it. You swallowed a trace of the life source of the Abyss Giant Butterfly. Abyss Giant Butterfly Picture Book. 2% now that we know the name of this strange beast, we don't know if we can find relevant information on the internet? Well, let's search it and see. Thinking of this, Lin Zichen immediately took out his mobile phone and searched the internet for Abyss Giant Butterfly. When he was in elementary school, he took a photo of the teeth of the Abyss Giant Butterfly and uploaded it to the internet big data image recognition, but nothing was found. Now that he knows the specific name, there should be a great chance that he can search for relevant information. However, the next result disappointed Lin Zichen. There is no information about the Abyss Giant Butterfly on the internet, which proves that this is an unknown strange beast that has not yet been discovered and recorded by humans. Well, the Abyss Giant Butterfly's atlas can be sentenced to death. There is not even a little information about it, and there is no way to fill its progress bar. Unless you can meet the white-haired girl's mother and get information about the Abyss Giant Butterfly from her. After leaving the classroom, Lin Zichen and Qinghan came to the school's carport together and pushed out a brand new bicycle. This bicycle has been bought for half a year, but it still looks like a new one, mainly because Qinghan cherishes it and washes it every 1 or 2 days. Soon, the two pushed the bike towards the school gate. When passing by the school's canteen, Qinghan suddenly said that she wanted to eat a lollipop, so Lin Zichen went to buy her one. "Eat it. You are already so old, and you still need someone to feed you." Lin Zichen opened the packaging bag of the lollipop, and put the lollipop to Qinghan's mouth. Qinghan had long been accustomed to such closeness. She opened her mouth and held the lollipop. After feeling the sweetness in her mouth, she smiled with her beautiful eyes and said, "I can't help it. I just feel that it will be sweeter if you feed me. It's all psychological." As he said, Lin Zichen saw that Qinghan's little face was bulging with the lollipop in her mouth, and he couldn't help but reach out and poke it. Qinghan pulled out the lollipop, pouted her rosy little mouth slightly, and said dissatisfiedly, "Don't poke my face." "Who made your face so tender? It feels good to poke it." Lin Zichen smiled. "If it feels good, you can pinch it, rub it, but not poke it. It will feel uncomfortable if you poke it." "Okay, then I just pinch it from now on." "No, let's rub it. It feels good to rub it." The two joked for a few words, and continued to push the car towards the school gate. When passing by the school road next to the playground, Lin Zichen saw the school martial arts team exercising on the playground, and saw a familiar face inside. It was none other than the unlucky guy who won 3 silver medals with tears behind him. At this time, the unlucky guy was running hard on the grass of the playground, with a cloth belt tied to his waist, and a tire lying flat on the ground tied to the other end of the rope to increase friction. This is one of the common training methods for training leg muscle explosiveness. "Xiaochen, the boy on the grass is working so hard. Was he stimulated by you at the school sports meeting?" Qinghan whispered with a lollipop in his mouth. Lin Zichen, "Maybe." As soon as he finished speaking, the next second, the martial arts coach who was urging the players to train on the playground turned his head and looked at him. Then, he turned around and walked over. Qinghan panicked and said nervously, "It's over, Xiaochen. Did we say those words too loudly just now, and he heard it?" "It's okay, anyway, we didn't curse." Lin Zichen comforted the timid Qinghan. Chapter 20. After a short while, the coach of the martial arts team walked up to the two of them and stopped. However, unlike what was expected, the other party did not come here to pick a fight, but to invite Lin Zichen to join the martial arts team. "Student Zichen, I am Mr. Gua, the coach of the school's martial arts team. I saw all your amazing performance at the school sports meeting today, and I was very shocked. I have been in Shanghai Middle School for so many years, and I have never seen a student with such good academic performance and such outstanding sports performance. I personally think that your athletic talent must be better than your academic talent. So, I would like to invite you to join the school's martial arts team. Of course, the invitation is a bit abrupt. You can learn about the martial arts team before making a decision. Room C of the school gymnasium is the base camp of our martial arts team. Tomorrow or anytime, as long as you are free, you can come and learn about it." Guxiang Yuan finished his words as soon as he came, without giving Lin Zichen a chance to speak. He really thinks that Lin Zichen's athletic talent is far better than his academic talent. After all, as a genius who always gets the first place in every exam, most of his time must be spent on studying, and there is not much time for physical exercise. But even in such a situation, Lin Zichen was still able to crush the martial arts team members, and win 3 gold medals in the school sports meeting. There is no doubt that this will be a rising star in the future martial arts world. If Lin Zichen fails to embark on the martial arts path, it would be a waste of talent that is infuriating to both humans and gods. Looking at the martial arts team coach in front of him who is like a salesman, talking non-stop, Lin Zichen frowned slightly, and did not have a good impression of him. So as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Zichen immediately smiled politely and said, "Let's talk about it later. I have to go home now. Goodbye, Teacher Gua." After that, Lin Zichen pushed the bicycle and left with Qinghan. After leaving the school gate, he lifted his legs and rode on the bicycle, and said to Qinghan beside him, "Han, get on the bike. Xiaochen, let me take you home today, okay?" Qinghan, holding a lollipop in his mouth, jumped around the bicycle, looking eager to try. Lin Zichen refused decisively upon hearing this. "Forget it, you almost fell into the ditch last time you were riding alone, and you were carrying me, you almost killed me. It was just an accident last time. Give up, your thin legs can't pedal a bicycle with people on it." "Okay, I listen to you." Qinghan was no longer willful, and went back to sit on the back seat of the bike, with her hands skillfully holding Lin Zichen's waist. Lin Zichen saw that she was sitting firmly, and he pedaled lightly and rode out. It didn't seem to be much effort, but the speed was not slow at all, and he rode hundreds of meters in one go. Lin Zichen's riding skills were very high, comparable to those of first-line cyclists. He smoothly weaved in and out of the busy streets and alleys, and didn't cause any curses from passers-by. Qinghan sat sideways at the back, holding Lin Zichen's waist with both hands, holding a lollipop in her mouth, feeling the breeze blowing in her face, and feeling refreshed. There were many female students from Shanghai Middle School walking on the roadside, and when they saw Qinghan sitting on the back seat of Lin Zichen's bicycle, they all looked envious. Qinghan couldn't count how many times she had been envied by girls of the same age. Every time she was envied, she would feel so happy. She was so happy that she couldn't help but laugh out loud. Why are you laughing so stupidly? Nothing. The green light ahead is counting down. I'm going to speed up, and hold your hands tight. Xiaochen, I'm holding tight. You ride faster. The green light is about to end. Then I'm going to rush. Go! Flying little witch. Faster. Qinghan held a lollipop in her mouth and urged her to hurry up in a slurred voice. Her bangs were blown high by the wind, and her face was full of excited smiles. Lin Zichen, who was in charge of riding the bike, was pedaling hard in front, fearing that he would not be able to catch up with the green light that was about to go out at the intersection ahead. He rode to the door and stopped. Lin Zichen said goodbye to Qinghan and pushed the bike into the house. As soon as he entered, Zhang Wanqing came up to him with a warm face and asked with a smile, Xiaochen, what was the result of the school sports meeting today? Did you win all the gold medals? Yes, I won 3 gold medals. Lin Zichen took off his school bag, unzipped it, took out 3 gold medals from it, and handed them to Zhang Wanqing. Zhang Wanqing was so happy that her eyes narrowed into a slit with a smile, and her voice was full of joy. I knew that my Xiaochen is a genius who is both civil and military. After saying that, she turned around and looked at Lin Yansheng, who was sitting on the sofa and obsessed with watching football games, and shouted at him with some dissatisfaction, Mr. Lin, your son won 3 gold medals at the school sports meeting. Why don't you come over and praise your son? What are you still watching? Hey, here I come. Lin Yansheng came over with a smile. Afterwards, the family of 3 each wore a gold medal and took a group photo at home, chatting and laughing. Mainly because Zhang Wanqing wanted to take the photo, she wanted to show off her son in the circle of friends. After dinner, Lin Zichen came to the rooftop full of vegetables and found mosquitoes there to kill. He wanted to test the attribute effect of the strong prey on the weak to see if he could devour the life essence in the mosquitoes and obtain the mosquitoes' attributes or skills. As a result, he killed more than 20 mosquitoes in a row, and the expected text information never appeared in the void. It seems that there is no life essence in the mosquitoes. Or, so little that it can be ignored. For the sake of rigor, he stopped swatting mosquitoes and went back to the house to find cockroaches to kill. It took more than 2 hours and killed more than 10 cockroaches. But the result was still the same, there was no life essence to devour at all. Can't ordinary creatures work? Only exotic beasts can work? Lin Zichen thought of this, and felt that it should be almost certain. Perhaps only powerful creatures, like alien beasts, have enough life essence in their bodies to be devoured. Small animals, like mosquitoes and cockroaches that live at the bottom of the food chain, usually have very little life essence in their bodies, which can be almost ignored. Otherwise, the test results just now cannot be explained. After all, the annotation of the strong prey on the weak mentions the word living beings, and does not specifically refer to alien beasts. After figuring this out, Lin Zichen planned to go to the mall. The malls in this world all sell goods related to alien beasts. Although the price is very expensive, and he can't afford it at all. But this does not prevent Lin Zichen from going to have a look and verify his guess. After having an idea, Lin Zichen went downstairs to find Zhang Wanqing, and made up an excuse that he had something to buy, and successfully obtained Zhang Wanqing's approval to go out. Xiaochen, where are you going? As soon as he pushed his bicycle out of the house, Lin Zichen heard a shout from the balcony of the next door. He looked up and found Qinghan lying on the balcony of his house enjoying the breeze. I'm going to the mall to buy something. I'm going too. Wait for me. I tell my parents and come right away. After saying this, Qinghan quickly left the balcony and went back to the house to find Xinjianya and Su Ming to tell them that he was going out with Lin Zichen. Chapter 21. Soon, Qinghan came running down from upstairs, fearing that Lin Zichen would wait for a long time. Why did you come out in pajamas? I was in a hurry to come down, and forgot to change. Then go back and change. I'm too lazy to go back. Let's go to the mall to buy things. My dad just gave me 200 yuan. Now I'm a little rich woman. I pay for whatever you want to buy later. Qinghan sat on the back seat of Lin Zichen's bicycle skillfully, holding 2 brand new 100 yuan bills in her hand, shaking them in front of him, with a proud look on her delicate face. Lin Zichen touched the 1,000 yuan in his pocket. Not wanting to discourage her, He smiled and said, "Okay, mission will pay for tonight. Don't say anything, let's go quickly, otherwise it will be too late to shop for long, and my parents will definitely call me to urge me to come back early." "Then sit tight." Already sitting tight, Qinghan put her arms around Lin Zichen's waist, smiling. Lin Zichen didn't waste any words. He just pushed hard with his feet, and the next moment the speed of the car soared. Flower Trade New World, the main entrance on the first floor. Lin Zichen found a place to park the bicycle, and soon went up to the top floor of the mall with Qinghan. If it was daytime, he would take Qinghan to stroll around the ordinary commercial area below, take her to eat, drink and have fun. But it was too late. He had to hurry to the top floor of the exotic beast commercial area to touch the exotic beast meat to verify his guess. "Xiaochen, what do you want to buy? Why are you here?" In the exotic beast commercial area on the top floor, Qinghan looked at the dazzling array of exotic beast merchandise in front of him, and was a little confused for a moment. At a glance, the prices of the goods everywhere were more expensive than the others, and they were ridiculously expensive. The 200 yuan in her hand was not enough to spend. Lin Zichen told the truth. "Actually, I didn't want to buy anything, I just wanted to come here to observe the exotic meat up close." Qinghan nodded to show her understanding. Lin Zichen has liked studying exotic beasts since he was a child. It is normal for him to want to come here to see what the exotic meat looks like. "Then let's hurry up and go shopping. I am also very curious about exotic beasts." Qinghan read books about exotic beasts with Lin Zichen when he was a child, and accidentally wet several of his books. I still remember it vividly today. Soon, the two of them started shopping in the exotic beast merchandise area. In addition to exotic beast meat, there are many derivative products related to exotic beasts. There are jewelry made of exotic beast scales. There are figures made to imitate the appearance of exotic beasts. There are small specimens of exotic beasts, etc. Lin Zichen was not interested in any of this. He just accompanied Qinghan to look around and soon walked straight into the area selling exotic beast meat. He looked at a lot of exotic beast meat and found that all of them were cut and processed, and it was impossible to tell what kind of exotic beast the original body was. And the most important thing is that they were all sealed with transparent plastic wrap, and the hands could not touch them at all, so it was impossible to test the swallowing effect of the strong prey on the weak. He did not give up and carefully looked around. Finally, he saw some exotic beast meat that could be touched in a corner. It was fresh meat that had just been slaughtered and processed, and there were staff members packing it on the side. "Hanin, wait for me here." "What are you going to do?" "I'm going to touch the exotic meat there." "Ah?" Qinghan was a little confused. Lin Zichen didn't explain too much to her. While the packing staff wasn't paying attention, he quietly approached from the other party's blind spot. Then, he reached out and touched the piece of fresh exotic meat closest to him. The moment his hand touched it, Lin Zichen felt the vitality contained in the exotic meat. It was extremely vigorous, rich, and powerful. Lin Zichen instinctively wanted to devour all the life source in the exotic meat, leaving nothing behind. "No, you can't do this. The vitality in the meat is gone, and the meat is probably bad. If you want it, buy it yourself." Lin Zichen's reason overcame his instinct, and he woke up in time, and did not do anything inappropriate to steal the vitality of the exotic meat. Although this behavior can be done very secretly, if it is only done once, it is highly likely that it will not be discovered. However, once this start is made, it is hard to imagine what kind of person you will become in the future. If nothing unexpected happens, you will most likely become an outlaw who likes to get something for nothing, likes to cheat, and likes to burn, kill, and rob. You cannot be a good person, but you cannot be a bad person, at least you cannot lose your personality. Thinking of this in his heart, Lin Zichen quickly returned to Qinghan. Seeing him come back, Qinghan asked curiously at the first time, "Xiaochen, how does the meat of those exotic animals feel? Is there any difference from ordinary meat?" "It feels no different. If you insist on saying that there is a difference, it seems to be fresher," Lin Zichen answered nonchalantly. At this time, he has confirmed the guess in his heart that only the meat of exotic animals has enough life source to be swallowed. In this case, I have to find a way to make money to buy exotic meat to eat in the future. Without thinking any more, Lin Zichen continued to take Qinghan to wander around the area. Look here, look there, and feel that everything he sees is very novel. Except for some low-priced derivative products, most of the products related to exotic animals are extremely expensive luxury goods that ordinary families cannot get at all. It is hard not to feel novel to see so many at once. I feel that I have walked around for a long time. I have opened my eyes. Lin Zichen stopped in front of a counter selling exotic meat, pointed to a kind of exotic meat called ghost squid in the counter, and said to the female counter, "Hello, I want to buy a pound of this meat." After walking here for so long, ghost squid meat is the cheapest exotic meat he has seen, and it is also the only exotic meat he can afford. The price is $998 per pound. And the second cheapest exotic meat costs $2,000 per pound. The price difference is so big that you don't even need to consider which one to choose. You want to buy this? Where are your parents? Are you alone? The female teller looked at Lin Zichen, who was wearing the Shanghai middle school uniform, and her face was full of confusion. She didn't understand why a junior high school student came here to buy exotic beast meat. Lin Zichen took out 1,000 yuan from his pocket and put it on the counter, saying calmly, "Yes, I'm alone. I want to buy a pound of ghost squid meat." "No, you are too young, you can't buy it." The female teller refused to sell it to Lin Zichen. After all, the amount is too large, and it is very risky to sell it to a minor like this. The other party's parents will most likely come to settle the bill later. Lin Zichen knew the concerns of the female teller, so he could only make a video call to Zhang Wanqin and ask her for her consent to buy ghost squid meat in front of the female teller. Chapter 22. Mom, I want to spend 998 yuan to buy a pound of ghost squid meat, which is the meat of a strange beast. It's okay, buy it if you want, and I cook it for you when I get it back. Zhang Wanqin in the video thought Lin Zichen wanted to buy this ghost squid meat, so she smiled and agreed without thinking. Although buying meat for 1,000 yuan a pound is a bit extravagant for this ordinary family. However, my son has been very sensible since he was a child, and has never spent a penny carelessly. Now that he wants to buy something, he must agree as a mother. After a few simple words, Lin Zichen quickly hung up the video chat. Immediately afterwards, he saw Zhang Wanqin transfer 2,000 yuan on WeChat and sent a text message, asking him to buy more and invite Hanan's family to come over to eat. Lin Zichen replied, "Thank you, Mom," and then looked at the teller in front of him and said, "My mom has agreed to let me buy it. Give me 3 pounds of ghost squid meat." "Okay, I pack it for you right away," the female teller said with a warm smile. A moment later, Lin Zichen paid 2,994 yuan and left with the 3 pounds of packed ghost squid meat. On the way, Qinghan couldn't help asking, "Didn't you say you just came to see the exotic meat? Why did you suddenly buy it?" "Because I want to buy it for you to eat." "I don't believe it. It's obviously you who want to eat it," Qinghan said with emotion. "This exotic meat costs 998 yuan per pound. It's really expensive. I don't know how it tastes." Lin Zichen didn't say anything else. He was having a headache about whether to eat the ghost squid meat. Originally, he wanted to secretly buy some ghost squid meat to eat, but he couldn't buy it because he was underage, so he had to get his parents' consent. Now, his family knows that he bought the ghost squid meat, and they are waiting for him to bring it back to eat. How can he eat it? Meat is not teeth. If the life source inside is eaten, it will probably rot. It seems that I can only eat a little first. I have to find a purchasing agent to help buy exotic meat in the future. Lin Zichen silently reached into the bag and touched a small part of the ghost squid meat to eat. The amount is not much, just a small piece, about 1 or 2 caddies. You have eaten a trace of the life source of the ghost squid. Ghost squid album. 0.1% eating 1 or 2 caddies of meat can gain 0.1% progress. Calculated, you have to eat 100 caddies of meat to accumulate 100% of the progress bar of the album. The price of ghost squid meat is only 998 yuan per caddy. That is to say, it costs about 100,000 yuan to open the ghost squid album. This money is not so much that it is unacceptable. Lin Zichen decided to buy ghost squid meat and eat it in the future. He had read about the ghost squid in a book when he was very young. He learned that it was a common low-level monster that mainly lived in waters thousands of meters deep on the seabed, and occasionally swam to shallow waters to hunt. Because it had a special ability to instantly dissolve in water and disappear, it looked like a ghost, so it was named the ghost squid. Because it was weak in shallow waters, and there were enough of them, it was easy to catch, so it gradually became food for humans and circulated in major monster markets. Instantly dissolve in water and disappear? I hope I can get this ability after opening the atlas. Lin Zichen thought silently in his heart. After thinking, he took out the piece of meat that had been devoured of its life source and wanted to find a trash can to throw it away. After all, the life source was gone, so the meat must have rotted and had to be thrown away. However, when he took out the piece of meat and looked at it, he was surprised to find that the meat was not rotten. I just don't know if it's a psychological effect. It feels that it doesn't look so fresh. However, it doesn't affect the consumption. Lin Zichen was a little confused. The life source was devoured. How come the meat is not bad? What exactly is the life source? Is it a gene? Or is a gene a kind of life source? After all, the word source sounds very broad. Lin Zichen couldn't figure it out, so he decided to look for the answer on the internet. He took out his mobile phone and opened the browser, and searched the 4 words life source with some expectation. As a result, he found nothing. There is no such thing as the life source. Forget it, don't worry about it. Just know that the meat will not rot after the life source is devoured. Soon, Lin Zichen devoured all the remaining ghost squid meat. The progress of opening the album was increased to 3%. After doing all this, he took Qinghan to the ordinary commercial area downstairs to stroll around. Qinghan saw a claw machine, and liked the puppets inside very much. She went up to grab them without thinking. She was not good at it, and loved to play. In a short time, she had grabbed 20 yuan, but she didn't grab a puppet. Lin Zichen couldn't bear it anymore, so he had to help her grab. He only grabbed 3 times, and he was successful, grabbing 3 of her favorite puppets for her. Time passed quickly, and it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. Because they had to go to class tomorrow, the two did not stay in the mall for long and quickly left the mall to ride home. Xiaochun, the wind is so comfortable at night. It is indeed comfortable. I really like the 3 dolls you picked up for me. I'm glad you like them. Xiaochun, I can't wait to taste the ghost squid meat. I have never eaten the meat of an exotic beast since I was a child. On the way home, the two chatted casually. Most of the time, Qinghan was talking and Lin Zichen was responding. They could have kept chatting. Until, when they passed by a park, they were suddenly interrupted by a noisy sound coming from inside. Put down the knife. Put down your mother. I will let your mother go. You stubborn people, if humanity perishes in the future, you stubborn people will be the sinners. I repeat again, put down the knife quickly. Being a human being can't save the people on Earth. Do you know that being a human being can't save the people on Earth? The shouting sounded hysterical. Lin Zichen frowned when he heard the sound. Are there pagans making trouble in the park? His curiosity was aroused, and he immediately accelerated forward. When he passed the place where the sound came from, he looked in the direction of the sound from a distance. Then the next second, he saw an unexpected acquaintance. It was Teacher Strawberry, the intelligence development teacher in Rainbow Kindergarten. At this time, Teacher Strawberry was being held on the neck by a crazy man with a knife. Blood was already oozing from her neck, and the situation was very critical. But the several members of the security team at the scene were still persuading or warning verbally, without any actual action. Seeing that Teacher Strawberry's face was getting paler, and the blood on her neck was oozing more and more, Lin Zichen knew that he needed to do what he could. He stopped the car immediately, got out, and picked up a stone from the ground. Then, with his eyes fixed, he aimed at the hand holding the knife of the gangster and threw the stone out. Chapter 23. A soldier, are you not ready yet? The pagan is getting more and more excited, causing blood to seep from the hostage's neck. The situation is quite critical. Captain, that person is very professional, and hides his body very well. I can't aim, and have no chance to shoot. Qinghan, have you found out the identity of the pagan? Contact his family as soon as possible, and ask them to come to the scene to persuade him. Captain, the other party is an orphan. Listening to the reports of the 2 team members, the captain of the security team was full of worry. He wanted to rush up to save the woman who was held hostage, but he didn't see any chance to do so. The pagan huddled in a corner, hiding his body behind the hostage, with only a knife on the hostage's neck without any flaws. Captain, how about we try using hypnotic gas? A team member whispered. The captain of the security team shook his head. It's useless. The hypnotic gas is too obvious. It is easy to anger the criminals before it takes effect, causing them to do extreme things. Just when everyone felt helpless. Suddenly, a sharp sound of breaking through the air sounded. Buzz! The next moment, a stone as big as an egg flew past the captain of the security team at a speed that was barely visible to the naked eye, and accurately hit the hand of the pagan inside. Ah! The pagan screamed in pain. The stone hit his hand holding the knife. And the angle of the hit was extremely tricky, and the powerful impact force that erupted just made his hand holding the knife turn outward, making the kitchen knife away from the hostage's neck, and quickly slipped out of his hand and fell to the ground. At the same time, the hostage-taker, Strawberry, finally escaped. Her strong desire to survive made her desperately run to the security guards. The security guards reacted quickly. One of them stepped forward to help Strawberry, and the rest rushed over to control the pagans. From beginning to end, the security guards didn't know what happened. They only knew that the pagans suddenly covered their hands and screamed, and then the hostages were out of danger. Only Qinghan, who witnessed everything with her own eyes, opened her mouth in shock, her face full of shock. "Xiaochen, you! Let's go, let's talk again when we get back." Lin Zichen didn't mean to stay for long. Seeing that Strawberry was saved, he sat back on the bicycle to take Qinghan away. However, before he could ride the bicycle, the captain of the security team ran over to block his car, panting slightly. "Classmate, wait a minute, don't rush to leave. Was it you who threw the stone just now?" As he said that, the captain of the security team put a stone in his hand in front of Lin Zichen. The pagan's hand was injured, and there was a bloody stone not far from his feet. Combined with the direction the stone was thrown from, the captain of the security team guessed that the stone was thrown by Lin Zichen. Although this is unbelievable, there is really no more reasonable explanation than this. "It wasn't thrown by me." Lin Zichen didn't want to be bothered by the follow-up, so he said this lightly. Then, the front of the car tilted and passed by the captain of the security team. The captain of the security team was stunned for a moment, and after reacting, he looked at his back and shouted, "Classmate! Classmate, stop! Classmate, you did a good thing. Why don't you admit it?" No matter how loudly the captain of the security team shouted, Lin Zichen had no intention of stopping, and his figure quickly disappeared at the corner in front. "It's strange. Why don't you want to admit it after doing a good deed?" The captain of the security team was puzzled. However, he didn't think too much about it, and planned to come back here tomorrow to retrieve the surveillance to confirm whether it was Lin Zichen who did it, and how he did it. At this time, Lin Zichen drove Qinghan back and looked at him and asked, "I suddenly remembered something. Is there a bonus for bravery?" "Oh yes. Yes, I threw it. There are my fingerprints on the stone. You can take me back to compare." Captain of the security team. This change of face happened too quickly, and the captain of the security team was speechless for a while. Lin Zichen didn't want to be like this, but in order to open the Ghost Squid Atlas as soon as possible, he had to think of all kinds of ways to save money and bend over backwards for a few dollars. The captain of the security team. "Then let's do this. You can come to the security station to make a simple record and compare fingerprints. If there is no problem, I will apply for a reward for bravery." "Okay, no problem." Lin Zichen agreed readily. Qinghan in the back seat heard this, and immediately took out his mobile phone to call home and said that he would be back later. The captain of the security team returned to the park to deal with the follow-up and take the pagan believer who had been subdued back to the security station. "By the way, Xiaochen, I don't know how Teacher Strawberry is doing now. Let's go and see her." As soon as Qinghan finished the call, he suggested to Lin Zichen in front of him. Lin Zichen, "Okay." After reaching a consensus, the two parked their bicycles and walked towards the security car in the park together. As soon as Teacher Strawberry was rescued, she was immediately taken into the security car to treat the wound on her neck. She is probably resting in the car now. Just when the two were about to reach the security car, not far to the side, the pagan believer who was handcuffed suddenly made a painful ho-ho sound from his mouth. Then, his face began to crack, and shocking bloodstains appeared. These bloodstains became longer and longer, and more open, until they formed eyes, evenly distributed on both sides of the face. Counting the original eyes, there are exactly 8, no more and no less. The security guard, who was in charge of escorting the pagans, found out something was wrong, and immediately pulled out his gun and loaded it, and at the same time, he shouted to the captain of the security team with a nervous look on his face, "Captain, there is a mutation. This pagan has symptoms of mutation, and is turning into a giant rat." As soon as the voice fell, the pagan with symptoms of mutation suddenly became extremely powerful, directly tore off the handcuffs, and then turned around and rushed towards the security guard to bite. Fortunately, the security guard was on guard and reacted quickly, and he moved aside in time to avoid it. "Giant rat?" Lin Zichen first heard these 5 words, and then saw the 8 eyes on the face of the pagan. Without thinking, he picked up Qinghan beside him, and turned around and ran out of the park. He didn't know what happened specifically, but it would definitely be right to stay away from the scene as soon as possible. Qinghan was still a little confused, but she had been carried like this by Lin Zichen when she was a child. So she hugged Lin Zichen's neck obediently, put her face against him, and tried to make him feel more relaxed. "Shoot, shoot." Lin Zichen had just run away, when the captain of the security team shouted anxiously to several security guards. Then, a deafening burst of gunfire rang out instantly, which was particularly harsh in the quiet night. Bang! 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 At this time, Lin Zichen had already run out of the park with Qinghan in his arms, and they both got on the bicycles, pedaled and rushed up, trying to get away from the dangerous place behind them. However, I don't know if it was because he pedaled too hard or what, but after riding less than 20 meters, the chain of the bicycle suddenly broke with a snap. It was a direct chain break, not a chain drop, and there was no way to save it. Fuck. Lin Zichen swears, which is rare. Chapter 24. In the park. Several security guards drew their guns and fired at the pagan believer, aiming at the heart and head. In just a moment, the pagan believer who was transforming into a giant rat was shot into a sieve. However, the pagan believer with bullet holes all over his body just fell to the ground and his body was still transforming. After a few more sniper shots, his head was smashed, but he was still transforming. Jiamei West Road, Citizen Park, there is a pagan believer who has transformed into a giant rat, and ordinary firearms cannot cause fatal damage to him. Preliminary judgment is that he has integrated the Rat King gene. We are unable to deal with it, requesting the dispatch of mechanical transformation people to come to support. Seeing that he could not deal with the current situation, the captain of the security team immediately contacted the city's security headquarters and requested the dispatch of mechanical transformation people for support. Captain, he got up. A security guard shouted. The pagan believer who had just been lying on the ground, I don't know when he had stood up. The giant alien rat features on his body became more and more, with long and thin rat whiskers, a pointed mouth, and rat hair on his face, turning into a rat man walking upright. Bang! 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 Hold it. Shoot and hold this beast. Just hold it for 2 minutes, and you can wait for the support of the mechanical transformation man. Stop it, don't let it leave the park. Bang! 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 Under the command of the captain of the security team, several security guards retreated while firing, using fire suppression to prevent the rat man from leaving the park. Outside the park. Hearing the words of the captain of the security team in the park, Lin Zichen didn't even want the car, picked up Qinghan in the back seat and ran away. The development of the situation is far more serious than he imagined, and he must flee from here quickly. You are sprinting at full speed with weight, chi and blood +4, speed and endurance +2, body coordination +2, running speed +2, running skills +2. You sprinted 1,000 meters with weight, chi and blood +400, speed and endurance +200, body coordination +200, running speed +200, running skills +200. It was just a little over a minute. Lin Zichen ran thousands of meters with Qinghan in his arms, completely away from the dangerous park. Although he only ran 1,000 meters, the intensity was too high, and he was so tired that he supported his hands on his knees and gasped. Seeing this, Qinghan immediately ran into the convenience store next to him and bought a bottle of sports drink. He unscrewed the bottle cap and handed it to him, asking him to drink a sip of water to slow down. Lin Zichen reached out to take the drink, but didn't drink it immediately. He was still panting. He couldn't drink it because he hadn't breathed well yet. Oh, it's bad, Xiaochen, I forgot to take the ghost squid meat in the basket. Qinghan suddenly remembered this, and her little face was anxious. When Lin Zichen heard this, he felt a pain in his flesh. His first reaction was to go back and get it, but reason quickly stopped him from doing this stupid thing. The park is still very dangerous now, and it is easy to have an accident if you go back rashly. You have to wait and see. After ensuring your own safety, see what the situation is, and then decide whether to go back and get the ghost squid meat. At this moment, a loud roar suddenly came from the sky. It sounded like a large displacement motorcycle throttled up and rushed past, making people's ears buzz and the eardrums feel uncomfortable. Lin Zichen looked up following the sound. It was a mechanical cyborg, but it only flashed by and flew hundreds of meters away in an instant, and it was impossible to capture its appearance. But it was possible to guess that it must be the support that the captain of the security team had just invited. With the mechanical cyborg in charge, safety should be guaranteed. Thinking about it, Lin Zichen decided to go back and get the ghost squid meat back. So he looked at Qinghan on the side and said, "Wait for me here for a while, I go back to the park to get the ghost squid meat, and I be back soon." "I go too. It'd be faster if I go alone." "Okay, then, be careful on the road and come back quickly." "Yeah." Lin Zichen didn't say anything more, and quickly turned around and ran towards the park. This time, because he didn't hold Qinghan, he ran back to the outside of the park in less than a minute. At this time, a large amount of purple-blue smoke was filling the park, and a fierce fight could be heard from inside. Lin Zichen ignored all this, quickly ran to the bicycle, stopped, opened the basket and took out the ghost squid meat. As soon as he got it in his hand, he smelled a faint rotten smell. He sniffed and found that it came from the bag of ghost squid meat. Lin Zichen immediately had a bad premonition. With some trepidation, he opened the bag and took a look at the ghost squid meat inside. As a result, he found with pain that the meat inside had deteriorated and had obvious signs of decay. It's over. After the meat is devoured of its life source, it is not that it will not deteriorate, but there is a time delay. What should I do now? How should I explain this to my parents when I go back? Lin Zichen was very distressed. At this time, there was a more intense fighting sound from the park, accompanied by a sharp, mouse-like, human-like voice. The next moment, a slender figure rose into the sky from the thick purple-blue smoke, and was suspended in the air by the powerful anti-airflow power device under his feet. Lin Zichen looked up at the sky, and what came into his sight was a female mechanical cyborg. Her chest was flat, made of pure alloy, with a circular glowing area in the middle, which seemed to be an energy pump. As far as this alloy was concerned, it looked better than the male mechanical cyborg I met in the alley when I was in elementary school. Suddenly, the energy pump on the chest of the female mechanical cyborg flashed an extremely dazzling light. The next moment, a terrifying energy beam shot out from the energy pump, and it burst towards the ground below. Then, there was a boom sound. The originally dark park was instantly illuminated for the most part. After a moment, the light dissipated. The park, which was originally noisy, was now quiet. All that was left was a faint smell of burning. Lin Zichen stood there in a daze, shocked by the scene before him. This female mechanical cyborg could actually fire a laser cannon? Shanghai City is just a small prefecture-level city. Can there be such a high-level mechanical cyborg? The power of this laser cannon looked terrifying. It was hard to imagine how much the flesh and blood of a creature had to evolve to withstand the damage of this laser cannon. Lin Zichen fell into thought. On the other side, the chest of the female mechanical cyborg in the sky was smoking, and the surrounding area was black. It can be seen how hot the energy beam just released from there was. After confirming that the rat man below had lost his life, the female mechanical cyborg did not stay for long and turned to fly away. Lin Zichen watched the other party leave, with a lot of thoughts in his mind. I can now have a physical fitness far superior to that of my peers, all thanks to my hard work every day. And the mechanical cyborg does not need to do anything, just install powerful alloy equipment, and it can have super destructive power. This quick strength is really enviable. Just as Lin Zichen was thinking about these things, the captain of the security team and others walked out from not far away, jogging into the park to clear the area. Seeing this, Lin Zichen hesitated for a moment, and then followed in. He wanted to see how much damage the female mechanical cyborg's laser cannon had caused just now. Chapter 25. On the way into the park, Lin Zichen felt that the rotten meat in his hand was a bit of a hindrance, so he opened the bag and threw the meat into a bush on the side of the road. The rotten ghost squid meat was emitting a stronger and more pungent smell, which made him feel sick just by smelling it. There was no need to keep it. He could only recycle it and give it back to the nature that gave birth to all things, so that the saprotrophic in nature could have a good meal. As for how to explain to his parents after returning home, he would say that he encountered a pagan believer making trouble and accidentally lost the meat in a panic. Also, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, if he wanted to buy exotic beast meat to eat in the future, he would have to find a way to find someone to help buy it for him. While thinking, Lin Zichen had already followed the security team into the park. At a glance, there was still purple-blue smoke in the air, but it had almost dissipated, and a large area of scorched earth that was still smoking was faintly revealed. Going a little closer, you can see a deep pit with a radius of about 1 meter in the middle. Going a little closer to see the situation in the pit, you can see a completely charred body. It was the pagan believer who had turned into a giant rat. Lin Zichen was a little surprised. Such a powerful laser cannon could not completely wipe out the rat man, but just blasted him into charcoal. It seems that gene fusion is still powerful. No one should get close. This student, please leave here quickly. At the edge of the pit, a security guard saw Lin Zichen standing aside and immediately drove him away. As soon as he finished speaking, the captain of the security team opposite said, "Let him stay. Anyway, we will take him back to the station to take a statement later." Take a statement? The security guard was a little confused and didn't understand what Lin Zichen was going to take back to the station. He didn't know that the hostages were able to escape from the hands of the pagans because Lin Zichen had secretly helped. At this time, Lin Zichen's cell phone rang. It was Qinghan calling. As soon as the call was connected, Qinghan's worried voice came from inside. "Xiaochun, it's been more than 10 minutes. You haven't come back yet. Did something happen on the way? It's okay, don't worry. The rat man has been solved by the mechanical man. I stay and see the situation on the scene. You sit in the convenience store first, and I be back soon. How about I come to find you? No, it doesn't feel safe. I pick you up now. Wait for me, I be there soon. Lin Zichen quickly hung up the phone and ran all the way to pick up Qinghan. In just a moment, he brought Qinghan to the park. Qinghan looked at the charred ground in front of him, and his little face was full of surprise. It was hard for her to imagine what had happened here just now to cause it to become like this. At this time, the people from the security team had already taken the body out of the pit and carried it on a stretcher into the trunk of the security car. Fortunately, the trunk of the security car often has to store various large tools, and the space is designed to be large enough, otherwise there would be no place for the stretcher. Lin Zichen looked at the completely charred body and thought of the captain of the security team, who seemed to have mentioned the Rat King Qinghan when he asked for support before. It is said that this pagan believer who has become a charcoal is likely to have the Rat King Qinghan fused in his body. And the Rat King Qinghan must be a kind of alien Qinghan. So, can I devour the Rat King Qinghan in the corpse? Lin Zichen suddenly thought of this. He thought about it, and felt that it should be possible. He decided to find a chance to touch the corpse when he got off the car at the police station to verify his guess. Soon, everything on the scene was handled. The captain of the security team looked at Lin Zichen and asked, "We are going back to the police station. Do you two know where it is? Can you ride your bikes here? Our bikes are broken and can't be ridden. In that case, let's go back together in the security car. Can we take our bikes with us? Sure, you can push it over. Thank you." After a few simple conversations, Lin Zichen went outside and pushed the broken bike over. Because there was no space in the trunk, a tall security guard used a rope to help him fix the bike on the roof. After that, the group took a car to the police station. In the car, Lin Zichen did not see Teacher Strawberry and thought that she must have been sent to the hospital by the security guards to treat her wounds. On the way, because Lin Zichen and Qinghan were both minors, the captain of the security team asked them to notify their parents to come to the security station. Both of them called their parents. About 10 minutes later, the car finally arrived at the security station. After getting off the car, Lin Zichen took the initiative to help carry out the body of the pagan believer from the back of the car. While the security guards were not paying attention, he endured the nausea and reached out to touch the body to see if he could devour the Rat King Qinghan inside. As a result, I was pleasantly surprised to find that it can really be swallowed. Genes are the origin of life, or a kind of origin of life, so I chose to swallow without thinking. You swallowed a trace of the life origin of the giant alien rat. Giant alien rat atlas. 5% 5%. So much? Looking at the progress bar behind the atlas, Lin Zichen was a little surprised. But compared to the progress bar, he was more concerned about what abilities he could gain after opening the atlas of the giant alien rat. After thinking about it carefully, the giant alien rat seemed to have no special abilities except that it had 8 eyes and thick skin. Of course, it may also be that humans do not know enough about the giant alien rat. After all, the giant alien rat has just appeared in human society not long ago, and there are still many unknowns about it. Forget it, there is nothing to think about. When the progress bar of the atlas is full, you will know everything. After thinking about it, Lin Zichen took a special look at the corpse on the stretcher. It seems that there is no change, and it seems that losing the Rat King Qinghan has not caused any impact. Of course, it is also possible that there is a certain delay, just like the ghost squid meat before. In the following time, Lin Zichen and Qinghan sat together to take notes. The captain of the security team was very concerned about Lin Zichen's bravery, and wanted to know how he injured the pagan believer with a stone. After all, the distance was a bit far, and the vision was not very good at night. Under such conditions, using a stone to accurately hit the pagan's knife-holding hand should not be something a junior high school student can do. Lin Zichen did not want to reveal too much strength, so he said the words he had prepared long ago, saying that he used a slingshot to hit it. Where is the slingshot? The captain of the security team didn't believe it, and asked Lin Zichen this question. Lin Zichen didn't even blink and answered calmly, "I accidentally lost it when I fled the scene before." "Are you sure?" "I'm sure," Lin Zichen said without hesitation. The captain of the security team nodded and stopped asking. Soon, the record was completed. At this time, the parents of Lin Zichen and Qinghan also came to the security station. Both parents looked anxious. They didn't expect that their children just went out at night and encountered pagans making trouble. Fortunately, The ending was lucky. Both children were fine. Otherwise, both parents would not be able to survive. Lin Zichen chatted with his parents for a few words, then looked at the captain of the security team and asked, "Hello, I want to ask, when can I apply for my bravery bonus? Go do a fingerprint comparison now, and when the results come out and are confirmed, I can apply for it for you in the system." The captain of the security team replied. After understanding the process, Lin Zichen followed a young security guard to do a fingerprint comparison. Seeing this scene in front of them, the parents of both families were a little confused. Bonus for bravery? What is this? The parents of both families only knew that their children encountered pagans making trouble, and did not know that Lin Zichen bravely saved people. It was not until they asked the captain of the security team and read the transcript that they understood what happened. "Your son is really amazing. He is so courageous when he is in junior high school. He can face the crisis calmly and calmly. He is a little hero." A passing female security guard praised him. After hearing this, Zhang Wanqing just smiled politely at the other party, without a trace of joy in her heart. She didn't want Lin Zichen to be a hero, she just wanted him to grow up safely. Chapter 26. After comparing fingerprints and applying for the bonus, the two parents saw that the time was almost up, so they didn't stay in the police station any longer and wanted to take their two children back. During this time, when passing by the office door, Lin Zichen, who had excellent hearing, keenly heard some conversations inside. They were talking about pagans and giant rats. The rat god cult has been more and more active recently, trying to persuade those who are dissatisfied with society and full of resentment to join them. I heard that the rat god cult has even infiltrated some colleges and universities to persuade those cultural students who cannot undergo gene fusion through formal channels. The pagan who was shot dead tonight was once a cultural student at Guangyan University. Because his body did not meet the standards, and he could not undergo gene fusion, he was eager to become a gene fusionist, and then he was raped and bewitched by the rat god cult. What a bunch of rat shit. Sooner or later we will rape and kill all of them. It's useless to rape people, it's only a temporary solution. We still have to kill the rat king who proclaimed himself as a god. Rat god cult. It was the first time that Lin Zichen heard these three words, and he immediately took out his mobile phone to check it out. Later he learned that this was a pagan cult that worshipped a giant alien rat as a god. The organization's headquarters is in Shanghai City, and most of its members are social losers. In recent years, its activities have become more and more frequent. It seems that the Rat King wants to evolve into a higher-level creature, and needs believers to collect a large amount of evolutionary resources for it. These are all official information disclosed to the public. Worship a rat as a god? Lin Zichen shook his head, did not search any more, and put the phone in his pocket. After walking out of the police station, they came to the parking lot. Qinghan got into Lin Yanqing's car, as usual, and wanted to sit in the back seat with Lin Zichen. Xinjiania looked at the scene and couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Alas, our daughter looks like she's almost a member of the old Lin family." Su Ming said calmly, "And Ning can be close to the old Lin family. To be honest, this is already her blessing." "You are still sighing here." "That's right." Xinjiania smiled, and quickly got into the car with Su Ming. In another car, Lin Zichen and Qinghan were chatting casually. Most of the time, Qinghan was talking and Lin Zichen was responding. "Xiaochun, I don't know how Strawberry is doing now. I saw her neck was bleeding at that time. She should be fine, right? It doesn't look serious. Just a simple bandage will be fine." Xiaochun, when the pagan was alienated, 8 eyes grew on his face. It looked scary. Alienation is like this. Lin Zichen answered casually. As they chatted, Qinghan, who had been talking non-stop, suddenly stopped talking and didn't play with her phone. She just put her straight legs together tightly together, and her face looked a little strange. Lin Zichen noticed her abnormality and subconsciously glanced there. He found that it was bulging like when she was a child. But he knew that it should not be a diaper, but another kind of pad that absorbed water. After realizing this, he silently turned his head to the side and looked at the roadside outside the car window to avoid embarrassing Qinghan. Qinghan also knew that Lin Zichen had noticed it, so she lowered her head, pursed her thin lips, and said nothing. Just like that, the atmosphere in the car suddenly became quiet. Suddenly Lin Zichen's eyes widened. He saw a fat rat as big as a cat, flashing from the side of the road, and quickly crawling into the second floor of the police station along the drainage channel. How could there be such a big rat? Could it be a giant alien rat? Lin Zichen's nerves tensed up. But soon he relaxed, thinking that he was just overthinking. This is the south, not the north. It is normal for rats to grow as big as cats. There is nothing strange about it. It seems that I am too nervous. I need to relax after I get home. Lin Zichen thought to himself. After the car arrived home, Qinghan left a sentence of "see you tomorrow," and got out of the car with an awkward gait. Zhang Wanqing asked in confusion, "What's wrong with Han? Usually she likes to stay and chat with you for a while, right? Why was she so quiet in the car just now? And now she got out and left as soon as the car stopped. She looked very sleepy just now, probably because she was tired and wanted to sleep, and she didn't have the energy to talk." Lin Zichen explained. Zhang Wanqing nodded, and didn't get entangled. Soon, the family of three got out of the car and went into the house. As soon as they entered, Zhang Wanqing told Lin Zichen with a serious face, "Xiaochun, if you encounter something like tonight again in the future, Mom hopes that you can prioritize your own safety, do what you can, and don't be impulsive." "Mom, I know I will." Lin Zichen nodded obediently. Seeing that he was willing to listen, Zhang Wanqing's worries were relieved a little. Then, she suddenly remembered something and asked, "By the way, didn't you buy 3 pounds of ghost squid meat? Where is the meat? Why can't I see it in the bicycle basket, and you don't have it in your hand?" "Mom, don't be angry if I tell you this. When we encountered the pagan believer's mutation, Hanin and I ran too fast and accidentally lost the meat." Lin Zichen hesitated and said. Zhang Wanqing's eyes widened when she heard it. She was heartbroken, but she restrained herself from showing it in front of Lin Zichen. Instead, she comforted him, "It's okay, it's lost, after all, it was a pagan believer's trouble, and it's a blessing in disguise that no one is hurt, not to mention that you bravely saved others, you are my pride. Since it hasn't been lost for a long time, why don't I drive over and look for it along the way?" Lin Yansheng suggested. Zhang Wanqing rejected it immediately. "No, the alienation of pagans just happened there. It's too dangerous." "That's right." Lin Yansheng nodded. Lin Zichen didn't say anything, thinking silently that he would participate in more competitions in the future, and when he had enough prize money, he would buy 3 pounds of ghost squid meat to honor his parents. In the captain's office of the Public Security Bureau, the captain of the public security team looked at the transcript in his hand and couldn't help laughing. "Slingshot? Who would use a stone as big as an egg to shoot a slingshot? Can it be shot out? This must have been thrown by hand. Don't you see what job I do? Can you fool me, a student?" The captain of the public security team lit a cigarette, took a deep breath and exhaled, looking at the diffused smoke and continued thinking. "Speaking of which, he is just a junior high school student. How did he manage to throw the stone with such great power? No, I must check the surveillance tomorrow morning to see what happened." Thinking about this, the captain of the security team put the transcript back into the special file box and locked it, preparing to go home after get off work. Just then, he found a mouse on the windowsill, as big as a cat. He was a little surprised. Where did this mouse come from? And why is it so big? The mouse outside the window was not scared away by the voice, but stood quietly on the windowsill, staring at the captain of the security team with his eyes. Chapter 27. Shanghai Middle School. In a classroom in the first grade of junior high school, Lin Zichen was in class, but he was not listening to the lecture, nor did he read his books. His mind was full of thoughts about yesterday. He thought of the rat god cult, and felt that it was a safety hazard. He had to be more careful in the future. He thought of the laser cannon of the female mechanical cyborg and realized that he was still very weak, but fortunately, he was young and had the 3 attributes of use and waste, wisdom, and the law of the jungle. His growth potential was greater than anyone else. He thought of the ghost squid's atlas and thought about how to make money to fill the progress bar, and then open the atlas to obtain some of the ghost squid's abilities. School scholarships? Prize money from various student competitions? What else? Are there other sources of income? The price of ghost squid meat is too high. I only make so little money a year. When will I be able to fill the progress bar? I have to find a way to increase my income. Become a top student internet celebrity? No, it's too ostentatious. Do a technical side job? I don't think so either. I'm busy enough. I have to study and exercise. I just can't spare the time. Is there any side job that can make money without delaying my study and exercise? Forget it. 3 cobblers are better than 1 zhuge liang. Asked the knowledgeable netizens. Thinking about it, Lin Zichen took out his mobile phone, opened the forum and posted a message. Please ask, how can junior high school students quickly make 100,000 yuan without affecting their studies? Maybe the title is too outrageous, and it quickly attracted many netizens to comment. First floor, everything is possible in dreams. Second floor, it is recommended to study criminal law. Third floor. You can join the school's martial arts team to compete. I have a friend who won nearly 300,000 yuan in prize money after 6 years of junior high and high school. I envy him so much. 300,000 yuan in prize money? So much? Lin Zichen was a little surprised. He immediately exited the forum and opened the browser to search for information about martial arts competitions. The search was for local information in Shanghai City. After browsing for a while, he learned that during the winter and summer vacations, the city would hold martial arts exchange competitions of all sizes. It mainly targets junior high school and high school students. After searching for specific competition information, he found that the netizen who just posted on the forum was not bragging, and the prize money was really generous. There is a league of 9 junior high schools in the city, and the first place school can get a prize of up to 50,000 yuan. It means that the core players can get at least a few thousand yuan. For junior high school students, this money is already very much. The key is that the competition time is not long, at most 3 days to a week. Getting a few thousand yuan in a few days is no different from putting money in a sack. The most important thing is that practicing martial arts can exercise the body and make money and evolve at the same time. The school just happens to have a martial arts team. I go over after school this afternoon to have a look. Lin Zichen thought to himself. Not long after, as the bell rang, the morning class finally ended. After class, the students in the classroom left the classroom and went to the canteen to eat. Some who lived nearby went back to their homes to eat. Some who had enrolled in a lunch care class nearby went to the lunch care class to eat. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan were special. They both brought lunch from home. They only needed to take the lunch box to the teacher's office to heat it up in the microwave. This was one of the privileges that Lin Zichen had won after winning a lot of honors for the school. Shen Qinghan, as his best childhood sweetheart, was fortunate to be able to enjoy this privilege. Xiaochun, try this, it's delicious. Shen Qinghan picked up a piece of egg roll and put it into Lin Zichen's lunch box. Her expression was very natural, and it was obvious that she had forgotten the embarrassing incident in the car yesterday. Lin Zichen tasted the egg roll and nodded. It's really delicious. Then guess who made it? Do you guess or do you guess? Don't play word games, guess it now. You made it. Guessed it right. Shen Qinghan smiled as happy as a flower. After that, she looked at Lin Zichen with one hand on her chin and asked with watery eyes, Xiaochun, I have started to learn to cook with my mother now. I will cook for you every day in the future, okay? Okay. Lin Zichen smiled. Not long after, the two finished their meal. When Lin Zichen went out to wash the lunch box, he met the coach of the martial arts team in the corridor, outside the classroom. Student Zichen, what a coincidence. When Guixiang Yuan saw Lin Zichen, he immediately walked over with a smile on his face to talk to him. He deliberately waited for a long time at the corridor, and finally waited until Lin Zichen came out after dinner. The reason why he deliberately pretended to meet by chance was to avoid being too abrupt like yesterday and giving Lin Zichen a bad impression. For a sports genius like Lin Zichen, he thought he had to take the initiative and recruit Lin Zichen into the martial arts team as soon as possible, and not waste even a day of martial arts practice. Every extra day wasted was a waste of natural resources, and would be struck by lightning. Teacher Gua, I was looking for you. Originally, Lin Zichen wanted to go to the gym after school, but now that he had met Guixiang Yuan, he might as well go and find out about the martial arts team now. Guixiang Yuan was a little surprised when he heard this, and then he said excitedly, Do you want to know about the martial arts team? Yes. Lin Zichen nodded. Guixiang Yuan walked forward with enthusiasm and said with a smile, Ask any questions you want. As long as I know, I will answer them one by one. So, in the following time, Lin Zichen asked a lot of questions. About the martial arts competition in the city. About the prize money of the competition. About the strength of the martial arts teams of various schools, etc. Guixiang Yuan patiently answered all these questions for him. Shen Qinghan, who was standing by, saw that the two seemed to have a long chat, so he quietly took Lin Zichen's lunch box and washed it together, and didn't disturb them. About half an hour later, the two people in the corridor ended their chat. Lin Zichen verbally agreed to join the martial arts team, and said that he would go to room C of the gymnasium after school. Then he turned around and went back to the classroom. It was lunch break time, and the classroom was empty. At a glance, there were only a dozen students who were not taking lunch break and were studying hard. And Shen Qinghan, who was diligent and studious, was one of them. Lin Zichen walked to his seat and sat down, took out his headphones, and put them on, and searched a bunch of videos about martial arts competitions on his mobile phone to watch and understand what the competition process was like. Next to him, Qinghan was brushing the test paper with his head down, sometimes frowning, sometimes relaxing. About half an hour later, Qinghan finally finished the questions. She put away the test paper with a sense of accomplishment, turned around and patted Lin Zichen on the shoulder, wanting to talk to him. Lin Zichen took off his headphones, looked at her and asked, "Have you finished the test paper?" "Yes." "Not bad. I finished it in less than an hour this time. I've made progress." "Of course, although I'm not as smart as you, Xiaochen, I'm still very smart." Qinghan was a little proud. Then, she asked Lin Zichen curiously, "By the way, Xiaochen, are you going to join the school's martial arts team?" "Yes, I've already verbally joined." "So in this case, can I watch you play in the future?" "Probably." Hearing this, Qinghan smiled and said with her beautiful eyes, "Then I will be your little fan girl in the future, cheering for you in the audience every day, okay?" "Okay." Lin Zichen smiled and said. As soon as he finished speaking, Qinghan yawned loudly, looking sleepy. Seeing this, Lin Zichen went to the podium and moved a chair down, put it together with the chair Qinghan was sitting on, and then said to Qinghan, "There is still more than half an hour before lunch break. Take a nap if you are sleepy." "Well, then I will take a nap. Remember to call me when it is almost time." Qinghan shrank like a kitten after saying that, and lay on the two chairs put together, resting her head on Lin Zichen's legs, closed her eyes, and fell asleep quickly. Lin Zichen brought a small blanket to cover her. Then he put on headphones, and continued to watch the martial arts competition video on his mobile phone. I don't know if it was a dream or something. Qinghan, who had just fallen asleep for a while, moved her rosy cherry mouth and whispered, "Xiaochen. I got into the high school department of Shanghai Middle School with my own efforts. We are still deskmates." Chapter 28. Gymnasium Room C. As soon as school was over in the afternoon, Lin Zichen brought Qinghan here. When they first entered, Guxiangyuan was the only one inside, drinking tea and watching short videos leisurely. "Coach Gu." Lin Zichen called out, changing the address from teacher to coach. Guxiangyuan immediately looked up and smiled. "You came so early. None of the kids in the team came faster than you. Their attitude needs to be improved. Come on, come in and sit down for a cup of tea first, and I take you around when everyone is here." Guxiangyuan took 2 cups, and poured a cup of tea for both of them. As time went by, people came into the room from outside one after another. All men, no women. When they came in, everyone looked at Lin Zichen and Qinghan at the tea table curiously, and most of their eyes fell on Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen is very famous in Shanghai Middle School. There is no student who doesn't know him. Most of them have heard of his various legends of being a top student. But no one expected that this top student, who is so strong in learning, has excellent athletic talent. "Is it you?" At this time, a boy hurried in from outside. When he saw Lin Zichen sitting in front of the tea table, his reaction seemed a little exaggerated. It was none other than the boy who was defeated by Lin Zichen in the school sports meeting, and was forced to win the grand second place in tears. Hearing the voice, Lin Zichen looked at the boy and smiled politely. "Hello. My name is Zhang Kai, remember my name." The boy replied lightly, and then walked away with his school bag on his back, without paying much attention to Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen just smiled and said nothing, thinking that Zhang Kai was quite arrogant. It can only be said that all junior high school boys and adolescents are like this, so it is understandable. Seeing that all the team members were present, Guxiangyuan stood up, looked around with a smile, and said, "This handsome boy is called Lin Zichen. I believe everyone is familiar with him, so I won't waste time introducing him. From today on, Zichen is a member of our martial arts team. Everyone applaud and welcome him." Pa pa pa. After Guxiangyuan finished speaking, he clapped his hands first. Seeing this, the team members also clapped their hands one after another, cooperating with their coach very well. Except for one person, that is the boy named Zhang Kai. After the applause stopped for a while, Guxiangyuan said to the team members, "By the way, everyone introduce yourself so that Zichen can get to know you. My name is Huang Tianqing, from class 3, grade 3, you can just call me Ah Xing. My name is Li Shatong, from class 6, grade 3, you can just call me Little Lizzy, everyone else calls me that, I like this nickname. My name is Hani Sua, you can just call me Brother Sua." The team members seemed to be easy to get along with, and introduced themselves one after another with a smile. Lin Zichen also smiled back, and every time someone introduced themselves, he would respond with a smile and say, "Please give me more advice." There were not many people in the martial arts team, Except Lin Zichen and Guixiang Yuan, there were only 7 people, so everyone quickly introduced themselves. During this period, Qinghan stood silently beside Lin Zichen, carrying 2 lunch boxes in her hands, and she didn't say a word the whole time, very quiet. Only when she was in front of Lin Zichen would she seem to be talkative and lively. When facing strangers, most of them are introverted. Especially when facing strange boys, they look a bit socially anxious. By the way, what's your name, classmate? Every time Guixiang Yuan saw Lin Zichen, he would see Qinghan there. He knew that the two were inseparable, so he thought he had to get familiar with them. My name is Qinghan. You can just call me Shen or Qinghan. Qinghan introduced himself a little stiffly. Guixiang Yuan smiled and said, then I call you Shen from now on. After that, he asked the old team members to practice on their own, and he took Lin Zichen around the room to get familiar with the weapons. But they were all very ordinary equipment such as sandbags, weighted sandbags, and wooden stakes. In fact, there was nothing to see. Zichen, there are 5 people in the team who are in the 3rd grade, 2 are in the 2nd grade, and you are the only one who is in the 1st grade. I am very optimistic about you. Follow me and learn well. I guarantee that within a year, you will become the ace of the team. After Guixiang Yuan turned around, he suddenly said this to Lin Zichen. It sounded a bit like a pie in the sky, but it was not. Lin Zichen, thank you coach for your appreciation. Guixiang Yuan, by the way, Zichen, have you practiced martial arts before? Lin Zichen, no. Guixiang Yuan nodded after hearing this, and then said to Lin Zichen, then, today I will teach you a set of the most basic boxing and kicking techniques, so that you can experience the feeling of practicing martial arts first. Lin Zichen, okay. Soon, Guixiang Yuan walked to an open space in front and stopped, and showed Lin Zichen the basic boxing and kicking techniques slowly. Lin Zichen watched very seriously, and engraved every move that Guixiang Yuan performed in his mind. About 10 minutes later, the show was over. Guixiang Yuan slowly retracted his movements like a martial arts master, and then smiled and looked at Lin Zichen and said, don't think this set of movements is simple, it is actually very difficult. The fastest player in the team to master it, Xiao Lizi, took a week to master it. However, no matter how much I say, it is difficult to experience it without trying it. Come on, try it. Guixiang Yuan said, and made way for Lin Zichen to try. Lin Zichen walked over and stopped. With the memory of what he had just watched, he quickly reproduced the set of boxing and kicking techniques that Guixiang Yuan performed, and it was a perfect one-to-one reproduction. His wisdom allowed him to master all the key points of the movements after just watching it once. Use it or lose it, making him more explosive each time he reproduced the movements. As his movements became faster and faster, familiar text messages soon appeared in the void. You are practicing boxing, Qi and blood +1, hand muscle strength +1, hand flexibility +1, boxing proficiency +1. You are practicing leg skills, Qi and blood +1, leg muscle strength +1, leg flexibility +1, leg proficiency +1. Next to him, Guixiang Yuan was completely dumbfounded. Is this the first time practicing martial arts? Is it true? Are you sure you are not lying? The other team members, who were practicing on their own and looked over from time to time, were all in disbelief when they saw Lin Zichen master the basic boxing and basic leg skills in an instant. Zichen, is this really your first time practicing martial arts? After recovering from his shock for a moment, Guixiang Yuan asked with some suspicion. Lin Zichen realized that he seemed to be acting a bit too much, so he made up a story. It's not my first time practicing martial arts. I took an interest class in elementary school and practiced boxing and kicking for a while. No wonder, I was surprised to learn how you mastered it so perfectly in your first practice. Guixiang Yuan smiled and felt that he was just overthinking. How could someone learn martial arts without practicing martial arts? If humans had such a strong learning ability, why would they end up in this situation now, being watched by those beasts outside the human world all day long? I'm afraid that countless geniuses have been born long ago, and the beasts outside the human world have been beaten to a pulp. Time passed quickly, and it was 6:30 in the evening before I knew it. The martial arts team usually trains until 7:30 in the evening. However, Lin Zichen didn't want to practice so late, so he applied to go home an hour in advance. Guixiang Yuan didn't care about these things. He was always very casual when leading the team, and most of the time it was up to the players to be self-conscious. As for the practice until 7:30 in the evening, it was just that as a coach, he would stay in the gym until 7:30. Zichen, remember to bring a set of clean clothes and put them in your school bag tomorrow, otherwise you will sweat after practice and easily catch a cold on the way home. Guixiang Yuan reminded Lin Zichen, who was about to leave. Lin Zichen nodded and said, I know, thank you for the reminder, coach. After that, he took Shen Qinghan out of the gym. When they came to the bicycle shed, Shen Qinghan saw that Lin Zichen was still sweating, so she took out a tissue and said to him, Xiaochen, the sweat on your body has not dried yet, let me wipe it for you. Then she took the tissue and carefully wiped the sweat off Lin Zichen's face and neck. As for the inside of the clothes, she was powerless. When Lin Zichen felt that the cleaning was almost done, he let her sit on the back seat of the bike and rode leisurely with her in the gentle sunset towards home. Chapter 29. Xiaochen, your mother told me that you joined the school's martial arts team. How do you feel? Lin Zichen had just returned home when he was asked this question by Lin Yansheng in the living room. After school in the afternoon, he called Zhang Wanqin and said that he had joined the school's martial arts team and would be home later, so his parents knew about it. It's good. I can sweat and exercise after school, Lin Zichen replied while taking off his shoes. Lin Yansheng asked again, Xiaochen, whether it is academic talent or athletic talent, you are very good. Have you decided which path you want to take in the future? I think my athletic talent is better than my academic talent, and martial arts is more promising. After high school, I will join the martial arts class to practice martial arts, Lin Zichen said without hesitation. There is no martial arts class in the education stage of this world, because practicing martial arts too early will affect physical development. Only in high school, when students' physical development is almost complete, will the school open a martial arts class. Before this, students mainly study cultural subjects. However, courses related to gene fusion, mechanical transformation, and alien beasts will also be offered to allow students to develop in an all-round way. What a coincidence, your mother and I also want you to learn martial arts. Now our family of three has coincided. Lin Yansheng smiled with relief. In this world where humans have always been threatened by alien beasts, everything is inferior except martial arts. Because only by practicing martial arts can the body reach a certain strength, so that it can withstand the backlash of gene fusion and mechanical transformation, and become a superior gene fusion or mechanical transformation. By the way, where's Mom? Your mom and your Aunt Ming went out to buy groceries. They said today is Friday, so everyone will get together in the evening. No wonder I didn't see her in the house. Lin Zichen nodded, didn't talk anymore, and quickly went upstairs to take a shower. I sweated a lot while practicing martial arts, and now I feel sticky and uncomfortable. In the bathroom. After taking a shower, Lin Zichen dried his body and stood naked in front of the mirror to look at himself carefully. Although the intensity of daily exercise is very high, the muscles on his body don't look big at all, not as exaggerated as a bodybuilder, but rather belong to the sturdy type. It's the look of being thin when dressed and having flesh when undressed. Okay, a perfect figure. Looking at himself in the mirror, Lin Zichen felt very satisfied. Afterwards, on a whim, he practiced boxing and kicking in front of the mirror. You are practicing boxing, chi and blood +1, hand muscle strength +1, hand flexibility +1, boxing proficiency +1. You are practicing leg skills, chi and blood +1, leg muscle strength +1, leg flexibility +1, leg proficiency +1. Not long after practicing, there was a burst of talking and laughing sounds downstairs. It was the voices of Zhang Wanqin and Su Ming, who had gone out to buy groceries and came back. At the same time, the voices of Shen Jianye and Shen Qinghan were also heard. The two families were going to have a dinner tonight, and the three of them were all here. Seeing that everyone was together, Lin Zichen picked up the clothes beside him and put them on, pushed the door, and went downstairs. Came downstairs. Saw the two mothers cooking in the kitchen, the two fathers chatting at the tea table, and Shen Qinghan sitting on the sofa doing the test paper, studying very hard. Hearing Lin Zichen's footsteps coming downstairs, Shen Qinghan looked up at him and complained, Xiaochen, you took a long time to take a shower. I've been here for half an hour. Not bad. Lin Zichen sat down next to her and looked at his phone leisurely. He was looking at current affairs news and paying attention to the situation in various places. Not long after, Shen Qinghan next to him came over and said mysteriously, Xiaochen, guess what vegetables my mother and Aunt Xian bought back? You will definitely not guess it. Hairy crab? No. Lobster? No. Then I can't guess it. I knew you would definitely not guess it. Shen Qinghan showed a triumphant smile, and then revealed the answer. It's ghost squid meat, bought 3 pounds. Ghost squid meat? Lin Zichen thought he had heard it wrong, and his face was full of surprise. Lin Yansheng in front said, Your mother knows that you and Henan want to eat this, so she specially asked your Aunt Meng to buy it at the mall. Hearing this, Lin Zichen suddenly felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. He looked at Zhang Wanqing, who was busy in the kitchen, and quickly stood up and walked over and said, "Mom, I help you." Shen Qinghan followed in to help. It was 8:30 in the evening. Dinner was finally ready. Although the time for this meal today was much later than usual, people were very hungry, but looking at the rich 8 dishes and 1 soup on the table, everyone felt that the wait was worth it. Xiaochun, this ghost squid meat is so fragrant, and it's so chewy, it's especially delicious. Shen Qinghan was eating with a happy face, and took the initiative to pick up a piece of ghost squid meat, and put it in Lin Zichen's bowl. Lin Zichen picked it up, and took a bite. It was indeed delicious. You swallowed a trace of the life essence of the ghost squid. Ghost Squid Album, 3.01% him? The progress bar of the album actually increased. Lin Zichen was stunned for a moment, and felt a little surprised. But then he thought about it, and felt that this was very reasonable. If you can swallow it just by touching it with your hands, then you can swallow it even more easily by eating it. Just as he was thinking about this, a news report was being reported on the TV screen in front of him. Genius girl, shocking the whole country. At the age of 14, she successfully integrated the heart of energy and became the youngest mechanically modified person in the history of the country. When the energy is activated, she can easily lift an off-road vehicle weighing 2,000 kilograms with one hand, sprint 100 meters in just 3 seconds, and jump vertically up to 8 meters on the spot. The Kyoto prodigy of the past, the genius girl of today, 2 peerless geniuses, who will be the king of this era. Is it the gene fusion that is invincible? Or is the mechanical ascension unmatched? Let us look forward to the peak showdown between the 2 geniuses in the future. Everyone at the table watched the news. Among them, Zhang Wanqing was speechless and said, "How come another genius girl popped up? She is only 14 years old, and her body has not grown up yet, but she has been mechanically modified. I really don't know what her parents think." Lin Yanxing took a sip of soup and said, "I guess they saw that the Kyoto prodigy of the past was too successful in marketing and made a lot of money, so they also wanted to follow suit and make a fortune." Lin Zichen, who was listening to the side, also felt that this so-called peerless genius was just marketing to make money. Making money is not shameful, everyone can understand it. Shen Qinghan watched the news on the TV screen and thought the words peerless duo sounded good, so he looked at Lin Zichen with full enthusiasm and said, "Xiaochun, I will work hard to improve myself and strive to become the peerless duo with you one day." "Well, come on." Lin Zichen gave her a cheering gesture. Watching the interaction between the 2 children, Shen Jianya and Su Ming on the opposite side felt a little bitter in their hearts, and became more and more worried about Shen Qinghan's future. Work hard to improve yourself and become the peerless duo, but the reality is that the gap between the 2 children will only get bigger and bigger. Forget it, Henan is still young. Let's live a happy day one day at a time, and let the friendship between them last one day at a time, so let her live well in the present. Let's talk about the future later. Shen Jianya and Su Ming both thought it over and felt that everything should go with the flow, and no longer worry about it. After all, worrying will only bring bad emotions, and can't change anything. Soon, another news was reported on the TV screen. The captain of the security team of the district security office in Shanghai City, XX District, died in the office of the security office at 11 o'clock last night. According to the surveillance, he died in the mouth of a giant alien rat that sneaked into the security office. The captain of the security team, named He Chun Shan, served as the captain for 3 years. During his tenure, he made outstanding contributions to the security of XX District. He arrested 19 followers of the Rat God cult, and assisted the mechanical transformation people in killing 3 giant alien rats. After reporting the contributions of the captain of the security team before his death, an interview video was immediately played on the TV screen. The security guards in the station were interviewed. They all looked angry and shouted that they would fight to the death with the Rat God cult from now on. After reading this news report, everyone in the room widened their eyes and looked unbelievable. The captain of the security team died last night at 11 o'clock. Wasn't that not long after they left the security office last night? Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but feel a little scared. Especially Lin Zichen. He recalled the mouse he saw last night and felt a chill. Chapter 30. Late at night, Lin Zichen lay awake in bed, thinking about the death of the captain of the security team. The report said that he died from the mouth of a giant alien rat. Then the big rat he saw in the car at that time. Was it the giant alien rat that killed the captain of the security team? But the so-called big rat only looked as big as a cat, How could it be a giant alien rat with a body length of 3 meters? He was puzzled by this. He looked up and looked out the window. It was very late at night. All the street lights on the roadside were off, and there was no human figure in sight. By the way, I haven't tested my physical data for a long time. I just can't sleep now, so I go outside to test it. Thinking of this, Lin Zichen put on a hat and a mask and quietly left home. He took the road without surveillance cameras, and took some time to reach an abandoned road. He first warmed up briefly, then quickly took out his mobile phone, turned on the stopwatch, and began to test the speed of the 100-meter sprint. Then, in just a short moment, I sprinted the 100-meter distance that I had measured in advance. The timer displayed on the phone, for 0.61 seconds. Last time it was 6 seconds, this time it was 4.61 seconds, an improvement of almost 1.4 seconds, not bad. After testing the speed, I started to test the bounce. Find a few places with a little height, measure the height respectively, and then see if I can jump up vertically, so as to roughly measure my bounce. I measured it about 10 times, and finally got a more accurate value. 5.51 meters. Last time it was 4 meters, this time it was 5.51 meters, an improvement of nearly 1.5 meters. After measuring speed and bounce, it was time to measure strength. Lin Zichen avoided the camera all the way, and looked at the cars on the roadside along the way. He knew all the car models in this world, and the corresponding car weights by heart. He wanted to pick a suitable car to use as a barbell to see if he could easily lift it with one hand. You are the one. After looking at more than a dozen cars along the way, Lin Zichen finally chose a car weighing about 1,500 kilograms. He walked around the car, looking for a suitable force point to lift the car, and then tried to lift it with one hand. 3 minutes later. Failed. The off-road vehicle was too heavy to lift at all, so he had to try a lighter one. Soon, Lin Zichen chose a car weighing about 1,200 kilograms. Halfway through the lift, it didn't work, he couldn't hold it up. Finally, he found a small women's car weighing about 1,000 kilograms, and finally managed to lift it. Last time it was 700 kilograms, this time it was 1,000 kilograms, an increase of 300 kilograms. All three basic data have improved a lot. I can only say that the body grows fast during the growth period, and the basic values also improve quickly. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, it is next Monday. After school in the afternoon, Lin Zichen went to the gymnasium to practice martial arts. It is called martial arts, but in fact it is just practicing some simple boxing and kicking skills, not like the various powerful skills in martial arts novels. However, Lin Zichen did not care about these. The reason why he joined the martial arts team was just to win the prize money in the competition, and he never thought about learning anything in the martial arts team. Zichen, your martial arts talent is too strong. No matter what skills I teach, you are always the one who learns the fastest. The future is promising. Guxiang Yuan praised with a smile. He had just taught the 8 players in the team a dodging technique, which was to dodge the opponent's punches by shaking their heads constantly. As a result, Lin Zichen mastered it instantly after the demonstration. The other 7 players still looked very stiff, and they had to shake their heads for at least several days before they could become proficient. It's all because of the coach's good teaching. After saying that, Lin Zichen took the clean clothes handed by Qinghan and walked to the changing room in front. It was just a simple shower in the south, not a full back scrubbing in the north. So, in less than 5 minutes, Lin Zichen came out of the changing room. Xiaochen, I have packed all your dirty clothes for you. At the door of the changing room, Qinghan said with a sweet smile. Lin Zichen noticed that her bangs were a bit messy, so he carefully tidied them up for her, and said in a gentle voice, "Let's go home." "Yeah." Qinghan responded softly, and walked silently beside Lin Zichen. Arrived at the carport. As soon as Lin Zichen pushed the bicycle out, Qinghan next to him took out his mobile phone, and showed him the photos he had just taken in the gym. "Xiaochen, look, you look so handsome when you punch." The bang swung with inertia, and a few drops of hot sweat were thrown out, which was simply handsome. If your little fans saw it, they would probably scream crazy. Qinghan put the phone in front of Lin Zichen, and swiped one photo after another for him to appreciate. Lin Zichen smiled and said, "It's mainly because you take good photos." The days passed one by one. Unconsciously, Lin Zichen had joined the martial arts team for more than a month. At the beginning, Qinghan was the only girl in the gymnasium who would watch him practice martial arts, and she would quietly wait for him to finish practice before going home together. Gradually, someone spread the news that he joined the martial arts team, and many little fans knew that he would come to the gymnasium to practice martial arts after school. So today, not long after he came to the gymnasium to practice, girls came in one after another to watch him sweat, until half an hour later, the audience reached more than 30 people. Wow, Qinghan, your kick just now was so handsome. If you kick me, I will definitely cry in pain, right? A senior sister in the 3rd grade of junior high school said with a crazy face after seeing Lin Qinghan kick the wooden stake in front of him. Lin Qinghan was speechless after hearing this, and immediately lost interest in practice. He had reported this problem to Qinghan. He said not to let girls in, it would affect everyone's training. In the end, he was very embarrassed to be unanimously opposed by the other 7 team members. In the past, there were only a few boys practicing martial arts in a large venue, which was boring. Now, there were suddenly so many female spectators on the scene, which made them feel like they were in heaven. They were full of motivation to practice, and did not want this state to be broken. Qinghan was the same. Seeing that since there were a lot of female spectators in the hall, the team members practiced more seriously, and the martial arts team also received more attention. He thought it was good, so he let Lin Qinghan make a little sacrifice. Lin Qinghan thought about it. Since everyone thought it was good, he didn't care. Time passed by minute by minute. In a blink of an eye, it was almost 6:30 in the evening. Lin Qinghan's time was almost up, so he took the clothes handed over by Qinghan and walked towards the changing room. At this time, a senior from the 3rd grade of junior high school stopped him and said with a crazy face, "Qinghan, I brought you milk, fresh milk." "No, thank you for your kindness, I'm allergic to milk." Lin Qinghan didn't want to accept gifts from the opposite sex, so as not to cause misunderstandings, so he found an excuse to refuse and walked past the other person. But before he took 2 steps, a dissatisfied shout came from behind him. "Qinghan, how can you refuse the kindness of a girl? Even if you are allergic to milk, you can accept the milk first and then give it to others to drink. Why do you have to hurt the girl's heart? Can you be a little gentleman?" This was the voice of Zhang Kai, the boy who won a big 2nd place in the school sports meeting before. And the girl who just gave Lin Qinghan fresh milk was his secret crush. Lin Qinghan felt that Zhang Kai was inexplicable, so he didn't give him a good tone and said, "My business, I decide for myself, you take care of yourself." Zhang Kai was just a junior high school boy, and he was immediately unhappy when he heard this. He felt very embarrassed, and immediately shouted, "Do you dare to spar with me? If I lose, I won't say a word to you anymore, and if I win, you accept the milk." As soon as this was said, everyone became excited. The same was true for Qinghan. Lin Qinghan has joined the martial arts team for more than a month. Every time he practiced silently, he would take a shower and go home after practice, and he had never sparred once. After a long time, other people in the team were very curious about his strength. Faced with Zhang Kai's challenge, Lin Qinghan was also a little annoyed. In order to let this boy learn to be a humble man in the future and not jump around all day, he said without thinking, "Okay, then spar with me." As soon as the voice fell, a familiar text message appeared in the void. Achievement: in a formal competition, use the most primitive biological method to eliminate 1,000 different competitors. Reward: obtain the biological attribute survival of the fittest. Cumulative elimination of opponents: 0/1000. Looking at the text information in the void, Lin Qinghan was stunned for a moment, and then he was slightly excited. After waiting for so long, he finally got this 4th achievement task. I don't know what the effect of the biological attribute survival of the fittest will be. Will it be more powerful than the previous 3? Chapter 31. Junior Qinghan, teach him a lesson. I hate boys who like to morally blackmail others the most. Junior Qinghan, I will cheer for you later. Junior Qinghan, come on, I will take nice photos for you. Seeing Lin Qinghan taking on the challenge, there was a commotion at the scene. Most of them were from Lin Qinghan's little fans. Listening to these one-sided voices of support, Zhang Kai felt calm and even wanted to laugh. You all think I'm a brainless fool? Wrong. Absolutely wrong. I am wise but foolish. You are on the 3rd floor, and you all think I am on the 1st floor, but I am actually on the 5th floor. I am taking advantage of this genius junior who has not yet developed, and I will quickly beat him up and leave an extremely brilliant record for my martial arts career. In the past month or so, Zhang Kai has seen Lin Qinghan's leading martial arts talent. He knew very well that if Lin Qinghan was given another half-year to practice, no one in the team would be his opponent. Therefore, he had to take advantage of the fact that Lin Qinghan had just started practicing and his strength had not yet grown, and he had to compete with him publicly and crush him to his heart's content. In this way, the higher Lin Qinghan's martial arts achievements were in the future, the more he could brag about them. He would brag to everyone he met, saying, "Back then, I was the man who beat Lin Tiankai on the martial arts stage." Lin Zichen didn't know that Zhang Kai had so many dramas in his mind. He thought about it, put away the text information in the void, handed the clothes in his hand back to Qinghan, and then walked to the martial arts stage in front, saying as he walked, "It's already late, I have to go home for dinner, let's fight quickly." "Come!" Zhang Kai responded, and walked towards the martial arts arena. Guixiang Yuan, the coach, saw this and quickly followed the two to the martial arts arena. On the martial arts arena, after seeing the two people standing in position, Guixiang Yuan said to them, "I will be the referee for this competition. Remember, friendship comes first, competition comes second, don't hurt the harmony." Lin Zichen, "Okay, got it, coach." Zhang Kai did not respond, but looked at Li Shutong in the audience and shouted, "Little Li, help record the process of our competition." He wanted to keep today's record in the form of a video, and when Lin Zichen really achieved something in the future, he would show it off. "Okay." Li Shutong, one of the members of the martial arts team, made an okay gesture to him, and then took out his mobile phone to open the video facing the martial arts arena. Qinghan, who was also in the audience, saw this and took out his mobile phone to open the video, wanting to record the process of Lin Zichen's competition. However, unlike Zhang Kai, she knew how strong Lin Zichen was, and she helped Lin Zichen record the video to record his victory. "Are you two ready?" On the martial arts stage, Guixiang Yuan looked at the two players who were going to spar and asked, "Lin Zichen, ready?" "Zhang Kai, you can start, coach." Seeing that both of them were ready, Guixiang Yuan retreated to the edge of the martial arts stage, raised his right hand high, and then chopped it down hard. The sparring officially begins. After the voice fell, neither of the two people on the stage made a move immediately. Among them, Zhang Kai looked at Lin Zichen and said with a confident look, "Junior brother, you have only been in the team for more than a month, and I have been in the team for almost 2 years. So, I will let you 3 moves first, so that you won't say that I am bullying the weak later." "Okay." Lin Zichen responded sparingly, then rushed out in an instant, approached Zhang Kai in an instant, and kicked him off the martial arts stage. "Zhang Kai?" The 6 players in the audience. "Fuck." Guixiang Yuan was stunned. The fresh milk senior sister screamed, "Ah! Junior Zichen, you are so amazing, you have taken my soul away." The other little fans also screamed like crazy. On the martial arts stage, Lin Zichen ignored the noise in the audience and focused all his attention on the text messages in the void. "You defeated your competitors, successfully captured the hearts of the opposite sex, and obtained the priority to choose a spouse. Cumulative elimination of opponents. 1/1000. You still have to eliminate 999 competitors." Thinking about it, Lin Zichen put away the text message, looked at the other 6 teammates in the audience and asked, "You 6, do you want to compete with me?" However, no one responded to him at all, because everyone was confused and had not recovered from the scene just now. The first person to react was Zhang Kai, who had just been kicked off the martial arts stage by him. At this time, Zhang Kai was enduring the pain in his lower abdomen, and he climbed up from the ground with difficulty, and returned to the martial arts stage, and said unconvincedly, "What happened just now doesn't count, I'm not ready yet, let's do it again." Guixiang Yuan slowly came back to his senses after hearing the voice, frowned and looked at Zhang Kai, and said in a somewhat unhappy tone, "Zhang Kai, you must accept the loss, don't lose the spirit of martial arts after losing." Zhang Kai opened his mouth to defend himself, but Guixiang Yuan didn't give him the chance at all. The next second, he looked at Li Shutong in the audience and shouted at him, "Little Li, come up and spar with Zichen." Oh, okay." Li Shutong put down his phone and responded while stepping onto the martial arts stage. In the following time, Lin Zichen had sparred with all his teammates and won as expected. However, in order to make his strength look normal, he did not kill his opponent instantly as he did when fighting Zhang Kai. Instead, he fought back and forth for a few moves before defeating him. In this way, the exaggerated fighting power shown by killing Zhang Kai instantly with one kick can be well explained, avoiding many unnecessary troubles. Everyone would think that the reason why Zhang Kai was killed instantly was purely because Zhang Kai pretended to be cool and was careless, not because Lin Zichen really had the strength to kill him instantly. Genius, Zichen, you are really a genius. You have only joined the martial arts team for more than a month, and you have already become the ace of the team. In this year's district martial arts competition, our Shanghai Middle School will definitely beat the other 9 schools and win the first place in the district. Guixiang Yuan patted Lin Zichen on the shoulder, smiling from ear to ear. At the same time, Zhang Kai, who originally did not accept Lin Zichen and thought that he'd lost the competition because of his carelessness, is now completely convinced. Just now, he watched the competition between Lin Zichen and other teammates carefully, and realized that there was indeed a gap between him and Lin Zichen, and there was nothing to say. Zichen, I, Zhang Kai, am willing to accept the loss. In the future, even if you shit on my head, I will never nag you. Zhang Kai looked at Lin Zichen and shouted at him loudly, sounding like an oath. He felt that he looked very handsome like this, willing to accept the loss, and doing what he said, he would definitely win the favor of girls. However, when the girls around him heard the word shit with a smelt of him, they immediately thought that this person was so vulgar and didn't want to look at him anymore. Lin Zichen had no time to deal with Zhang Kai, and was looking at the empty text message with a frown. Achievement. In a formal competition, use the most primitive way of biology to eliminate 1,000 different competitors cumulatively. Reward. Obtain the biological attribute of survival of the fittest. Cumulative elimination of competitors. 1 out of 1,000 only when I defeated Zhang Kai did I improve my progress a little, and I didn't improve it when I defeated the other 6 teammates. Lin Zichen thought about the text message that appeared when he defeated Zhang Kai before, and soon came to a conclusion. It's not that any duel can improve the progress of the achievement task. There must be a conflict of interest, that is, a competitive duel, to improve the progress. And the initial competition with Zhang Kai was judged to be the most primitive battle for the right to choose a mate. It seems that if I want to complete this achievement in the future, I have to participate in more competitions. Lin Zichen murmured in his heart. Every match in the competition is full of competition. There is competition for ranking. There is competition for prize money. Therefore, as long as you successfully defeat your opponent in the competition, you will definitely be able to improve the progress of the achievement task. Chapter 32. Time flies. Before I knew it, more than a month had passed since Lin Zichen dominated the martial arts team. Since that day, Lin Zichen's position in the team has changed. From a newcomer who just joined the team, he has directly transformed into the ace of the team. However, it is only the attitude of the coach and teammates towards him that has changed, and he himself has not changed much. After school, he still comes to the gym to practice martial arts, still finds a place to practice alone, and still only practices until 6:30 in the evening before taking a shower and going home. As for Qinghan, she still waits in the gym every day for Lin Zichen to finish training and go home together. During the waiting period, Qinghan is either reading a book or doing exercises. Occasionally, she will take out her mobile phone to take a few nice photos of Lin Zichen. The time passed quite happily. Sometimes when she sees Lin Zichen sweating a lot, she will take the initiative to wipe it for him. For the scenes of the two getting along, the people in the gym are full of envy. The girl envied Qinghan, envied that she was Lin Zichen's childhood sweetheart, and could stay with Lin Zichen every day. The boy envied Lin Zichen, envied that he had a childhood sweetheart like Qinghan, who knew how to take care of people. Lin Zichen was not moved by other people's envy. Qinghan, on the other hand, was very consistent with the mentality of a teenage girl. Facing the envious eyes of girls of the same age, she would feel happy. And then, let's go! In the gymnasium, Lin Zichen finished martial arts practice, took a shower in the changing room, and said to Qinghan, who was quietly waiting at the door. Qinghan followed obediently after hearing the voice, and the high ponytail behind her swayed with her steps, full of youthful and lively girlish breath. The 7 teammates who stayed in the gym to continue training were all envious when they saw Lin Zichen and Qinghan going in and out every day. Okay, stop being envious and start training. Summer vacation is coming soon, and we will usher in the New Year's 8th Schools League. There are only 5 places for the competition, just like in previous years. Whoever is better will play. Now Zichen has already secured 1 place, and you 7 only have 4 places to compete for. Whoever performs well will play. Seeing that the team members were staring at the backs of the childhood sweethearts leaving, Xiangyuan immediately spoke to spur them on. When the 7 heard this, they immediately returned to training with a look of urgency, fearing that they would fall behind. 5 of them were in the 3rd year of junior high school. This year's 8th Schools League is the last one they can participate in, and no one wants to leave regrets. In a blink of an eye, the first semester of junior high school is about to end, and there is only 1 week left before the final exam. During this week, in order to help Qinghan get good grades, Lin Zichen would go to her room every night to help her fill in the gaps. That night, Lin Zichen had just finished his meal and showered, and then he went out to Qinghan's house next door. Su Ming knew that he would come on time, so she opened the door in advance and waited for him at the door. When she saw him coming, she smiled and said, Xiaochen, I've really troubled you recently. You have to come to tutor Hanan every night. When you finish the exam and have summer vacation, Aunt Ming will give you a gift. You can give it any gift you want. Aunt Ming is polite. Hanan and I grew up together. It's my duty to help her, Lin Zichen said with a smile. After that, he went into the house and went straight to the second floor. Qinghan's room was on the second floor, and there were only 2 walls between his room and his. It can be said that their rooms were next to each other. He stopped in front of Qinghan's door. He saw that the door was half open. Lin Zichen didn't think much about it, and he pushed the door and walked in and said, Hanan, He wanted to say I'm here, but he almost bit his tongue before he finished speaking, and the whole person was stunned. Because at this time, the girl in the room was sitting on the bed and putting on her pajamas, and right above the pajamas was a particularly conspicuous diaper. Lin Zichen, Qinghan, At this moment, both of them were silent, the air was almost frozen, and the atmosphere was very awkward for a while. After a moment of recovery, Lin Zichen took the initiative to break the silence and said, I come in later. After saying that, he turned around and left in a hurry, closing the door. As soon as Lin Zichen left, Qinghan's face flushed, and she covered her head with a quilt. She fell on the bed and curled up, completely silent. She was so bored that she wanted to live on another planet. 10 minutes later, Lin Zichen felt that the time was almost up, so he reached out and knocked on the door in front of him, and said with a somewhat embarrassed voice, Hanan, is it convenient for me to come in now? Qinghan's almost inaudible voice came from the room, and it was obvious that she had not recovered from the embarrassing scene just now. Lin Zichen pretended that nothing had happened and pushed the door open calmly and walked in. I only need to wear diapers when I sleep at night, and I don't wear them during the day. Qinghan pursed her lips and brought up the matter embarrassingly, her delicate face flushed. Lin Zichen didn't know how to answer, so he could only nod, yeah, I know. Then, neither of them spoke, and the atmosphere fell into awkwardness again. But soon, Qinghan took the initiative to break the awkwardness, playing with her hair with her slender white fingers, and found a topic as naturally as possible. Just now when I was having dinner, I asked my parents a question, asking them if they thought I looked better with my hair tied or without. Then, my father said I looked better without my hair tied, and my mother said I looked better with my hair tied. Xiaochen, do you think I look better with my hair tied or without my hair tied? When asking this question, Qinghan mustered up the courage to look into Lin Zichen's eyes, wanting to use this topic to skip the diaper issue so that both of them would no longer be embarrassed. Lin Zichen said without thinking, I think they all look good. You're so perfunctory, why don't you choose one? I thought about it, and it would look better if I tied my hair up. Do you think I look better with a single ponytail, a double ponytail, or a bun? I prefer buns and single ponytails. Then I tie a bun tomorrow, and a single ponytail the day after tomorrow. By the way, which do you think looks better, a low ponytail or a high ponytail? I think a high ponytail looks better. Slowly, the two of them started chatting, not as awkward as when they first entered the room. It seemed that the matter of diapers had been completely forgotten and no longer mentioned. Not long after, the theme of the night began. One was a student reviewing, the other was a teacher tutoring, and they spent a fulfilling night together at the desk. Time flies. A few days later, Shanghai Middle School ushered in the final exam. As a top student, Lin Zichen, as always, easily got the first place in the school. Qinghan also did well in the exam. In just 1 year, she went from the third from the bottom at the beginning of the school to the top 20 in the class now, and happily received a certificate of progress model. In the meantime, there are her own efforts, but more of it is Lin Zichen's guidance and help. Xiaochen, thanks to your checking for omissions and filling in the gaps, I did well in this exam. In the classroom, Qinghan looked at the progress model certificate in her hand, and said to Lin Zichen with joy on her face. Lin Zichen smiled and said, It's mainly because you study hard enough. Xiaochen, at this rate of progress, I will definitely be able to get into the same class with you in 2 years, and then we will continue to be desk mates. Qinghan said with anticipation. Will we continue to sit at the same table in the same class? After hearing what Qinghan said, Lin Zichen remembered that he would take a martial arts class in the future, and it seemed that he had not mentioned it to her yet, so he said to her, Hanan, I have decided to take a martial arts class in high school. Then I will take a martial arts class too. Qinghan said without thinking. Lin Zichen didn't know whether she was suitable for the martial arts path, but seeing that she said without hesitation that she wanted to follow him, it must be suitable. If you also decide to take the martial arts path, then from today on, the focus of your future studies will change. You have to learn more about alien beasts, gene fusion, and mechanical transformation. Well, I will work hard, Qinghan said with full enthusiasm. She is not bad at all in this area of knowledge. After all, she read books with Lin Zichen when she was a child, so she still has confidence. The only thing she lacks confidence in may be physical fitness. Lin Zichen also thought of this and quickly said to her, "Then when you go to the gym after school in the afternoon, you can practice martial arts with me. I will teach you some exercises to strengthen your body." "Okay, I will listen to Xiaochen." Qinghan nodded obediently. Her experience from childhood to adulthood told her that no matter what the matter was, it was right to listen to Lin Zichen. Chapter 33. Practice hard. Don't be lazy. There are only 4 places left. Whoever performs well can represent the school to compete. In the gymnasium, Qinghan changed his previous laissez-faire attitude and was sternly urging the players to train. The final exams had just been completed, and the martial arts team would usher in the most important martial arts competition of the year in the middle of the next summer vacation. This martial arts competition was jointly organized by 8 middle schools in the district. The time of the competition was scheduled for August 1st. Therefore, 1 month before the competition, Qinghan summoned all the players back to school for training. After that, 4 players were selected to represent the school in the competition based on the results of the training. While Qinghan was urging the 7 players to train hard, Lin Zichen, who had already reserved a place for the competition and did not have to train with other players, was training Qinghan on the other side. Since Qinghan decided to take a martial arts class in high school, Lin Zichen made a summer training plan for her to improve her physical fitness. In order not to affect her physical development, the intensity of this training plan is not high. The content of the day is only the following. 1. Jog 3,000 meters to improve physical strength. 2. Practice martial arts skills for an hour to improve boxing and kicking skills. 3. Push-ups, sit-ups, squats, pull-ups and other muscle training movements. Do a dozen or so according to your ability to improve physical strength. Apart from this, there are no other projects. But even so, Qinghan, who is relatively weak, still can't stand it. Just after the exercise, she was so tired that she sat on the ground panting and sweating all over. And then, it's okay. I have successfully completed the training task today. Lin Zichen unscrewed the bottle cap and handed the sports drink in his hand to Qinghan, expressing his affirmation of her training attitude. Qinghan took the sports drink and drank a few sips. Her breathing was still a little disordered and she said, "Xiaochen, exercising is really tiring, much more tiring than studying. Of course, after all, you will sweat." Lin Zichen took the yoga mat next to him and spread it, then knelt on it and said, "Come on, lie on the yoga mat and open your legs. I will help you relax your muscles." Qinghan obediently lay on the yoga mat and opened her slender and straight legs a little. Seeing this, Lin Zichen quickly and skillfully massaged her. I don't know if it was because he massaged too hard and stimulated the sore muscles too much. Qinghan would make a shy groan from time to time, and her hands instinctively grasped the yoga mat, and the expression on her face looked very uncomfortable. Sometimes, when she couldn't bear it anymore, she would cry out in pain and ask for gentler massage. Unfortunately, it couldn't be gentler. Because if you want to quickly eliminate the lactic acid accumulated in the muscles, you have to massage with some force, otherwise it won't work. First, massage the calves, then the thighs, and finally the arms. In just over 10 minutes, Lin Zichen massaged almost all of Qinghan's body. Feeling that the massage was almost done, he took out a set of clean clothes from his school bag, handed it to Qinghan and said, "Go take a shower, and we go home after that." "Well, I be done soon." Qinghan got up from the yoga mat with a refreshed body, took the clothes handed to her by Lin Zichen, and walked to the changing room. After every training session, she liked to be vigorously massaged by Lin Zichen. Although the process is a bit uncomfortable, you will feel relaxed and comfortable after finishing it. 1 month later. The training camp is over. The 5 contestants have been determined. Among them, Zhang Kai, who has a very jumpy personality, was not selected. He was disheartened and quit the martial arts team directly after learning the result, and did not even go to watch the game. But no one cared too much, and life went on as usual. The next morning, Qinghan drove the school bus to send the team members to the city gymnasium to participate in the competition. Qinghan also went with him, saying that she wanted to be Lin Zichen's little fangirl in the audience and cheer for him. Lin Yansheng and Zhang Wanqing also made time to come to the scene to watch the game and support their son. As for Su Ming and Qinghan, the couple is teaching the senior class this year. They are already working overtime at school to teach students, and can't spare time to come to watch the game. However, the two asked Qinghan to record Lin Zichen's game video, and bring it back for them to watch. City Gymnasium, Players' Rest Area. The contestants from 8 schools lined up, and waited for the draw to match their opponents. The rules of the game were very simple, that is, school versus school, and only 3 rounds of games were needed to decide the champion. 1 round a day, 3 days to finish. Soon, the draw results came out. Lin Zichen's Shanghai Middle School was unfortunately drawn to the strongest Shanghai No. 1 middle school. Qinghan looked at it, and his face changed immediately. The faces of the other 4 players were also very ugly, and they all felt that they would be eliminated in the first round of the game. Among them, the player named Li Shuton surrendered before the battle. "It's over. I heard that No. 1 middle school has a ruthless person who can run a 100-meter sprint in 9 seconds this year. We will definitely be beaten." "What are you talking about? With Zichen here, it's not certain who will win or lose." Qinghan glared at Li Shuton and said. Although he said so, as a coach, he was actually unsure. In his eyes, Lin Zichen was very powerful, but after all, he was just a first-year junior high school student and had not grown up yet. If he met a tough guy who could run 100 meters in 9 seconds, he would probably be beaten. Alas, I just hope his mentality won't be blown up. Otherwise, it will affect his confidence, and it will be a big loss. He will have to carry the banner of the martial arts team for the next 2 years. Qinghan was worried. As the person involved, Lin Zichen had a calm face at this moment, and his heart was calm. 100 meters in 9 seconds is very strong, but in front of him who can run 100 meters in 4.61 seconds, he is like an ant, and can be killed with a simple press. Soon, the first round of the game began. The first match was between Shanghai Middle School and Shanghai No. 1 Middle School. "Who of you 4 will go first?" Qinghan looked at the other 4 players except Lin Zichen and asked. The 4 of them were all silent, all scared, and didn't want to be the first to be beaten. Shanghai No. 1 Middle School was the champion last year, and the opponent is stronger this year than last year. The first one to go up and fight with the opponent is basically equivalent to the first one to be beaten. Junior high school students are at the age when they care about face the most, and no one wants to be the first to go up and lose face. No one wants to go first. Qinghan frowned, and seeing that no one wanted to go first, he could only say, "Since no one wants to go first, let's draw lots to decide." After saying that, he was about to get a pen and paper. However, before he took 2 steps, Lin Zichen said, "Coach, I go." Qinghan refused outright. "No, you are our trump card. You have to stay last and play to your greatest advantage." The advantage of being the last one to go is that you can observe the opponent's habits from the audience, so as to know yourself and the enemy, and win every battle. However, Lin Zichen, who was overwhelming the whole audience, did not need this at all. What he needed was to defeat as many opponents as possible, complete the achievement task as soon as possible, and get the reward. So he said seriously, "Coach, I want to go first." Qinghan was silent, and did not answer immediately. But seeing the seriousness in Lin Zichen's eyes, and the fact that the other 4 people really didn't want to go, he could only compromise and said, "Okay, Zichen, you will go first later." After both sides decided on the first player to go out. The first match of the first round soon began. The opponent's first player to go out was a big boy with a height of more than 1.9 meters, with muscles all over his body. He looked like he was sitting on the martial arts stage like a mountain, which was very oppressive. Lin Zichen, whose body is not developing that fast, and whose height is less than 1.7 meters, looks like a newly hatched chick in front of him. He can be easily crushed to death. "Little brother in the mountains, I have seen your information on the list. You are only in the 1st grade of junior high school, and you can stand on the martial arts stage of the 8 schools league. Not bad, you are very talented." On the martial arts stage, the big boy smiled with a simple face. Seeing the other party's simple smile, Lin Zichen thought that this big guy was quite good. But just when he was about to respond politely, the other party suddenly changed his tone and his eyes became extremely contemptuous. "But what I want to say is that this is not a place for you, a 1st grade student, to come, especially a short 1st grade student who is less than 1.7 meters tall." As he said, the other party suddenly tensed his whole body, showing off his huge chest muscles, and said with a middle school look, "Later, I will let you feel what the difference in size and the difference in strength are." Chapter 34. The big boy's sudden middle school mentality made Lin Zichen speechless. This kid is probably a little big-breasted and brainless. On the other side, in the audience, looking at the big boy on the martial arts stage, Zhang Wanqi was shocked. What did this kid eat to grow up? How could he be so strong and tall in junior high school? Then, she said with a worried look, "Husband, that kid is so big, how can Xiaochen fight him? What if he gets hurt?" "It's okay. This kind of big guy is generally not very flexible. Xiaochen can use flexible positioning to win. As for the injury, there is a referee watching, it shouldn't happen." Lin Yansheng comforted him. Although he said so, he was actually unsure in his heart, and he was more just comforting Zhang Wanqi. Unlike the couple, Qinghan on the side was full of confidence in Lin Zichen. She looked at Zhang Wanqi and said with certainty, "Don't worry, Aunt Xian, Xiaochen will definitely win. Xiaochen can beat that kind of big fool with one punch." Hearing her call someone a big fool, Zhang Wanqi immediately taught her in a gentle voice, "Hanin, you can't call someone a big fool, it's not good." "Oh, I won't do it again, Aunt Xian." Qinghan knew her mistakes, and could correct them. After that, she looked at the martial arts stage, put her small white hands in front of her mouth, and shouted to Lin Zichen in a small voice, "Xiaochen, come on." Hearing her cheering, someone in the audience on the opposite side soon followed and shouted, "De Zhuang, come on, beat him for me." Zhang Wanqi was immediately unhappy when she heard it, and immediately shouted, "Xiaochen, come on, you will definitely win, Mom believes in you." After shouting, he hit Lin Yansheng next to him and urged him, "Hubby, shout faster, you have a loud voice. You can't lose the momentum. Xiaochen, come on." Lin Yansheng shouted at the top of his voice, making the ears of many spectators around him buzz. Guxiang Yuan in the rest area heard the sound, and asked the other 4 players to cheer for Lin Zichen. Seeing this, the people from Shanghai No. 1 Middle School immediately learned to shout and cheer. In just a short moment, the whole venue became lively. On the martial arts stage, Lin Zichen heard the cheers from his family and teammates, and immediately smiled, and waved to both sides. The big boy opposite him stood still with a cold face, ignoring his family and teammates who cheered for him, thinking that this looked more handsome. "2 players, please take your positions quickly, the duel will start soon." The referee saw that the time was almost up, and immediately said to the 2 people on the stage in a loud voice. After hearing this, the 2 quickly stood in position. The referee saw that the 2 had stood still, and immediately raised his right hand and chopped down. "The duel begins." As soon as the voice fell, the big boy immediately rushed towards Lin Zichen like a bull. This is a formal competition, and no player will do the stupid thing of letting the opponent attack first. This is a bad habit that is not conducive to winning. If the players on the stage dare to do it, the coaches in the audience will dare to curse. Facing the big boy who rushed over, Lin Zichen simply dodged sideways, and then reached out and gently pushed the opponent on the back. Then the next moment, the big boy lost his balance and stumbled all the way out of the martial arts arena, and was defeated at the speed of light. Instantly, the scene was completely silent. All of them were stunned by this unexpected scene. About 2 seconds passed. Qinghan was the first to recover, and her little face was full of excitement, and she shouted, "Xiaochen, you are so amazing." Zhang Wanqi also hugged Lin Yansheng excitedly, and said excitedly, "Husband, you are really as good as a god. Xiaochen really relied on flexibility to beat that big guy." "Ha ha ha, that's right." Lin Yansheng was so happy, he was just talking nonsense, but he happened to guess the result, which was really amazing. As the voices of these 3 people sounded, the others around them also came back to their senses, and a burst of discussion suddenly rang out in the audience. "What the hell? The body is so much stronger than others, and this can also lose? Dead muscles, it must be dead muscles. Not flexible at all, it's normal to lose. Stupid big guy, you made my money go down the drain." On the other side, in the rest area of the players, Guxiang Yuan and the 4 team members were all very excited, and they all shouted at the top of their lungs, "Zichen is awesome." The people from Shanghai No. 1 Middle School on the opposite side all frowned and felt a little unhappy. Among them, the coach of Shanghai No. 1 Middle School was so angry that his face turned green. He pointed at the big boy and scolded him, "Body skills. Body skills. How many times have I told you? Don't just rush around on the martial arts stage. You have to use body skills. Why don't you listen?" The big boy was scolded stupidly, and his eyes became wet, but he wanted to cry but didn't dare to. Lin Zichen looked at the coach of Shanghai No. 1 Middle School, and felt that his level might not be very good. The reason why the big boy rushed out of the martial arts stage was not because he rushed too fast and couldn't stop the car. causing his body to lose balance, but because the hand that gently pushed him on the back was too strong. After all, an arm that can easily lift more than 1,000 kilograms is not something a junior high school student can resist. Even if this junior high school student is strong, he will only be pushed off the martial arts stage in front of such a powerful arm. You successfully defeated a competitor, and your ranking in the competition has been improved. Cumulative elimination of opponents, 2/1000 as expected. As long as you defeat your opponent in a highly competitive competition, you can improve the progress bar of the achievement task. Lin Zichen was slightly excited and couldn't wait to start the next duel. Fortunately, there was no halftime break in the ring competition held this time. The players who won this duel immediately had to fight the next one. Chen Feng, you go in this duel, and you go in with all your strength. Defeat the first-year junior high school player from Shanghai Middle School as quickly as possible, understand? In the rest area of Shanghai No. 1 Middle School, the coach of Shanghai No. 1 Middle School said to the bald boy who ranked second in the team with a serious face. The shaved boy nodded seriously and said, "I understand, coach." After that, he walked onto the martial arts stage, stood in the position he was supposed to stand in skillfully, and quietly waited for the referee to give the order. Seeing that both of them were standing in position, the referee immediately raised his right hand and chopped down. The duel begins. Hearing the order to start the duel, the shaved boy rushed out in one step and kicked Lin Zichen's neck with an extremely sharp side kick. Lin Zichen calmly shrank down and just avoided the side kick, and at the same time gently pushed the shaved boy's waist. The next moment, the shaved boy, who was still doing the side kick and standing on one leg, lost his balance in an instant. From a distance, it looked like his foot slipped, and the whole person fell to the ground with a thump. As luck would have it, he hit the back of his head and fainted. The scene was silent again, and was completely stunned by the scene on the martial arts stage. The first to react were the medical staff, who had been waiting in the audience. When they saw the short-haired boy fainted after hitting the back of his head, they immediately went on stage and carried him down on a stretcher for treatment. Then, a discussion immediately broke out in the audience. What's going on? How can the student from Shanghai Middle School be so lucky? My goodness, the last opponent rushed out of the ring and lost, and this opponent accidentally slipped and fell, and hit his head and fainted. What kind of lucky child is this? It's not luck, the guy just dodged the side kick very quickly, and he has strength. It must be a fake match. Give me back. In the rest area of Shanghai No. 1 Middle School, the coach of Shanghai No. 1 Middle School was stunned, and couldn't believe what he saw. Luck? Is this really luck? No. This is not luck. This junior high school student from Shanghai Middle School is really capable. The coach of Shanghai No. 1 Middle School, who realized this, immediately looked at the strongest person in the team, a genius who only needed 9 seconds to sprint 100 meters, and said in a panic, "Gao Fei, you will play in the next match. Focus on defense. Don't take the initiative to attack. And see what the junior high school student from Shanghai Middle School is like. You must not lose. Don't worry, coach, I will win," the boy named Gao Fei said, and walked onto the martial arts stage with a confident look on his face. He watched the 2 matches that just ended. He felt that Lin Zichen was not physically strong, but was more flexible, and knew how to take advantage of the duel, so he could win so easily. Therefore, he felt that he was also physically flexible, had rich combat experience, and only needed 9 seconds to sprint 100 meters. As long as he took the next match seriously, and was fully alert throughout the whole process, there was no reason for him to lose. Chapter 35. I heard that Gao Fei from No. 1 Middle School can run the 100-meter sprint in 9 seconds. This is too outrageous. He is obviously just a junior high school student. It's normal. His father is a gene fusion. As the offspring of a gene fusion, his physical fitness must be far superior to ordinary people. Hearing what you said, the freshman from Shanghai Middle School is probably hopeless. What's the big deal? He is only in the 1st grade. After 2 years, he will grow up. Then Shanghai Middle School will be the first in the future. As soon as Gao Fei from Shanghai No. 1 Middle School appeared, there were bursts of discussions about him in the audience. Most of them were bragging and were impressed by his super physical fitness. As for Lin Zichen, almost no one was optimistic. Even Zhang Wanqin and Lin Yansheng were not optimistic. They thought their son would most likely lose. In the eyes of the couple, their son was a genius, but he was still in the category of ordinary people. It was almost impossible for him to compete with the monster who ran 100 meters in 9 seconds. Although she thought so, Zhang Wanqin still shouted to Lin Zichen as usual, "Xiaochen, come on, as long as you go all out, you will definitely win." Lin Yansheng and Shen Qinghan beside him also cheered for Lin Zichen. On the martial arts stage, Lin Zichen heard the cheers from Shen Qinghan and his parents, and immediately smiled and waved at them in response as before. Gao Fei on the opposite side saw this and said, "My junior in the mountain, you have a really good relationship with your family. I envy you." "Not bad." Lin Zichen smiled. As soon as he finished speaking, Gao Fei on the opposite side said with a jealous look on his face, "It's a pity that I can't stand seeing other people's family relationships being harmonious. For the next duel, I suggest you be mentally prepared in advance, because I will launch the most fierce offensive against you." Lin Zichen was convinced after hearing this. He actually met another middle school boy who looked a bit abnormal. This Shanghai No. 1 middle school was probably full of middle school boys. "The duel will start soon. Please take your positions." The referee looked at the two and said. Hearing this, both of them took their positions and prepared for the duel. Seeing this, the referee raised his right hand and chopped down skillfully, "Duel start." Hearing this order, Gao Fei suddenly exerted force with his calf and rushed to Lin Zichen in an instant, using his ancestral martial arts, the flowing water rock smashing fist. In an instant, two fists bombarded Lin Zichen like raindrops. It was fast, accurate and fierce. Lin Zichen thought this set of boxing was interesting, so he didn't rush to kill Gao Fei. He chose to dodge the attack with ease, while observing and learning every move of the boxing. "Gao Fei, what are you doing? I told you to play defense. Why did you attack?" The coach of Shanghai No. 1 middle school in the audience was so angry when he saw that the players on the stage did not follow the tactics he arranged. However, Gao Fei on the stage ignored him, and continued to attack Lin Zichen crazily. "Defense? As a genius, I don't need this kind of turtle-like style of play. As long as I get on the stage, I will definitely launch the most fierce attack on my opponent, either win at the speed of light, or lose at the speed of light. Never shrink back." This is what Gao Fei thought when he first launched the offensive. But as time went on, he found that he couldn't attack Lin Zichen at all, and his mentality collapsed. "What's going on? How can you avoid my attack? This is unscientific." Gao Fei stopped attacking, and looked at Lin Zichen with a face full of doubt, and asked loudly. Lin Zichen did not answer, but asked, "Do you have any other moves?" "Use them all." "You?" Gao Fei's face turned red after hearing Lin Zichen's words. This is a naked mockery. Damn it! He was so angry that his face turned red, and soon he rushed towards Lin Zichen again, punching and attacking frantically. Seeing that he was still using the previous boxing method, Lin Zichen knew that he had run out of tricks, so he didn't waste any more time and kicked him off the martial arts stage, winning this duel. Gao Fei actually lost? At this moment, everyone in the audience was stunned. They didn't expect that this duel would have such a result. Soon, a large number of unbelievable exclamations broke out at the scene. "Xiaochun, you are so awesome. Hubby, our son is awesome. Zichen awesome. What's going on? What's the situation with the freshmen in Shanghai Middle School? This is too fake. It must be a fake match." At this moment, the whole gymnasium was filled with harsh noises. Lin Zichen ignored these voices, and quickly started the next match. The fourth match, won at the speed of light. The fifth match, won at the speed of light. In less than 10 minutes, Lin Zichen defeated the remaining two players of Shanghai No. 1 Middle School, and defeated the entire Shanghai No. 1 Middle School by himself. Then, in the next 2 days, he defeated the two schools in the same manner, and successfully led Shanghai Middle School to win the championship of the 8th Schools League. During the period, her teammates did not play a single game, and won the whole game without doing anything. Maybe for them, it would be a bit regretful that they did not play in the last competition. But Lin Zichen did not care about these, he only cared about the progress of his achievement task. On the podium, Lin Zichen held the championship trophy in his hand, and took photos with his coach, teammates, family, childhood sweetheart, and several passers-by. After sharing the joy of winning the championship, he immediately looked into the void to check the progress of the achievement task. Cumulative elimination of opponents. 16/1000. It is necessary to defeat 984 different opponents to complete this achievement about the survival of the fittest. With such a big progress gap, it is definitely impossible to complete it in a short time. I am afraid it will have to be calculated by years. Thinking of this, Lin Zichen shook his head and stopped paying too much attention to this achievement task. Instead, he looked at Guishan Yuan on the side and asked about the bonus distribution of the championship. The champion of the 8th School League has a total bonus of 30,000 yuan. The school gets a share, and the coach and teammates get another share. In the end, Lin Zichen, who was the absolute main force, received a dividend of 20,000 yuan. He took 2/3 directly. It was much more than expected. In the evening, the two families had a dinner together to celebrate. As the champion, Lin Zichen was praised by both parents from beginning to end. He has the appearance of a mechanical cyborg. He has the appearance of a gene fusion. No matter how good it sounds and how much praise it gives, they all have high hopes for him. Lin Zichen listened to it without any fluctuations in his heart, and silently calculated how much money he had saved now. There was a dividend of 20,000 yuan for winning the martial arts competition. There was the prize money won from participating in various academic competitions before. There was a scholarship received from the school. All added up, it was almost 30,000 yuan. This is a lot of money. It's time to find a purchasing agent to help me buy ghost squid meat. I want to open the ghost squid album before I graduate from junior high school. Lin Zichen thought silently. Chapter 36. I spent a few days wandering around the mall. Finally, Lin Zichen successfully found an old man to be his purchasing agent. This old man was a local landlord who had several buildings for rent. He usually walked around the mall in shorts and slippers, helping to clean up the table or picking up empty bottles from the trash can to sell. He was not short of money, but he just liked to pick up trash to save money. Every time he picked up an empty bottle, he felt very satisfied and happy. Lin Zichen just told the old man that all the empty bottles in the house would belong to him in the future, and the old man smiled and agreed to help him buy. After having a purchasing agent, the 30,000 yuan in his hand was quickly spent. He bought all the ghost squid meat and devoured it. He devoured 30 kilograms in a row, which directly increased the progress of opening the ghost squid album to 33%. In the next half month of summer vacation, Lin Zichen exercised every day, once in the morning, noon and evening, and each time was very intense. During the break, I would call Qinghan out from home to help her train her body. The days passed one by one. When the summer vacation ended, the moment of the second year of junior high school arrived. Lin Zichen's biological level broke through. He successfully broke through from the ordinary 3rd level to the ordinary 4th level. At the same time, all the data of the body have been greatly improved. He can easily lift a weight of 1,090 kilograms with one hand. The vertical jump in place is as high as 5.65 meters. It only takes 4.49 seconds to sprint 100 meters. However, if you look closely, you can find that the improvement of these three data is not as exaggerated as the previous two evolutions, which directly increased by several times or doubled. Lin Zichen could understand this. After all, the stronger the body is, the harder it is to become. Moreover, the value of the strength cannot always increase exponentially. It depends on the original value. Take strength for example. From 100 kilograms to 400 kilograms, the value is directly multiplied by 4 times. And from 400 kilograms to 800 kilograms, the value is only multiplied by 2 times. But the latter increase is obviously greater than the former, increasing by 100 kilograms. Before, I thought that if I could break through to the ordinary 4th level before graduating from junior high school, it would be a success. I didn't expect that I would succeed in breaking through in the 2nd year of junior high school. It seems that I underestimated myself a little bit. Lin Zichen smiled and thought. Time flies, and 2 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan both took the junior high school entrance examination and successfully graduated from the junior high school department of Shanghai Middle School. On the day of graduation, both parents took time out to attend the graduation ceremony of the two. Come on you two, get closer, smile brighter. Zhang Wenqi was responsible for taking photos of the childhood sweethearts as always, using photos to witness the growth of the two at every school age. When the two were taking photos, many girls were watching. Seeing that Shen Qinghan had pressed herself against Lin Zichen, the girls watching were all envious, and they wanted to pull Shen Qinghan away so that they could press against Lin Zichen instead. Feeling the envious eyes of the girls of the same age around her, Shen Qinghan felt so happy that she felt she was the happiest girl in the world. Nearly half an hour passed. The photo shoot was over. Lin Zichen looked down at Shen Qinghan beside him, and found that he was almost a head taller than her without realizing it. Shen Qinghan noticed his gaze, and immediately turned sideways, raised her beautiful face, looked at him with watery eyes and asked, "Why are you looking at my head? Is there something on it?" "No, I just suddenly realized that I am almost a head taller than you." "Don't talk nonsense, how can I be a head taller? We just measured our heights a few days ago. You are 1.78 meters, and I am 1.62 meters. There is only a difference of 16 centimeters. The difference of a head is at least 20 centimeters. Qinghan pursed her rosy lower lips slightly, expressing her dissatisfaction with Lin Zichen's imprecise words. As the height difference between the two people becomes larger and larger, she now cares about her height very much, and she can't count it less by even a centimeter. Lin Zichen corrected him. Don't worry, I mean almost a head taller. Don't ignore the word fast in the middle. Qinghan said coquettishly. I don't care, it's not okay to say fast, it must be accurate to every centimeter. After saying that, she looked at the height difference between herself and Lin Zichen, and couldn't help but said worriedly, You are almost 1.8 meters now. If you still grow taller after entering high school, I will have to stand on tiptoes to wipe the sweat off my face in the future. Think too much, you are so short, you can't reach me just by standing on tiptoes, at least you have to stand on a chair. Lin Zichen reached out, and touched her head and teased. Yeah. Qinghan rolled her eyes at him and said, In a few years, I'd be so short that I can only jump up and hit your knees. Zhang Wanqing looked at the two of them with an anti-smile and said, It's okay, Hanin. If you can't reach it by standing on tiptoe in the future, you can ask Xiaochen to hold you up, so that you can wipe the sweat off his face. Aunt Xian, you're laughing at me again. Qinghan's face suddenly turned red, and felt very embarrassed when Zhang Wanqing teased him like this. Lin Zichen didn't feel anything, just smiled and didn't say anything. But then again, he hasn't hugged Qinghan for a long time. He used to hug her often in kindergarten. Every time he took a nap at school, Qinghan liked to get into his bed and hug him to sleep. She peed on him almost 100 times in 3 years. In elementary school, he only hugged her a few times, but he carried her on his back a lot. As for the 3 years of junior high school, he hugged her once, when there were pagans making trouble, and then he didn't hug her again. I can only say that I have grown up after all. The physiological differences between each other are getting bigger and bigger, the sexual characteristics are becoming more and more obvious, and they are more sensitive to physical contact with the opposite sex. Due to various concerns, they can no longer hug as casually as when they were young. Half a month later, the results of the high school entrance examination came out. As expected by everyone, Lin Zichen ranked first in the district. Whether it was the cultural subjects or the physical test data required for applying for the martial arts class, he was absolutely the first in the district. In fact, he could have ranked first in the city, but he thought it was better to be low-key and be the first in the district. As for Qinghan, something unexpected happened. He did very well in the cultural subjects and performed exceptionally well to get into the top 100 in the district, which was more than enough for him to be promoted to the high school department of Shanghai Middle School. But in terms of physical test data, he failed to reach the admission score of Shanghai Middle School's martial arts elite class. He was eliminated by more than 10 points, which was a bit too much. Xiaochen, I have obviously worked very hard to exercise, but my physical test scores just can't go up. I feel that I am not suitable for martial arts. Qinghan lay flat on his bed, covering his eyes with his right arm, looking very discouraged. Lin Zichen sat beside the bed and comforted him. Don't lose confidence in yourself, you just failed to get into the top class. You are already better than many people, and you are still young. You are only 15 years old now, your body has not fully developed, and you still have great potential. What do you mean I am still young? You are only 1 day older than me. How can you say this as if you can be my father? Qinghan couldn't help but complain. Lin Zichen smiled and teased. I don't mind being your father. Oh, you are so annoying, I am so sad now, and you are still joking with me. Qinghan reached out and hit Lin Zichen, but didn't use much force, like a couple flirting. After that, she quickly said with a weak look, Your body is not fully developed, but your physical test data looks much better than mine. Compared with you, I am just a useless homegirl. Lin Zichen was about to comfort her, when the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. It was Zhang Wanqing calling. When he answered it, it was the principal of the high school department of Shanghai Middle School who came to his house, and came to visit him, the genius who ranked first in the district. The purpose of the visit was to ensure that he would go directly to the high school department of Shanghai Middle School to study, instead of being secretly poached by other high schools. After hanging up the phone, Lin Zichen looked at Qinghan on the bed and said, Hanin, the principal of the high school department came to my house. Accompany me to take a look. I don't want to go. Qinghan was in a bad mood now, and just wanted to stay in the room quietly. Lin Zichen advised gently, You should go with me, say hello to the principal, let the principal get to know you, and we will continue to be in the same class and desk after school starts. Hearing this, Qinghan pursed her lips, had to get up from the bed dejectedly, and followed Lin Zichen to meet the principal of the high school department. After all, with her ordinary physical test data, she would definitely not be able to enter the martial arts elite class of the high school department. If she still wants to be in the same class with Lin Zichen, she can only use the back door and become a relative household by relying on her relationship with Lin Zichen, like she did when she was promoted from primary school to junior high school. Chapter 37. Lin Zichen led Qinghan home, and as soon as he entered the door, he saw the principal of the high school department of Shanghai Middle School. The other party was a middle-aged woman wearing gold-rimmed glasses, with her hair tied up high and wearing a women's small suit, giving people a very capable feeling. Xiaochen, Henin, come and sit here, and have a good chat with Principal Bai. Seeing that the two children had come, Zhang Wanqi immediately waved to the two to come and sit on the sofa. Soon, Lin Zichen sat down opposite the female principal. He knew very well that the female principal came to recruit students, so after a simple chat with her for a while, he chose to get straight to the point and asked, Principal Bai, I personally prefer to go directly to the high school department, but I have a small request. I want to continue to be in the same class with my childhood sweetheart. Do you think it's okay? Of course, no problem. The female principal answered without thinking. Long before, she had already talked to Principal Chen of the junior high school department and knew that Lin Zichen would make such a small request. She also learned everything about Qinghan in advance. Her academic performance was excellent, but she failed to get into the elite martial arts class because her physical test data was a little bit poor. For a student like this whose performance was not particularly bad, it was no big deal to give her a backdoor. They chatted briefly like this. In the end, Lin Zichen and Qinghan both decided to enroll in the high school department of Shanghai Middle School, and they were in the same class as they were in elementary and junior high school. The only difference was that Qinghan was not as happy as when she was in the transition from primary school to junior high school. She was also in the backdoor, and when she was in the transition from primary school to junior high school, she knew that she would go to the same school, enter the same class, and sit at the same table with Lin Zichen, and she was very happy. Now that she is in junior high school, she feels more ashamed, inferior, and frustrated. As she grows older, Qinghan has realized that it is not honorable to use the back door. But she has to use the back door every time to continue to be in the same class and desk with Lin Zichen. This makes her feel useless, an old giant baby who only knows how to rely on others. A few days later, in the gymnasium of the junior high school of Shanghai Middle School, as the coach of the martial arts team, Guxiang Yuan is training up to 26 players strictly. In the past, the martial arts team was not valued by the school leaders, and there were few players. He had no enthusiasm to train, and it was basically a free-range state. But since Lin Zichen joined the martial arts team and brought the martial arts team to a new level, everything has changed. The school leaders began to pay attention to the martial arts team. More students want to join the martial arts team. These changes have made him more responsible and want to lead the martial arts team well. Hello, Captain. Hello, Captain. Hello, Senior Sister Shen. As soon as Lin Zichen and Qinghan stepped into the gymnasium, all the martial arts team members who were training inside stopped to greet them. Even Guxiang Yuan, the coach, changed his stern expression and said with a smile, Zichen, Xiaoshen, there is tea on the table. The temperature is right now. Sit down and have a cup of tea first. No, I come over and get a yoga mat. I leave later. After saying this, Lin Zichen picked up a yoga mat and went to a corner in front to relax Qinghan's muscles. Qinghan had just finished training on the playground outside. Now her muscles were sore, and she was exhausted. When she saw the yoga mat on the ground, she immediately lay down weakly. Then, she skillfully spread her legs to make it easier for Lin Zichen to massage her leg muscles. After several years of training, Qinghan's physical fitness has improved a lot, and her body proportions look more perfect. Take her legs for example. They used to be straight and slender chopstick legs, with not much meat on them, which lacked a bit of beauty. But now, there is some meat on her legs, which makes them fuller. While the feel has improved, the shape of her legs also looks healthier and more beautiful. Xiaochen, you can use a little more force on your thighs. Okay. Don't, it hurts. What about now? It's just right now. Qinghan relaxed her body and lay on the yoga mat, closing her eyes to relax and relieve fatigue, while enjoying Lin Zichen's massage with appropriate strength. About half an hour later, the massage ended. Qinghan stood up from the yoga mat and stretched comfortably. Then, he looked down at Lin Zichen who was sitting next to him, and said with a smile, Xiaochen, it's your turn to enjoy my massage technique. Lie down quickly. Remember to use more force. No problem, I meet all your needs. Then come on, help me massage my calves first. Lin Zichen said and lay down, letting Qinghan's white and tender hands serve his body well. 1 month later. Time came to August 1st. Lin Zichen, who has joined the martial arts team for 3 years, ushered in the third 8-school league. In this game, he was still the same as the previous 2 times, and he beat the entire school on the opposite side by himself. After 3 rounds of winning, he won the championship. After receiving the bonus, Lin Zichen immediately went to the mall to find the landlord to buy it for him. The Ghost Squid album was only 20% away from being opened. With 20,000 yuan in dividends, he could open the album today. Soon, the Ghost Squid meat purchase was in hand. Lin Zichen walked out of the mall and came to a small forest without surveillance, and began to devour it impatiently. You devoured a large amount of the life source of the Ghost Squid. Ghost Squid album. 100% after the text message appeared, a blue squid gradually emerged in the void, slowly swimming in the void ocean, contented. This is a ghost squid. It has 18 tentacles. Each tentacle has an eye. It looks particularly strange. Suddenly, the ghost squid seemed to sense the gaze from Lin Zichen, and sank into the depths of the void ocean, disappearing without a trace in an instant. At the same time, a new text message appeared in the void. You successfully opened the Ghost Squid Atlas, and obtained the biological attribute Meltwater's Luck. Meltwater's Luck. Greatly improve your affinity with water, allowing you to move freely in the water, come and go without a trace. That's it. After reading the attribute introduction, Lin Zichen's first thought in his mind was that the effect of Meltwater's Luck was a bit useless. Out of rigor, he immediately found the nearest swimming pool, and went to experience the attribute effect of Meltwater's Luck. Soaked in the pool for a full 3 hours. In the end, he found that the attribute of Meltwater's Luck has the following effects. 1. The skin will not wrinkle like before after soaking in water for a long time. 2. It feels very comfortable to soak in water. 3. When swimming, you can clearly feel that the resistance of the water has become much smaller. Apart from this, there are no other effects. Lin Zichen was a little disappointed. The effect of this melting water's luck is much worse than the 3 attributes of use it or lose it, wisdom of heaven and man, and the law of the jungle. But on second thought, it is normal that the effect is much worse. After all, the ghost squid is a very low-level alien beast, which is only worth eating and has no value for gene fusion. Correspondingly, the biological attributes obtained by opening its atlas must be very low-level. If you want to obtain higher-level biological attributes, you may have to eat those high-level alien beasts used for gene fusion. Thinking of this, Lin Zichen also let it go. After all, the biological attribute of melting water's luck was bought for only 100,000 yuan, which is very worthwhile, and there is nothing to be disappointed about. If you want to obtain better biological attributes, just save money to buy them slowly in the future, and you will get them sooner or later. Or, when you become stronger in the future, go hunt wild alien beasts and devour them. For example, the giant rats closest to him. Lin Zichen suddenly thought boldly. Chapter 38. Time soon came to the end of August, with less than a week left before the start of school. Zhang Wanqin saw that the 2 children's summer vacation was almost over, and the 2 families had not had a good time, so she proposed to go to the beach for vacation in the remaining days. This proposal was approved by everyone. The next morning, both families got up early, and drove to the nearest bay for fun. Before leaving, Qinghan, as usual, wanted to get in Lin Yanqing's car, and sit in the back seat with Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen felt that it was a bit bad to always take someone else's daughter to his own car, so he proposed to take Qinghan's car. About 2 hours later, the car arrived at the destination smoothly. The 2 families rented a sea view house by the sea, and after moving all the things in the car into the house and arranging it, they soon set off to the beach together. It was summer at this time, and the beach by the sea was very lively. Wherever you look, there are people everywhere. Lin Yanqing and Qinghan, 2 grown men, wanted to look but didn't dare to look at the sexy bikini beauties that passed by from time to time, and they forced themselves to squint. Lin Zichen, who is also a man, is not interested in the so-called bikini beauties at all. His eyes kept scanning the beach. He wanted to find a place suitable for swimming with few people. He has the attribute of luck of melting water, and now he gets excited when he sees water. The wonderful feeling of soaking his whole body in the water in the swimming pool last time made him linger, and couldn't wait to experience it again. Xiaochun, there is a dressing room over there. I go over and change into my swimsuit. You wait for me outside. Qinghan pointed to a room in front and said. She could have put on a swimsuit when she was in the sea view room, but she was embarrassed and felt very ashamed at that time. Only when she arrived at the beach where everyone was wearing swimsuits, did she slowly let go. Lin Zichen accompanied her to change into a swimsuit. He waited outside the room. As for himself, he came here wearing only swimming trunks, so he was not as shy as Qinghan. About 10 minutes later, Qinghan came out of the locker room. She was wearing a very tight swimsuit, so tight that her belly button was not exposed, only her hands and feet were exposed. It didn't look like a swimsuit at all. But even so, Qinghan still felt very embarrassed, and her face was red when she came out. Xiaochun, will I look weird in this swimsuit? No, I think it looks good. Really? Really? Lin Zichen said with a guilty conscience. Does it look good? It looks good, but it's too tightly covered, it looks a bit weird. Qinghan didn't know what he was thinking, but when she heard him say it looked good, her delicate little face suddenly smiled. Soon, the two found a place with fewer people to play in the water. Coincidentally, the parents of both families were there. The 6 people from both families had the same idea and chose this feng shui treasure land. Xiaochun, the sea water is so cold. It's like this when you first get into the water. Get used to it slowly, and you won't feel cold later. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Zichen sank into the seawater and started his long-awaited swimming session. With the attribute of melting water happiness, he felt like he was back home in the water, and every part of his body felt particularly comfortable. You are swimming, Qi and blood +1, whole body muscle strength +1, whole body muscle coordination +1, water ability +1, swimming skills +1. You are diving, Qi and blood +1, whole body muscle strength +1, whole body muscle coordination +1, water ability +1, deoxygenation ability +1, water pressure resistance +1, diving skills +1. Under the blessing of use it or lose it, Lin Zichen seemed to have become a fish that has lived in the sea since childhood, swimming more and more freely in the sea water. Breaststroke, backstroke, butterfly stroke, freestyle. All done. From beginning to end, there is no repetition. On the shore, Zhang Wanqin, who was lying on a chair enjoying the sunbath, was surprised to see Lin Zichen swimming so well, and said, "Husband, look at Xiaochun. How can this child swim so well? I don't remember how many times we took him to the swimming pool since he was a child. Maybe he learned it at school." Lin Yanqing answered casually, sitting happily grilling various delicious skewers. At this time, Shen Jianya, who was not far ahead, stood on a rock and shouted to him, "Old Lin, come here quickly, there is a rock here for diving, I have seen it below, there is no hard object, you can jump with confidence. Come here." Hearing that he could dive, Lin Yansheng didn't even care about eating the barbecue, and got up and trotted all the way over. Then, the childish voices of 2 grown men soon rang out from the rock. "Woohoo, crows are flying. Bang. Wow. Look at my depth charge. Bang. Wow." The 2 grown men jumped more and more happily, splashing the sea water everywhere, competing to see who could make the highest splash. Zhang Wanqin and Su Ming on the shore were convinced, complaining that the 2 fathers were so old and still behaved so childishly, not as mature as the 2 children. On the other side, Lin Zichen relied on his strong core strength to float on the sea almost motionlessly, watching the 2 people diving from a distance, and thought it was quite interesting, not childish. After all, men are teenagers until they die, and as a man, he can understand this very well. "Xiaochun, don't just swim by yourself, come and teach me how to swim." When the sea water soaked into the shallow water area at the knees, Qinghan saw Lin Zichen leaving her aside, and couldn't help but shouting this at him with some grievance. When Lin Zichen heard it, he realized that he was swimming too happily, and accidentally left Qinghan aside. After realizing this, he immediately swam back, and taught Qinghan how to swim. "Xiaochun, swimming is so simple, I learned it in no time." "Xiaochun, diving is also so simple, I learned it in no time." "Wow Xiaochun, I'm so awesome. I've always heard people say that it's hard to open your eyes in the sea, and it hurts, but I don't feel any discomfort at all, and I feel cool and comfortable." Under Lin Zichen's teaching, Qinghan suddenly had an epiphany. It was like returning home as soon as he entered the water. No matter what swimming skills, they were all learned in no time. Even, without any buffering adaptation, he could open his eyes directly in the sea water, which was more comfortable than wearing goggles. Lin Zichen was confused, and didn't understand how Qinghan did it. Born good at swimming, but no matter how good she is at swimming, she can't learn all the swimming skills at once. This is not normal at all. Abnormal? Wait, Speaking of abnormal, Qinghan has another abnormal place, and it is also related to water. At this moment, the three words abnormal suddenly appeared in his mind, which made Lin Zichen think of Qinghan's tendency to wet the bed and pants. Especially combined with the words that Su Ming often said to Qinghan when she was a child. Why did you pee again? Are you made of water? He had a bold guess in his mind. Qinghan's tendency to wet the bed and pants may not be due to problems with her urethra, bladder, or nerve control. Instead, she may have a special origin, connection, or relationship with water, which makes her prone to wetting the bed and pants. In simple terms, the reason why she wets the bed and pants easily may not be a medical problem, but a supernatural problem. It may not be a bad thing as everyone thinks, but a good thing whose benefits have not yet been discovered. For example, the special cultivation physique in the immortal cultivation novels of the previous life. Lin Zichen became more and more excited as he thought about it, realizing that he seemed to have discovered some shocking secret. Chapter 39. Xiaochen, I can hold my breath underwater for a long time. Xiaochen, I can see clearly in the water, even the sand at the bottom of the water. Xiaochen, the fish in the water are not afraid of me. Under Lin Zichen's suggestion, Qinghan kept trying various operations in the water to test her ability to swim. After each attempt, her little face was full of surprise. She didn't expect that she could do so many magical underwater operations. Suddenly, she felt as if she didn't know herself. Lin Zichen watched the whole process from the side, his face also full of surprise. The ability Qinghan showed in the water was not inferior to him, who had the attribute of melting water. The water ability was so amazing. What else could it be but extraordinary ability? Bedwetting King. Water Elementalist. In the following time, Lin Zichen kept asking Qinghan to do various underwater operations to see if there were any special changes in her body during the period. For example, abnormal expansion or contraction of pores, sudden rise or fall in body temperature, sudden acceleration or slowdown of heartbeat, etc. But after observing for a while, nothing was found. When Qinghan was immersed in the water, her physical condition was no different from that of an ordinary person, and there were no special changes. It seems that I can't find the answer just by observing her. I have to go back and search the internet or read relevant books to solve this puzzle. Lin Zichen thought silently in his heart. While he was thinking about this, Qinghan, who had been holding her breath in the water for more than 10 minutes, came out of the water with a wow. Her whole face was red from holding her breath, breathing in big gulps of fresh air. After a while, she looked at Lin Zichen expectantly and asked, Xiaochen, how long did I hold my breath? 11 minutes and 2 seconds. Lin Zichen glanced at the timer on his phone and answered. This length of time of holding breath in water is impossible to achieve without relevant professional training. However, Qinghan has never been to a swimming pool since she was a child, but at this moment, she can hold her breath in the water for such a long time, which is simply against the sky. Qinghan, who realized this, suddenly became excited and said, Xiaochen, I seem to be very talented in water. I am not a useless girl anymore. You are not a useless girl. You are in the top 100 in the cultural subjects of the high school entrance examination. How many people can't reach this result? But I am useless in front of you. I said I am not a useless person. Before Qinghan finished speaking, Lin Zichen, who was floating in front of her, interrupted her. After that, the air around the two fell into silence. Only the sound of the surging sea water and the sound of the sea breeze lingered in the ears from time to time. About 3 seconds later, Qinghan smiled sweetly and said, Well, I am not a waste, not before, not now, and not in the future. This is a smile from the heart, full of the most real joy. At this time, Lin Yanxing on the shore shouted to the two, Xiaochen, Hanin, come over and eat barbecue. At the same time as the voice came, there was also a tempting smell of meat. Qinghan couldn't help swallowing his saliva just by smelling it from a distance, and then smiled and looked at Lin Zichen and said, Xiaochen, let's go over to eat barbecue. After saying that, she turned to the shore, eager to swim ashore to enjoy the barbecue. But just as she was about to make a swimming motion, she suddenly stopped in the water for some reason, and her face looked a little strange. Seeing this familiar strange expression, Lin Zichen realized something, and instantly felt numb. He quickly pretended to know nothing and swam quickly to the shore. Although he felt numb, he knew that Qinghan did not do it on purpose, and he did not blame her at all. After all, for Qinghan, there were some things she really could not control. At night, Lin Zichen lay on the bed with his mobile phone, describing Qinghan's amazing performance in the water today one by one and searching on the internet. As a result, nothing was found. He was also convinced. Why is the search engine in this world so bad? No matter what you ask, it knows nothing. First there was Abyss Giant Butterfly, then there was Origin of Life, and now there is Qinghan's amazing water nature, and none of the information he wanted could be found. This world is so mysterious that nothing is known. There is a kind of beauty of if you don't learn math, physics and chemistry, life is full of myths. He shook his head and put down his phone. Lin Zichen took advantage of the fact that no one was around late at night, and left the sea view room to go swimming in the sea for exercise. He originally wanted to run for exercise, but when he thought of the indescribable feeling of soaking in the water, he couldn't help but change to swimming. At this stage, his desire for water is stronger than ever before. The reason why it has become like this is the effect of the biological attribute melting water happiness. It is estimated that he will have to soak in water a few more times, until he gets used to it, gets tired of it, and the novelty is gone, and then he can return to normal. You swam 10 kilometers. Qi and blood added 88. Whole body muscle strength added 2000. Whole body muscle coordination added 2000. Water ability added 1000. Swimming skills added 1000. You snorkeled 10 kilometers. Qi and blood added 88. Whole body muscle strength added 2000. Whole body muscle coordination added 2000. Water ability added 1000. Deoxygenation ability added 1000. Water pressure resistance added 1000. Diving skills added 1000. It took more than 2 hours for Lin Zichen to finally complete his swimming exercise. He sat on the shore for nearly half an hour, and felt that he had rested enough, so he quickly dived into the water again. But this time, he did not swim, but held his breath to explore the underwater world. You are using your eyes in the dark seabed, deoxygenation ability +1, water pressure resistance +1, underwater vision +1, night vision +1. After some exploration, Lin Zichen found that the underwater world looked much richer than the land. To sum it up simply with 2 idioms, it is colorful and varied. The marine life living under the sea is more diverse and more bizarre than that on land. The ocean is worthy of being the origin of life. It looks much deeper than the land. I hope that one day I can evolve to survive in the water and explore the mysterious underwater world. With this fantasy that may come true, Lin Zichen continued to hold his breath and explore under the sea, training his deoxygenation ability and water pressure resistance. You are holding your breath in the dark seabed, deoxygenation ability +1, water pressure resistance +1. You are using your eyes in the dark seabed, deoxygenation ability +1, water pressure resistance +1, underwater vision +1, night vision +1. You are moving in the dark seabed, underwater movement ability +1, water ability +1. In this way, Lin Zichen held his breath intermittently for nearly 2 hours in the seabed. When he saw that the time was almost up, he surfaced and returned to the sea view room to rest. Chapter 40. During the days of vacation at the beach, Lin Zichen only did 2 things every day. One was to let Qinghan do various underwater movements in the sea during the day, and he observed from the side to see if he could dig out the secrets of Qinghan. The second was to dive under the sea at night, when no one was around, to do high-intensity exercises to improve his various abilities in the water. This went on for several days. In the blink of an eye, it was the last night of the beach vacation. That night, Lin Zichen had just finished dinner, and was lying on the bed watching videos on his mobile phone and learning various knowledge related to the ocean. Not long after, Qinghan sent him a message on WeChat. Hanin, Xiaochen, come to my room now, I give you a surprise. Zichen, okay, I come. After replying the message, Lin Zichen got out of bed, and went to Qinghan's room, to see what surprise she had prepared. Hanin, open the door. Lin Zichen reached out, and knocked on the door. Since he accidentally saw Qinghan wearing diapers, when he entered the room, without knocking last time, he has become much more cautious now. The door is not locked, just come in. Qinghan's voice came from the room, sounding a little nervous and shy. Lin Zichen noticed that there was something wrong with the voice, and he became curious. What surprise did Qinghan prepare that made her voice so nervous and shy now? Thinking about it, he opened the door and walked in. Then the picture that came into his eyes was Qinghan wearing a swimsuit, standing by the bed with a blush on her face, looking at him shyly. This swimsuit is different from the one she wore at the beach during the day. It looks more normal, more exposed, and no different from just wearing underwear. Xiaochen, do you think it looks good? Qinghan suppressed her inner shyness, walked in front of Lin Zichen, and turned around, showing her body in the swimsuit. This swimsuit was prepared for her by Su Ming when she was at home, thinking that she would wear it when she came to the beach. Unfortunately, she was too embarrassed to wear it. She had been on vacation at the beach for so many days, but she had never worn it once. Because of this, she felt it would be a pity not to wear it, so she thought about wearing it in her room for Lin Zichen to see what kind of comments she would get. It looks very good, especially suitable for you. Lin Zichen looked at Qinghan in the swimsuit for a few times, and gave this answer very honestly. Really? Really? Lin Zichen did not speak against his conscience, and he spoke the truth. After all, Qinghan in a swimsuit has a perfect face and figure, and the combination is really beautiful. If she walks on the beach outside, at least 80% of people will turn their heads back. By the way, it's quite comfortable to walk on the beach in the evening with the sea breeze. Do you want to go down with me to experience it? Lin Zichen is at the age of blood and vigor. Facing Qinghan in a swimsuit, he knows that if he continues to look at her, he will easily have inappropriate thoughts in his mind, so he made such a suggestion. Qinghan said without hesitation, I must experience it. Wait for me, I go change clothes. As she said that, she picked up the casual clothes on the bed, and went into the bathroom in the room to change clothes. She was not at all shy with Lin Zichen, and did not ask him to wait outside the room. On the beach at night. A gentle breeze. Lin Zichen and Qinghan were not wearing shoes, and walked barefoot on the beach, enjoying the touch of the sand. Xiaochen, it's really comfortable to walk on the beach at night. I didn't even walk on the beach a few nights ago. What a pity. Qinghan thought about it, and felt very sorry. Lin Zichen smiled. It's okay. There will be many opportunities to come to the beach in the future. I can come every summer vacation. That's right. When we have a holiday in the future, our two families will come to the beach to play, swim together, play beach volleyball together, barbecue on the shore together, and eat all kinds of delicious skewers together. Speaking of skewers, Qinghan couldn't help swallowing her saliva, feeling a little greedy. Seeing her like this, Lin Zichen remembered the scene when he was shopping in the mall when he was a child. At that time, Zhang Wanqin loved shopping in the mall, and often asked Su Ming to go shopping with her. Qinghan, who came with Su Ming, couldn't help drooling every time she passed by a snack shop, and then stopped and said in a baby voice that she wanted to buy snacks. It was like this every time, without exception. Thinking about it, Lin Zichen couldn't help but look at Qinghan, comparing her with a little foodie back then. In a word, girls change a lot when they grow up. She used to be a little lowly with a chubby face and short legs, but now she is a young girl with a small face and slender legs. Her attributes have changed from cute to beautiful. Is my face so beautiful? I've walked 100 meters away, and you're still staring at my face. Qinghan couldn't stand Lin Zichen's gaze, and said with a blushing face. Lin Zichen smiled and said, It's really beautiful, more beautiful than many so-called female stars. Oh, don't say such things anymore, you just have bad intentions, and want to see me blush. Qinghan really couldn't stand being praised like this. She felt very embarrassed, so embarrassed that she couldn't even walk comfortably. At this time, the two of them had walked into the seawater beside them unknowingly. It felt very cool to soak their feet in it. Lin Zichen looked at the seawater under his feet, thought of the colorful underwater world, and looked at Qinghan on a whim and asked, Do you want to dive with me and appreciate the colorful underwater world? How to dive? I teach you. As he said, Lin Zichen took Qinghan to the depths of the shallow water area and dived into the underwater world that was only a few meters deep. However, less than 2 seconds after diving, Qinghan suddenly patted Lin Zichen with a nervous look, conveying the message that she was going to float to the surface and would not dive anymore. Seeing this, Lin Zichen hurriedly took her to the surface. When she surfaced, Qinghan's face turned pale, and she said, Quick, Xiaochen, let's go to the shore and stay away from the sea. Lin Zichen didn't understand what was going on, but he didn't rush to ask, but swam to the shore with her first. After going up, he immediately asked with a puzzled look on his face, What happened? Why did you suddenly become so nervous? Sound, I heard a sound. When I just dived to the bottom of the sea, I suddenly heard a very strange sound in my ears, which was so strange that it was a bit scary. What sound? I don't understand, maybe it's a language I don't know, I just know it's a female voice, the voice is very real, it keeps echoing in my ears, and it didn't disappear until I surfaced. Qinghan said with a face full of fear. Lin Zichen was even more puzzled after listening to it. Female voice? Unknown language? Keep echoing in my ears? How come I didn't hear it at all when I was also diving? Let's go, Xiaochen. Let's go back quickly. I don't want to stay on this beach any longer. I always feel a chill on my back, a little scary. Qinghan said with a face full of fear. Seeing that she was so scared, Lin Zichen didn't stay on this beach any longer, and quickly took her back to the sea view room. Late at night, on the bed, Lin Zichen hadn't slept all the time. His mind was full of what Qinghan told him, hearing a woman's voice while diving. The more he thought about it, the more creepy he felt, and he couldn't help but think about the water ghost. But soon, he realized that these were all meaningless fantasies, and the more he thought, the more time he wasted. So in order to stop thinking, he took out his mobile phone and started browsing the current affairs news online. Not long after browsing, he saw an unexpected news. There are traces of giant strange rats in Shanghai City again. A fishing enthusiast went to the river to fish at night, but was taken away by a giant strange rat that suddenly appeared. It is still unknown whether he is dead or alive. After reading this news, Lin Zichen was filled with a sense of urgency. He thought that since his mind was in a mess, and he couldn't sleep, he might as well get out of bed and exercise. So, he got out of bed and started exercising. You did 1,000 weighted push-ups, chi and blood plus 2,000, arm muscle strength plus 2,000, chest muscle strength plus 2,000, push-up proficiency plus 1,000. You did 1,000 weighted sit-ups, chi and blood plus 2,000, abdominal muscle strength plus 2,000, sit-up proficiency plus 1,000. You did 1,000 weighted squats, chi and blood plus 2,000, leg muscle strength plus 2,000, squat proficiency. At 1,000. Your biological level has been upgraded to ordinary level 5. While doing this, Lin Zichen was surprised to find that he had actually evolved. The biological level has evolved from ordinary level 4 to ordinary level 5. Ordinary level 5. This is a biological level that can compete with adult giant alien rats. I don't know how much the data of the 3 basic attributes have been upgraded to. I have to test it. Thinking of this, Lin Zichen immediately took out the measuring tools from his luggage bag and couldn't wait to find a place outside to test his body data. It took about half an hour to measure the data of the 3 basic attributes. It only takes 3.64 seconds to sprint 100 meters. The vertical jump can reach 6.98 meters. You can lift a car weighing about 1,600 kilograms with one hand. Compared with the breakthrough to ordinary level 4, the data has been greatly improved. The time for sprinting 100 meters has been shortened by 0.85 seconds. The height of vertical jump has been increased by 1.33 meters, and the weight of heavy objects lifted with one hand has been increased by 510 kilograms. Chapter 41. September 1st, the first day of school. Lin Zichen and Qinghan got up early, had breakfast, and went out to register at school together. They didn't need their parents to accompany them, so they went alone. After all, they were almost 16 years old and had enough independence, so they didn't bother their parents if they could. Of course, the most important thing was that the high school department of Shanghai Middle School was very close to home, only a few hundred meters away, and it only took a few minutes to walk there. Xiaochen, the school is so close, we can't use our bicycle, what a pity. Qinghan was wearing a light blue skirt, revealing a pair of white and straight calves. When she walked side by side with Lin Zichen on the street, she suddenly felt a little uncomfortable, and couldn't help but sigh with regret. Lin Zichen, it's okay. I can still ride it on weekends. There's nothing to regret. Then we go out for a ride on weekends. I take you. My legs are strong now. It's no problem for me to take you. Qinghan said to Lin Zichen with clear eyes. Lin Zichen smiled and said, okay. I look forward to your riding skills. The two walked and talked all the way. When they were about to reach the intersection in front, Qinghan pointed to a barber shop across the street and said uncertainly, Xiaochen, look at the barber shop across the street. Is that Zhang Kai? Zhang Kai, the boy who was very active in the martial arts team back then? Lin Zichen looked in the direction Qinghan pointed and saw the Zhang Kai in the martial arts team back then. However, Zhang Kai at this time was no longer the sunny and short-haired boy back then. He had become a non-mainstream killer with an earring on his left ear, his right eye covered by side bangs, and his hair dyed in colorful colors. There was a Ghost Fire motorcycle parked in front of the barber shop, probably his. Did he fail to get into high school because his academic performance was too poor, and then he became a non-mainstream Ghost Fire boy? Thinking of this, Lin Zichen couldn't help but feel a little sad and emotional. But he didn't care too much, and soon continued to go to school with Qinghan. Shanghai Middle School High School. Welcome Hall. The so-called Welcome Hall is actually a spacious corridor under a certain teaching building. There, each freshman class teacher has his own exclusive table and chair, and they all sit on it waiting for the freshmen in their class to report. At the same time, there are many senior students around who are volunteering to welcome the freshmen, which looks quite lively. Lin Zichen looked around and soon found the welcome position of his class, the welcome office of Class 1, Grade 1, and immediately took Qinghan over. "Hello, teacher. We are the 2 new students who are here to register. Why are you here so early?" The muscular man sitting inside the welcome room of Class 1, Grade 1, responded casually. He waited until he had replied to the WeChat message on his phone, before he put down his phone and looked up at the newcomer. When he saw the outstanding looks of Lin Zichen and Qinghan, he was completely amazed. Afterwards, he took out the registration form and asked the 2 to tick their names, and couldn't help but ask curiously, "You 2 are so handsome and beautiful, are you brother and sister?" "No, we are childhood sweethearts who grew up together." Lin Zichen picked up the pen on the table, ticked his own name on the form, and also ticked Qinghan's name below. The muscular man took a look at the place where he had drawn the line, his eyes widened, and then he quickly smiled and said, "It turns out to be classmate Zichen. I have always heard of your name, and today I finally met him in person." Lin Zichen is the most dazzling student in the junior high school department of Shanghai Middle School. Many teachers in the high school department have heard of his name, but few have seen him in person. "What is your name, teacher?" Lin Zichen asked politely. The muscular man smiled and said, "My last name is Han. You 2 can just call me Lao Han." Lin Zichen smiled and said, "It turns out to be Teacher Han. Hello, Teacher Han." "Hello, Teacher Han." Qinghan also shouted. Her voice sounded weak, giving people a feeling of being a little introverted. "Haha, all good, all good." Han Yuanfeng laughed heartily, and looked very approachable. After that, he shouted to a volunteer not far away, "Hisu, please take them around the school and introduce them to various places in the school." "No need, Teacher Han, we can just go around by ourselves." Just leaving this sentence, Lin Zichen took Qinghan out of the corridor. It took more than 10 minutes for the 2 to walk around the school. Then, they found that the high school department of Shanghai Middle School was actually an enlarged version of the junior high school department. Both the garden style and the architectural style were exactly the same. After walking around for a while, I felt that there was nothing to see, so I walked towards my classroom. The 3rd teaching building. Class 1, Grade 1. When Lin Zichen brought Qinghan in, the classroom was empty. The 2 came too early, and came to report after breakfast. It is estimated that many people in the class have not gotten up yet, let alone come into the classroom. After all, the whole day is the reporting time. You can sleep in at home and report in the afternoon after dinner. Xiaochun, there are photos of the teachers of each subject in the class at the back. It looks like they are newly posted. Let's go and take a look. Qinghan said, and ran to the back of the classroom, looking at the photos hanging on the wall curiously. Lin Zichen also walked over to see that there was a corresponding identity introduction under each teacher's photo. It is estimated that this should be posted to facilitate the new students to quickly get familiar with the teacher. I have to say that the school is really considerate in this regard, which adds points. There are 4 photos in total, all of which are male teachers, corresponding to the 4 main courses in high school career. The first photo, the martial arts teacher, who is also the class teacher, is named Han Yuanfeng. The second photo, the wilderness survival teacher, named Cheng Bei. The third photo, the gene fusion teacher, named Lu Diren. The fourth photo, the mechanical transformation teacher, named Kai Yuanfei. In addition to the basic information of the teachers, there are also related introductions to the 4 main courses below the photos. Martial arts class, mainly to exercise the body and learn martial arts skills, more practical. Wilderness survival class, mainly to learn various survival skills, such as climbing, drilling wood to make fire, how to find water sources, etc., more practical. Gene fusion class, mainly to learn the relevant knowledge of gene fusion technology, in addition to the need to know various exotic beasts, understand the properties and habits of known exotic beasts. Basically all books are taught, more theoretical. Mechanical transformation class, mainly to learn the relevant knowledge of mechanical transformation technology, to know various materials and alloy equipment, also taught by books, more theoretical. Xiaochun, there are so few courses in high school, only 4, much less than junior high school. After reading the course introduction below the photo, Qinghan couldn't help feeling a little happy. Lin Zichen poured cold water on her and said, "Don't be too happy too soon. The fewer courses there are, the more difficult the courses are. And these are just the main courses. There are elective courses to learn later. It's okay. The elective courses are all hobby courses and cultural courses. They can't stop me at all," Qinghan said with full confidence. After all, she is a primary school bully who is ranked in the top 100 in the cultural subjects in the district. She has the capital to be proud here. Lin Zichen just smiled and said nothing. He was very happy to see Shen Qinghan proud. He was brilliant since childhood. He was not afraid of Shen Qinghan's pride, but he was afraid of Shen Qinghan's inferiority. Because pride at least means that Shen Qinghan is happy, while inferiority means that she is very unhappy and may be depressed one day. He didn't want Shen Qinghan to lack confidence and become inferior and autistic because he was too dazzling. Chapter 42. Xiaochen, there is a lot of dust on the floor. We have nothing to do right now. How about sweeping the classroom floor? When the two finished looking at the photos on the wall and were about to leave the classroom, Shen Qinghan found a lot of dust on the floor and wanted to sweep it because of her obsessive-compulsive disorder. Lin Zichen had no objection. So, the two quickly found a broom and quietly swept the floor in the classroom. Not long after they started sweeping, two girls came in from outside. One of them, a girl with a bun, saw someone sweeping the floor in the classroom, hesitated for a moment, and asked timidly, are you also freshmen? Lin Zichen stopped what he was doing when he heard the voice, looked up at the two people at the door, and said, yes, we are also freshmen. We just came here not long ago. When we saw a little dust on the floor, we took the broom to sweep it. It was Lin Zichen. Oh my god. Seeing Lin Zichen's handsome face, the two girls instantly became a little excited. Especially the girl with the bun, her whole face turned red, and she said nervously, well, Lin Zichen, I am your fan. Fan? That's right, I watched every 8 school league you participated in junior high school. I think you are awesome, so I became your fan. The girl with the bun explained shyly. Liar, dishonest, obviously you are a fan because you are handsome. Listening to the girl with the bun, the short-haired girl next to her complained wildly in her heart. After that, she looked at Lin Zichen, her cheeks flushed, and said shyly, Lin Zichen, I am also your fan. We both went to Shanghai No. 1 middle school in junior high school. I just wanted to go to the same school as you, thinking that you would definitely go directly to the high school department of this school, so I specially took the exam to Shanghai Middle School. This is true. Both of them are Lin Zichen's little fans. They specially applied for Shanghai Middle School just to go to the same school, and even the same class as their idol. Lin Zichen was a little flattered. He didn't expect that his little fan had already developed to other schools. However, his luck in love seems to be a little too good. This is not a good thing. The drawer will be filled with love letters sooner or later, and then there will be a lot of unnecessary troubles. While the three were communicating, Shen Qinghan, who was standing aside, was sweeping the floor silently all the time, like a transparent person with zero presence. Except for a period of liveliness in the lower grades of elementary school, she was a little introverted and rarely took the initiative to talk to people. Only when she was in front of Lin Zichen would she seem to talk a lot. After all, they grew up together and were very familiar with each other, so it would be much more comfortable to get along with each other. There is a lot of dust on the floor of this classroom. We two have nothing to do right now, so let's clean the classroom together. The girl with the bun hair walked to a corner of the classroom, picked up a broom, and started sweeping the floor. The girl with short hair also started sweeping. With the participation of these two girls, the floor of the entire classroom was quickly cleaned. At this moment, Lin Zichen found 3 text messages emerging in the void. Achievement: complete tasks 1,000 times in total under the premise of multi-person cooperation. Reward: obtain biological attribute social animal. Total number of completed tasks: 1 out of 1,000. After reading the content of the text, Lin Zichen was excited, and suddenly the 5th achievement appeared out of nowhere. This is too surprising. I don't know what effect this attribute of social animals will have. It's really exciting. At this time, the head teacher Han Yuanfeng passed by the corridor outside the classroom and went to the toilet in front. Seeing someone cleaning the classroom, he immediately walked in with a smile and said, "Have you guys swept the classroom?" "Not bad. It's really clean. It's worth praising." When the 3 girls heard this, they were immediately very happy. They left a good impression on the head teacher at the beginning of the school. This is a big profit. The floor is really worth sweeping. Unlike them, Lin Zichen had no fluctuations in his heart. From childhood to adulthood, he has been praised too much, and he has become immune to it. Time flies. It was time for dinner in a blink of an eye. Lin Zichen saw that the time was almost up, so he went home with Shen Qinghan to eat. After dinner, he rested at home for a while, and then left home soon. He went out alone without calling Shen Qinghan. The Ghost Squid album has been opened, and the next step is to open the album of another kind of strange beast. It's time to go to the mall to see if there is any suitable strange beast meat to buy and devour. Riding a bicycle, he came to the mall like flying. Lin Zichen parked the car and went straight to the top floor to see if there was any strange beast meat for sale at a suitable price. After looking around, he finally set his sights on the meat of the violent eagle. The violent eagle is a kind of strange beast that is a little more advanced than the ghost squid, but its main use is still for eating. The biological characteristic is that the vision is particularly excellent. For example, the vision of an ordinary eagle is generally 8 times that of an ordinary person, while the vision of a violent eagle can reach 30 times that of an ordinary person, which is very powerful. Moreover, the vision and capture ability is also very strong. Even the alien rabbit that is about to become a residual image can be accurately captured. With the experience of opening the Ghost Squid album in the previous summer vacation, Lin Zichen estimated that after opening the Violent Eagle album, he should obtain biological attributes related to vision. Vision is an extremely important biological attribute. If it is good enough, it can greatly improve a person's combat effectiveness. Take the martial arts competition as an example. People with good eyesight are more likely to capture the opponent's movements, so as to better defend against the opponent's attacks and better attack the opponent. In summary, this Violent Eagle album is undoubtedly worth opening. Well, the main reason is that the price of Violent Eagle meat is cheap, only 1,998 yuan per caddy. This cheapness is compared with the price of other alien beast meat. After all, in this entire floor, except for the ghost squid meat that only costs 998 yuan per caddy, there is no alien beast meat cheaper than the Violent Eagle meat. The third cheapest alien beast meat costs 5,888 yuan per caddy. The price gap is very exaggerated. If it is like the ghost squid meat, devouring 1 kilogram can increase the progress of the atlas by 1%, then the cost of opening the atlas will be almost 900,000. 900,000. This is almost 1 million after rounding up. I can't afford it. After deciding to buy the Violent Eagle meat, Lin Zichen quickly found the landlord and asked him to help buy a kilogram of Violent Eagle meat. Soon, the meat was in hand. The deposit evaporated directly by 1998 yuan. Lin Zichen didn't care about this little money, turned around and found a deserted place to start devouring the Violent Eagle meat. You devoured a trace of the life source of Violent Eagle. Violent Eagle Atlas. 1% as expected, devouring 1 kilogram of meat can increase the progress of opening the atlas by 1%. This means that it will cost almost 200,000 yuan to open the Violent Eagle Atlas. 200,000. I have to work harder to save money by playing games in high school, and try to unlock the album of the Brutal Eagle before the second year of high school. Lin Zichen thought silently in his heart, and he was confident that he could unlock the album of the Brutal Eagle before the second year of high school, and add another biological attribute to himself. Although the cost of opening the album of the Brutal Eagle is very high, twice the cost of opening the album of the Ghost Squid, the corresponding high school level martial arts competition has a much higher prize money than the junior high school level martial arts competition. Chapter 43. The next morning, September 2nd. In the classroom of Class 1, Grade 1, the 4 main teachers stood on the stage and took turns introducing themselves to the 40 freshmen below. The freshmen were very quiet and listened carefully throughout the whole process. It was not because of their quiet personalities, but because these freshmen were not familiar with each other yet, and they were a little restrained when getting along with each other, and they didn't know what to talk about. Okay, students, our 4 teachers on the stage have introduced themselves. Next, it's your turn to introduce yourself on the stage so that everyone can get familiar with each other. The head teacher said, looking at the girl sitting in the first row on the left, and smiled. Let's start with this girl, and then go up to the stage one by one in order to introduce yourself. The girl looked very outgoing. As soon as the head teacher finished speaking, she stood up and left her seat, and went up to the stage with a smile on her face to introduce herself. Hello everyone, my name is Chu Yushi, my specialty is music, chess, calligraphy and painting. Then, everyone else came on stage to introduce themselves in order. My name is Zhong Yijia, I like watching anime, playing cosplay, and doing sports. My name is Peng Huguang, I usually like to stay at home and play games. Lin Zichen sat in the middle and back, listening quietly to the self-introductions of his classmates. As he listened, he saw a hair stuck on Qinghan's shoulder, so he reached out to help her remove it. Qinghan felt the touch from behind, thinking that Lin Zichen had something to say to her, and immediately turned around to look behind him. Lin Zichen explained, "Just now I saw a hair stuck on your back, so I reached out to help you get it off and throw it away." "Oh, that's it." Qinghan nodded quietly and turned back. The two of them are no longer desk mates, but front and back desk mates. Because the whole class is boys sitting with boys, and girls sitting with girls, no longer like the 9-year compulsory education. After all, students in the first year of high school are normally around 16 years old, and their sexual characteristics have matured. It is not appropriate for boys and girls to sit together. Originally, Lin Zichen could use his privilege as a genius to continue to be a desk mate with Shen Qinghan. But he thought about it, and felt that this was not conducive to Shen Qinghan's growth. Shen Qinghan has grown up so much. Except for the white-haired girl who briefly had a friend of the same age in the 2nd grade of elementary school, at other times, Lin Zichen was the only one in the entire social circle of the same age. This is too introverted, not a good thing. A girl in adolescence cannot only be accompanied by her childhood sweetheart in the process of growing up, but also by friends of the same age and sex. Because there are many topics and hobbies that can only be discussed with friends of the same age and sex, and many joys and troubles can only be shared and confided with friends of the same age and sex. And the fastest way for Shen Qinghan to make friends of the same age and sex is to let her have a female desk mate. For this reason, Lin Zichen sat separately from Shen Qinghan, changing their relationship in school from desk mates for many years to front and back desks now. As time went on, it was soon Shen Qinghan's turn to go on stage and introduce herself. Because of her outstanding appearance, she attracted the attention of everyone in the audience as soon as she arrived on the stage. Hello everyone, I am Shen Qinghan. I like to draw and, please give me more advice in the future. Being watched by so many people in the audience, Shen Qinghan was very nervous. After a quick and simple self-introduction, she immediately fled the podium and returned to her seat. Before going on stage, she had been seriously preparing for her speech in the audience, wanting to make a perfect self-introduction in front of the whole class. As a result, she was nervous as soon as she got on stage, and then she forgot everything, which made her very distressed. After introducing herself to several people, it was finally Lin Zichen's turn to introduce himself on stage. He had just stood up from his seat, and instantly attracted the attention of all the girls in the class. Instantly, a whisper of girls in the classroom sounded, saying that he was so handsome. He ignored these voices, walked straight to the stage, and introduced himself calmly. Hello everyone, my name is Lin Zichen. Please give me more advice in the future. He just said this simply, and then went off the stage and sat down in his seat. This self-introduction was the shortest of all the people who had come on stage. Is this person so cool? I just like to pretend. But this person is really handsome, more than 10 times more handsome than the class hunk in my previous class. Many boys whispered about Lin Zichen. Some of them were bad words, and they were said very quietly. Lin Zichen's facial senses were very sensitive, and he heard everything word for word, but he didn't take it seriously. Boys of this age in junior high school and high school, especially those who have just graduated from junior high school, are most likely to look down on this and disobey that. All you can say is that you just get used to it. Time passed quickly. As the last few freshmen came on stage to introduce themselves, the bell rang for the end of Get Out of Class. After the self-introductions in class, the freshmen in the class are now familiar with each other, and are not as reserved as when they first came in the morning. As soon as the 4 main teachers left, the classroom became noisy. Everyone was chatting with the people around them. Among them, the most talked about topic was the high school entrance examination results. Class 1 of Grade 1 is a top class. The students who can be assigned to this class are all top academic masters, who are particularly concerned about their grades and like to compete. At this moment, many people want to know other people's high school entrance examination results, and compare them with their own results. Qinghan, how many points did you get in the high school entrance examination? Shen Qinghan's desk mate, a girl wearing a Lolita skirt, twin ponytails, and looking a little cute, looked at Shen Qinghan with curiosity and asked. Shen Qinghan was immediately stunned by the question. She got in through the back door, and she couldn't even tell me her high school entrance exam results. After thinking for a while, she only told me her liberal arts scores, and said weakly, I got 709 points. Great, more than 10 points higher than me. I only got 698 points. After that, the girl with twin ponytails asked again, then how many points did you get in the physical test? I didn't perform well in the high school entrance exam, so I only got 95 points, which was a very bad score. The full score of the physical test is 100 points, and if you can get 95 points, you are already a top student among top students. After all, the scoring requirements for the physical test are very high. If you can pass with 60 points, you are eligible to apply for the martial arts class. If you get 90 points, you can get into the top class. The girl with twin ponytails said on the surface that she didn't perform well and got 95 points, which was a very bad score, but in fact she was just pretending. I didn't do well in the physical test, and my score was even lower than yours, Qinghan said with a guilty conscience. She only scored 79 points in the physical test, 11 points short of entering this top class. This score couldn't be said at all. Otherwise, once others heard it, they would know that she got in through the back door. However, the girl with twin ponytails insisted on asking, "How many points did you get? Was it 94 points? Or 93 points? It should be lower." Qinghan didn't want to lie, but she couldn't tell the specific score, so she could only answer vaguely, trying to get away with it. Unfortunately, the girl with twin ponytails was a little stupid, and she would not give up until she knew the specific score, and asked again, "Is it 92 points? Or 91 points? Or 90 points?" Qinghan was a little overwhelmed by the questions, and her palms were sweating with nervousness. Seeing this, Lin Zichen, who was sitting in the back, had to help Qinghan out. He smiled and looked at the girl with twin ponytails and asked, "Can I add you on WeChat?" "Ah, add WeChat, okay. Should I scan you or you scan me?" Seeing that Lin Zichen actually took the initiative to add WeChat, the girl with twin ponytails was very flattered. When she took out her phone, she was so nervous that her hands were shaking. Lin Zichen was so handsome that when she talked to him face to face, the girl with twin ponytails blushed and looked like she was about to shed tears. She had completely forgotten about Qinghan's physical test score. Chapter 44. I scan you. Lin Zichen opened WeChat and scanned. The girl with twin ponytails excitedly opened her WeChat business card and put the QR code in front of him. Qinghan watched from the side, pursed her lips, and said nothing, feeling a little depressed. She knew that Lin Zichen was trying to help her out, which made her feel even more useless. She couldn't even say it when asked about her high school entrance examination results. She was just a useless burden. After adding the girl with twin ponytails, Lin Zichen looked at his deskmate and said, "You, let's add WeChat too." His deskmate was a boy with a buzz cut, a strong body, and bright eyes. He took out his mobile phone, opened his WeChat business card, put the QR code in front of Lin Zichen and said, "Scan me." After adding friends, Lin Zichen created a WeChat group and pulled Qinghan, and the girl with twin ponytails, Li Chuxin, into it. Afterwards, he smiled and said to the three people, "According to where we are sitting now, I guess we will be in the same group in the future. I just created a group and pulled everyone in." He smiled and said, "Okay, very proactive." Li Chuxin looked at the WeChat group and suggested, "Then let's give the group a name. How about calling it the Dawn Group?" Dawn and Dawn. Dawn Group. Lin Zichen felt it was strange. However, the other two did not seem to think about the homophony, and said that the group name was good. He simply didn't care, and felt that it didn't matter what the group name was. And Qinghan simply had no opinion in front of strangers, and just responded, "Zichen, what about you?" Li Chuxin looked at Lin Zichen and asked. Lin Zichen thought the name of the group was a bit funny, but seeing that no one had any objections, he nodded and said, "I think it's good too. Since everyone agrees, the group will be called the Dawn Group in the future." Li Chuxin said, and changed the name of the WeChat group chat to Dawn. You have successfully created a 4-person group, which meets the standard of multiple people working together to complete a task. Cumulative number of completed events, 2/1000. Is this okay? Looking at the 2 text messages that emerged in the void, Lin Zichen was a little surprised. It seems that the achievement of multiple people working together to complete things is not too difficult, and can be completed without deliberately doing it. After all, creating a 4-person group can improve the completion progress of the achievement task. Then wiping the blackboard together, sweeping the floor together, and taking out the trash together will definitely improve the progress. I can only say that this achievement task only requires hands. In the following time. Except for Lin Zichen, who had already added other people's WeChat, the other 3 added each other's WeChat. Then, led by Yu, everyone started to check the household registration mode. After a chat, we learned that Yu is not a local of Shanghai City, but a native of Nongguan City next door. His family has been running martial arts schools for generations. He is a young man from a martial arts family. The reason why he came to Shanghai City to study in high school is because his family will expand the market in Shanghai City next, and his parents are the person in charge of this project. In order to do a good job of this project, his parents moved to Shanghai City to settle down. As an only child, he had to follow. Your family has been running martial arts schools for generations, so your martial arts skills must be very strong. Li Chuxing guessed. Hey, this is what I've been waiting for. He was very happy, but he looked calm on the surface and said, actually, it's not bad, just that I didn't embarrass my family. In last year's Nongguan Youth Martial Arts competition, I was lucky enough to get the 8th place. Wow, the 8th place in the whole city, you are so amazing. Li Chuxing looked admiring. So amazing. Qinghan also admired him, but in his heart, he thought Lin Zichen was the best. Lin Zichen also said, I didn't expect that there would be a martial arts master in our group. If we encounter any problems in martial arts class in the future, we have to ask you for advice. No problem, leave it to me. He patted his chest and agreed. The 3 people in the group all supported him so much, which made him very happy. Especially Qinghan and Li Chuxing, the 2 beautiful girls cast admiring eyes at him, which made him feel so happy that he couldn't stop. After the fun, he looked at the 3 people and asked, by the way, what do your families do? Li Chuxing, my family runs a clothing store, and there are several branches in the district. He was very respectful and flattered when he heard it. Good guy, it turns out that you are a little rich woman. No wonder you are wearing branded goods, I envy you. Li Chuxing smiled and waved her hand. Mr. He, don't joke with me, your family's martial arts school has opened a cross-city chain. I envy you more than enough. After that, she looked at Lin Zichen and Qinghan, and asked curiously, Zichen, Qinghan, what do your families do? Qinghan said a little reservedly, my parents are both teachers, teaching high school liberal arts. Teachers are good, not only do they have a stable income, but they are also respected. You are a scholarly child. He said skillfully, focusing on reciprocity. Li Chuxing said with a look of sudden realization, no wonder your liberal arts grades are so good, it turns out that your parents are both liberal arts teachers. After that, she looked at Lin Zichen and asked, Zichen, what about you? Lin Zichen said lightly, my parents are both freelancers, writing online novels at home. Oh my, they are actually novel authors. He was very surprised by this, and then curiously said, I like to read novels when I have nothing to do. What novels your parents wrote? I will go and search and see. Lin Zichen smiled. I will post all the book titles in the group. You can take a look for yourself. After that, he posted all the book titles in the group. As a childhood sweetheart, Qinghan has read these books a long time ago. He even took the initiative to become a water army, opened a bunch of reader accounts, and posted a lot of good reviews in the book's comment area, such as quick update, can't sleep at night, super good, I will explode after reading it for a while, the writing style of this book is really good, and the plot is also very exciting. He and Li Chuxing curiously opened the group chat to check the title of the book, and then searched it online. Soon, after searching for the book, he, as always, said, okay, the title and introduction are very attractive, I will read it when I go home tonight. Li Chuxing was surprised. Why are they all male-oriented novels? Doesn't your mother write female-oriented novels? Lin Zichen smiled and explained, my mother used to write female-oriented novels, but for some reason, she came to write male-oriented novels later, and she met my father because of this, and gave birth to me. Wow, it sounds so fateful. Li Chuxing looked envious, thinking that it would be great if she could meet her other half in this way in the future. It would be so sweet. Chapter 45. It didn't take long for the 4 of them to finish talking about all the topics that could be discussed in the group. He, the chat engine, saw that everyone had nothing to talk about, so he took the initiative to lead the topic to other students outside the group. He said to the 3 people mysteriously, guess who is the strongest in the class? You will definitely not guess. Li Chuxing was a little confused. Aren't you from Nongguan City? Logically speaking, you should not know the situation in the class. How do you know who is the strongest in the class? Just after she finished speaking, she seemed to realize something and said speechlessly, you don't want to say that you are the strongest in the class? No, I'm not that arrogant. I still have some ideas in my heart. I can only rank 3rd at most in the class. He said modestly. Li Chuxing shook her head and said, then I can't guess. I don't know many people in the class. Just after she finished speaking, she suddenly remembered Lin Zichen, and immediately smiled and added, if you force me to guess, I guess Zichen is the best. He is the top scorer in our district's high school entrance examination. Fuck Zichen, are you so awesome? He was a little shocked. He didn't expect Lin Zichen to be the top scorer in the district. You can't judge a person by appearance. After all, under normal circumstances, handsome people are not very strong. Because God has to be fair, he can't let a person be both handsome and good at fighting, otherwise it will destroy the balance of the game Earth-OL. After being shocked, he thought about it, and felt that it was actually okay. He was just the top scorer in the district, not the top scorer in the city, and he might not be as good as himself. Thinking about it, he whispered to the three people, "The district champion may be a little bit off. You may not believe it when I tell you, but there are two tough guys in our class." The principal spent a lot of money to dig them out from Nongwon City. "What do you mean?" Li Chuxin was very curious. Lin Zichen was also very curious about this, and waited for He Yu to reveal the mystery. He Yu asked the three people to come closer, and then whispered to them more quietly. "The boy by the window in the third row on the left is the one who just came on stage to introduce himself, and said his name is Wang Shujie. He is the third place in the middle school entrance examination in Nongwon City, and his 100-meter score is 7.98 seconds. Also, the big guy named Lu Gang sitting on the far right of the last row, this guy is born with supernatural power, and can easily lift a 300-kilogram barbell with one hand. These two people are definitely the strongest in the class. In addition to the two of them, Zichen and I should be the strongest in the class." He Yu originally wanted to say that in addition to those two people, he is the strongest. But thinking that Lin Zichen was a member of his team, it was not good to say so, so he also mentioned Lin Zichen. "Oh my god! Is this true?" Li Chuxin was very surprised, and her face was full of disbelief. Qinghan was calm, as always, firmly believed that Lin Zichen was the best in the class, but he just thought so in his heart, and did not argue out loud. Lin Zichen just smiled and said nothing. 100 meters in 7.98 seconds, easily lift 300 kilograms with one hand? He was able to do these two data when he was in elementary school. "Come on," a few students helped move books and school uniforms. The head teacher Han Yuanfeng appeared at the door at some point and shouted to the students who were chatting enthusiastically in the classroom. When the boys sitting near the door heard this, they all stood up and followed to move the books and school uniforms. Not long after, the books and school uniforms were all moved back, under Han Yuanfeng's command. The students sitting in the front row quickly and orderly distributed books and school uniforms to the class. There were not many books, for each person, corresponding to the four main courses. Martial arts training required course 1. Gene fusion required course 1. Mechanical transformation required course 1. Wild survival required course 1. The titles of the books are very simple and straightforward, and you can tell what they are about at a glance. As for school uniforms, 5 sets were distributed to each person, 3 sets of summer clothes and 2 sets of winter clothes. Lin Zichen opened the package and touched the material of the school uniform with his hand, and found that the touch was unexpectedly good, and the quality was no worse than the clothes sold for hundreds of yuan in the mall. It can only be said that key high schools are different, with sufficient funds, and the things distributed to students will not be shoddy. After the books and school uniforms were distributed, Han Yuanfeng walked to the podium and turned on the projector, projecting a position chart about class cadres. There are not many positions, only 5. They are class monitor, discipline committee member, study committee member, literary and artistic committee member, and life committee member. Han Yuanfeng looked at the students below and said, "Everyone who wants to be a class cadre can go on stage to run for election now, and let others vote to decide." Lin Zichen was not interested in these, just took a look, and soon lowered his head to flip through the textbooks that had just been distributed. Qinghan was very introverted, and would not consider being a class cadre, so he also lowered his head to flip through the textbooks. He Yu took a fancy to the position of class monitor, and said to the 3 people in the group, "Team members, I will go on stage to run for class monitor later, remember to vote for me." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Chuxin immediately smiled and continued, "I will run for the position of arts committee member later, and you have to vote for me too." Lin Zichen and Qinghan both nodded and said yes. A few minutes later, the class cadre election began. There were quite a few people who wanted to be class cadres, and people came on stage to run for election. He went up early to run for class monitor. But unfortunately, he failed in the election. The position of class monitor was taken by Wang Shujie, who ran 100 meters in 7.98 seconds. As a second choice, he ran for the position of discipline committee member. As a result, he still failed in the election. The position of discipline committee member was taken by Lu Gang, who could easily lift 300 kilograms with one hand. He was numb, and returned to his seat with a face full of doubts about life. After a while, he cursed in a low voice, "Damn it, you two bastards, just wait for me, I will overtake you sooner or later and push you to the ground." Unlike He Yu, Li Chuxin was elected as the arts committee member as she wished. You worked together with the team members to successfully help Li Chuxin run for the arts committee member. Total number of completed tasks. 3 out of 1,000 Hanen. There is no propaganda committee member in the class, and I, the arts committee member, have to be responsible for the blackboard newspaper, but I am not very good at drawing. I remember you said you liked drawing when you introduced yourself before. Can you help me? After coming down from the stage, Li Chuxin imitated Lin Zichen's way of calling Qinghan, and looked at Qinghan in a friendly tone and asked for help. Faced with her deskmate's request for help, Qinghan nodded without hesitation and agreed, "Well, I will help you." She likes drawing, and is quite willing to be responsible for the blackboard newspaper. When Li Chuxin heard this, she immediately hugged her happily and said, "Good sister, you will be my good sister from now on." Qinghan was not used to being hugged, and she didn't know where to put her hands for a while. Li Chuxin was too enthusiastic, so enthusiastic that she couldn't adapt in a short time. Lin Zichen saw this scene, and couldn't help but smile, thinking that this was very good. It is estimated that it won't be long before Qinghan will have a little sister to talk to. Books and school uniforms were distributed. Class leaders were also selected. Han Yuanfeng on the stage saw that there was nothing to do, so he let the students in the class move freely and go home on their own after school. Of course, the premise is that they cannot leave the school during this period. When the students in the audience heard this, many people felt very incredible. Yesterday was the registration day, so it was understandable that there were no classes. Then why don't we have to go to class today? Li Chuxin knew the intention behind this, and smiled and explained to the 3 confused people in the group. This is the tradition of Shanghai Middle School. In order to let students get familiar with the school and classmates as soon as possible, there are no classes in the first 2 days, and everyone is free to do whatever they want. Lin Zichen heard about this for the first time, and felt that he was a little ignorant. Chapter 46. Because the whole day was free time, the students soon started to hang out in the school. Some went out in groups to walk around the campus. Some gathered together to chat. Some lowered their heads to play with their phones. Some were flipping through new books to prepare in advance. Qinghan was one of the readers. He was currently flipping through the textbook and preparing in advance. He was very serious and hardworking. Lin Zichen had flipped through the textbook before, and found that many of the contents were what he had learned by himself when he was a child, so he didn't read it much. Instead, he played with his phone and checked the real-time news on the internet. Live up to expectations. The Kyoto prodigy who made a sensation across the country has now been recommended to Kyoto University, where he is studying at the Evolution Academy. He is expected to evolve into an advanced creature during his college years. It's heartbreaking. The genius mechanical girl has undergone mechanical transformation too early because her body has not fully developed. Now she has a lot of physiological problems, and many parts of her body are deformed. She may become disabled for the rest of her life. Great news! Huawei Group has successfully cultivated a rare 5th-level spiritual plant. The global spiritual plant market may usher in a big change. Lin Zichen glanced at the 3 news on the homepage, and his eyes quickly fell on the second news about the mechanical genius girl. After reading the content for a while, he felt a little mixed. Parents are great. But obviously, not everyone with children is qualified to be a parent. The parents of this mechanical genius girl, in order to market their daughter as a genius to make money, completely disregarded the safety of their daughter's body and made her undergo various mechanical transformations. They are unworthy of being parents. Even, they are unworthy of being human beings. Lin Zichen shook his head, stopped thinking about it, and swiped down the phone screen to browse other news. After reading more than 20 pieces in a row, he found that there were a lot of news about the rat god cult. After counting, the proportion was almost half. Lin Zichen frowned slightly. Why did so many news about the rat god cult suddenly appear? Did something happen? With these questions, he clicked on all the news related to the rat god cult to browse. Then he learned that it turned out that the city security headquarters had recently closed the net and arrested many rat god cult believers. And all the related news was reported today. Did they only arrest the believers? What about the Rat King who was worshipped as a god by the believers? Was he arrested? Lin Zichen was full of thoughts and quickly continued to browse the news. After reading the recommended news on the web page, he searched for other related news. As a result, he was disappointed to find that the city security headquarters closing operation this time was just thunder and rain. It only arrested some believers, and did not even catch a giant alien rat. After browsing the news for a while, I felt a little bored. Lin Zichen put away his phone, got up quietly, and left the classroom, intending to find an empty corner to exercise, so as not to waste time in the classroom. After walking around the school, he finally came to an empty grove. This place, with no one and no surveillance, is the most suitable secret base for exercise. So, he casually moved a stone weighing hundreds of pounds and started to do high-intensity weight-bearing exercise. You are doing weighted push-ups, chi and blood +2, arm muscle strength +2, chest muscle strength +2, push-up proficiency +1. You are doing weighted sit-ups, chi and blood +2, abdominal muscle strength +2, sit-up proficiency +1. You are doing weighted squats, chi and blood +2, leg muscle strength +2, squat proficiency +1. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Zichen finally finished his exercise, sweating all over. Very tired, but very fulfilled. I can clearly feel that I have become stronger again. The biological level of ordinary adult giant alien rats is ordinary level 5. As long as I evolve one more level, my strength will be able to surpass them. Thinking of this, Lin Zichen lay down again, pressed the stone he had just taken down back on his back, and pushed up and down on the ground again. You did 300 weighted push-ups, chi and blood +600, arm muscle strength +600, chest muscle strength +600, push-up proficiency +300 after quickly finishing a set of weighted push-ups. Lin Zichen felt that the time was almost up, so he stopped and wiped the sweat off his face, and took out his mobile phone to see what time it was. A glance at the upper right corner of the mobile phone screen showed that the time was already 17:20 in the afternoon, and school was about to end. Afterwards, I saw a WeChat message notification from Qinghan on the top of the mobile phone screen. Clicked it, and saw 3 messages. 15:12 in the afternoon. Hanin, Xiaochun, where have you been? Why haven't you come back for so long? 16:22 p.m. Hanin, where are you? Confused emoji, 17:11 p.m. Hanin, Xiaochun, school is over in 19 minutes. I stay in the classroom waiting for you. If you see the message, remember to come to the classroom to find me. Don't go home by yourself. 17:22 p.m. Zichen, I was just exercising and didn't look at my phone. I go back now. After replying this message to Qinghan, Lin Zichen put away his phone and went back to the classroom. As soon as he entered the classroom door, Li Chuxin saw that he was sweating all over, and couldn't help asking curiously, where have you been? Why are you sweating all over? He was also puzzled. That's right, why haven't I seen you for a long time? Did you go to play basketball or football? Qinghan didn't say anything quietly, but took out a few tissues and handed them to Lin Zichen, asking him to wipe the sweat off his face. Originally, she wanted to help Lin Zichen wipe it, but there were too many people in the classroom watching, so she was embarrassed to wipe it. Lin Zichen took the tissue and wiped the sweat off his face, while saying honestly, I didn't go anywhere, I was just bored sitting in the classroom, so I found a place outside to exercise for a while. Li Chuxin said with admiration, not only are you talented, but you are also so hardworking. No wonder you are the top scorer in our district's high school entrance examination. He complained, good guy, you actually went outside to exercise secretly, do you have to be so stubborn? He spoke loudly, attracting many people around to look over. Please keep your voice down. Li Chuxin glanced at him with dissatisfaction, thinking that this Nongguan boy was too noisy, and his voice was louder than a rooster's crow, which made people feel very bad. He also realized that it was not right, and hurriedly smiled and said, sorry. At this time, the bell rang. The students can go home after school. Li Chuxin took out 3 bags from her school bag and handed them to the 3 people in the group, saying, here, I give each of you a bag to put your school uniform in. Thanks. Thank you, Chuxin. Lin Zichen and Qinghan took the bags at the same time. Both smiled and thanked. He took the bag and said, as usual, oh my god, you actually knew to prepare a bag in your school bag in advance, you are so smart. Seeing him yelling again, Li Chuxin rolled her eyes at him speechlessly. Lin Zichen and Qinghan were quietly packing up their things, one thinking about going home early to eat, the other thinking about going home early to read. Chapter 47. Xiaochun, I've packed my things, let's go. Please carry the bag for me. Okay. Qinghan didn't make things awkward with Lin Zichen, and directly handed him the bag of school uniforms. Lin Zichen took the bag and left the classroom with Qinghan. Looking at the backs of the 2 people leaving, a girl in the class, who specially came from Shanghai No. 1 middle school to be in the same class with Lin Zichen, said with a crazy look on her face, Lin Zichen is so gentlemanly, and he even knows to help girls carry bags. I wish I was his childhood sweetheart. Gentlemanly? I think he likes to show off, right? Today is a free activity, everyone is either chatting or walking around the campus, but he is the only one who runs outside to exercise. He is really good at showing off. Next to the girl, a tall and thin boy said with disdain. He was the top scorer in the high school entrance exam of Shanghai No. 1 middle school. He had good grades and was a little handsome. He was the pride of the school for 3 years in junior high school. He was praised by his peers and received many love letters. The girl sitting next to him at this moment was the only one who could compete with him for the first place in the 3 years of junior high school. In the process of the two competing with each other, he gradually developed a good impression of the girl. After the high school entrance exam, he learned that the girl had applied for Shanghai Middle School. He gave up the retention of the principal of the high school department of Shanghai No. 1 Middle School without hesitation and chose to follow the girl to apply for Shanghai Middle School. The girl's eyes were full of Lin Zichen when they met, and he felt very unhappy. I was here first. Why did things become like this? Hey, we are all classmates, so don't say bad things about people behind their backs. If you really don't like him, just go and find him to spar in martial arts class. Lu Gang, who could lift 300 kilograms with one hand, heard what the tall and thin boy had just said and walked over to him. The tall and thin boy was suddenly confronted by someone, and instinctively wanted to confront him back. But when he turned around and saw a big guy who was almost 2 meters tall, he was immediately scared and didn't dare to say anything. The girl next to him saw that he was so scared, so she decisively added insult to injury and said, "That's right. If you don't like Lin Zichen, just go and compete with him, but you have to be careful. Don't be like the 8th Schools League, when you were kicked off the martial arts stage as soon as you got on the court and fell to the ground." You? The tall and thin boy was so angry that he couldn't speak, and suddenly felt that the girl in front of him was so disgusting. Lu Gang looked at the girl and asked, "Is that Lin Zichen very good?" When talking about Lin Zichen, the girl's eyes were full of colors. She immediately introduced her male god to Lu Gang like a treasure, and said enthusiastically, "Great. Very good. Simply invincible. From childhood to adulthood, Lin Zichen is the most powerful academic master I have ever seen in real life. You may not believe it, when Lin Zichen just entered the 1st grade of junior high school, he defeated all the junior high school students in the district. Note, it's all junior high school students, including the 2nd and 3rd grades. And it's not as simple as one-on-one." The girl became more and more excited, her whole face looked red, and the whole person was so excited that it seemed as if Lin Zichen was someone to her. After a while, after listening to her introduction of Lin Zichen, Lu Gang couldn't help but smile with interest and said, "Interesting, if there is a chance, I have to find him to learn from him." "Forget it, Lu Gang." At this time, a sturdy boy came over and said, it was the top scorer in the middle school entrance examination in Nangwon City. A genius named Wang Shujie, who could run 7.98 seconds in the 100-meter sprint. Wang Shujie walked in front of Lu Gang and stopped, saying calmly, "No matter how powerful that person is, he is only the top scorer in one of the districts of Shanghai City. It's just that when there is no tiger in the mountain, the monkey will be the king. And you are a genius who can rank in the top 5 in Nangwon City. There is no need to be so hungry that you want to find such an opponent to compete. If you want to compete, just find me." This genius named Wang Shujie had a sense of arrogance in his words that looked down on the students of Shanghai City, which made many Shanghai locals in the class feel uncomfortable. Lu Gang waved his hand and said, "Forget it, it's meaningless to spar with you. You are fast, so I can't hit you. You are weak, so you can't hit me either. We can't decide the winner even if we fight for a long time on the stage." Wang Shujie smiled and said, "How about this? I plan to challenge the top students in the 2nd grade in a while. Let's go together then." "Okay, that's just what I want." Lu Gang agreed without thinking. After the two of them finished talking, they quickly left the classroom together. They were geniuses recruited by the school with a lot of money, and they all lived in the teacher dormitory provided by the school. There were only 2 people, and they lived in a 3-bedroom and 1 living room house, which was very luxurious. After the two left, the man and woman from Shanghai No. 1 Middle School in the classroom were a little confused. The top 5 geniuses in Nangwon City? What's going on? How could there be a top student from Nangwon City in our class? You know, the education level in Nangwon City is much higher than that in Shanghai City. Basically, a provincial champion can come out every few years. Shanghai City has only produced 1 provincial champion in the past few decades, and that was more than 20 years ago, which is too long ago to be compared with Nangwon City. So, how could these 2 top students from Nangwon City come to Shanghai Middle School to study? The boy and girl from Shanghai No. 1 Middle School were puzzled by this question. On the school road, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan were walking side by side at a leisurely pace. Shen Qinghan, who left the classroom, became much more lively and kept talking to Lin Zichen all the way. As she spoke, she suddenly remembered something and said to Lin Zichen, "By the way, my mother just said on WeChat that I will be back late after working overtime at school today, so she asked me to buy some vegetables on the way home after school. Let's go to the vegetable market on the right after we go out and buy them. Let's go to the mall. We are young and have never bought vegetables before. It's easy to get cheated if we buy them at street stalls. Then let's go to the mall." After a few simple exchanges, the two quickly walked out of the school gate and took the bus to the nearest mall to buy vegetables. After the bus arrived at the station, they had to walk a distance to reach the mall. During the period, the two passed by an alley, and Shen Qinghan was suddenly startled and pointed to the alley and said, "Xiaochen, there are so many rats there." Lin Zichen looked in the direction she pointed, and sure enough, he saw several rats in the alley. Even, he saw a big rat fighting with a cat for cat food. Seeing this scene, Lin Zichen couldn't help but frown, picked up a stone, and wanted to smash the big rat in the alley that was competing with the cat for food. But he changed his mind, and finally didn't do it. At this stage, it's better not to provoke creatures like rats. After all, until now, giant rats are still full of mystery. No one knows how they suddenly appeared in human society, and no one knows whether they are related to ordinary rats. Lin Zichen is worried that if he kills the big rat in the alley, he may get into trouble. Chapter 48. At night, Lin Zichen took a break after dinner, and soon went upstairs to hide in the room for high-intensity exercise. After more than 3 hours of exercise, he felt that all the muscles in his body were numb, so he stopped to rest with sweat all over his head. He did not waste time while resting. He sat on the ground and searched for news related to the rat god cult on his mobile phone to keep abreast of the trends of this cult. After searching, he found that several believers were arrested in less than a day. It must be said that the efficiency of the city's public security headquarters is high. The only flaw is that the giant alien rat was still not caught. Even the shadow of one was not seen. It was as if the giant alien rat had never existed in the human world, which made people feel incredible. After a short rest, Lin Zichen put away his mobile phone, picked up his clothes, and went to the bathroom. After taking a shower, he turned off the lights and went to bed. Before going to bed, he deliberately set an alarm clock for 3 o'clock in the morning, intending to go out on the street to test his physical data when no one was around late at night. In a blink of an eye, several hours passed. The alarm on the cell phone rang. Lin Zichen woke up, put on his clothes, took his measuring tools, and quickly left home quietly. Then, he found a blind spot for surveillance and started testing. In less than 10 minutes, the test results came out. It only takes 3.59 seconds to sprint 100 meters. The vertical jump can reach 7.02 meters. A car weighing about 1,650 kilograms can be lifted with one hand. Compared with the last test, all three data have improved. After testing the data, Lin Zichen did not stay outside for long. He took his measuring tools and trotted home. During the period, when he passed a green belt, he saw a fat rat on the side. After a closer look, he was surprised to find that the mouse was actually lying on the ground eating a bird. It was a sparrow. The sparrow was still alive, and its wings were flapping and struggling to get out of the mouse's mouth, but to no avail. Lin Zichen was shocked by the scene in front of him. He had seen cats eating birds. But what was the situation of this mouse eating birds? How did it catch the bird to eat? Lin Zichen frowned, thinking that the scene in front of him was very strange, and quickly stayed away from the mouse and chose to take a detour home. On the way back, he picked up his phone and called the public security station to report the situation. After the people at the public security station learned about the situation, they just asked him not to get close. Apart from that, they didn't say anything more, and didn't even ask the location, and seemed to be very unconcerned. The next morning, after Lin Zichen had breakfast, he stood at the door of his house playing with his phone, waiting for Shen Qinghan to come out to school together. Not long after, Shen Qinghan came out with a small bag of biscuits in his hand. She stopped in front of Lin Zichen, took out a cookie from the bag and put it to his mouth, smiling sweetly. "My mother made cookies last night. Try them." This was specially made by Su Ming for her to bring to school and give to her classmates, hoping that she could get along well with every classmate in the class. Lin Zichen tasted it and smiled. The cookies made by Aunt Ming are still as delicious as always. "Of course," Shen Qinghan said proudly. After just a few simple words, the two quickly set off for school. Walking into the school gate and walking on the school road, Lin Zichen suddenly heard someone calling his name from behind. Looking back, a tall girl came into view. She looks like a senior student. "Ah, Junior Zichen, it's really you. I said you looked like you from behind?" The girl saw Lin Zichen's familiar handsome face, and ran over excitedly. Lin Zichen looked at the girl and found that he didn't know her, and he couldn't help but feel a little confused. The girl smiled and said, "Junior Zichen, do you still remember me? When you participated in the school sports meeting in the first grade of junior high school, I was always by your side cheering for you, and my throat was hoarse." Lin Zichen didn't remember it at all, but he smiled politely on the surface. "Of course I remember." The girl was so happy when she heard him remember. Lin Zichen didn't talk to her much. After saying goodbye to the senior sister, he took Qinghan to the classroom of class 1 of the first grade of senior high school. On the way, Qinghan couldn't help but sighed. "Xiaochen, you are really popular. You can see your little fangirl everywhere." Lin Zichen just smiled and didn't say anything. After arriving at the classroom, Qinghan shared the cookies with Li Chuxin and Yu. It was the first time for the two to eat such delicious cookies. After learning that Qinghan's mother Su Ming made them herself, they praised Su Ming highly. As Su Ming's daughter, Qinghan felt very happy listening to this. Not long after, the bell rang. The students of Class 1, Grade 1, had their first class of high school. The class was a mechanical modification class, and the teacher was Kai Yuanfei, a science and engineering man with glasses. The content of the first class was very simple, mainly to teach students some basic concepts and ideas. Lin Zichen listened and found that it was all the knowledge he had learned from reading books when he was a child. So he quietly took out the books he brought from home and read them, and no longer wasted time listening to the class. Except for him, all other students in the class listened very seriously. After all, not everyone can read a lot of books like him since childhood and remember everything he has read. Most people have to follow the teacher's pace to learn. While Lin Zichen was reading quietly, Lu Gang and Wang Shujie, two top students in Nanyuan City, were very active in class. Every time the teacher asked a question, the two of them immediately answered, and they always answered correctly, which surprised everyone in the class and thought they were so strong. Kai Yuanfei, the teacher, also praised the two of them, saying that they were worthy of being top students from Nanyuan City, and their knowledge reserves were rich. After the mechanical transformation class, the next class was the gene fusion class. The teacher of the gene fusion class was named Lu Diren, and he was also a science and engineering man with glasses. The content of the first class was also to talk about some ideas and concepts first. Lin Zichen listened and found that it was still the content he had learned by himself a long time ago, so he continued to look down at the book he brought. Lu Gang and Wang Shujie, on the other hand, were as active in class as ever. Lu Diren had been teaching for so many years, but this was the first time he had met students with such a rich knowledge reserve. He couldn't help but give them a thumbs up and praise them. "It's amazing. The students in Nanyuan City are really amazing. I have been teaching for so many years, but I have never seen such amazing students. It really opened my eyes." Hearing this evaluation, both Lu Gang and Wang Shujie were greatly satisfied with their vanity. Not long after, the bell rang. After 2 mechanical transformation classes and 2 gene fusion classes, the whole morning class was over. "Brother Jia, I heard that you are the top scorer in the middle school entrance examination in Nanyuan City. Isn't that too awesome? Lu Gang, I heard that you can easily lift a 300 kilograms weight with one hand. Is that true? Oh my god, the top students in Nanyuan City are so strong." During the lunch break, most of the students in the class stood around the 2 top students in Nanyuan City, marveling at their strength. When Yu saw this scene, he felt so jealous that he couldn't help but complain in a low voice. "These 2 people are so pretentious. They have been showing off in class just now, for fear that others don't know how good they are." Lin Zichen felt that it was normal for those 2 to show off, and there was nothing to be disgusted with. They usually study so hard and work so hard, and finally get such excellent results. If you don't let them show off, that's too much. In many cases, the biggest motivation for people to be positive is to show off after success. This is the reason why wealth and honor don't return to their hometowns, like walking in the night in brocade clothes. Chapter 49. After lunch break, Lin Zichen had the afternoon practical class. The first class was Wilderness Survival class. The teacher, Chung Bei, did not explain any concepts or ideas. He asked the students to practice and asked if anyone knew how to make fire by drilling wood. He took out a few dry wood and threw them on the ground to see if anyone knew this skill. However, he estimated that no one knew how to do it. This skill is basically useless in normal times. Who would learn it when they have nothing to do? But to his surprise, Lu Gang and Wang Shujie, two top students in Nanyuan City, knew how to make fire by drilling wood. As soon as he threw the wood out, the two walked over and drilled it skillfully. Then, it didn't take long for the flames to come out, and the fire was successfully made. What's going on? How come you two are so amazing that you can even make fire by drilling wood? Cheng Bei said in disbelief. Lu Gang smiled and said, Teacher, I participated in a wild summer camp during the summer vacation of my second year of junior high school, and I learned how to make fire by drilling wood. Wang Shujie said lightly, I learned it by myself online when I was in elementary school. Hearing Wang Shujie's words, many students in the class opened their mouths wide and were surprised. Are all the top students in Nanyuan City so awesome? When they were only in elementary school, they learned how to make fire by drilling wood online. It's really amazing. Lin Zichen also looked at Wang Shujie. He didn't expect that someone would be like him. When he was a child, he also liked to search for videos online to learn various skills. It seems that top students have certain commonalities. In the following time, except for the two top students in Nanyuan City, everyone else in the class is learning how to make fire by drilling wood with Cheng Bei. Xiaochun, it's so hard. My hands are almost peeling from drilling. I can't even drill a hole. How fast do I have to drill to make a fire? Seeing her face slightly red and the occasional stinging pain in her palm, Qinghan was full of frustration. Li Chuxin and he were also the same, and they couldn't drill the wood on the ground at all. Seeing this, Lin Zichen said to the three people, Come here, I teach you. He couldn't help but wonder, Can you make fire by drilling wood? Lin Zichen explained, I have also learned to make fire by drilling wood on the internet before. Li Chuxin said with admiration, Zichen, you are so good. Lin Zichen just smiled, and quickly taught the three people his little tricks of making fire by drilling wood, and corrected their wrong drilling movements. Among the three people, Qinghan was relatively clumsy, and her drilling movements were always wrong. Lin Zichen had no choice but to walk to her side, and squat down to teach her how to drill. In front of so many people, Lin Zichen held her hand intimately, and Qinghan's face turned red, all the way to her ears, and it looked like water was about to drip out. After the wilderness survival course, the students of Class 1, Grade 1, finally welcomed the martial arts training class of their homeroom teacher Han Yuanfeng. This is the most important course in high school, no doubt about it. The main content of the course is to understand the human body, exercise the body, and learn various martial arts skills. Han Yuanfeng came up and taught everyone a special breathing method. This breathing method can adjust your own breath and improve the effect of physical exercise after learning it. However, the improvement is not much. It is only slightly better than exercises. Lin Zichen listened to Han Yuanfeng's explanation while watching him demonstrate the breathing method, and learned it in a moment. It is not difficult. As long as you master the breathing rhythm, you can learn it. However, this was only for him. Except for him, no student in the class could learn it. Everyone complained that it was difficult, and they almost couldn't breathe several times. There was a girl who was short of oxygen and retched against a tree. Don't worry, this breathing method is a bit difficult. For example, it takes an average of 3 days for the top students in the first year of high school to learn it. Seeing everyone's faces full of frustration, Han Yuanfeng comforted them in time. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Shujie came over and said, Teacher, I learned it. Han Yuanfeng was shocked. It was only the first class, and he learned it. Before he was shocked, Lu Gang also raised his hand and said, Teacher, I learned it too. Do you think it's like this? After speaking, Lu Gang started to practice the breathing method a little unfamiliarly, constantly adjusting his breath. Seeing this, Wang Shujie also started to practice the breathing method. Seeing that both of them really mastered the breathing method, Han Yuanfeng was excited. He looked at Lu Gang and Wang Shujie, and praised them generously in public. Amazing, really amazing. No wonder you can achieve excellent results in Nanyuan City where there are so many masters. Your learning ability is outstanding. The students around him were all envious when they saw this. At the same time, he felt frustrated. Those who could enter the martial arts elite class of Shanghai Middle School were the pride of their respective schools when they were in junior high school, and were regarded as academic masters by everyone. However, at this moment, in front of Lu Gang and Wang Shujie, it was like a firefly competing with the bright moon, and it suddenly became eclipsed, which was very discouraging. Time flies, and several days have passed in the blink of an eye. In the past few days, the school's courses were basically the same every day. From Monday to Thursday, there were mechanical transformation and gene fusion classes in the morning, and wilderness survival and martial arts training classes in the afternoon. On Friday, there were elective classes all day. During this period, Lu Gang and Wang Shujia had been actively showing themselves and were highly valued by every teacher. Lin Zichen was low-key and quietly exercised his body every day. Occasionally, he organized a group of 4 people to wipe the blackboard, take out the trash, and water the flowers in the classroom, silently completing these trivial things to improve the completion progress bar of the social animal achievement. After a few days, a lot of progress was improved. Achievement: completed 1,000 things cumulatively under the premise of multi-person cooperation. Reward: obtained biological attribute social animal. Cumulative number of completed things: 56/1000. That day, Saturday morning, Lin Zichen got up early and stood in front of Shen Qinghan's house waiting for her to come out. Last night, he and Shen Qinghan agreed to go to the beach today. Just the two of them, without their parents. Shanghai City is a coastal city, surrounded by the sea. The nearest beach is less than 30 kilometers away. There is no problem for the two of them to go out together. They can go out in the morning and come back in the evening, and both parents are relieved. Of course, they are mainly relieved about Lin Zichen. "Xiaochen, let's go!" A sweet voice sounded, and Shen Qinghan came out of the house, with a backpack full of things on his back, looking at Lin Zichen with a smile on his face. Soon, the two took a car to the nearest beach for fun. They said they were going to play, but in fact they wanted to train each other's water skills and study Shen Qinghan's body. Lin Zichen has always wanted to unravel the secrets of Shen Qinghan. Why does she have urinary incontinence? Why is she so naturally good at swimming? Also, what was the sound Shen Qinghan heard under the sea last time? Is it an auditory hallucination or something else? Could it be related to Shen Qinghan's physical abnormalities over the years? These doubts have always lingered in his mind, and he wants to unravel them every day. Chapter 50. After nearly an hour, the bus arrived at the destination smoothly, and the two got off and headed for the beach. They went to the locker room and changed into the swimsuits they brought. Lin Zichen only wore a pair of swimming trunks, revealing his sculpted upper body muscles. Shen Qinghan was dressed tightly as always, even showing only a little of her thighs, as she was embarrassed to show too much in public. "There are fewer people over there. Let's go over there." "Okay." Shen Qinghan nodded and followed Lin Zichen obediently. Soon, the two walked into the shallow water area. Lin Zichen first asked Shen Qinghan to measure the length of time he could hold his breath underwater to see if he could hold it for more than 10 minutes like last time. As a result, Shen Qinghan's performance surprised him, holding his breath underwater for 20 minutes. "Xiaochen, how long?" 20 minutes and 38 seconds. "Ah, so long." Shen Qinghan subconsciously opened her mouth, surprised by her own performance. Lin Zichen said to her, "Hanin, you are so good at swimming, it may be related to your inability to hold your urine since childhood. We need to study this carefully, and try to find out the reason as soon as possible." "Yeah, I think it has something to do with that." Shen Qinghan's cheeks flushed. Lin Zichen was too casual and directly brought up the matter of her inability to hold her urine, which made her feel very embarrassed. Although they grew up together and got along closely on weekdays, there are still differences between men and women after all, and some overly private topics will be embarrassing to talk about. In the following time, Lin Zichen tested Shen Qinghan's various underwater abilities one after another. During the test, he kept observing the changes in her body. Unfortunately, the body is still normal, and there are no special changes. The only difference is that Shen Qinghan's underwater abilities are better than last time. This is very strange. She obviously didn't go into the water to exercise during this period, so how can her underwater ability improve? This is not in line with common sense. We need to observe and study it carefully. Thinking about it, Lin Zichen looked at Shen Qinghan and said, "Hanin, let's go diving and explore the underwater world." "Okay." Shen Qinghan nodded. Not long after the voice fell, the two dived into the water together, and walked under the seabed with a depth of nearly 10 meters. During this period, Lin Zichen kept observing Shen Qinghan's physical condition, and found that she felt a little uncomfortable when she first went into the water, but she quickly adapted to it, and moved freely in the underwater world with a depth of nearly 10 meters. This water nature is too amazing, so amazing that it doesn't look like a land creature, but like an aquatic creature. I'm afraid it's really like what Su Ming said, Shen Qinghan is made of water. Just as Lin Zichen was thinking about this, Shen Qinghan, who had just looked contented, suddenly changed his expression and shook his arm in a panic, telling him to float to the surface. He did not hesitate, and immediately floated to the surface with Shen Qinghan, and then swam to the shore quickly. "Did you hear the sound from last time?" After landing, Lin Zichen looked at Shen Qinghan and asked. Qinghan's face turned pale and said, I heard that strange sound again. This time it was clearer and louder. Like a woman kept talking in my ear. It sounded very creepy. Can you hear what she said clearly this time? Lin Zichen asked. Qinghan shook her head. I can't hear it. It doesn't feel like a common language in this world. It sounds like a spell, full of ancient and vicissitudes. Spell? Lin Zichen frowned slightly, and then asked, Can you reproduce that sound for me to hear? No, I feel that human vocal cords can't make that kind of sound. Qinghan shook her head, and then said, Xiaochen, let's go back. I don't want to stay here. I feel very insecure. Well, let's go back. Lin Zichen saw that she was in a bad state, and quickly took her away from the beach. In the car, Qinghan recalled the sound she had just heard in the sea, and she couldn't help feeling a little scared. She looked at Lin Zichen with lingering fear, and said in a begging tone, Xiaochen, can I not come to the beach in the future? I don't want to practice water skills. Okay, I won't come again in the future. Lin Zichen agreed without thinking. Qinghan heard strange sounds twice in a row, which made him feel a little uneasy. He thought that he should not come to the beach in the future. If he wanted to practice swimming, he could practice in some clean private swimming pools. As for the strange female voice that Qinghan heard in the sea, he could only wait until he became stronger in the future and find an opportunity to study it in depth to see what was going on. Time passed quickly. Unknowingly, more than a month had passed. Shanghai Middle School, Class 1, Grade 1. Kai Yuanfei, the mechanical transformation teacher, walked in with a stack of test papers, looked at everyone and said, It's October in a blink of an eye. It's been more than a month since the start of school. During this period, we have learned a lot of knowledge. It's time to test your learning results. I have set up rewards for this exam. The first prize is 888 yuan in cash, the second prize is 666 yuan in cash, and the third prize is 333 yuan in cash. It's not much money, just an incentive, but I hope everyone can take it seriously and check their learning results in the past month or so. Don't take it lightly. After saying this, Kai Yuanfei handed the test paper in his hand to the students in the front row and asked them to pass it to the back. So cool? Just a small test in the class can get a money reward? He Yu in the audience was shocked by this. Li Chuxin was puzzled when he heard this. Don't your high schools in Nongguan have it? He Yu shook his head and said, I've never heard of it. Li Chuxin explained to him, like our Shanghai Middle School, the school has a certain amount of funds distributed to teachers every month, so that teachers can use it to motivate students in daily assessments. Oh my god, so good? He was surprised at first, and then couldn't help complaining. Nongguan City claims to be a strong city in education, but the welfare it provides to students is not as good as Shanghai City. It's really lame. Lin Zichen, who was standing aside, was also a little surprised when he heard it. There is actually a prize? And the first place actually has 888 yuan? This reward is really generous, almost enough to buy half a pound of violent big eagle meat. Everyone, be quiet, stop arguing, start doing the test paper when you get it. Seeing that the students were discussing the bonus, making the classroom noisy, Kai Yuanfei immediately spoke to control the situation. Soon, the classroom became quiet, and everyone began to concentrate on doing the test paper. The test paper was a bit difficult, and many knowledge points were very tricky. Most students frowned while doing it. Lin Zichen tried it for a while, and felt it was okay. It was quite simple. Basically, you could know the answer at a glance, and you didn't need to use your brain throughout the whole process. The only question worth thinking about was the last question of the last question. But it only took half a minute more time. To get 100 points, you just need to have a hand. The 888 yuan for the first place can be said to be in your hand. More than an hour later, the exam was over. Kai Yuanfei came over to collect the test paper and took it back to the office to correct it, trying to correct it before lunch break. As soon as he left, the whole classroom was filled with wailing. Damn, why is the test so difficult? They even asked me what the energy wavelength of the laser cannon is. How can I remember it? What's the point of remembering it? That's right. The test is too difficult and biased. The last question is outrageous. It asks about the relationship between the anti-power airflow device and the atmospheric pressure, and asks us to calculate the specific values separately. So many decimal points, what's the point? Alas, I originally thought I would get 90 points, but I'm happy to get 60 points. When others were complaining about the difficulty of the test paper, Wang Shujie stood up and walked to Lu Gang, smiling and asked, the test paper just now was indeed a bit difficult. How did you do? I can get 95 points. I only don't know the last question of the last question. After that, Lu Gang asked Wang Shujie, what about you? Wang Shujie smiled and said, it's the same for me. I don't know the last question. I guess I get 95 points. Hearing that the two of them estimated 95 points, many students around secretly cursed them for being unfilial. The test paper is so difficult and the score is so high, is there any way to survive? On the other side, Qinghan also complained to Lin Zichen. Xiaochun, this test is too difficult, I may fail. It's okay, it's difficult for everyone, not just you. As long as it's higher than the average score, it's okay. Lin Zichen comforted him in a gentle voice. Qinghan thought about it, and felt that it made sense. The worry on his face was much less, and he smiled sweetly and said, yes, I have always had good scores in written tests since I was a child, and I will definitely be able to get higher than the average score. Chapter 51. Soon, the bell rang, and the next class was Gene Fusion. Gene Fusion teacher Lu Diren, like mechanical transformation teacher Kai Yuanfei, also came in with a stack of test papers. There was also a monthly exam, and rewards were set, and the amount of the reward was exactly the same as Kai Yuanfei's. In a blink of an eye, more than an hour passed. The Gene Fusion exam came to an end. Lu Diren took the test papers and took them back to the office, saying that he would mark the results before the end of lunch break. As soon as he left, the classroom was filled with wailing, just like the previous mechanical transformation exam. Are you sick? This is harder than the questions in the mechanical transformation exam. Are you deliberately disgusting me? I give up. You put up a picture of a bird's leg and asked us to guess what kind of exotic bird it is. We also have to guess the specific biological level. Tell me how to guess? I have never scored less than 90 points in exams since I was a child. I am afraid that I will not even get 60 points this time. Oh, I understand now. This exam is a warning from the teacher to us to dampen our enthusiasm. More than half of the students in the classroom were mentally broken. Even Lu Gang and Wang Shujie, two academic masters from Nongguan City, were stumped by the Gene Fusion exam just now. They felt that they could only get 80 points at most. On the other side of the classroom, Qinghan turned around and looked at Lin Zichen and said excitedly, Xiaochun, I feel that I can get at least 70 points on the Gene Fusion test just now. She often read books about exotic beasts with Lin Zichen since she was a child, and her understanding of exotic beasts is far beyond her peers. She could answer many of the questions on the test paper just now. Lin Zichen smiled and teased her. You are too narrow-minded. 70 points are not worthy of your intelligence. I think at least 80 points are enough. Li Chuxin, who was standing by, listened to the conversation between the two and thought it was all a joke. It's okay to get 70 points, but how can you get 80 points? Given the difficulty of the test paper just now, it would be quite good to pass with 60 points. Just then, mechanical transformation teacher Kai Yuanfei, holding a stack of freshly corrected test papers in his hands, walked into the classroom with a smile on his face and said to everyone, Classmates, the scores of the mechanical transformation test papers are out. From the smile on his face, it seems that the students in the class did well in the test and met his expectations. Teacher, hand out the test papers quickly, I can't wait to know the scores. He in the audience urged. However, Kai Yuanfei did not do as he wished. Instead, he walked up to the podium and sat down and said, You will not be allowed to distribute the test papers. Next, I will read out the names and scores. Whoever's name and score is read out will come up to receive the test paper. I will publicly punish or praise each of you. Teacher, please don't publicly praise those who did well in the exam. Can you not publicly punish those who did not do well in the exam? That's too cruel. A student protested from the audience. Unfortunately, Kai Yuanfei did not accept the protest and continued to do his own thing. Students, the first thing to do when you come to the martial arts elite class is to learn to face your failures, and then be brave after knowing shame. The reason why you are so good in junior high school is often not because you are so good, but because the people around you are not good. And now, you are in the elite class, surrounded by top students from various schools. Can you continue to be as good as you were in junior high school? At least, most people can't. And most of these people will fail many times in the next 3 years of high school. If you can't even face your own failure, my suggestion is to quit the elite class and choose a regular class to continue to be your top student. After saying this earnestly, Kai Yuanfei picked up the first test paper and read out, Chu Yushi, 48 points. As soon as the voice fell, a girl lowered her head to receive the test paper. It's too embarrassing to get less than 50 points. There's no face to raise your head. Jian Zihao, 59 points. Li Guang, 62 points. Qinghan Ling, 52 points. Shen Qinghan, 61 points. After hearing that her score passed, Shen Qinghan's face was instantly full of smiles. She quickly got up and left her seat, and walked quickly to the podium to receive her test paper. On the way back, she said to Lin Zichen happily, "Xiaochen, I passed the exam." Lin Zichen smiled and affirmed her, "God rewards hard work, it's what you deserve." Gao Fanfang, 57 points. He Yu, 88 points. Wow! When the score of 88 was heard, the whole class was in an uproar. After reading so many people's scores, there was not even a 70 point. Suddenly, an 88 point popped up out of nowhere. The impact was too strong. Under the gaze of many people, he went to the stage with his head held high to receive his test paper. "You did well in the exam. The teacher is very optimistic about you." Kai Yuanfei patted He Yu on the shoulder and affirmed his score. Seeing this scene, all the students in the audience were envious. However, Lin Zichen, Lu Gang and Wang Shujie were also excluded. Especially Wang Shujie, who could run 7.98 seconds in the 100-meter sprint, even had a flash of contempt in his eyes, and looked down on He Yu, who was also from Nangwan City. "He Yu, you are so amazing." As soon as he saw He Yu coming back with the test paper, Li Chuxin immediately said with admiration. He Yu felt very happy when he heard it, but on the surface, he was still modest. "It was just luck. It just happened to be tested on something I know." A girl at the next table looked at Li Chuxin and smiled and said, "Chuxin, although he is not as dazzling as Lu Gang and Wang Shujie, don't forget that he is also a top student from Nangwan City. He must be amazing." Hearing a girl bragging about herself again, He Yu remained calm on the surface, but he was very happy in his heart. He was in a good mood and said to the three people in the group generously, "Team members, when I get the 333 yuan reward for the third place, I will treat everyone to a good meal." He admitted that he could not pass the exam better than Lu Gang and Wang Shujie, and could only be ranked third. After hearing what he said, Li Chuxin couldn't help but complain. "What do you mean, He Yu? How can you be sure that you can get the 333 yuan? Zi Chen's written test scores are also very good. He won many medals in various competitions in junior high school. Maybe he scored higher than you. The 333 yuan for the third place, I think Zi Chen has a great chance to get it." Li Chuxin is also a little fan of Lin Zichen. She doesn't like what He Yu said just now. She thinks that Lin Zichen is more likely to be the third in the class. The reason why he is the third is that she also thinks that Lu Gang and Wang Shujie will take the top two in the class, and others can only compete for the third place. After being criticized by her, He Yu realized that he had been a little too proud and said something wrong. He quickly laughed and said, that's right. I accidentally forgot about Zichen. The third place is either me or Zichen. There will definitely be no one else." That's what he said, but he didn't think Lin Zichen would score higher than him. He just said it to give face to the team members and say polite words. At this time, Kai Yuanfei on the stage read out the scores of Lu Gang and Wang Shujie. Lu Gang, 95 points. Wang Shujie, 95 points. As soon as these two scores appeared, the class instantly burst into a large number of unbelievable exclamations and a sigh full of powerlessness. Fuck. 95 points. How did they get this? Are they still human? The top students in Nangwan City are awesome. Alas, sometimes, the gap between people is bigger than the gap between people and dogs. Under the gaze of the crowd, Lu Gang and Wang Shujie went on stage to receive their test papers. Kai Yuanfei smiled and praised them. "You two are amazing. You only didn't answer the last question of the last question. You answered all the other questions." Wang Shujie said calmly, "Teacher, the last question requires a lot of calculations. If you give me another 10 minutes, I can definitely figure out the answer." Lu Gang, "Me too." Kai Yuanfei patted the shoulders of the two and said with certainty, "Teacher believes you have the ability." After the two top students in Nangwan City returned to their seats with their test papers, he picked up a test paper on the podium, adjusted his glasses, and said to the audience, "This exam is very difficult, but you may not believe it, someone in our class got full marks." As soon as he finished speaking, before the audience could react, he calmly read out a name and score. Lin Zichen, 100 points. Chapter 52. Lin Zichen, 100 points. As soon as these words came out, the whole classroom fell into silence. It was as if the earth had stopped spinning, as if time had stopped flowing. Everyone turned into stone sculptures. All of them were frozen in place. Until Lin Zichen stood up and left his seat, and went to the stage to receive the test paper, the audience gradually came back to their senses, and exclaimed in disbelief, 100 points. He actually got 100 points. How did he do this? Outrageous. Too outrageous. Even the two top students in Nongguan City were defeated. Lin Zichen is really awesome. Shanghai glory. Being defeated? Hearing these 5 extremely harsh words, both Lu Gang and Wang Shujie looked unhappy. Especially Wang Shujie, his face turned green. From childhood to adulthood, even in Nongguan City where there are so many top students, he is a child of destiny, who is admired by his peers. Unexpectedly, when he came to Shanghai City where the education level is hard to describe, he was ridden on the crotch in the first exam after school. This made him, who thought he was superior and full of superiority, feel unacceptable. On the other side, He face was not very good. He thought that he would definitely get the 3rd place, and the 333 yuan reward with 88 points. As a result, Lin Zichen scored full marks directly, squeezing him out of the top 3. This made him feel very embarrassed. He felt that he was like a clown when he said confidently before that he would treat his team members to food after receiving the bonus. On the podium, Lin Zichen ignored the shock coming from all directions, and walked to Kai Yuanfei calmly to receive the test paper. Kai Yuanfei handed him the test paper, smiling, and said, "Zichen, your written test scores are very good, everyone knows this, but I really didn't expect it to be so good that even Lu Gang and Wang Shujie are not your opponents. Teacher Kai is too flattering." "No, not at all," Kai Yuanfei said, and then smiled and said, "Zichen, martial artists can't be too low-key or too modest. If you have strength, you should be a little crazy. Only in this way can you have blood and be more conducive to progress. Teacher Kai is right." Lin Zichen nodded in agreement, and then the next sentence was, "By the way, Teacher Kai, when will the 888 yuan bonus for the 1st place be issued?" Kai Yuanfei smiled and said, "It will be issued after the scores of everyone in the class are announced. At that time, I will send the bonus to the class group in the form of personal exclusive transfer." "I know, Teacher Kai," Lin Zichen said, and went back to his seat. As soon as I sat back down, Qinghan at the table in front of me turned around and said, "Xiaochen, you actually got full marks. That's amazing. Quick, give me the test paper. I want to see how you did it." Qinghan looked at the full mark test paper in Lin Zichen's hand, and said curiously and eagerly. Lin Zichen handed the test paper to her with a smile. Seeing this, Yu and Li Chuxin also hurried over to see how the full mark test paper was obtained. More than an hour later, Gene Fusion teacher Lu Diren walked into the classroom with a stack of corrected test papers. He strode to the podium, looked at everyone and smiled. "Students, thanks to the teachers of other classes, the results of your Gene Fusion test just now have finally been corrected. Teacher, hand out the test papers quickly." Wang Shujie urged Lu Diren. He had just been surpassed by Lin Zichen in mechanical transformation, and he was eager to beat him back in Gene Fusion. Lu Diren said with a smile, "Don't worry, I read out the names and scores one by one. When you hear your name, come up and get the test paper." Soon, the names with scores were read out on the podium. Most people failed. The 2 top students from Nongguan City, Lu Gang, scored 81 points, and Wang Shujie scored 83 points, barely passing the excellent line. And Lin Zichen, who was the most concerned by everyone, shocked the whole class again and scored full marks again. He scored full marks twice in a row. Especially the Gene Fusion test that most people failed to pass, but he also scored full marks. Such a heaven-defying performance directly refreshed everyone's perception of top students. This is not a top student, this is simply a god of study. During this period, Wang Shujie was unwilling to believe this outrageous fact and told Lu Diren his doubts. "Say this paper is so difficult, how can you get full marks? This is probably because you have to know the answers in advance to get full marks." However, this suspicion without any evidence was directly denied by Lu Diren. Lu Diren said that all the questions on this test paper were designed by him, and there was no answer on the internet, so there was no way to cheat. Wang Shujie was silent. Seeing this superior man being humiliated, he felt happy and complained to Lin Zichen, "This bitch made me laugh. If you can't pass the test, you can't pass it. You can't afford to lose. Suspecting you of cheating is really embarrassing for us Nongguan people." That's right, Wang Shujie is really bad-mannered. Ugly people are more likely to do bad things. Li Chuxin, who is obsessed with looks, also complained. Hearing the 2 people talking bad about others behind their backs, Qinghan, who is naturally timid, quickly whispered, "Stop talking, it will be bad if someone hears it." He said disapprovingly, "What are you afraid of?" He was the first one who couldn't stand losing and suspected Zichen of cheating. "What's wrong with me scolding him a few times? How dare he hit me?" Li Chuxin also said with an unhappy face. That's right, Wang Shujie is the one who deserves to be scolded. I don't think it's enough to just scold him behind his back. I stab him when I get home tonight. Stab? Shen Qinghan was shocked when he heard it. Seeing that Li Chuxin was getting more and more outrageous, Lin Zichen couldn't hold back any longer and quickly said, Chuxin, it's enough to curse in private, don't do it. Okay, then I won't do it. Li Chuxin didn't listen to Shen Qinghan's advice, but listened to the advice of the dream lover of 900 million girls. While the few people were talking in private, Lu Diren on the stage was still reading out the names and scores. Only the last test paper was left, and Shen Qinghan's score was finally read out. Shen Qinghan, 78 points. Shen Qinghan was stunned for a moment when he heard the score, and then his hands trembled with excitement. 78 points, only lower than Lin Zichen, Wang Shujie, Lu Gang, and He Yu, top 5 in the class. Oh my god, Henin, how did you get such a high score? Li Chuxin was shocked, and for a moment she thought she had heard it wrong, and said in disbelief. He Yu didn't feel surprised at all, and even said as if it was a matter of course, what's so strange about this? Don't you see how good her childhood sweetheart is? She grew up with Zichen, how could her academic performance be bad? At the same time, almost everyone in the class looked at Shen Qinghan, with extremely surprised expressions on their faces. They didn't expect her to get such a high score in the gene fusion test. After all, in the previous mechanical transformation test, she only did SOSO, just barely passing. Feeling the surprise, shock, incredible, unbelievable, and other looks from everyone, Shen Qinghan happily stood up and left her seat, and went to the podium to receive her test paper. On the way, I kept thinking, it's great to have a childhood sweetheart like Xiaochen, who has been taking me to read various books related to strange beasts since I was a child, otherwise I would definitely not get such a high score now. Chapter 53. The lunch break was fleeting. Class 1 of Grade 1 soon welcomed the Wilderness Survival class in the afternoon. In the class, Cheng Bei, the Wilderness Survival teacher, also had to test the students in the class, like the 2 theoretical teachers in the morning. The test reward was also the same amount. The test mainly consisted of 3 items, namely climbing, swimming, and drilling wood to make fire. Among them, climbing is divided into tree climbing and rock climbing. Lu Gang, we didn't beat him in the 2 theoretical exams in the morning, so we must get back at him in the wilderness survival and martial arts training in the afternoon. Wang Shujie said to Lu Gang on the side, with a competitive look on his face. Lu Gang clenched his fists with fighting spirit and said, you don't need to say more about this. I will definitely go all out to beat him, and avenge my previous shame. Both of them set their sights on Lin Zichen and regarded him as their biggest opponent. After all, they all came to Shanghai Middle School with arrogance and superiority, and they did not allow anyone in the class to be better than themselves. Soon, the exam began. The first test was tree climbing and rock climbing, and the results were determined by the speed of climbing. Lin Zichen was still the first. Wang Shujie was second. He Yu finally broke through himself, and was no longer the fourth for 1,000 years, but ranked third behind the 2. As for Lu Gang, because of his bulky body, he could not climb and ranked very low. And Shen Qinghan, who came in through the back door, was at the bottom of the class in terms of physical fitness, and her climbing results directly won the last place in the class. For her own results, she felt her whole face burning and painful, and her heart was full of frustration. The confidence and pride gained from the gene fusion test in the morning were gone at this moment. Slowly coming to his senses, he realized that he was just a relative who got in through the back door. His true level was not actually in this top class. Lin Zichen noticed that Shen Qinghan was a little upset, but he did not go forward to comfort her. It was just that she ranked last in climbing, it was no big deal. When it came to the swimming session later, Shen Qinghan would regain her confidence. After the climbing test, the next test was to drill wood to make fire. Shen Qinghan had been taught the drilling skills by Lin Zichen before, and she did well in this test. Although she was limited by her weak physical fitness, and the frequency of drilling, the wooden stick was not as fast as others, she won with superb skills, and barely made it to the middle level in the class. And Lin Zichen, in the session of drilling wood to make fire, which was a competition of hand speed and skills, continued his previous attitude of crushing the whole class. In less than a minute, he made sparks on the wood and successfully started a fire. The other students in the class were shocked. Among them, He Yu exclaimed directly, Zichen, your hand speed is too good, you almost made the stick itself burn. It looks like you have been single for at least 500 years. After hearing what he said, many boys around him looked a little strange. Wang Shujie and Lu Gang frowned, feeling a little powerless about the sudden strength shown by Lin Zichen today. Lin Zichen's strength is only the district champion, not the city champion. Is this a fever for the high school entrance examination? The two were puzzled. On the other hand, Chung Bei, a wilderness survival teacher, was very puzzled and asked, Zichen, you can make fire by drilling wood so quickly. Why did you hide it before and never show it? Teacher, he didn't hide it, but he was teaching the three of us the skills of drilling wood in class before, so he didn't have time to show himself. Before Lin Zichen opened his mouth to respond, Qinghan bravely explained for him. After hearing this, Chung Bei smiled and said, Is that so? You know how to lead your classmates to make progress together, which is very good. After the test of drilling wood to make fire, only the last swimming test was left. Chung Bei took the students in the class to the swimming pool in the gymnasium and asked them to take the test here. Lin Zichen looked around and found that the swimming pool here was particularly large. It was estimated to be 200 meters long and 100 meters wide. There was a sign on the side with the depth of the swimming pool written on it. The shallowest was 1 meter, and the deepest was 3 meters. Lin Zichen felt that this swimming pool was very suitable for him and Qinghan to practice water skills. So, he looked at Chung Bei in front of him and asked, Teacher Chung, is the swimming pool here usually open? He had never been here before. When he had classes and training in swimming before, he was in another smaller swimming pool. Chung Bei replied, This swimming pool is usually empty, and is only used during competitions or assessments. Hearing this, Lin Zichen thought it was a pity. But on second thought, he felt that he still had a chance to use this swimming pool. As long as he showed strong strength in the first grade like in junior high school, crushed all the students in the school with overwhelming force, attracted the attention of school leaders, and then obtained privileges. By that time, it is estimated that the school leaders will be able to open the swimming pool. Moreover, it is only open to himself and Qinghan. Even more excessive, he can also ask to block the surveillance when he uses the swimming pool. Thinking of this, Lin Zichen decided to be more active in the following campus life. Soon, the swimming assessment began. Lin Zichen won the first place as always, and his swimming speed was so fast that Lu Gang and Wang Shujie were a little breathless, and they were doubting their lives. On the other side, Qinghan changed the previous decline in the climbing skills assessment, and was as flexible as a fish in the swimming pool, and won the second place in the class in one fell swoop. Wow, Hanin, how come you are so good at swimming as smooth as a fish, and your movements are particularly beautiful? Li Chuxin was very surprised. In the past, when training in the swimming pool, Qinghan didn't show much, and basically soaked in the swimming pool with Lin Zichen to practice some strange underwater skills. As a result, no one in the class knew that she could swim so fast that even Lu Gang and Wang Shujie were not her opponents. In the face of Li Chuxin's surprise, Qinghan just smiled and explained, It was all Xiaochen who taught me. She was born with excellent swimming skills. This was a secret between her and Lin Zichen, and no third person would know it. Li Chuxin held her hand and said to her in a very intimate voice, Hanin, when we have swimming training in the future, can you teach me how to swim fast? Yes, I will teach you. Qinghan smiled and agreed happily. Not far away, Chung Bei looked at Qinghan, who was chatting with Li Chuxin, and felt very puzzled. Qinghan had clearly performed poorly in climbing before, and his physical fitness was almost the worst in the class. So how could he swim so vigorously in the water? In theory, no matter how good the skills are, if the physical fitness can't keep up, it's impossible to swim fast. It's really strange. Wang Shujie and Lu Gang were also puzzled. It's okay to lose to Lin Zichen, but how can he not even beat his childhood sweetheart? That's a girl. 2 big boys can't even beat a girl. This is a great shame and unacceptable. Wang Shujie and Lu Gang became more and more depressed as they thought about it. In a blink of an eye, the wilderness survival class is over. Class 1 of grade 1 ushered in the last martial arts training class in the afternoon. The head teacher Han Yuanfeng, like the previous 3 teachers, will also give the whole class an exam today. Before you know it, you have been practicing martial arts for more than a month. Today, it's time to test your learning results. The way to test is to come to the martial arts arena to compete. The top 3 will have rewards. Everyone should go all out, understand? Han Yuanfeng looked at everyone in the class and said. Everyone heard this, and immediately answered in unison that they understood. In the crowd, Lin Zichen's eyes lit up. Competing is the most primitive way of competition. If there are rewards, then winning the competition can improve the completion progress of the achievement of natural selection. On the other side, Wang Shujie and Lu Gang's eyes also lit up. What's the use of doing well in the written test? What's the use of being proficient in wilderness survival skills? The martial arts class values the word martial arts the most, and what is compared is physical fitness and martial arts skills. Without martial arts skills, no matter how good other grades are, they are meaningless. It is as meaningless as a castle in the air. You have lost the written test, and wilderness survival test before is not equal to you will lose the actual combat later. Next, the two Nonguan City academic masters will avenge their previous shame and press Lin Zichen to the ground on the martial arts stage to regain their own pride and superiority. Chapter 54. Before the competition began, Han Yuanfeng arranged a physical test for the class as a warm-up exercise before the competition. There were only 3 data to measure. They were the speed of the 100-meter sprint, the weight of the barbell that could be lifted with one hand, and the height of the vertical jump in place. The girls were tested first. After the test, Qinghan's data were all at the bottom. The 100-meter sprint was 12.88 seconds, which was not even a first-class athlete in the previous life. The 38 kilograms barbell could be lifted with one hand, which was very average. The height of the vertical jump in place was 0.98 meters, which was relatively the best of the 3 data, but it was not good enough in the martial arts elite class. Everyone in the class was very surprised by Qinghan's data. This is the martial arts elite class. How could there be such a poor result? This shouldn't be. It's not the class's fault that they were surprised. Because Qinghan was very careful not to reveal her true level during training. Everyone only knew that her physical fitness was not very good, but they did not expect it to be so ridiculous. Hanan, are you feeling unwell? Seeing Qinghan's poor performance, Li Chuxin thought she was visiting relatives, and immediately stepped forward to show concern. Qinghan was afraid that people would know that she was a relative who got in through the back door, so she could only follow Li Chuxin's words and answer, "It's okay, maybe I didn't sleep well last night, so I'm not in a good state today." On the other side, the physical test for boys began. Lin Zichen only made a slight move and easily won 3 first places. 100-meter sprint in 7.78 seconds. Can lift a 330 kilograms barbell with one hand. The standing high jump can reach 2.18 meters. All 3 data are just at the level of being able to get the first place, just a little better than the data measured by Wang Shujia and Lu Gang. But even so, the class was still very shocked. No one expected that Lin Zichen's physical fitness was so abnormal. If this data was put into the high school entrance examination in Shanghai City last year, it would be a crushing victory without suspense. What's the situation? How can Lin Zichen's physical fitness be so strong? That's right, he runs faster than Wang Shujia and has more strength than Lu Gang, but his high school entrance examination results are only the top scorer in the district. Is it because he was not in good condition during the high school entrance examination? It may also be that he developed during the summer vacation. Some people develop later, and they will develop rapidly during the summer vacation after the high school entrance examination, and then achieve overtaking on the curve. For a while, everyone in the class talked about Lin Zichen's physical test data. Almost everyone was thinking of various reasons to explain his amazing performance in the physical test just now, making it seem reasonable. In the corner, Wang Shujia and Lu Gang stood together blankly, with doubts on their faces. The two still couldn't believe that they would lose in the physical test. Especially Lu Gang, who was born with supernatural power, couldn't figure out why Lin Zichen was stronger than him. Lin Zichen didn't look strong either. This is not scientific at all. Lu Gang, don't panic. Losing the physical test does not mean losing the competition. Actual combat depends not only on physical fitness, but also on martial arts skills. We have a chance. Wang Shujia quickly recovered from his discouragement and said to Lu Gang beside him in a self-deceiving way. After hearing this, Lu Gang calmed down and lied to himself. You are right. Losing the physical test does not mean losing the competition. Our martial arts skills are far superior to those of our peers. We still have a chance. Gymnasium, competition area. As soon as the physical test was over, Han Yuanfeng immediately brought the students in the class here and made use of the time to let them compete, so as not to run out of time later. At this time, in the competition area, a class of high school students was training, occupying several martial arts platforms, leaving only 3 empty martial arts platforms. In order to allow the students in the class to fight each other more, Han Yuanfeng used all the remaining 3 martial arts platforms and conducted 3 competitions at the same time. Because there were more boys than girls in the class, he arranged 2 martial arts platforms for boys to compete, leaving only 1 martial arts platform for girls to compete. Lin Zichen wanted to complete the achievement of natural selection, to defeat as many opponents as possible. So, he jumped onto one of the martial arts platforms as soon as possible and challenged everyone in the class. Almost at the same time, he jumped onto the martial arts platform next to him and became the defender. On the girl's side, a girl with a relatively strong body also jumped onto the third martial arts platform as the defender. In just a moment, there were people challenging He and the girl's martial arts platforms. Only Lin Zichen's martial arts platform was ignored. Lin Zichen had performed too well in the physical test just now. Everyone knew that they couldn't beat him, so they didn't challenge him. After all, the gap in strength was too big, and there was no point in sparring, and nothing could be learned at all. As for Wang Shujie and Lu Gang, they thought about observing Lin Zichen's fight with others from the stage first, knowing themselves and the enemy, and then challenging Lin Zichen. The two had lost too many times, and they were exhausted, and they didn't want to lose again. Therefore, this time, they had to raise their winning rate to the highest level before they made their move. Lu Wei, go up and have a fight with Zichen. Seeing that Lin Zichen's martial arts stage was always empty, Han Yuanfeng had to name someone to challenge him. The boy named Lu Wei, although he was a little reluctant to go up and be abused, still went up. The result was that he was defeated at the speed of light within less than 10 seconds, and the fight was in vain. In the following time, there were constant fights on the 3 martial arts stages. In order to beat everyone in the class before the end of get out of class, Lin Zichen always killed the challenger in seconds. Such an exaggerated performance scared Wang Shujie and Lu Gang, who had been secretly observing from the sidelines. How can he be so strong? How can this Lin Zichen be so strong? How can I win? The two of them were doubting their lives again and felt very powerless. On the other side, Qinghan also went on stage to spar. Unlike Lin Zichen, who always killed his opponents in seconds, she was killed in seconds as soon as she came on stage. She was kicked off the martial arts stage by a girl with a bun. She looked so bad that her brows were furrowed in pain. The girl with a bun on the stage saw this and quickly went down to help her up, saying apologetically, "Qinghan, are you okay? I didn't mean to do that just now. I didn't expect you to be unable to block that kick." "Aw, no, it's okay, I'm fine, it was my own problem just now. You go back to the martial arts stage and continue to defend the ring, don't worry about me." Qinghan smiled awkwardly. After that, she walked to the side and found an empty place to sit down and rest. While no one was paying attention to her, she quickly lifted her clothes to check her lower abdomen that had been tingling, and found a bruise on it. For a moment, her mood became extremely lost. Too weak. I am so weak that I can't even catch a kick from my classmates. I don't belong to this elite class at all. Chapter 55. Who else? On the martial arts stage, He was invincible and defeated 7 opponents in a row, with confidence overflowing. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, looked at Lu Gang below the stage and shouted, "Lu Gang, I've warmed up, and now my body is in the best condition. Do you dare to come up and fight me? Come up." Seeing he was so arrogant, Lu Gang was also laughed out of anger. If he was not sure of beating Lin Zichen, how could he not be sure of beating you? Soon, he suddenly jumped onto the martial arts stage, looked at He with disdain and said, "Half a minute, I can knock you down in just half a minute. Come on." He shouted, and then rushed up in one step, wanting to take the initiative and gain the advantage. Lu Gang did not hide, relying on his strong physical fitness to resist He's attack. Then, he seized the opportunity and reached out to grab his kicking foot. Then, he used his powerful arm strength to lift him up and swung him around in the air. He did this for dozens of rounds. When he was put down, he felt dizzy and vomited painfully on the side of the martial arts stage. "You, among those who have fought with me, your physical skills are the best. In terms of physical skills, I would like to call you the best in the class." After saying that, Lu Gang grinned and said pretentiously, "Unfortunately, I am still better." At this time, Lin Zichen on the other side had just killed an opponent in seconds. Seeing that the martial arts stage on Lu Gang's side was empty, he jumped onto his martial arts stage and said lightly, "Come, let's have a fight. Come on." Seeing that Lin Zichen had jumped over, Lu Gang gritted his teeth, exerted force on his calves, and rushed towards him, intending to give him a fierce iron mountain kick. But the next second, Lin Zichen, who leaned over, grabbed one of his feet, and then the whole person was thrown up, spinning in the air at high speed. When he was put down after being thrown dozens of times, he was so dizzy that he couldn't tell north from south, and he lay next to Yu and vomited non-stop. Seeing this scene on the stage, a girl's heartbeat quickened and her face flushed as she said, Ah, I can't bear it anymore. Lu Gang was knocked out by Lin Zichen, and I was also knocked out by Lin Zichen's handsomeness. Then, someone in the class shouted loudly, Wang Shujia, your brother Lu Gang was abused so badly, why don't you go up and take revenge? That's right, the glory of Nangguan City's top students needs you to protect. Wang Shujia, don't be a coward, go up. The locals from Shanghai City in the class were disgusted with Wang Shujia and Lu Gang, and couldn't stand the sense of superiority in them. Now, as soon as they had a chance, they immediately disgusted them back. Being urged to go on stage by so many people, Wang Shujia had no choice but to bite the bullet and go up to be beaten. In less than half a minute, he laid down next to Lu Gang and vomited non-stop. At this moment, the two top students from Nangguan City felt like clowns. At the same time, I realized that Lin Zichen was too insidious. He was obviously very strong, but he didn't show it at all after school started for so long, just watching others pretending to be cool. Then he jumped out and crushed others during the exam. In this way, all the pretense of others before became his wedding dress for pretending to be cool now. There's Lao Lu. Seeing three people lying on the stage and vomiting, Lin Zichen felt that the martial arts stage was dirty and could not be used, so he jumped back to the clean martial arts stage on the other side. Then, he looked at the girls in the class in a very crazy way and said, Girls in the stage, do you want to come up and spar with me? He had already beaten the boys in the class. If he wanted to continue to improve the completion progress of the achievement of natural selection, he could only set his sights on the girls. I do it. Soon, the girls in the class went up to the stage to spar with him. Other girls were also queuing up to go up to the stage to spar with him. He was so handsome that the girls in the class were very happy to go up and spar with him, and wanted to have physical contact with him. Even if they went up to get beaten, they would not hesitate. Some of them were so crazy that they were mentally twisted that they even wanted to be beaten more. The more the better, it would be best if they were beaten all over their bodies and had physical contact. It was only a short 10 minutes. Except for Qinghan, all the girls in the class were molested by Lin Zichen. After that, he didn't even let Qinghan go. He looked at Qinghan from a distance and shouted, Hanin, come up to the stage and spar with me. Do I want one too? Qinghan was a little confused. She didn't understand why Lin Zichen wanted to spar with her. But it didn't matter whether she understood or not. She just had to listen to Lin Zichen. So, she quickly went up to the martial arts stage to spar with Lin Zichen, and became a little experience point for Lin Zichen to complete the achievement of natural selection. Okay, everyone come and gather. Seeing that it was almost time to end the get out of class, Han Yuanfeng called everyone in the class to summarize and comment on their performance in the sparring just now. Only praise, no criticism. Lin Zichen was praised, and he was praised as the hope of the whole class. Wang Shujia and Lu Gang felt uncomfortable listening to this, as Han Yuanfeng had said these words to them before. After a summary and comment, Han Yuanfeng raised his voice a little and said to everyone in the class, Today, our class had a full class competition. I believe everyone has understood each other's strength now. Next, as top students in the top class, you should set your sights high and learn to challenge higher. In a month, our class will challenge the strongest ordinary class in the second year of high school. Everyone should train well and be prepared for this. This is the tradition of the top class of Shanghai Middle School. As a top student and a genius, you should challenge a strong opponent of a higher level. Our goal is to beat the strongest ordinary class in the second year of high school. Do you have confidence in challenging higher levels? When he said the last sentence, Han Yuanfeng's voice suddenly increased a lot. The students in the class have been top students in their respective schools since they were young. They have always been confident and immediately answered loudly, Confident. Listening to these shouts, Lin Zichen was excited. He was just worried that there was no competition to play, and he could not quickly improve the progress bar of the achievement of natural selection. The competition just came to his door in time. It was really a timely help. Soon after, the bell rang. The class of the second grade in the gymnasium was disbanded before Lin Zichen's class of the first grade. Some seniors in that class said with a smile when they passed by, Younger and younger students in the top class of the first grade, you must work hard in the next month's cross-level challenge. Don't embarrass our top class. First, play the ordinary class of the second grade, then the key class of the second grade, and finally the top class of the second grade. I hope you can successfully play in the top class of the second grade, so that the seniors can abuse you. Handsome Junior, you have a lot of little fans. The seniors are very jealous. I hope you can lead the class to the top class of the second grade. The seniors will press you on the martial arts stage in front of your little fans. A tall and strong senior deliberately passed by Lin Zichen and said to him with a smile. Lin Zichen smiled back at him, but just smiled and said nothing. Soon, Class 1 of the first grade was also disbanded. Lu Gang came over and said to Lin Zichen, I was worried that I would have no rivals after coming to Shanghai Middle School. It seems that I underestimated Shanghai Middle School. From now on, you will be my enemy for 3 years of high school. Wang Shujie also came over and said unconvinced, Lin Zichen, losing now does not mean losing in the future. I will definitely avenge my previous shame before graduation. Lin Zichen was too lazy to pay attention to these two guys, and was about to leave with Qinghan. At this time, He Yu and Li Chuxing came over. Among them, He Yu said with a smile, Zichen, you have earned 4,888 yuan today, which adds up to more than 3,000 yuan. Don't you have to treat us? Lin Zichen was happy about making money, so he readily agreed. Okay, today is Thursday. I will treat you to a meal at Kinda Chicken. He Yu was so happy that he immediately knelt on one knee and bowed. Godfather, please accept my child's greetings. Li Chuxing also smiled and said, Thank you, Boss Lin, for the treat. Let's go eat now. After that, Lin Zichen took the three of them out of the gymnasium, and went to the Kinda Chicken outside the school gate for a big meal. When they just walked to the gymnasium entrance, Qinghan suddenly clamped her legs together, feeling very urgent to pee, and had to go to the bathroom. So she asked the three to wait for her at the entrance, and she went back to the gym to use the bathroom, and came back soon. In the bathroom, Qinghan had just finished using the bathroom, and was about to come out of the cubicle, when she suddenly heard someone talking outside. The voice was very familiar. It was the girl with a bun who kicked her off the martial arts stage during the previous sparring. At this time, the girl with a bun was washing her hands while chatting with a girl next to her. Qinghan, who ranked last in the class in the 3 physical tests, was defeated in the martial arts competition. With such strength, how did she get into the elite class? She and Lin Zichen are childhood sweethearts. They grew up together, and have a very good relationship. Do you think she got in through the back door through Lin Zichen's relationship? After hearing what the girl with the bun said, another girl smiled and said, It must be, otherwise, with her level, how could she get into the elite class? The girl with the bun complained, It's really disgusting. We have worked so hard since we were young and finally got into the elite class. And she, as long as she has a powerful childhood sweetheart, she can get into the same class with us without any effort. No, the more I think about it, the more disgusting it is. The girl with the bun frowned as she spoke, and said in a very unhappy tone, If I meet her on the martial arts stage in the future, I will definitely abuse her. In the compartment, Qinghan listened to the conversations outside the door, pursed her lips, and felt very uncomfortable. The fact that I was a relative was eventually discovered by the people in the class, and then I became disliked. Chapter 56. Outside the school gate, at the Kinda Chicken fast food restaurant, the 4 of them sat together drinking Coke, eating fried chicken, hamburgers, and egg tarts. He Yu and Li Chuxing were both very happy eating, talking and laughing the whole time. Although both of them came from wealthy families, and could eat whatever they wanted, they didn't even look down on a Kinda Chicken meal that cost a few dozen yuan. However, this meal was different. Lin Zichen paid for them to eat, and the joy of free food couldn't be bought with money. In contrast to the 2 of them, Qinghan was absent-minded the whole time, eating silently with her head down. If no one talked to her, she would say nothing. If someone talked to her, she would just respond perfunctorily. Lin Zichen saw that she was in a bad mood, and guessed that she was probably in a bad mood because she didn't perform well in the physical test and the competition. But he didn't comfort her, just pretending that nothing had happened. Some things are better left unmentioned. Once mentioned, they will have the opposite effect of rubbing salt into the wound. Soon, the 4 of them were full and satisfied. He Yu thanked his godfather, and Li Chuxing thanked Boss Lin. Then, the 2 took a taxi home. Seeing that Qinghan was still in a low mood, Lin Zichen looked at her with a smile and said, I remember your watercolor paint seems to be almost used up, right? Let's go to the mall upstairs, and I buy you a new one. Aw, no, I rarely paint now, don't waste money. Qinghan waved her hand and said, Since she entered high school, and the intensity of study increased, she has never painted again. Basically, she studies at home or exercises whenever she has time. It's okay, buy it, and put it at home first. When you want to paint one day in the future, you can take it out and use it. Anyway, the shelf life is very long. After saying that, Lin Zichen did not give Qinghan a chance to continue to refuse, and took her hand and walked upstairs. Soon, the two walked into an art supply store upstairs. Do you have any favorites? All are good. Then I choose for you. Lin Zichen walked around the store, and finally chose the most expensive set of watercolor paints. The price was as high as 588 yuan. Qinghan saw that the price was so high, and wanted to change to a cheaper one. However, Lin Zichen did not give her a chance to change, and directly scanned the code to pay. Xiaochun, it's too expensive. It's expensive, but it's worth it. Lin Zichen smiled and said, this set of paints is rich in color, and with your superb painting skills, you will definitely be able to create many beautiful works. If you have beautiful works in the future, remember to give me a few copies. I want to hang them in my room for decoration. Listening to Lin Zichen's words, and looking at the beautiful watercolor paints in his hands, Qinghan finally felt better, and temporarily forgot the trouble of being discovered by the back door. On the way back, Qinghan was in a much better mood, and kept chatting and laughing with Lin Zichen. She asked him what kind of paintings he liked, and she would draw one for him when she was free during the winter vacation. She also said that she would take him out for a ride on her bicycle when she had time on the weekend. As they were chatting, they passed by a vegetable market and saw many sanitation workers cleaning up inside. At the same time, they also saw many people from the security team inside, holding rat-catching tools in their hands, shooting rats that came out from every corner. The dead rats were shoveled up and thrown into a garbage truck parked in the middle of the market. Lin Zichen glanced at the garbage truck and saw that it was filled with fresh dead rats. Judging from the volume of the truck, it was estimated that there were at least hundreds of rats. Xiaochun, there are so many rats. Look at the one on the top of the garbage truck. It's as big as a cat. It's so scary. The streets here are obviously clean. How can there be so many rats? Qinghan kept talking beside him, with doubts and confusion on her delicate face. When Lin Zichen saw the rats, the first thing he thought of was the rat god cult. He frowned and said to Qinghan, let's go, don't look at them. Rats are dirty, and have a lot of bacteria and viruses on them. Let's stay away from them. Yeah. Qinghan responded obediently, and soon followed Lin Zichen away. At night at home, Lin Zichen and his parents were eating in the living room, watching the evening news on TV while eating. When he was about to finish eating, a piece of news caught his attention. Today, rats frequently appeared in the district. After the public security department learned about the relevant situation, it immediately organized a 10-day rat extermination operation. Frequent rats? Lin Zichen frowned slightly, and always had a bad premonition in his heart. He suspected that the increasing number of rats was related to the rat god cult. He felt very uneasy about this. But then he thought, if he could think of these things even though he was just a student, then the public security department must have thought of them a long time ago. And the public security department has not made any major moves until now, just organizing some people to exterminate rats. From this point of view, there should be no major problems with the rat god cult, and most of the time he was worrying too much. Thinking of this, Lin Zichen felt much more at ease. After resting for a while, and digesting almost everything, he went upstairs to the room to do high-intensity exercise, using hard sweat to make himself feel more at ease. All the anxiety in life is caused by insufficient strength. Only by constantly exercising and becoming stronger, when you are strong enough to even compete with advanced creatures, you naturally don't have to worry about the rat god cult anymore. After all, the so-called rat god believed by the followers of the rat god cult is just a giant alien rat that is about to evolve into an advanced creature. A few days later, on Saturday afternoon, Lin Zichen first did high-intensity exercise at home for several hours. Feeling exhausted from the exercise, he changed into clean clothes and went out to find Qinghan to accompany her to exercise. When he changed his shoes and went out, Qinghan was already waiting outside. She was wearing a loose sportswear and a smooth single ponytail, full of youthful and beautiful breath. Let's go! First, run 2 kilometers of jogging to warm up, then run 3 kilometers of variable speed running, and finally do strength training for core muscles. Lin Zichen briefly told Qinghan about the training items to be trained later, and then quickly took her to the road ahead. In the following time, Qinghan started a high-intensity training under Lin Zichen's supervision. Today's training volume is more than usual. She was very tired, but she gritted her teeth and persevered. Even after finishing, she took the initiative to ask for more training. Just because she didn't want to continue to be at the bottom of the class, she had to work hard to improve her physical fitness. After exercising for almost 2 hours, finally finished exercising, Lin Zichen found a roadside bench, let Qinghan lie on it, and then skillfully relaxed her muscles. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, there was a roar of motorcycle exhaust pipes behind him. Lin Zichen frowned slightly, thinking that the sound was so noisy and harsh, and turned back to look in the direction of the sound. Then, what caught his eyes was a ghost-fire motorcycle racing on the road not far away. The motorcycle was going very fast, and it passed by in less than 2 seconds. Only a head of colorful hair was left in the wind, and it was getting farther and farther away with the motorcycle. Not sure if it was an illusion, Lin Zichen suddenly felt that the driver looked familiar, but he couldn't remember who it was for a while. Chapter 57. Lin Zichen was just thinking about who it was. Boom, boom, boom. A familiar roar sounded, and the ghost-fire motorcycle that had just sped past somehow came back in the opposite direction. There were 2 people in the car. The driver was a young man with colorful hair, and the one sitting in the back was a young man with yellow hair. Zichen, Xiaoshen, it's really you? The colorful-haired young man who was driving shouted to the 2 of them in surprise. Listening to this familiar voice, and looking at the young man's familiar facial features, Lin Zichen finally remembered who the other person was. It was the boy named Zhang Kai in the martial arts team of junior high school. After recognizing each other, Lin Zichen also smiled and said, Zhang Kai, long time no see. Yes, long time no see. Zhang Kai skillfully shook the side bangs covering his eyes, looked at the 2 curiously and asked, What are you doing? Lin Zichen smiled. Just finished training with her, and now I'm helping her relax her muscles. Just finished training? Zhang Kai opened his eyes wide, and said in disbelief, You 2 have been admitted to the high school martial arts class? Lin Zichen, yes. Zhang Kai said, I didn't expect that Xiaoshen, such a weak girl back then, could also be admitted to the martial arts class. This is really awesome. When he said this, he felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. Even a weak little girl like Qinghan could be admitted to the martial arts class, but he, who had practiced martial arts in the martial arts team for 3 years, did not pass. Oh, this is really embarrassing. Just as he was laughing at himself, the yellow-haired boy in the back seat urged him, Cousin, our aunt is waiting for us to go back. Stop chatting and let's go. Okay, let's go now. After saying that, Zhang Kai looked at Lin Zichen and smiled. Zichen, I have something to do at home, so I won't talk anymore. I'm leaving first. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned the handlebars and drove away quickly with the yellow-haired boy. At this moment, his face was full of doubts about life. Both of them were in the martial arts team. Lin Zichen was admitted to the high school martial arts class, and had a bright future. And now he could only race on the streets to attract attention, just a pure waste. How could there be such a big gap in life? If it was just Lin Zichen, it would be okay, but how come even the weak girl next to Lin Zichen was admitted? What is this? When he thought that Qinghan was also admitted to the martial arts class, Zhang Kai felt very uncomfortable. He couldn't understand why he couldn't even compare to a weak girl. There is no reason why I can't even compare to a girl. No, I want to change. Since I can't pass the high school entrance exam, I will join the army. There is always a way out. As long as you work hard, you can join the army and get into gene fusion or mechanical transformation. Zhang Kai was stimulated by Qinghan and decided to sell the motorcycle after a few more days of watering, and then work hard to exercise, and find a way to join the army. On the other side, Qinghan would never have thought that she, who was at the bottom of the class and felt inferior, could actually stimulate others to be positive. At this time, she was talking about Zhang Kai with Lin Zichen, and sighed. Xiaoshen, you said that Zhang Kai was such a sunny person before. How come he has become a non-mainstream killer now? It's just personal preference. Lin Zichen said lightly. This is someone else's lifestyle, and he doesn't want to comment too much. Because everyone has a lifestyle that suits them, as long as they like it and are happy. The 2 chatted and relaxed their muscles, and soon they relaxed. After that, they saw that the time was almost up, so they trotted home. On the way back, Lin Zichen saw a few rats rummaging for food in the trash can on the side of the road, and frowned. This is a very normal scene, but he felt uneasy when he saw it, and he couldn't help but think of the rat god cult. No, I have to get stronger quickly. Only by getting stronger can I feel at ease. Thinking of this, Lin Zichen's pace of running home can't help but speed up. After returning home, eating and taking a shower, Lin Zichen had an idea and opened the album of the Violent Eagle and took a look. The progress bar was not even 5%. The speed of opening was too slow, and he had to find a way to increase his income and buy more Violent Eagle meat to devour. Relying on daily physical exercise alone, you can only become stronger to a limited extent. You have to rely on opening the Alien Beast Atlas to obtain biological attributes. After all, every attribute you obtain can bring a qualitative leap in strength. When it comes to becoming stronger, Lin Zichen is no longer as patient as he was in junior high school. Now he is eager to become stronger every day. It's not that his patience has deteriorated, but now he often sees abnormal rats, which makes his sense of security weaker and weaker. Although the public security department has not made any major moves, these abnormal rat incidents seem to be no big deal. But Lin Zichen doesn't want to put his safety in the hands of others. Because the public security department is not omnipotent. The public security department thinks that the recent abnormal rat incidents have nothing to do with the rat god cult, but that does not mean that it really has nothing to do with the rat god cult. If the public security department is really so predictable, then the previous captain of the public security station would not have died in the mouth of a rat. Therefore, you still have to rely on yourself, and as long as you become stronger, it is the hard truth. Therefore, the most urgent thing to do is to find a way to make money to buy the meat of the violent eagle to devour, and then open the violent eagle atlas to obtain the biological properties of the stronger. Then the question is, how can I make money? Programming, not very good, it takes time to learn, and after learning it, you have to find a job and connect with people, which is troublesome. The most important thing is that programming is too boring. Whether it is learning or making extra money, it is very boring. It is better to write novels to earn royalties. While making money, you can also write your favorite short stories, killing two birds with one stone. Lin Zichen thought about it, and finally decided to inherit his father's business. I read so many novels in my previous life, and I can easily come up with all kinds of cool plots. If I want to make money as a copywriter here, then I just need to have hands, right? The most important thing is that writing novels doesn't take much time, and it won't take up too much exercise time. The minimum update requirement for writing novels is to update 4,000 words every day. If you write 2,000 words an hour, you only need to spend 2 hours a day to complete the workload. When you become proficient, you may be able to write 4,000 words in an hour. Even if you are bolder, you can directly turn into a tentacle monster and write 10,000 words in an hour. You must believe in the strength of the wisdom of heaven and man. No, you must believe in your own strength. In short, it is easier to make money by writing novels than programming. It is more enjoyable than programming, both physically and mentally. Of course, the premise is that if the writing is good, people will read it. If no one reads it, then it is a waste of time. After having an idea in mind, Lin Zichen immediately found his parents and expressed his idea of writing novels to them. The couple were very surprised when they heard it. Among them, Zhang Wanqing asked curiously, "Xiaochen, why do you suddenly want to write novels?" "I am too tired from studying and exercising. I want to do something I like to relax during my rest time. I like to write novels." Lin Zichen made up such an excuse casually. In fact, he only likes to read novels, not write novels. Writing novels is too tiring, not only hurting the mind, but also hurting the body. Insomnia, anxiety, depression, cervical spondylosis, lumbar disc herniation, frozen shoulder, tenosynovitis, etc. These are all very common occupational diseases in writing novels. However, Lin Yanxing and Zhang Wanqing did not doubt their son's words. The couple both felt that it was reasonable for their son to like writing novels when both parents were novelists. After all, the family of three lived under the same roof every day, and they would definitely be influenced by each other in the long run. After thinking about it for a while, in the end, the couple both supported Lin Zichen to write novels to relax in his spare time. Anyway, Lin Zichen was a genius, so there was no need to worry that writing novels would affect his studies. After seeing that both parents agreed, Lin Zichen asked Zhang Wanqing to open a writer account for him. He was not yet an adult, so he could not open a writer account and sign a contract. He had to use his parents' ID cards to open a small account. Zhang Wanqing did not think much about it, and quickly took out her ID card to register a writer account for him. When registering, Lin Zichen casually took a pen name, Han Zhongchen. After a moment of registration, Zhang Wanqing asked curiously, "Son, what type of novel do you want to write?" "Write an urban novel about growing up with childhood sweethearts." Lin Zichen felt that this was very marketable. After all, childhood sweethearts are the objects of fantasy that many people want but cannot obtain, and he thinks that many readers will like to read this. Especially the process of growing up with a childhood sweetheart will have a special nurturing attraction for readers. The most important thing is that he really has a childhood sweetheart, Qinghan, and he can write about his and Qinghan stories for readers to read, which is very real and very immersive. Zhang Wanqing couldn't help but ask with an Andy smile. Oh, writing about childhood sweethearts. Wouldn't it be about Henin? Lin Zichen smiled and didn't say anything, but didn't deny this. He wanted to reverse the Tian gang in the novel, and let Shen Qinghan be the genius in it, so that she could also feel good. Chapter 58. After deciding to write a novel, Lin Zichen spent the next few days thinking about the beginning. For the background, just apply reality directly. For the plot, stitch together various novels I have read in my previous life, and add some of my daily experiences with Shen Qinghan. The only thing worth thinking about is how to design the character of the heroine. It is tentatively decided that she is a female genius. What about her personality? You can't just apply Shen Qinghan directly, right? How can a genius be so cowardly? On this issue of character, Lin Zichen thought about it for a whole week. Finally, on a quiet night, he successfully finalized the character of the hero and heroine. The hero, handsome, weak, but very dog-like, insidious, despicable, shameless, lustful and vulgar, often taking advantage of the childhood sweetheart heroine. The heroine, genius, arrogant, positive values, a little stubborn, cold on the surface, but actually longing for the hero's love. The main plot of the story: the hero is weak in the early stage, relying on the protection of the childhood sweetheart heroine to grow up, and eventually his strength surpasses the heroine, and in turn protects the heroine. During this period, the relationship between the two warms up, and the lovers finally get married. It is a very cliched story, and many readers are tired of it. But the good thing is that it is easy to write, and there is no need to conceive the plot at all. You can just sit in front of the computer and write it. After determining the character settings of the hero and heroine, Lin Zichen immediately started typing on the keyboard to write the beginning. It took about 3 hours to write a 6,000-word beginning, which was directly posted on the website, and then turned off the lights and went to bed. The next day, he woke up. Lin Zichen opened the writer's assistant and found that he had received the contract information sent by the website. During breakfast, I told my parents about this. My parents were stunned for a moment. He signed a contract for the first time he wrote a book. Are you kidding? After a moment of recovery, the couple praised Lin Zichen for his talent in writing and said that he was worthy of being the son of 2 writers. Great writer, write well. When your book has more words, Mom will recommend it to the readers. Dad will also help you promote it. Dad knows a lot of author friends. Ask them to recommend your book together. Zhang Wanqing and Lin Yansheng said to Lin Zichen with a smile on their faces. A few days later, on a Saturday afternoon, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan ran variable speed running on the road to train their speed endurance. After running, she was lying on the bench to relax her muscles. Shen Qinghan suddenly asked curiously, Xiaochen, I heard from Aunt Xian that you wrote a novel with the 2 of us as the protagonists on the internet. Is it true? Yes, it's true. Xiaochen, I want to read it. Yes, the title is Qimei, the little white face behind the goddess. It's posted on the internet. You can search it. Lin Zichen didn't feel embarrassed, and told Shen Qinghan the title of the book directly. Hearing such a title, Shen Qinghan couldn't help but blink. What kind of title is this? It's so weird, but I really want to read it. Thinking of this, Shen Qinghan immediately picked up her mobile phone. While enjoying Lin Zichen's massage, she searched for the novel he wrote and read it with great expectation. As a result, she blushed after reading for a while. The heroine of the novel is called Lin Zihan, a female genius, described as fair-skinned, beautiful, and long-legged. She has a cold face all day long and a very domineering temperament. She looked very embarrassed to be such a heroine. After all, in reality, she was just an introverted little coward, not domineering at all. After watching for a while, she couldn't watch it anymore. It's not that she didn't like watching it, but Lin Zichen was right next to her, and she was embarrassed to watch it with relish. She thought about hiding in her room and secretly enjoying it at night when she got home. About 20 minutes later, the massage was over. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan jogged home. Not long after running, Shen Qinghan suddenly stopped and clamped her legs together, and wanted to go to the toilet urgently. However, there was no toilet nearby, which made her very worried. Seeing that she was really anxious, Lin Zichen said to her, Don't stand there stupidly, go to the tree in front to solve it, I will help you watch. No one will come. It's so uncivilized to urinate and defecate anywhere. Shen Qinghan was shy and couldn't let go at all. In fact, at this time, she no longer cared about being rude or not. It was just that Lin Zichen was here, and she was embarrassed to urinate on the roadside. Lin Zichen didn't know what she was thinking, and said with a disapproving look, This is doing a good deed, fertilizing the trees, how can it be uncivilized? But Don't say but, or I pee in my pants later. Then you help me watch, don't let anyone come. Qinghan couldn't hold it anymore, threw away her shame and said this, and soon ran behind the tree with her legs crossed and turned inward to urinate. She was really distressed about her body, and she often had to pee suddenly, which was very uncomfortable. About 3 minutes later, Qinghan walked out from behind the tree. Her pretty face was as red as a ripe peach, and it felt like water would come out if she was squeezed. Lin Zichen knew she was shy, so he pretended nothing had happened and jogged home with her. He had long been accustomed to Qinghan's frequent urination. After all, he had been urinated on by Qinghan no less than 100 times since they were babies. Not long after, they both returned home. Qinghan took a shower, had a meal, and did a few test papers in the room. When she saw that the time was almost up, she turned off the lights, laid down on the bed, and curled up in the quilt, lying on her side, and reading the novel written by Lin Zichen on her mobile phone. When she saw the male and female protagonists interacting and sending sweets, she unconsciously showed an anti-smile on her pretty face, and unconsciously giggled. In another room separated by 2 walls, Lin Zichen had just finished exercising and taking a shower, and was sitting on the bed and browsing the news on his mobile phone. Suddenly, he, whose 5 senses were far beyond those of ordinary people, vaguely heard a silly laugh in the next room in the dead of night. He recognized Qinghan's voice, and was confused. Why was this guy not sleeping at night, and grinning foolishly in the room? He was just confused for a moment, and didn't dwell on it. He shook his head, and continued to browse the news on his phone. While browsing, he opened his eyes, and saw a news about a giant alien rat. And it was local news in Shanghai City. He immediately clicked on the news, and quickly scanned the content. After that, he learned that just 2 hours ago, a giant alien rat attacked a cold storage of alien meat in the suburbs. Fortunately, there were special mechanical transformation people guarding the cold storage, who quickly killed the giant alien rat that suddenly attacked, so that not much damage was caused. After reading the news, Lin Zichen searched for relevant content in a special forum. Soon, he found a live video. The giant alien rat that attacked the cold storage of alien meat was huge. By comparing it with the mechanical transformation people, the body length looked more than 5 meters. At the beginning, the mechanical man and the giant alien rat fought hand to hand. He lost the fight, and his body was bitten in 2. His upper body flew out, and his lower body was held in the mouth of the giant alien rat and bitten. But he was not dead, he was still alive. He immediately abandoned his lower body, activated the backup hidden energy, and blew up the giant alien rat on the spot. He can still live without his lower body, and can even self-destruct to kill the enemy. This is the power of technology. After sighing in his heart, Lin Zichen soon fell into deep thought. Why did another giant alien rat appear? How many giant alien rats are hidden in Shanghai City? Also, these giant alien rats are so big when they grow up. Where on earth do they hide to avoid being discovered? Chapter 59. In a blink of an eye, more than half a month has passed. Class 1, the top class of Grade 1, is about to challenge Class 6, the strongest ordinary class of Grade 2. The time is set at 8 o'clock this Saturday morning. The location is arranged in the school gymnasium. For this reason, Lin Zichen and Qinghan got up early, and went out to school before 6 o'clock in the morning. The battle will start at 8 o'clock in the morning, and they have to go to the gymnasium at least 1 hour in advance to warm up. Because they got up too early, their parents hadn't gotten up to make breakfast yet. The 2 of them, with empty stomachs, quickly walked into a breakfast shop on the side of the road and ordered 2 bowls of pork offal and lean meat porridge to drink. During this time, Qinghan patted Lin Zichen, pointed to a corner of the breakfast shop and whispered, "Xiao Chen, is the boy over there Zhang Kai's cousin?" Zhang Kai's cousin? Lin Zichen looked in the direction of Qinghan, and then he saw a familiar yellow-haired boy, who was indeed Zhang Kai's cousin. The other party was eating breakfast with a middle-aged man at the moment, and they looked like father and son. Lin Zichen just took a look and didn't care too much. He quickly lowered his head and continued to drink porridge, but because he was not far away, he could not avoid hearing the other party's conversation. "Dad, I want to buy a motorcycle to ride." "What to buy?" "Your cousin broke his leg some time ago, and now it has been amputated. He has no money for a prosthesis, and can only live in a wheelchair for the rest of his life." "You forgot it so quickly?" "Then I won't buy it." "That's right, your cousin broke his leg and had it amputated, but the motorcycle was not broken and can still be ridden. Can't you ride your cousin's motorcycle?" "I go to your aunt to get the motorcycle this afternoon." Zhang Kai broke his leg and had it amputated. When Lin Zichen heard this, he was a little surprised. Life is so unpredictable. You never know which will come first, an accident or tomorrow. Shanghai Middle School Gymnasium. When Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan arrived, it was exactly 7 o'clock in the morning. At this time, everyone in the two classes was there. Under the guidance of their respective class teachers, they were doing simple warm-up exercises. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan put down their school bags and soon joined in. When the time came to 7:40, Han Yuanfeng shouted to the team, "Zichen, Hiyu, Lu Gang, Shu Jia, the four of you come here." After the four of them gathered around, Han Yuanfeng analyzed the situation of Class 6 of Senior 2 for them and arranged corresponding tactics. In a one-on-one match, the opponent's top fighters are not as good as ours. However, the opponent's top fighters are more in number than ours, and their average strength is stronger than ours. In this case, when the top fighters of both sides come on the field later, the opponent will definitely use their numerical advantage to focus on defense and fight a protracted war, and use a round-robin method to consume the four of you. Remember, when it's your turn to go on the field, don't waste your energy dealing with the opponent. You must fight quickly as soon as you go on the field. Do you understand? Understood. The four answered almost at the same time. Han Yuanfeng nodded with satisfaction, then looked at the other students in the class and said, "Don't warm up yet, everyone, stop for a moment and listen to me. When the competition starts later, in order to allow everyone to participate, I will let the weaker ones go on stage first to fight, so that the stronger ones don't go up directly to fight, causing some people to be spectators in the audience. Also, although we are in the lower grades and are challengers, we are the top class, and everyone is a top-notch student with top talent. You must go on stage with confidence and don't be stage frightened. Do you understand?" "Understood," the class answered in unison. On the other side, the head teacher of Class 6 of Grade 2 was also encouraging the students in his class, saying that no matter how talented the students in the top class are, they have practiced 1 year less than our class. Everyone should be more confident, and we will beat the top class directly later. The students in the class responded loudly, as if they were injected with chicken blood. Soon, the time came to 8 o'clock in the morning, and the competition officially began. The competition method was still a ring match. The two classes sent people out respectively. The loser went down and replaced the winner, and the winner stayed on the stage to defend the ring and face the next opponent. When the first competition began, Lin Zichen took the initiative to apply for the competition, and before Han Yuanfeng could react, he jumped directly onto the martial arts stage. In order to complete the achievement of natural selection, he needs to defeat as many opponents as possible. Therefore, for him, the sooner he goes on stage, the better. On the other side, the first student from Class 6 of Grade 2 is a petite senior. The opponent is the weakest in the class, and according to the customary rules of class competition, she goes on stage first. "Teacher, the opponent is the strongest one as soon as he comes on stage. How can I beat him?" When the senior saw that it was Lin Zichen who came on stage, she immediately looked at her head teacher with a bitter face and complained. The head teacher of Class 6 of Grade 2 looked at Han Yuanfeng at the first time, and said with a puzzled face, "Brother Feng, why did you send the strongest student in your class to the first battle? This is not in accordance with the rules." Han Yuanfeng reacted after hearing the voice, and immediately shouted to Lin Zichen on the stage, "Zichen, come down quickly, you go up later, let the weaker students in the class go up first." Lin Zichen saw that his attempt to steal the chicken failed, so he could only smile and leave the stage, saying sorry, it was the first time to have a class competition, and he accidentally forgot the rules. Seeing him coming down, Han Yuanfeng looked at a short girl in the class, and said to her, "Yuntong, you go up first." "I go up first?" The girl pointed at herself with her mouth slightly open, her face full of surprise, and for a moment she thought she had heard it wrong. According to the rules of the competition, the first one to go out means the weakest in the class. However, the girl is weak in the class, but not the weakest one. The weakest one is Shen Qinghan. So it stands to reason that Shen Qinghan should go up first. The girl was very dissatisfied with this, and she complained that I was not the weakest in the class, so why should I go on stage first and be labeled as the weakest? Han Yuanfeng also understood this, but considering the relationship between Shen Qinghan and Lin Zichen, he did not label Shen Qinghan as the weakest in the class, thinking that he could please Lin Zichen by giving Shen Qinghan preferential treatment. Lin Zichen was too talented, and would have great achievements in the future. If we please him now, and make a good relationship, we will have many benefits in the future. Shen Qinghan didn't know what Han Yuanfeng was thinking, but she knew that if she didn't go on stage first, the girl named Yuntong would definitely be dissatisfied. So she took the initiative to walk in front of Han Yuanfeng and said weakly, Teacher Han, I am the weakest, I should go on stage first. Ever since the people in the class noticed that she was a relative, she was now cautious in the class, for fear of offending people and being disliked. Lin Zichen, who was watching this scene, felt a little uncomfortable. He really wanted to change Qinghan's embarrassing situation in the class, but after thinking about it, he found that he couldn't do anything except training Qinghan as much as possible and helping her become stronger. Chapter 60. Seeing that Qinghan had asked to go up, Han Yuanfeng had no reason to refuse, so he let her go out for the first battle. Soon, Qinghan stepped onto the martial arts stage under the gaze of everyone. Because of her outstanding appearance, the seniors in Class 6 of Grade 2 all brightened their eyes when they saw her. Some of the more eccentric ones couldn't help but make a noise in the audience, shouting to the contestants in their class, saying that the junior sister was so cute, so they should be gentle when they hit her later. They kept shouting. Until she was glared at by her class teacher, she knew to shut up and be quiet. Hanin, come on! Team members, hack her. In the audience, Li Chuxin and he were cheering for Qinghan. Qinghan smiled at the two in response, but it was obviously a bit forced, and she had no fighting spirit. She knew how weak she was, and knew that she would definitely be beaten unilaterally by her opponent when the fight started later. No matter how much others cheered, they couldn't change this fact. In fact, the more others cheered, the more pressure she felt, and she felt a little suffocated. Are you all ready? On the stage, the third-party teacher who acted as the referee saw that the two had taken their positions and immediately asked in a loud voice. Ready. Qinghan and the senior sister answered at the same time. Seeing this, the referee immediately raised his right hand high and then skillfully chopped down quickly. The duel begins. As soon as the voice fell, the senior sister took a step forward and killed Qinghan. Qinghan had been prepared for this, and quickly raised her hands to protect her body from being beaten. She was beaten throughout the whole process and basically didn't fight back. It's not that she is cowardly, but she knows that she can't win against the opponent no matter what. The only thing she could do was to hold on as long as possible and consume the opponent's physical strength. The senior sister saw that she used the turtle-style fighting style and did not fight back no matter how she was beaten, so she immediately became anxious and decisively opened fire with all her strength, pouring all her punches and kicks on her. It lasted for more than 3 minutes. Qinghan could not bear it anymore, and was knocked off the martial arts stage by the senior sisters running up Iron Mountain leaning. It hurt a lot. But she didn't show it on her face, just stood up silently and walked back to the class team. Qinghan, you played well. You know to use defense as the main method to consume the opponent's physical strength. You are very smart. Han Yuanfeng gave Qinghan a thumbs up and praised her with a face of approval. Qinghan just smiled at him and quickly walked towards Lin Zichen. Seeing Qinghan coming, Lin Zichen smiled and affirmed her. You can do it. You can hold on for more than 3 minutes in front of a senior who has practiced for 1 year longer. You have made great progress. Not much progress, but I chose to be a turtle and took the beating, so I barely held on for a little longer. Progress is progress, don't always belittle yourself. Lin Zichen said as he pulled Qinghan to sit next to him and skillfully checked her body to see if there were any injuries. After all, she had just been beaten hard by the senior on the stage, and there must be many bruises on her body. Ah, it hurts. Qinghan suddenly cried out in pain. Lin Zichen had pressed on a place he shouldn't have pressed. Seeing this, Lin Zichen immediately blocked the surrounding site with his body, and then slightly lifted Qinghan's clothes and found a very obvious bruise on her waist. I help you apply cold compress to stop the bleeding first, and you can apply hot compress to promote blood circulation and remove blood stasis the next day. Well, I understand. Qinghan nodded obediently. Lin Zichen found his school bag, took out a cold compress from it, and gently applied it to the bruise on her waist. During this time, when Qinghan felt the touch and temperature from Lin Zichen's fingertips, her face couldn't help but blush. The two of them were too intimate now, and there were so many people around, which made her feel very embarrassed. Lin Zichen didn't have so many thoughts as her, but just continued to check her body silently to see if there were any other injuries. Many girls in the class watched this scene, their faces full of envy and even jealousy of Qinghan. I thought Qinghan was really lucky to be born next door to Lin Zichen's house and grow up with him since childhood. Otherwise, with her grades, would she be worthy of talking to Lin Zichen? I'm afraid that at most she would just become a roadside wildflower with a bit of beauty and then live a mediocre life. Qinghan, who was being examined, was somewhat aware of the gazes from the girls in the class. When she felt the envy and jealousy mixed in these gazes, she couldn't help but lower her head and purse her lips. In the past, she would have enjoyed the envious or jealous gazes from girls of the same age. But as she grew older, she realized the gap between herself and Lin Zichen, and the hatred brought by this gap, and gradually, she began to fear such gazes. She always felt that she was not worthy of Lin Zichen, and she was under a lot of pressure every day. On the other side, the second duel had already begun on the martial arts stage. The girl who was arranged by Han Yuanfeng to play in the first battle was on the stage. Last name, 1, first name, Yuntong. When Yuntong has a strong personality, and doesn't like the turtle-style fighting style. As soon as the fight started, she rushed to the senior sister and kicked her in the face. She felt that the senior sister who could make Qinghan last for 3 minutes on the stage was probably a piece of trash, and she only needed to kick her with all her strength to easily kill her in seconds. However, this petite senior sister was not as trash as she imagined. Facing her kick, the senior sister just turned slightly sideways, and just avoided it with great precision. Then, before she could retract her leg, she raised her hand and punched her in the face, which made her blurred her consciousness and staggered. Then, she took advantage of the victory and swept her to the ground with a sweeping kick, and quickly pressed on her, pinning her to the ground and making her unable to move and breathing. Seeing this, the referee immediately announced that the senior sister won. The senior student got up from the ground upon hearing the sound, looked down at her defeated opponent, and sneered, "Heh, you only attack and don't defend. Are you looking down on the ordinary class? It's true that I am not as talented as you, but I have practiced for 1 more year than you. How can you be confident that you are stronger than me now? You should practice for another year before playing with me." When Yutong didn't say anything, and stood up and walked off the stage without saying a word. Han Yuanfeng saw her coming down from the stage, and immediately frowned and criticized. "Yutong, what's wrong with your playing style? You only know how to attack, and don't consider defense at all. Have you forgotten what I taught you in class before? Teacher, I was arrogant just now, and I won't make the same mistake again in the future." When Yutong admitted her mistake generously, Han Yuanfeng saw that she had admitted her mistake, so it was difficult to say anything more. Just thinking in his heart, this when Yutong is not as good as Qinghan. At least Qinghan lasted more than 3 minutes on the stage. Soon, the third match began. It was Li Chuxin who came out. Her strength was the third from the bottom in the class, only stronger than Qinghan and Wen Yutong. "Hanin, I help you get revenge. Watch me beat that senior sister." "Well, come on. Just watch, I can take her down in less than 5 minutes." After saying this, Li Chuxin went on stage with a confident look on her face. Then she did what she said, and she beat the senior sister in less than 5 minutes. Seeing this, Qinghan in the audience said with envy, "Xiaochun, Chuxin is so amazing. You are amazing too. If you hadn't consumed the senior sister's physical strength in the front, Chuxin wouldn't have won so easily." Lin Zichen praised her with reason. Qinghan knew that this was contrary to the facts, and was deliberately coaxing her, but she was still very happy to hear it, and felt that she was not so useless in the class. Chapter 61. In the following time, the two classes kept sending people to the stage to fight. At 10 o'clock in the morning, there were only 4 people left in Class 1, Grade 1. There were 18 people left in Class 6, Grade 2. The difference in numbers was very large. Obviously, in terms of average class strength, Class 1, Grade 1 was far behind Class 6, Grade 2, and they were not at the same level at all. The main reason was that the freshmen in Class 1, Grade 1 had not practiced enough since the beginning of the school, and many of them had not been able to fully realize their talents. "Brother Feng, there are only 4 people left in your class. It seems that I will win the meal we bet on." The head teacher of Class 6, Grade 2, a middle-aged trendy man, with a short ponytail, looked at Han Yuanfeng with some pride and said. Han Yuanfeng smiled calmly and said, "Don't say it too early. Let's wait and see." As the head teacher of Class 1, Grade 1, he knew one thing very well. That is, only Lin Zichen, Wang Shujie, Lu Gang, and he are the strength of Class 1, Grade 1. As for the students who appeared earlier, they were just cannon fodders who participated, and no matter how badly they lost, it would not affect the outcome. The real duel has just begun. Soon, Han Yuanfeng looked at He Yu, who was rubbing his hands, and said, "He Yu, you go next." "Got it," He Yu responded. Then, he jumped onto the martial arts stage, looked at his opponent with a middle school look and smiled. "My fists have been thirsty for a long time. Senior, are you ready to meet my hard fist?" "Stupid." Seeing that he was so childish, the senior on the opposite side cursed directly. These two words are not very harmful, but they are extremely insulting. He Yu's face turned red immediately after hearing this. Damn, pretending to be a nuisance is like killing one's parents. This senior is very ignorant. I will kill him in seconds and then humiliate him severely. Seeing that both of them had taken their positions, the referee quickly shouted, "The duel begins." As soon as the voice fell, He Yu kicked his calf hard, rushed to the senior in an instant, turned around and knocked the other person off the martial arts stage with his butt. The way to defeat the opponent is extremely insulting. Afterwards, he stood at the edge of the martial arts stage and spoke trash to the other person with a smug look on his face. Really? That's your level? How dare you call someone an idiot? You are a waste. Referee, he is maliciously humiliating his opponent, which is against the spirit of martial arts. I request that he be sent off. The head teacher of Class 6 in Grade 2 complained to the referee. The referee saw this and immediately looked at He Yu and warned him in a serious voice. Student, please pay attention to your words and deeds, and do not maliciously humiliate your opponent. He Yu was immediately unhappy when he heard this, and directly said, "Can you stop being double standard? When that person just called me an idiot, why didn't you warn him?" The referee warned him for the second time. He Yu wanted to fight back, but before he could say anything, Han Yuanfeng shouted at him from the stage, "He Yu, talk less and do more. You must learn to express your opinions with practical actions on the martial arts stage." At this time, Han Yuanfeng felt a little unhappy. The head teacher of Class 6 in Grade 2 just now actually asked the referee to send He Yu off the court? What does this mean? Just to win a meal, you are not practicing martial arts ethics. What kind of person is this? Soon, the next duel began. The opponent was a senior who was nearly 1.9 meters tall, with very developed muscles and full of explosive power. Facing such a tall opponent, he was not timid at all. Instead, he defeated the opponent in less than 5 minutes with his superb boxing and kicking skills, and easily won the victory. After that, he became more and more courageous and knocked down 3 opponents in a row. Counting the previous 2, he had already killed 5 people. It was not until the 6th game that he lost the duel unwillingly due to exhaustion. At this time, there were only 3 people left in Class 1 of Senior 1. There were 13 people left in Class 6 of Senior 2. Wang Shujie, you go? Got it. About an hour later, Wang Shujie's performance was over. He performed better than He Yu, killing 10 people in a row, and it was not until the 11th game that he lost the duel due to exhaustion. At this time, the number of people left in the 2 classes was almost the same. There were 2 people left in Class 1 of Senior 1. There were 3 people left in Class 6 of Senior 2. Lu Gang, it's your turn. Got it. Lu Gang responded, and then he jumped onto the martial arts stage. In less than 10 minutes, he quickly eliminated the opponent's 2 generals, and beat the opponent to only 1 seedling, performing very well. Ajay, your class's high-end combat power is not very good. It seems that I will definitely win the meal we bet on before. Seeing that the situation was very good, Han Yuanfeng looked at the head teacher of Class 6 of Grade 2, with a confident look on his face, and said. The other party smiled and said, "That's not necessarily true." After that, he looked at the only seedling left in the class, a dark-skinned fat man, and said to him with a smile, "Wang Jinhe, it's your turn to perform." Soon, the black fat man named Wang Jinhe came on stage. His body was as long as a ball, and he walked very slowly. It took him almost half a minute to walk from the audience to the martial arts stage. He was like an old turtle. Han Yuanfeng looked at the black fat man on the stage and couldn't help but wonder, "Ajay, are you sure this is a student in your class? Why haven't I seen him before?" The head teacher of Class 6 of Grade 2 explained, "He just transferred to my class this semester. Of course you haven't seen him before." Han Yuanfeng nodded and said nothing more. On the other side, when Qinghan saw the black fat man on the stage, he immediately put his face close to Lin Zichen's ear and asked in a very low voice, "Xiaochen, he is so fat. Can he be admitted to the martial arts class to learn martial arts even if he is so fat? I am also confused about this. Let's see how he performs in the next duel with Lu Gang. I should know what's going on after watching him," Lin Zichen said in a calm voice. When he first came to the gymnasium, he noticed the fat black guy at the first time, and wondered why there was such a fat student in the martial arts class. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any fat students in the martial arts class who exercise so much every day. Is he a relative who got in through the back door? But it doesn't seem like it. After all, the opponent was the last one to go on stage, which means that the opponent is the strongest in the class. Soon, the duel on the stage began. The fat black guy was like a mountain, standing still, with no intention of attacking. Facing this fat black guy who was even more burly than himself, Lu Gang was not afraid at all, and rushed towards him directly, with the main character of recklessness. Inch punch, hook. Side kick, flying kick, sweeping leg. Elbow strike, knee strike. Flying shoulder, iron mountain lean. Lu Gang used all his martial arts to attack the black fat man frantically. However, no matter how hard he attacked, he could not break the opponent's defense. Too much fat, too thick meat, it's impossible to hit him. Lu Gang was anxious, but he had no choice but to continue to increase his strength and attack the black fat man frantically. Unfortunately, he still failed to cause any harm to the opponent. Are you done? It's my turn after that. The black fat man grinned, grabbed Lu Gang's shoulder, lifted him up easily, and then threw him off the martial arts stage. With Lu Gang's defeat, both classes were left with only one lone sapling. Brother Feng, there is only one person left on your side. It seems that I am going to win. The head teacher of Class 6 of Grade 2 looked at Han Yuanfeng proudly and said. Han Yuanfeng also felt that he was going to lose. Even Lu Gang, who was one of the best in the class, was as weak as a chicken in front of the black fat man, and was picked up and thrown off the martial arts stage. The remaining Lin Zichen was probably not a match for the black fat man. Alas, I was tricked. Han Yuanfeng shook his head and sighed, and smiled bitterly with a look of failure. I was wondering how you dared to bet with me for food. It turns out that you ambushed me like this. You don't follow martial ethics. The head teacher of Class 6, Grade 2, laughed. Haha, it's the same for you. Brother Feng, didn't you also bet with me because you thought you could win? We are all the same. Hearing this, Han Yuanfeng felt so painful that his heart was bleeding. The bet he made with the head teacher of Class 6, Grade 2, was that the losing party had to treat the winning party's entire class to dinner at the restaurant opposite the school. Treating a whole class of students to dinner is not an ordinary expense. At least half a month's salary is gone. Han Yuanfeng felt more and more distressed the more he thought about it. If he had known earlier, he would not have gambled. It would have been much better to just have a normal friendly match. Chapter 62. It's over. Our class is going to lose. What's up with that fat dark senior? How can he be so strong? Can he be a student from an ordinary class? Alas, I thought our class could fight against the key class in the second year of high school, but I didn't expect that we couldn't even beat the ordinary class in the second year of high school. Seeing that Lu Gang was picked up and thrown off the martial arts stage by the fat dark senior with one hand, the students of Class 1 of the first year of high school felt very disappointed and felt severely hit. In the crowd, Wang Shujie saw Lu Gang returning to the class team and immediately stepped forward and asked, Lu Gang, how do you feel? Lu Gang was obviously a little disappointed, but he still maintained his confidence and said, that fat senior is very strong. Under the fat is all muscle. He can fight and fight. I can't deal with him now. However, as long as I am given another half year to exercise and develop, I will definitely be able to pin him to the ground and rub him by the second semester of senior year. To put it bluntly, that fat senior just relied on his big body to disgust people in the early stage, when everyone's strength has not been improved. When everyone's strength is improved later, he will be a moving target. Lu Gang became more and more confident as he spoke, and he no longer took the black fat senior seriously, even though he was just thrown off the martial arts stage by the opponent like a chicken. Wang Shujie listened and nodded, agreeing with him, and then asked, then what do you think Lin Zichen's chances of winning will be when he goes on stage later? 0 chance. Lu Gang answered without thinking. Then he quickly explained, Lin Zichen is very strong, much stronger than me, but that is only a combination of strength. In terms of strength alone, he is not much stronger than me, and cannot break the fat senior's defense at all. Yeah, that's true. Wang Shujie nodded and said, I remember that during the physical test, he only lifted 30 kilograms more than you with one hand, not much better than you. At this moment, the two top students from Nanwan City were not optimistic that Lin Zichen would win. It's not that they think Lin Zichen is not strong, but they think the black fat senior on the stage is stronger. They think that in front of them, the freshman, the black fat senior is the invincible boss of the novice village. A girl next to them couldn't stand it anymore, and sneered at the two of them. Haha, you two are bad, but you think others are as bad as you, have some shame? Wang Shujie and Lu Gang took a look at the girl, and seeing that she was Lin Zichen's little fan, they didn't bother to pay attention, and immediately turned around and walked aside without arguing with her. Both of them thought that the little fan was brainless, a brainless fan, and her mind was full of their brothers super strong in the universe, so there was no need to waste words arguing with her. On the other side, Qinghan looked at Lin Zichen beside her, with watery eyes, and asked curiously, Xiaochen, did you see it? What's so special about that fat senior? Yes, I saw it. Lin Zichen explained to her simply. That fat senior is not a fat man in the traditional sense, but a muscular man wrapped in a layer of fat. Except for his poor flexibility, the rest of his strength and defense are full. Muscular man wrapped in a layer of fat? Qinghan was even more confused and asked, but this is not biological at all. Can people train this kind of body? Lin Zichen, maybe he has fallen, and he has eaten and drank too much and ruined his body. It may also be that he has some disease, or some other reason. I can't tell the details. While the two were talking about this, Han Yuanfeng came over from the front and said to Lin Zichen with a smile, Zichen, it's your turn. Okay. Lin Zichen responded, stood up and walked towards the martial arts stage. However, Han Yuanfeng did not rush him to go up, but asked him to wait a moment and chatted with him. Zichen, the strength of the fat senior on the stage is a top-ranked academic master even in the key class. Under normal circumstances, there will be no students with such strength in ordinary classes. I don't know what happened this year, and there will suddenly be such an academic master transferred to the ordinary class. Therefore, don't be discouraged if you lose later, because it is normal to lose to him, and it is abnormal to win. Han Yuanfeng said earnestly. In short, put on a good mentality, and play as long as you can on the stage. This is a rare actual battle for you, and you can accumulate a lot of valuable experience. Don't worry too much about winning or losing. Lin Zichen, I will win. Han Yuanfeng. Forget it, young people don't know the immensity of the world, so all the words just now are in vain. Forget it, it's good to have confidence. However, the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. I hope he won't be too shocked after losing later. Thinking of this, Han Yuanfeng reached out and patted Lin Zichen on the shoulder and said, come on. Okay. Lin Zichen responded sparingly, and then walked towards the martial arts stage. Under the gaze of everyone, he jumped onto the martial arts stage. When his handsome face appeared on the martial arts stage, the voices of the seniors in Class 6 of Grade 2 soon rang out. They all said that this junior was so handsome, and everyone had a nympho smile on their faces. Among them, there were several seniors who were promoted directly from the junior high school. They enthusiastically introduced Lin Zichen to other seniors who did not know him, and told the legend of Lin Zichen in the junior high school. In addition to the crazy voices of the seniors, there were also a lot of cheers from classmates. Even some boys who usually disliked him because of jealousy were cheering for him at this moment. After all, Lin Zichen is now the last seedling in the class, and the hope of the whole class. As classmates in the same class, everyone hopes that he will win. If he wins, they will win together. On the martial arts stage, the black fat senior listened to the crazy voices and cheers from the surroundings, and couldn't help but say with envy, it's good to be handsome, and you can get the attention of girls. The beauty of the soul is the real beauty. Lin Zichen comforted him against his conscience. However, the black fat senior student had a very low EQ and said disapprovingly, Junior, what you said is not right. In this world where the strong prey on the weak, only those with strong strength are beautiful. After saying that, he suddenly said with emotion, actually, the game of life is quite balanced. Take me for example. I am ugly, but relatively speaking, I am very strong. As soon as he finished speaking, a little fan of Lin Zichen in the audience shouted, but Zichen is handsome and good at fighting. The black fat senior student was speechless for a moment and felt numb. In order to ease his embarrassment at the moment, and also for the next show-off. Soon he grinned and said, Junior, I never bully the weak. I will stand still, and let you do 10 moves later, so that you and your little fans will not be dissatisfied and scold me behind my back for bullying the weak and not winning fairly. Bullying the weak? So that you will not be dissatisfied later? Lin Zichen felt that this sounded very familiar. Thinking about it, he found that Zhang Kai had said something similar when he was in junior high school and sparring with him in the martial arts team. Are you ready? Seeing that the two had already taken their positions, the referee in the middle of the martial arts arena asked. Ready? The two said in unison. Hearing the sound, the referee immediately raised his right hand, then quickly chopped down and said, the duel begins. As soon as the referee finished speaking, the fat black senior shouted loudly in a pretentious manner, Come on, Junior, I will stand still and let you take 10 moves, and you can attack me with all your strength. Okay. Lin Zichen nodded in response. Then, under the confused gaze of everyone at the scene, he walked slowly to the front of the fat black senior and stopped, and then casually raised his right leg and kicked him off the martial arts stage. At this moment, the fat black senior, who was still rolling on the ground at high speed, had a lot of question marks on his head. Chapter 63. Ah? When seeing Lin Zichen kick his opponent off the martial arts stage casually, this word sounded in everyone's mind. The black fat guy actually lost, kicked off the martial arts stage by a freshman? How is this possible? Everyone present was shocked, their faces full of disbelief, and for a moment they thought they were hallucinating. Among them, a senior sister was so shocked that she opened her mouth into an O shape, looking like she could at least stuff 2 cucumbers in, and her eyes were about to pop out. Her expression was very exaggerated. How is this possible? How could I be kicked off the martial arts stage so easily by you? This is unscientific. The black fat guy rolled on the ground for more than 10 meters before he stopped. As soon as he stopped, he immediately sat up and shouted with an unacceptable look on his face. He thought that he weighed more than 250 pounds, and the soles of his shoes were rough and non-slip, which made the friction between his feet and the ground particularly strong. Normally, he couldn't be pushed by several people when standing, so how could he be kicked off the martial arts stage by a freshman? This is totally unreasonable. However, no matter how unreasonable it was, the fact did happen in front of everyone. Zichen, did you hold back in the physical test before? After Han Yuanfeng recovered from the shock, he immediately looked at Lin Zichen on the stage and asked. Lin Zichen opened his eyes and made up a story. Well, I did hold back, but not much. The reason why I was able to kick the senior off the martial arts stage just now was mainly because my legs were born with extremely strong explosive power. Han Yuanfeng did not doubt what he said and quickly asked, Zichen, how heavy a barbell can you lift with one hand now? Lin Zichen said calmly, I measured it at home last week, and it was about 400 kilograms. 400 kilograms? In the class, Lu Gang was stunned when he heard such a number. You can lift a 400 kilograms barbell with one hand? I am born with supernatural power, but I can only lift a barbell of more than 310 kilograms at most. Who is born with supernatural power? When Lu Gang was hit hard, Wang Shujie beside him was not much better, and his face was full of doubts about life. He had thought about counterattacking Lin Zichen before graduating from high school, and rubbed Lin Zichen hard on the martial arts stage in front of the whole class. But now it seems that he found that he was just overthinking. No matter the current situation or potential, they are not as good as others. How can he counterattack? I am happy if the gap is not getting bigger and bigger. Not far away. He came back to his senses from his confusion, and said in disbelief, Ah? Can he lift a 400 kilograms barbell with one hand? This guy is a freshman in high school? Zichen has been playing dumb? Li Chuxin looked at Qinghan beside her, and asked in confusion, Hanin, I really don't understand why Zichen is not the city's top scorer. Did he have diarrhea in the high school entrance examination? Well, Xiaochen was a little uncomfortable during the high school entrance examination, and didn't perform well. Also, he trained very hard in the summer after the high school entrance examination, and he improved a lot at that time. Qinghan sensibly helped Lin Zichen cover up the unreasonable things about him. This was the only thing she could do for Lin Zichen. As for why Lin Zichen was so strong, she, as a childhood sweetheart, didn't know. What she knew more than others was that Lin Zichen's strength was much stronger than what he usually showed. To this day, she still remembered the incident of being followed by human traffickers on her way home from school. Lin Zichen, who was only 8 years old at the time, knocked the adult male human trafficker to the ground with one punch, causing him to collapse on the ground, spitting blood and dying. Ah, Junior Zichen, you are so amazing, handsome and good at fighting, I am almost attracted to you. Junior Zichen, I want to make friends with you. Can I add WeChat? Junior Zichen, I am your fan. I have been your fan since you were in the first grade of junior high school. As soon as Lin Zichen came down from the martial arts stage, he was immediately surrounded by several senior sisters. He did not give the senior sisters WeChat, and forcibly got away with a clumsy excuse, not wanting to have too much contact with strange girls. Zichen, you are really good. You have been playing dumb for so long. Today, you are so awesome. It's so cool, right? When he saw Lin Zichen walking towards the class team, he went up to him and said so. Lin Zichen smiled and said, it's really cool. However, he just said it was cool, but he didn't feel cool at all. The cool he wanted was the kind of cool that he could beat the whole class on the opposite side by himself. In that way, he could experience the highest level of showing his power in front of others, and improve the progress bar of the achievement of natural selection. It was perfect. But like today, he was almost a spectator throughout the whole process, and could only appear in the last game. To be honest, it was not cool at all, but it felt a bit of a waste of time. I hope that next time when we play against the key class, the opponent will be stronger, and we can beat the class down to the last one, and then I can go on stage and sweep it. Lin Zichen said in his heart. In the following time, the two classes lined up in a row and walked towards each other, just like the basketball game in the previous life, and had a friendly handshake between the players of both sides. When shaking hands with the opponent, Lin Zichen would smile and say well played, focusing on a person with both strength and quality. After the handshake session, the two class teachers stood together and chatted. During the chat, Han Yuanfeng also called Lin Zichen over and talked to the head teacher of Class 6 of Grade 2 about his amazing performance on the martial arts stage just now. Brother Feng, Zichen in your class is so awesome, it feels like he is almost as good as Wu Tianqing in Grade 1. Talking about the scene where Lin Zichen kicked the black fat man off the martial arts stage just now, the head teacher of Class 6 of Grade 2 couldn't help but exclaimed. Han Yuanfeng smiled and said, that's not the case. Wu Tianqing is not a human being. He almost scared the principal when he was in the first year of high school. He was really too strong. Teacher, who is this Wu Tianqing? Lin Zichen asked curiously while listening at the side. Han Yuanfeng replied, Wu Tianqing is a senior who graduated a few years ago. When he was in the first year of high school, he defeated the top class of the third year of high school. His performance was so amazing that many school leaders were scared. I don't remember what his physical test data was in the first year of high school, but I remember that it was much higher than yours. In short, that person is a rare genius in a century. So far, he is the strongest student in the history of Shanghai Middle School, and he is the kind of student who has left the second place far behind. After speaking, Han Yuanfeng looked at the head teacher of Class 6 in the second year of high school and asked, by the way, Ajay, do you still remember the data of Wu Tianqing's first physical test in the first year of high school? I definitely remember it. The head teacher of Class 6 in the second year of high school said, 100 meters in 6.12 seconds, vertical jump in place of 3.96 meters, and can lift a 650 kilograms barbell with one hand. Lin Zichen listened to these three data and found that the strongest student in the school's history was almost catching up with his strength during the summer vacation of the 6th grade of elementary school when he was in the first year of high school. I have to say, it is really awesome and worthy of the title of the strongest in school history. How about it? Are you scared after hearing such data? The head teacher of Class 6 of Grade 2 said to Lin Zichen with a smile. Lin Zichen nodded and said, a little scared. Chapter 64. Students who have been sweating a lot, go to the changing room to take a shower and change into clean clothes. We will have dinner at Mingxiang restaurant opposite the school later. Seeing that it was almost time for dinner, Han Yuanfeng stopped talking to the head teacher of Class 6 of Grade 2 and turned to look at the students in the class and shouted. Hearing this, several students whose clothes were soaked with sweat took out the clothes they had prepared in advance and went to the changing room to take a shower. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan did not go. They did not sweat much just now and were very clean. About 10 minutes later, the students who went to the changing room to take a shower came out. Seeing that everyone was there, Han Yuanfeng asked everyone to take their things and set out to eat. Before leaving, he looked at the head teacher of Class 6, Grade 2, and said with a smile, Ajay, I will send you the bill on WeChat after I take the students in the class to eat. You must remember to pay. Don't worry, I will admit defeat and will not owe you the bill. Quick, everyone, thank you, Brother Jia. Thank you, Brother Jia. The students of Class 1, Grade 1, laughed and shouted. Mingxiang Restaurant. First floor. Han Yuanfeng opened a large private room with 3 large tables, just enough for the whole class to sit down. During the meal, everyone was reviewing the duel in the gymnasium. Someone in the class performed well. Someone on the other side was particularly difficult. Among them, the most talked about duel was the one between Lin Zichen and the black fat man. With the scene where Lu Gang was killed instantly by the black fat man as a comparison, the scene where Lin Zichen kicked the black fat man off the martial arts stage was very shocking. Whenever everyone recalled this duel, the word awesome would automatically appear in their minds. The only exception was Lu Gang, who thought of the word numb. He was killed instantly by the black fat man in the last game, and Lin Zichen killed him instantly in the next game. This back and forth directly turned him into a background board. It hurts too much. Who knows the pain of accidentally becoming a background board and being talked about by others? Lu Gang was roaring in his heart. On the other side, Han Yuanfeng stood up from his seat, raised a glass of beer, and said to everyone in the private room, Thanks to Zichen, We could all get this meal for free today. Come on, everyone stand up and toast Zichen. Zichen is awesome. Awesome. Brother Chen is awesome. The students picked up the drinks in front of them, and smiled, and toasted Lin Zichen. Some boys in the class, who used to be jealous of him and disliked him, were now smiling, and wanted to make friends with him. Lin Zichen's strength on the martial arts stage was too strong. He will definitely become a high-ranking gene fusionist in the future, and his future is immeasurable. Everyone realized this, and wanted to have a good relationship with him, thinking that maybe they could cling to their old classmates in the future. After all, students in the first year of high school are generally 16 years old, almost adults. Although sometimes they are a little childish, the basic pros and cons can still be seen clearly. Not so stupid as not to make friends with geniuses, but to offend them instead. Brother Chen, how do you usually exercise at home? Do you have any secrets? By the way, Brother Chen, it seems that we haven't added WeChat yet. Let's add it. Brother Chen, I just posted the video of your duel with a fat senior on Moments. My sister saw it and said she wanted to get to know you. Now she is asking me for your WeChat. By the way, my sister is a student in the top martial arts class in the 3rd year of high school in our school. After toasting, everyone started chatting with Lin Zichen as the center of the topic. Among them, many people turned around and talked to him, complimenting him in every sentence, wanting to take the relationship with him to the next level. Lin Zichen felt that everyone was too enthusiastic, and he felt very uncomfortable and a little annoyed. But since it was a dinner party, everyone might be enthusiastic for this time, so he didn't act too cold, but smiled and responded from time to time. During the period, Qinghan, who was sitting next to him, rarely spoke, and most of the time he sat quietly and listened to everyone chatting. Seeing that he had finished his drink, he helped him fill it up. Seeing that there were shrimps on the table, he picked up a few and peeled them, and put them in his bowl. Looking both quiet and virtuous, she fully demonstrated the attributes of the girl next door that many boys fantasize about. TSK, Qinghan, you are so virtuous. Whoever marries you in the future will be so lucky. It's not an exaggeration to say that the ancestors' graves are filled with smoke. Seeing Qinghan peeling shrimps for Lin Zichen, Han Yuanfeng, who was slightly drunk, couldn't help but tease her. Li Chuxin smiled and teased Lin Zichen, Zichen, you are so lucky. Lin Zichen just smiled and said nothing. Qinghan blushed and lowered her head shyly, eating silently and pretending that nothing happened. Fortunately, this topic passed quickly. Everyone ate, drank, and chatted, and no one continued to pay attention to Qinghan. Qinghan was relieved. After half an hour, everyone was full and satisfied. However, no one was in a hurry to go home. Instead, they chatted in the private room, and the chat was in full swing. Qinghan picked up an orange and wanted to peel it for Lin Zichen to eat, to help him relieve the greasiness after the meal. Just when she was halfway through peeling it, she suddenly felt the urge to urinate. It came very suddenly. And it was very urgent. Why does my body have such a defect? It's really annoying. Qinghan felt very distressed. Then, she approached Lin Zichen and whispered to him, Xiaochen, I'm going to the bathroom. Well, go ahead. Lin Zichen responded. Qinghan put down the orange in her hand, skillfully clamped her legs tightly together, and walked quickly to the bathroom outside. When she walked to the door of the bathroom, she heard a conversation coming from inside. The voice sounded familiar. It was 2 girls in the class chatting. Did you see just now that Qinghan was pouring drinks for Lin Zichen and peeling shrimp for him? She's really good at licking. She looks like a maid, serving her master all the time. That's normal. Otherwise, how do you think she got into our top class? Didn't she get in through the back door by licking Lin Zichen every day and trying to please him, and then relying on his relationship? I'm so envious. I wish I had a childhood sweetheart as talented as Lin Zichen. What's there to envy? She can only lick him during her school days. When Lin Zichen enters society and sees all kinds of excellent girls, he will definitely ignore her. That's right. The gap between their abilities is so big that they are destined to drift apart in the future. Outside the bathroom, Qinghan felt very uncomfortable listening to the conversation coming from inside. She really wanted to go in and say that she was Lin Zichen's childhood sweetheart, not his maid. However, her overly cowardly character made it impossible for her to do this. Just as she was about to turn around and leave to go to the restroom on another floor, the 2 girls inside came out. When they saw her at the door, their faces changed slightly, and they felt very embarrassed. Then, they pretended not to see her and walked past her quickly. She's not a maid, but a childhood sweetheart. Qinghan pursed her lips, her voice full of humility and sadness, as well as a hint of increasing depression. Chapter 65. About an hour later. The dinner came to an end. The teachers and students went home and looked for their mothers. On the way home, Lin Zichen noticed that Qinghan was in a bad mood, so he stopped and asked, "Han, why do you look a little depressed? Did something happen?" "No, I just feel a little sleepy," Qinghan said with a smile on her face. Lin Zichen saw that she was forcing a smile, but seeing that she didn't want to say it, he didn't ask further. When passing by a supermarket in front, Qinghan stopped and said, "Xiaochen, come with me to buy something." "Okay," Lin Zichen responded and walked into the supermarket with her. After entering, the two walked straight to the innermost shelf and stopped. The shelf was full of women's intimate products. Qinghan reached out to the top row with ease and took down a large bag of adult diapers for women. Then she looked at Lin Zichen, blushed and whispered, "I only wear it when I go to bed at night, not during the day." Lin Zichen, "Well, you said it before." Qinghan smiled bitterly. "When I was a child, my mother always told me that I would grow up, and I would not wet my pants anymore. But until now, I still wet my pants when I go to bed at night. I have to wear diapers every night before I dare to fall asleep. It's really annoying." As she spoke, Qinghan's mood became particularly low, and she said, "Xiaochen, I feel like a disabled person who can't hold his urine." "You are not a disabled person." Lin Zichen looked at her seriously and said, "Your inability to hold your urine is your superpower, but this superpower has not been fully developed by you yet." "Superpower?" Qinghan's eyes lit up, not as dim as before. "Yes, it's a superpower," Lin Zichen said with certainty. "The reason why your water talent is so good is one of the manifestations of superpowers." Qinghan suddenly thought of something, looked into Lin Zichen's eyes, and asked, "Then Xiaochen, you have been so powerful since you were a child. Do you also have superpowers?" "Yes, I have superpowers like you," Lin Zichen answered without hesitation. "Really? Really? What kind of superpower is that?" "My superpower is that my physical fitness and learning ability are both very good." "Ah?" Qinghan said disappointedly. "Isn't this just a simple talent?" Lin Zichen explained, "Talent is also a kind of superpower, just like your water talent." "Yes, that makes sense." Qinghan felt much better and said with anticipation, "If I really have superpowers, I don't know what kind of superpowers it would be. It must be a very powerful superpower." Lin Zichen smiled. "Let's go, Xiaochen, let's go check out." Qinghan smiled sweetly, and then turned around with the diaper and walked towards the cashier. When she turned around completely and walked away with her back to Lin Zichen, the sweet smile on her face dimmed. She was smiling just now, but in fact she was still forcing a smile. It's just that her acting skills have become better, and her smile is not as forced as before. She didn't think she had any so-called superpowers. She just felt that this was Lin Zichen's comfort. Rather than having undeveloped superpowers, she felt more like she was cursed. After paying the bill, the two left the supermarket. During the period, when passing by the vegetable market, they saw the security team killing rats again. Unlike the last time, this time there was a crazy-looking man who stopped the security guards from killing rats. He ran into the vegetable market and shouted with tears in his eyes, "Stop, stop, don't kill my brothers. Did you hear me? Stop. Ah, if you kill my brothers again, I will fight you." While shouting, the man picked up a broom and drove away the security guards. It turned out that the brothers he just shouted at were the rats running around in the vegetable market at the moment. "Xiaochen, is this man crazy? Maybe he is a mental patient. It looks scary. This is what mental illness is like. Let's go home." "Yeah." Lin Zichen and Qinghan just stopped to watch the excitement for a while, and left soon. Shortly after the two left, the troublemaker was subdued by the security guards, handcuffed and put in the trunk of the security car, and taken back to the police station for interrogation. At night, at home, Lin Zichen sat with his parents for dinner, watching the evening news as usual. "I saw a news report about missing people, saying that a young female teacher lost contact after get off work at school last week, and she has not been found until today. Why is there another young woman missing? This seems to be the fourth one this month, right?" Zhang Wanqing frowned slightly. Lin Yansheng corrected, "You remembered it wrong, it should be the fifth one." Zhang Wanqing was very confused and said, 5 people are missing now, can't the security department catch the murderer?" Lin Zichen didn't say anything. He listened to his parents' conversation and watched the news on TV. The news anchor said that the 5 people who disappeared that month were all young and beautiful women. Young and beautiful women should try not to go out at night. If they have to go out, it is best to go with others and not go to remote places. Xiaochun, it's not peaceful outside recently. As a boy, you should take good care of Hanin and don't let her go out alone, understand? Zhang Wanqin looked at Lin Zichen and warned him. Lin Zichen, Mom, don't worry, I will take good care of Hanin. Zhang Wanqin was still worried and said a WeChat message to Hanin now to remind her to pay attention to safety. Also, remember to tell her that if she wants to go out, she must ask you to accompany her. Okay, I send it now. After Lin Zichen finished speaking, he took out his mobile phone and sent a WeChat message to Qinghan to remind her to pay attention to safety. Shanghai City, XX District XX Street Public Security Office. In a bright interrogation room. The crazy middle-aged man that Lin Zichen saw in the vegetable market in the afternoon was being examined by a psychiatrist. Outside, 2 night shift security guards were guarding. More than half an hour later, a security guard walked into the interrogation room, looked at the psychiatrist and asked, "How is the examination going? Is he a mental patient?" "Not sure yet." The psychiatrist shook his head and said, "I have been trying to communicate with him, but he didn't say a word. He felt like a mute." "He is not mute. He kept shouting and yelling when he was in the vegetable market before." The security guard smiled. After saying that, he found that the facial muscles of the middle-aged man in handcuffs in front of him began to twitch slightly, and fine hairs were growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this scene, his face changed drastically, and he immediately shouted, "Quick, ask the headquarters to send a mechanical modified person to come to the station for support. The man in the interrogation room is turning into a giant alien rat." Chapter 66. You? Kill my brother. Every day in the vegetable market, using a rat gun. Kill my brother. I want you to pay with blood. The moment the last sentence fell, the man's body had completely transformed into a rat man with 8 scarlet eyes on his face. At this time, the security guards in the station were already fully armed, holding various high-powered firearms, and madly shooting at the rat man. Unfortunately, the rat man was very agile and kept looking for cover to avoid attacks, so it was difficult for bullets to hit him. However, the security guards didn't even think about hitting him, they just wanted to suppress him and delay time for the mechanical transformation people to come and clear the scene. The rat man's brain was a little bit bad, and he didn't realize this. He was still shouting to avenge his brothers, constantly trying to break through the oncoming rain of bullets, wanting to kill all the security guards in front of him. "Director, the headquarters responded that the mechanically modified people have gone out to perform their tasks. It will take about 10 minutes to send people to support us. We don't have enough ammunition, and I'm afraid we won't be able to wait for support," a member of the security team said in a panic. The security station where he was located was at the street level, and the ammunition inventory inside was pitifully small, and it couldn't support continuous fierce firing. "You continue to suppress the fire, I will drive the car over, and then we will all get in a car to lead this rat man to the suburbs, delaying time until support arrives." After leaving this sentence, the director of the security station hurriedly left to drive the security car over. He had realized that this rat man was a little bit brainless, and he only wanted to kill the security guards to avenge the dead rat. Based on this, as long as he drove all the security guards to the suburbs, this not-so-smart rat man would definitely chase the car. Soon, the director of the public security station drove the security car over and asked everyone to get in the car. Then, he stepped on the accelerator and flew to the suburbs at high speed. Sure enough, the rat man immediately chased the car and would not stop until he killed everyone in the car. He chased for about 3 minutes. At this time, the mechanical man sent by the public security headquarters finally arrived. Seeing this, the director of the public security station immediately stepped on the accelerator and threw away the exhausted rat man behind the car, leaving enough space for the mechanical man to play. Seeing that the car had thrown away the rat man, the mechanical man floating in the sky immediately opened fire at full power and poured all the ammunition on his body on the rat man. After all the ammunition was used up, he turned off the anti-airflow power device and slowly landed, holding a special alloy long knife, and walked into the billowing smoke. Then he frowned and found that there was no trace of the rat man on the ground. There was only a bottomless dark hole, and blood and meat scattered around. The rat man dug a hole and ran away under the bombardment of ammunition. But the good news is that from the blood and meat on the ground, the rat man must be seriously injured and should not run far. There is a chance to find it and kill it. After analyzing this, the mechanical man quickly turned on the anti-airflow power device and rose to the sky, circling in the sky like a falcon, searching for the traces of the Ratman everywhere. In a single-family house in the village in the city. After Lin Zichen finished his meal and rested for a while, he went upstairs to the room for high-intensity exercise. There are many ways to exercise, no longer limited to basic movements such as push-ups, sit-ups, squats, pull-ups, etc. Instead, it has expanded to more subtle movements. Exercise fingers, wrists, necks, etc., and exercise every muscle in the body in all directions. This exercise lasted for 4 hours. Lin Zichen felt a little tired, so he ended the exercise tonight. At this time, he didn't sweat much, and his breathing was not very disordered, just a little tired. This is the change brought about by years of exercise under the blessing of use it or lose it. Physical strength has become stronger, more and more able to resist fatigue. While sitting on the ground to rest, Lin Zichen took out his mobile phone and opened the writer's background to check the data. After writing for more than half a month, he has steadily updated more than 4,000 words every day, and now it is almost 100,000 words. The data is very good, with more than 10,000 collections. The most important thing is that the readers have responded very well, and many readers said that they will definitely support subscriptions after the listing. There are still several recommendations that haven't been made during the new book period. After the recommendations are made, the data will be even better. I don't know how much I can earn in a month after the book is put on the shelves. Looking at the background data of the writer's assistant, Lin Zichen couldn't help showing a hint of expectation on his face. After that, he got up, took a set of clean clothes, and went to take a shower. After taking a shower and drying his hair, he turned off the lights, and went to bed when he saw that it was almost time. Before going to bed, I thought that I hadn't measured my physical data for a month, so I immediately picked up my phone and set an alarm for 3 a.m. I plan to go out tonight to measure the data in the middle of the night to see how much progress I have made. 3 a.m. The alarm on the phone rang on time. Lin Zichen was determined and did not stay in bed. He got out of bed and dressed directly, and as usual, he put on a hat and mask to cover his face. Then, he took the tools for measuring data and quietly left home. He avoided surveillance all the way with ease. Not long after, Lin Zichen came to an uninhabited suburb, confirmed that no one was nearby, and immediately started testing the data. About 10 minutes later, the data came out. The 100-meter sprint only takes 3.43 seconds. The vertical jump can reach 7.22 meters. He can lift a car weighing about 1,750 kilograms with one hand. The progress is quite obvious. If he can keep this progress speed, it is estimated that by the next semester, the 100-meter sprint will be able to successfully break the 3-second mark, the vertical jump will be able to break the 8-meter mark, and the single-handed weightlifting will be able to break the 2,000 kilograms mark. All of the above data are achieved purely by his own body, without the help of mechanical transformation, gene fusion, and other external forces. This progress is too stable. If he can continue to progress like this, Lin Zichen feels that sooner or later he will be able to become a saint in his body, and then punch the mechanical transformation people and kick the gene fusion people. After thinking about it for a while, he quickly came to his senses, put away the measuring tools on the ground, and then trotted home. On the way, when he passed a garbage station in the suburbs, he saw a man squatting on the ground rummaging through the garbage, as if he was starving and looking for food. A closer look showed that it was a man in tatters, and covered in blood. A homeless man? Blood all over his body. Was he beaten? He looked quite pitiful, so he called the security team to come and help him. Thinking about it, Lin Zichen took out his mobile phone. Just as he was about to make a call, he suddenly saw an extremely terrifying scene. The man in the garbage dump suddenly reached out and grabbed a mouse from the front. He hesitated for a moment with a look of pain on his face, then opened his mouth and stuffed the mouse into his mouth, chewing it like bread. Under the strong bite force, the mouse was bitten directly, blood splattered, and it died on the spot. Chapter 67. Brother, I'm sorry. Brother, you have to forgive me. I didn't mean to eat you. I was really hungry. When I'm full, I will worship you every year in the future. The man chewed the rat meat vigorously, and confessed with tears in his face, which looked very strange. Lin Zichen frowned and realized that something was wrong with the man. He turned around and left quickly, choosing to take a detour instead of going home and not passing through the garbage station in front. But just as he turned around and was about to leave, the man in the garbage dump noticed his presence, looked up at his back, and said to the rat in his hand that had been half eaten, Brother, I don't have to eat you. I can eat people." The man's voice was crazy, but it seemed extremely creepy in the quiet night. When Lin Zichen heard the word eat people, his face changed immediately, and he ran away instantly. In just 1 second, he ran nearly 30 meters away, and distanced himself from the garbage station. But the next second, he heard footsteps approaching from behind. Looking back, he found that the man who had just eaten the rat had caught up with him. The man's face was cracking with multiple scarlet eyes at a speed visible to the naked eye, and fine hairs were growing on his exposed skin, and he was quickly turning into a giant rat. Is it the madman in the daytime? Before the man was completely alienated, Lin Zichen recognized him as the man who made trouble in the vegetable market during the day. Meat, I want to eat meat, I want to eat human flesh, eat human flesh. The man's speed was getting faster and faster, his expression was getting more and more ferocious, and he was chasing Lin Zichen frantically from behind, while his sticky saliva was flowing and making hoarse sounds. Seeing that the man was running faster and faster, and was constantly closing the distance with him, Lin Zichen knew that he could not escape. So, the moment the man caught up with him, he decisively turned around and kicked the man's chest fiercely. There was a bang sound. The man who had no defense was kicked out directly, and he rolled on the ground for dozens of meters before he stopped, lying on the ground dying. When he was bombed by the mechanical transformation man with special ammunition before, he was injured too badly, causing his body to be very weak now, unable to completely transform into a rat man, and could not withstand Lin Zichen's full-strength kick at all. Was he seriously injured by a blow? When he saw the half-man, half-rat man lying on the ground motionless, only making a half-dead groan, Lin Zichen thought for a while that he was dazzled. In his cognition, rat men can resist firearms. Even if they are smashed to pieces by bullets, they can recover at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then stand up again with full health and full magic. No matter what his situation is, I will finish him off first. Thinking of this, Lin Zichen immediately ran to the roadside full of stones, bent down to pick up the stones on the ground, and smashed them at the dying man on the ground from a distance. Puff! 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 The stones smashed into the man one by one, piercing his flesh and blood, making a series of dull impact sounds. 10 pieces, dozens of pieces, hundreds of pieces. Lin Zichen was very cautious. Even if the man's body had been smashed to pieces by stones, he would continue to throw stones from a distance and never approach him. It was not until more than 10 minutes had passed, and the man's body had been smashed into pulp by the stone, that he approached carefully, to see if the man was dead, and whether he could devour his life essence. After spending nearly half a minute carefully approaching, Lin Zichen found that the man, who had become a pile of pulp on the ground, was completely dead, and he was relieved. Then he squatted down, endured the nausea, and stretched out a finger to touch the pulp on the ground, swallowing the life essence of the giant alien rat contained in it. You swallowed a trace of the life essence of the giant alien rat. Giant alien rat Atlas. 7%. Lin Zichen frowned slightly, only increased by 2%. He remembered that the last time he swallowed the life essence of the giant alien rat in the rat man's body, the progress bar of the Atlas opened increased by 5%. However, this time, it was only 2%. Why is it so little? Lin Zichen tried hard to recall the difference between the two swallowings. Then, he really found the difference. The rat man that was blasted into charcoal by the female mechanical cyborg with laser last time seemed to be stronger, and I heard from the dead security team captain that the rat man had fused the Rat King gene. Perhaps the life source of the giant alien rats was different, which led to the different progress bars of the two swallowings. Lin Zichen just thought about it briefly, and didn't dwell on this problem. Soon, he cleaned up the traces he left at the scene with his hands and feet. After a while, he immediately evacuated the scene. Time passed by minute. When the sky was dawning and a little light appeared, the mechanical cyborg, who had been searching for the traces of the rat man, appeared above the garbage station. Then, he soon found a pool of meat paste on the ground not far from the garbage station. Having dealt with several cases of rat men before, he immediately recognized that it was the flesh and blood of the rat men. Moreover, it was exactly the flesh and blood of the rat man that he had been looking for all night. Fly over the meat paste. Turn off the anti-airflow power device. The mechanical man landed beside the meat paste and stopped, staring at the meat paste for a moment, and a question came to his mind. Who killed this rat man? In a dark cave somewhere. A sturdy middle-aged man, carrying a young and beautiful woman, walked quickly to a dim altar and stopped. When he put the woman on the altar, 8 scarlet eyes suddenly lit up in the darkness in front. Each eye was as big as a football, and all glowed with a strange red light, looking extremely oppressive. Why is there only one woman? An old voice came from the darkness. Upon hearing the voice, the man immediately knelt on the ground, with his forehead pressed against the ground, and explained humbly, "Lord Rat God, young women outside are very vigilant now. They don't go out at night, and they go out in groups during the day, so they are not easy to catch. Then catch young men next time." The old voice sounded again. The man said devoutly, "I know, Lord Rat God." As soon as the voice fell, a piece of squirming flesh was thrown out in the darkness. The man was excited when he saw the flesh. He excitedly shouted, "Thank you, Lord Rat God, for your gift," and then couldn't wait to pick up the flesh and stuff it into his mouth and swallow it. At the same time, the young woman who was unconscious on the altar was suddenly swept away by a tongue that stretched out from the darkness and disappeared. Then, a dull sound of chewing flesh came from the darkness. I don't know how long it took, but the old voice rang out in the darkness for the third time. "Don't catch ordinary people next time. They are too bitter to eat. I want to eat those high and mighty ones. They are usually well fed, and their meat is very plump and delicious." Chapter 68. Shanghai Middle School, Grade 1, Class 1. Lin Zichen was distracted from class the whole morning, thinking about what happened last night. That rat god cult believer was clearly captured by the security guards during the day, so how come he appeared in a garbage station in the suburbs at night, covered in blood, catching rats to eat? Did he escape from prison? And was he seriously injured during the escape? That should be it. Thinking about it, Lin Zichen took out his mobile phone and browsed the local news to see if there was any news report related to the rat man last night. Unfortunately, after browsing for the whole morning, he did not see any news related to it. Instead, he browsed a very eye-catching news about mechanical transformation. The Qinghan group announced at a press conference at 9 this morning that it has developed a new mechanical transformation technology and is now recruiting 500 volunteers for human experiments. During this period, they will receive monthly subsidies and enjoy lifelong insurance. Kindly remind you that this experiment has the risk of disability and death. Monthly subsidies? Enjoy lifelong insurance? Then if the person dies during the experiment, can these two benefits still be retained? If not, then this is basically a free-for-all. Lin Zichen was thinking about these things in his mind. Soon, the bell rang and all the morning classes were over. The students rushed out of the classroom one by one and rushed to the cafeteria, fearing that they would have to queue up for food if they were late. On the contrary, Lin Zichen and Qinghan were not in a hurry at all, and were still sitting in their seats. The two of them were still like in junior high school, bringing their own meals from home to eat, and did not have to queue up in the cafeteria like other students. After a few minutes, Qinghan put down the pen in her hand, took her and Lin Zichen's lunch boxes, got up and went to the teacher's office to heat up the food. Not long after, she came back with the heated lunch box. Lin Zichen took the lunch box and ate while browsing the news on his mobile phone. He had to browse the news related to the rat god cult believer last night before he would give up. Just when he had just finished his meal and was about to take the lunch box to wash, he finally saw a piece of news related to the rat god cult believer on his mobile phone. It was freshly released by the local official media on the official website. Clicking it, the content of the report was exactly what he wanted to know, talking about the rat god cult believer who ate rats in the garbage station in the suburbs last night. "Xiaochen, what are you looking at so fascinated?" Qinghan, who had just washed the lunch box and came back, saw Lin Zichen still looking at his mobile phone in his seat, and didn't even take the lunch box to wash, and couldn't help feeling a little curious. "I'm reading the news about the rat god cult," Lin Zichen replied nonchalantly. Qinghan was not very interested in the rat god cult. Seeing that the oil in Lin Zichen's lunch box was almost solidified, she picked up his lunch box and wanted to help him wash it. But when she turned around, she saw the two girls who had mocked her for being a maid in the corridor outside. She immediately stopped timidly and did not dare to help Lin Zichen wash the lunch box. She was afraid that the two girls would mock her for being Lin Zichen's maid after seeing her. But after thinking about it and struggling for a moment, she finally took Lin Zichen's lunch box and walked out of the classroom. Although it was uncomfortable to be mocked as Lin Zichen's maid, that was other people's opinion, not Lin Zichen's opinion. It was better to pretend that she didn't hear it. There was no need to care too much. She thought so, but when she really passed by the two girls with Lin Zichen's lunchbox, she was still afraid to hear the word maid. Fortunately, none of this happened, and she didn't hear the two girls' laughter along the way. However, after she walked away, the two girls in the corridor started to say bad things about her. "See, I said she was Lin Zichen's personal maid, and now she is helping Lin Zichen wash the lunchbox. She is really capable. Only those who endure hardships can become superior people. Her martial arts skills are so weak." If she doesn't work hard to please the master, she won't be able to stay in the top class in the future. Who do you think is the maid? Suddenly, a voice sounded in front of the two girls. Both of them were startled and didn't notice that someone walked in front of them. No, you heard it wrong. After seeing that the person coming was Lin Zichen, one of the girls explained in panic. The other girl lowered her head without saying a word, not daring to look directly into Lin Zichen's eyes. Lin Zichen looked at the two girls in front of him. One was Wen Yunong. The other was Chu Yushi. Both of them were at the bottom of the class, only slightly better than Qinghan. He didn't say much to them, but just said calmly, "Don't let me hear you say bad things about Qinghan again." The person who spoke was very calm, but the people who listened were very upset. Both girls were thinking, "It's over, I've offended Lin Zichen, and my 3 years of high school are over." Also, if you hear other people say bad things about Qinghan, please convey what I just said to them. After leaving such a sentence, Lin Zichen turned around and returned to the classroom. Watching his back as he left, the two girls breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that from now on, they must not laugh at Qinghan like they did before. Otherwise, if they offend Lin Zichen, they will have a hard time in Shanghai Middle School in the future. Time flies. In a blink of an eye, the bell rang, and the afternoon class also came to an end. On the way home, Lin Zichen thought about it, and finally looked at Qinghan and asked, "You have been in a low mood recently. Is it because you heard someone say bad things about you?" "That's the case, but it's actually okay. There's nothing to be depressed about." Qinghan pretended to be indifferent. Lin Zichen said in a gentle voice, "If you encounter unhappy things in the future, you can talk to me. We grew up together as childhood sweethearts, and we should be able to talk about everything." Qinghan nodded. "Yes, I will." After saying this, the two walked a distance in silence. When they were about to get home, Lin Zichen asked, "Do you feel a lot of pressure as you are always ranked last in the class?" "Yes, it is a bit." Qinghan pursed her lips and said weakly, "But physical talent is destined. No matter how hard I try, I can't catch up with other people in the class." Lin Zichen disagreed. "Physical talent is destined, but martial arts skills are not. Your physical talent is relatively close to Wen Yutong and Chu Yushi. If your martial arts skills are far superior to theirs, you can beat them on the martial arts stage." "Is this really possible?" "Yes." Lin Zichen affirmed, "In the future, I will help you train 3 times a week, specifically training your martial arts skills. At the end of the semester at the latest, you will be able to beat them on the martial arts stage." Hearing what Lin Zichen said, Qinghan's eyes, which were originally a little dim, suddenly lit up. She didn't want to continue to be the last in the class. As long as she could tear off the label of being the last in the class, she would feel much better even if people said she was a relative who got in through the back door in the future. Chapter 69. Your punch angle is too high. Lower it a little bit, so that you can exert more force. Your legs are too tight. Open them a little. You should also adjust your posture. Don't face your opponent directly. You should tilt it a little. Saturday, 4 p.m., Qinghan's home. After Lin Zichen finished his exercise at home, he came here to help Qinghan with special training, and patiently trained her martial arts skills. Qinghan studied very seriously. She did what Lin Zichen taught her. Feeling that the problem was almost corrected, Lin Zichen said to her, "Come on, practice it, and attack me with all your strength." "Okay, then I'm here." After saying that, Qinghan exerted force on her calves, and rushed towards Lin Zichen quickly. She knew very well how strong Lin Zichen was, so she didn't hold back at all and attacked with full force. "Pa!" Lin Zichen grabbed her fist and said with approval, "Not bad, the punching angle is very standard, and the power exerted is much greater than before." "Pa!" Lin Zichen grabbed her calf and patiently corrected, "The sweeping leg posture is wrong. Don't clamp your legs so tightly before kicking. Spread them apart. Come on, do it again with the same moves as I just corrected you." "Okay." "Pa! Pa! Pa!" A burst of punches and kicks collided. Unknowingly, more than 2 hours had passed. After training for so long, Qinghan was exhausted and sat on the ground panting with sweat all over her body. But she didn't feel tired at all, but felt particularly fulfilled. Because, after more than 2 hours of special training by Lin Zichen, she could clearly feel that her martial arts skills had become stronger. If the previous martial arts strength was 75 points, it can be at least 80 points now. "Xiaochen, I don't think 3 times a week is enough. Can you train every day?" Qinghan wanted to defeat Wen Yutong and Chu Yushi on the martial arts stage as soon as possible and tear off the label of the last in the class. Lin Zichen shook his head and said, "No need, 3 times a week is already a lot. Come every day, you can't stand it." Qinghan thought it made sense. Yes, then 3 times a week. At this time, a WeChat voice ring sounded. Lin Zichen answered the voice, and soon Zhang Wanqin's voice came from inside, saying that the meal was almost ready, and asked him and Qinghan to come over for dinner. Shen Jianya and Su Meng are now both senior 3 class teachers. They are often too busy to go home to cook, and can only solve it in the school cafeteria. In this case, the couple would let Qinghan go to Lin Zichen's house for dinner. And today, the couple was too busy to come back to cook. After ending the voice chat, Lin Zichen looked at Qinghan and said, "You're sweating, go take a shower, and then we go eat." "Okay, let's go." Qinghan sat on the floor and took off his shoes and socks, preparing to take a shower in the bathroom. "Xiaochun, it's so strange. Other people's socks smell after sweating after exercise, but mine don't smell at all." Qinghan put a sock under his nose and smelled it, then handed it to Lin Zichen and said, "Smell it and see if it's true." "What the hell?" Lin Zichen's mouth twitched slightly, and he didn't even look at Qinghan's socks. Looking at his twitching mouth, Qinghan smiled playfully and said, "I'm just teasing you. I'm not so perverted as to let you smell my socks. It would be nice if you could be so quirky in school." "That's impossible. I'm only like this in front of you." "Okay, go take a shower, or my mom will call you again. I go now." After saying this, Qinghan got up and went to take a shower. Looking at her leaving figure, Lin Zichen fell into deep thought. Whether she couldn't hold her urine since she was a child, or her water talent was so high that it was different from ordinary people, or her sweat didn't smell, or even smelled a little. All these special things are related to water. Why is her body like this? What secrets are there? Just thinking about it, the phone in my pocket vibrated. I took it out and saw that it was a notice from the editor of the novel website, saying that the book would be put on the shelves next Wednesday for a fee. Lin Zichen replied received, and then opened the writer's assistant to check the data of the novel. After updating for a month, I wrote 150,000 words, and had more than 20,000 readers collected it. The data is quite good, with the appearance of a fine product. I hope that the sales will soar quickly after the book is put on the shelves, earn more royalties, and strive to open the Violent Eagle album as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Lin Zichen sent a message to inform readers that the book will be put on the shelves next Wednesday. After that, he exited the author's backstage and checked the news on his mobile phone. After many days of efforts by the Public Security Department, the number of rats in the city has been significantly reduced, which has been well received by the general public. The Machine God Group announced on its official website that it will provide free treatment for the former mechanical genius girl, who was physically disabled due to premature mechanical transformation. The genius of Kyoto University has successfully integrated the genes of the Thousand Silk Spider Beast, breaking the school record of the youngest person in the second gene fusion in Kyoto University. Seeing the words Kyoto University Genius, Lin Zichen's first thought was the Kyoto Child Prodigy of the Year. Clicking on it, he found that it was really the other party. He was a little surprised about this. He had learned about the other party's information before. He was only 1.5 years older than him, which means he was a little short of 18 years old this year. Normally, most people have to wait until they reach adulthood to undergo gene fusion. Otherwise, the body will not be able to withstand the reversal of the alien beast's genes, and will easily mutate. However, this Kyoto Child Prodigy, now it should be said that he is a Kyoto University genius, and he has undergone a second gene fusion before he is 18 years old. This physical talent is really strong. Thinking of this, Lin Zichen clicked on the video in the news. Seeing that the Kyoto genius can shoot spider silk and fly over the eaves and walls like Spider-Man, it is very cool. At this time, Qinghan came out of the shower. At this time, her hair was slightly wet, her pretty face was white and rosy, and she was wearing a light pink skirt that just covered her knees, revealing a pair of slender white calves, looking graceful. "Xiaochun, is your book going to be put on the shelves?" Qinghan wiped her hair with a towel while looking down at her phone, and saw Lin Zichen's recent comments on the book. Lin Zichen replied, "Yes, the editor said it will be put on the shelves at 12 noon next Wednesday. Then I go and give you good reviews." After saying that, Qinghan started to take action, logging into more than a dozen small accounts, and becoming a water army in Lin Zichen's book review area. Lin Zichen opened the author's backstage and took a look, and found that in less than 5 minutes, Qinghan had changed 17 accounts and gave nearly 20 good reviews. Good guy, what kind of water army leader is this? Chapter 70. In a blink of an eye, Time has come to next Wednesday. Lin Zichen welcomed the day when his novel was put on the shelves. On that day, he spent all his manuscripts and updated 50,000 words. Readers were very happy and praised him as a tentacle monster. After that, he maintained 10,000 words a day to continue to make readers happy. Readers voted and rewarded him. With the dual blessing of use it or lose it and the wisdom of heaven and man, after a month of typing training, he can now easily write 10,000 words per hour. Spending only 1 hour a day typing will not affect the daily training time, which is acceptable. Xiaochen, your book is doing really well. If you can update 10,000 words a day steadily, and the plot of the book does not change, you can probably get about 50,000 yuan in royalties in the first month. When the number of words increases in the future, it will be no problem to earn 100,000 yuan a month. Lin Yansheng analyzed with a smile on his face. Zhang Wanqin said excitedly, my Xiaochen is indeed an all-round genius. He is still in high school, but his earning ability is almost comparable to that of his parents. Lin Yansheng said with shame, thinking back to the first book I wrote, although it was signed, there were only a few readers who subscribed to it. I could only get a few hundred yuan in royalties every month after working hard to write. At this moment, the couple couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. Almighty geniuses are amazing. No matter what field they are in, they can achieve achievements far beyond ordinary people. Moreover, the energy spent on achieving this achievement may be less than 1/10 of that of others. Xiaochen, although you are making a lot of money writing novels now, you still have to focus on studying. Don't let it affect your studies, understand? You must listen to your father. In this world, no matter how rich ordinary people are, they are not as good as the gene fusionists who have broken through the shackles of human beings. The couple said with a serious face. Lin Zichen nodded. Mom and Dad, don't worry, I know the priorities. After saying that, he was thinking, 50,000 a month, or even 100,000. With this income, I don't have to worry about the funds to open the album of Strange Beasts in the future. While it has just been launched, I will write more words and strive to get enough royalties in the first 2 months to open the album of Violent Eagles. With this idea, in the next half month, in addition to daily exercise and helping Qinghan with special training, Lin Zichen paid the most attention to the performance of his novel. The better the performance of the novel, the more royalties, and the sooner the album of Violent Eagles can be opened. In order to get more royalties, sometimes I use my mobile phone to type in class. Thinking of opening the Violent Eagle album first, and then returning to the original study schedule. The days passed one by one. On this day, in the martial arts class, Han Yuanfeng organized an in-class competition to check the learning situation of the students in the class. Lin Zichen, as always, crushed the whole field and beat everyone without any chance to fight back. While earning 888 yuan, he also increased the completion experience value of the achievement of natural selection by dozens of points. In contrast to him, Qinghan still couldn't beat anyone and took the last place in the class as always. But unlike before, she had a certain ability to fight back when facing her opponent. In the last competition, when facing Wen Yutong, who ranked second to last in the class, she was kicked off the martial arts stage, and the fight ended in less than 3 seconds. This time, she managed to hold on to Wen Yutong's hand for almost 3 minutes. Not 3 minutes of being a turtle, but fighting against Wen Yutong. She punched Wen Yutong several times and kicked her several times. Han Yuanfeng praised her for her great progress and asked her to keep it up. Time passed by minute by minute. When the get-out of class was about to end, Han Yuanfeng said to the students in the class, in a month, we will challenge the strongest key class in the second year of high school. The goal is to kill all the top 3 students in the other class. Do you have confidence? Yes. The students responded loudly. Hearing this answer, Han Yuanfeng showed a satisfied smile on his face. After that, he called the 4 strongest students in the class and patiently analyzed the high-end combat power of the strongest key class in the second year of high school. Not long after, the bell rang. Lin Zichen did not leave the school, but returned to the classroom with Qinghan, Li Chuxin, and He Yu. Today, it was their group's turn to clean the classroom. You and your team members cleaned the blackboard, and the cumulative number of completed tasks increased by 1. You and your team members swept the floor, and the cumulative number of completed tasks increased by 1. You and your team members mopped the floor, and the cumulative number of completed tasks increased by 1. You and your team members arranged the tables, and the cumulative number of completed tasks increased by 1. Oh my, we finally finished cleaning. When the last table in the classroom was arranged, He Yu shouted with relief. Afterwards, he couldn't help but complain, I say, Zichen, you are too responsible. Other groups just sweep the floor and are done with cleaning, but you have to mop the floor and arrange the tables, so we have to do it with you every time. Li Chuxing rolled her eyes at him. If you are so reluctant, just don't do it. No one is forcing you to do it. He crossed his legs and said like a big shot, "No, the four of us are a group. Either we all do it or we don't do it. I don't want to be a lone wolf. Lin Zichen, this is my business. Because of my personal reasons, I made everyone work more. As an apology, I will treat everyone to milk tea later." After hearing this, He stopped complaining immediately and smiled. "Zichen, no, godfather, how can I be so embarrassed?" Lin Zichen smiled and said nothing. Then, he looked into the void with a thought, checking the progress of the achievement of social animals. Achievement: complete 1,000 things cumulatively under the premise of multi-person cooperation. Reward: get the biological attribute of social animals. Total number of completed things: 608/1000. There are still 392 times to go. If you are more diligent, you can complete it in another month. I don't know what the biological attribute of social animals is. Lin Zichen thought silently while looking at the text message. Just then, Li Chuxing, who looked fine just now, suddenly cried on the table without knowing why, and was sobbing quietly. Qinghan saw this and asked with concern, "Chuxing, why are you crying?" Li Chuxing raised her head and wiped her tears while saying, "My mother just told me on WeChat that the cat I raised who could do backflips accidentally fell out of the balcony and died. Woo-woo. It's just a cat. Is it that serious?" He looked confused. Li Chuxing glared at him and said, "People like you who have no love will never understand the bond between cats and their owners." "Ah, yes, I don't understand," He said, taking out a tissue and handing it over. "Don't cry, wipe your tears." Li Chuxing took the tissue, and with tears in her red eyes, she said in surprise, "I didn't expect that you, a boy who only knows how to make noises all day, would also use tissues to wipe a girl's tears. You are quite gentlemanly." After saying that, she took the tissue to wipe her tears, and then she felt something was wrong. She immediately looked at He and asked with a puzzled look, "Why does your tissue smell?" "This is what I used in the toilet this morning," He answered honestly. "Ugh." Li Chuxing suddenly went from sad to disgusted. When they parted, He, who had a slap mark on his face, said to the three people with a smile, "By the way, my family's first martial arts school in Shanghai City will be officially open in a few days. When the time comes, you three must come to support us. I will give you the Supreme VIP membership card for free. Next time for sure." Chapter 71. In the blink of an eye, more than a month has passed since the novel was put on the shelves. The first month's royalties came out. It was more than 80,000 yuan. Lin Zichen was a little excited when he saw it. His parents were more excited than him, saying that geniuses are geniuses and are good at everything. "Xiaochen, take this bank card. Your author account is bound to this card. When the website issues royalties in a few days, the money will be transferred to this card." Lin Yansheng took out a bank card and handed it to Lin Zichen, and continued, "As for the royalties, you earn them yourself, so you can control them by yourself. You can spend them however you want. Your parents won't ask too much." Lin Zichen took the bank card and nodded to show that he understood. A few days later, the royalties arrived, and he went to the mall as soon as possible to buy the violent big eagle meat to devour. This time, he did not ask the landlord to help him buy it as soon as he arrived, but went to the counter to find the salesperson and asked if there was any discount if he bought a large amount of exotic beast meat. Then, the answer was yes, saying that if you buy 100 kilograms at a time, you can get a 5% discount. After learning this, Lin Zichen decided not to buy it for the time being, thinking that he would save enough money to buy 100 kilograms at a time. Anyway, it will be next month. The next day. School? As soon as the bell rang, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan rushed to the canteen. Just a few days ago, the canteen opened a new cooking window, and many students said that the dishes cooked by the chef were very fragrant and delicious. As soon as Shen Qinghan knew about this yesterday, he told Lin Zichen that he wanted to try it. Lin Zichen agreed. So, the two of them deliberately didn't bring food today, and went to the canteen for a meal. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan walked very fast. When the two came to the canteen, there were not many people queuing inside. Seeing this, Shen Qinghan hurriedly took Lin Zichen to the cooking window, and ordered 3 dishes, 1 meat and 2 vegetables. Because they came early, they didn't have to queue up. In less than 20 minutes, the 3 dishes they ordered were cooked. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan took the dishes, and found an empty seat to sit down and eat. While the two were eating, a long line formed in the canteen. "Xiaochen, It's a good thing we came early, otherwise we would have to queue up now. Looking at the long line in front of the canteen, Qinghan couldn't help feeling a little fortunate. Lin Zichen said without saying much, "Indeed?" At this moment, a quarrel suddenly came from the line in front of the canteen. "Why are you cutting in line? Go to the back." "I didn't cut in line. I asked my desk mate to take the seat for me." "You can ask someone to help you take a seat while you're queuing." "Are you kidding me? Cutting in line is cutting in line. Go to the back." "I did cut in line, but it was my desk mate's line." "It's none of your business." "Are you mentally ill? Your desk mate is in front of me. Is there any difference between cutting in your desk mate's line and cutting in mine?" "I did cut in." "What's wrong with you?" In the midst of the argument, Lin Zichen heard He Yu's voice. He looked in the direction of the voice. Sure enough, it was He Yu who had an argument with someone. After a look, it seemed that He Yu was upset because someone cut in line. He opened his mouth and started to scold the person. "Xiaochun, He Yu is arguing with someone. Should we go over and take a look?" Qinghan also saw He Yu. Seeing that He Yu was the one who was cut in line, he thought about whether to support him. Lin Zichen said lightly, "We should not be needed. He Yu is very aggressive, and the person who cut in line was scared." And the fact is indeed so. The person who cut in line was in the wrong, and could not scold He Yu, so he quickly left the line. Just when everyone thought that this matter was over. Suddenly, several boys in the next line left their own line and walked straight towards He Yu, taking the person who was just scolded for cutting in line and cutting in front of He Yu. He Yu was stunned for a moment, and then he said angrily, "What do you mean?" "No meaning, I just want to cut in line with you." The person in front of him said arrogantly without looking back. He Yu was so angry that he wanted to push all the people who cut in line out directly. However, when he pushed, he found that he couldn't push at all. The person who cut in line was much stronger than him. After seeing this, Lin Zichen didn't sit still any longer, and immediately stood up and walked towards He Yu. He walked in front of He Yu, looked at the people in front of him, and said in a light tone, "Get out." One of the other party said arrogantly, "What can you do if I don't go out?" Lin Zichen took out his mobile phone, turned on the video, and recorded the people who cut in line, and said in a light tone, "I will report it." When the few people heard it, their faces changed slightly. They didn't expect Lin Zichen to be so shameless. Generally, when students have conflicts, they solve them by themselves for the sake of face, and they won't ask teachers or school leaders. Who would be so unethical? Soon, several people left the team, and they didn't dare to continue to cut in line, for fear of being recorded and reported. When passing by Lin Zichen, one of them said contemptuously, "It is despicable to play the reporting game." Lin Zichen replied, "I think the act of cutting in line is even more despicable." The man was speechless and felt ashamed, so he left quickly. The rest of the people also left quickly. Shanghai City. In a villa in the rich area, the leader of the rat god cult summoned all his followers to a meeting. There were not many people, only about 20. Seeing that everyone was there, the leader of the rat god cult said, "Sha Chong is dead. He went crazy and ran to the vegetable market to provoke the security team some time ago, and then lost his life." Some people applauded and said, "It's good that the stupid dog died. He was crazy and causing trouble everywhere all day long. I wanted him to die a long time ago, otherwise he would implicate us sooner or later." The leader of the rat god cult ignored him, and turned around to call up a young man standing behind him. Then, he introduced to everyone, "This young man is a newcomer. He will take over Sha Chong's position in the future. Let's get to know each other." After that, he continued, "Also, Lord Red God told me that ordinary people are too bitter and not tasty. In the future, we will eat the superior people. Everyone should know this so as not to send the wrong sacrifice." Someone raised the question, "Master, it is too risky to capture the superior people." Another person said, "Yes, Master, it doesn't matter if 1 or 2 ordinary people are missing, but if the superior people disappear, it will be a big deal. The rat god cult leader, try to pick some rich but powerless people. Just let the merchant's son come and catch him, that way the risk will be much lower." After saying that, he looked at the newcomer beside him and said, "You are still a newcomer, so you don't need to catch the top people. First catch a handsome ordinary young man to practice, and then give him to a son of the rat god as a sacrifice." The newcomer was puzzled and said, "Master, why do you need a handsome one? Can't an ugly one be used?" The leader of the rat god cult, "Because the rat god likes beautiful things." "I see." The newcomer nodded, and then said confidently, "Master, don't worry, I will offer the most handsome sacrifice in the city to the Son of God." Chapter 72. It has been several days since the last queue-jumping incident in the cafeteria. That day, he mentioned this to Lin Zichen as soon as he came to school, and said angrily, "I have been checking for several days, and finally found out which class the people who cut in line that day were from. You may not believe it, but those people are from Class 3 of Grade 2, the strongest key class in Grade 2 that we are going to challenge." As he said that, he couldn't help but complain, "People in the key class are so uncultured, I am really impressed. Being good at studying does not mean having good quality," Lin Zichen said casually, while browsing the news on his mobile phone. At this time, a piece of news caught his attention. It was said that a rich second generation in the city had disappeared and had not been contacted for 3 days. His family offered a large reward online to find his son. Another rich second generation disappeared. Lin Zichen frowned. This was the 5th case of a rich second generation missing that he had seen in recent days. At first, he thought someone was kidnapping and extorting money, but after several days, he found that there was no kidnapper to ask for ransom from the family. It was very strange. It was terrifying to think about it. Just as he was thinking about this, Li Chuxin, who was sitting in front of him, said to Qinghan, "Hanin, there will be a singing competition at the end of December in the school. I want to sing a duet song. Now I need a partner with a soft voice. Your voice sounds very soft. Why don't we participate together? I can't sing. It's okay. You are responsible for very few lyrics. You just need to hum a few words occasionally to cooperate with me. Why don't you find someone else?" Qinghan was a little socially anxious at school, and didn't have the courage to perform on stage. Seeing her refusal, Li Chuxin immediately held her hand and begged, "Hanin, just accompany me to participate. Your voice is so soft and beautiful. With you as a partner, we will definitely get a place." But Qinghan felt very embarrassed, and didn't know how to refuse Li Chuxin for a while. Lin Zichen, who was sitting behind, persuaded, "Hanin, why don't you accompany Chuxin to participate? Your voice is very suitable for singing, and you will definitely sing very well." He felt that Qinghan was too introverted in school now, and it would be good to let her participate in the singing competition and exercise her courage on stage. Li Chuxin also persuaded, "That's right, Hanin, your voice is really suitable for singing. It would be a pity if you don't participate in the competition to show yourself." Qinghan hesitated for a moment, and finally agreed to participate in the competition for Lin Zichen's sake. Yu and Li Chuxin successfully persuaded Qinghan to participate in the singing competition, and the cumulative number of completed things increased by 1. Lin Zichen was a little surprised. He didn't expect that this could also improve the completion progress of the social animal achievement. A few days later, Saturday morning. In the gym. Lin Zichen's Grade 1 Class 1 will challenge Grade 2's strongest key class, Grade 3 today. During the warm-up period, several boys from Grade 2 Class 3 gathered together to chat, and occasionally looked at Lin Zichen and Yu. It was none other than the guys who had joined Yu's team last week. Lin Zichen noticed the other party's gaze, but didn't care, and continued to help Qinghan warm up silently. Yu looked over, and then the other party raised his middle finger provocatively, and he was so angry that he immediately raised it back. Not long after, both classes finished warming up, and the competition began immediately. In the Class 1 of Grade 1, Qinghan played the first match as last time. The only difference was that Qinghan was defeated within 3 seconds of entering the stage. She was directly knocked to the ground by a sweep kick from her opponent, and then pinned down and unable to move. The senior from the key class was too strong, and she couldn't stand it even if she used a turtle-style fighting style. Not only her, but also several other girls including Wen Yutong, Chu Yushi, Li Chuxin, etc., were killed by the same opponent as soon as they entered the stage, and they had no power to fight back at all. It was not until the 9th match that a girl with a strong figure and short hair came on stage, and she finally knocked down the senior from the opponent's first match. After that, a stronger senior from the opponent came on stage and began to sweep all the way on the martial arts stage. In less than 10 minutes, she killed 9 people in a row. Among them, there were also 3 boys. The two classes continued to fight with such a clear trend of strength and weakness. Not long after, Class 1 was beaten to the point where only Lin Zichen, Wang Shujie, Lu Gang, and Yu were left. Class 3 of Grade 2 only had 5 people knocked off the stage, and there were still 36 people who had not yet appeared. The 5 people who were knocked off the stage were all girls, and the other side did not even have a boy on the stage. The gap in strength was too big, and there was no way to fight. For this situation, everyone in Class 1 frowned, feeling a little powerless and desperate. Except Lin Zichen. He needed to defeat as many opponents as possible to complete the achievement of natural selection. At this moment, seeing that the people in the class were almost beaten, he was secretly happy in his heart, and he was eager to become the only one. Hiyu, it's your turn. Han Yuanfeng looked at Hiyu and gave him a difficult task. There are still 6 girls left on the other side. You go and kill them all. Can you do it? Small problem. Hiyu answered confidently, and then jumped onto the martial arts stage. Then he lived up to everyone's expectations, and knocked all 6 girls off the stage with just a little effort. Then, a boy in a vest came out from the other side. Hiyu looked and found that it was an acquaintance, the one who first cut into his team in the cafeteria that day. Are you ready to die? The man in the vest said with a smile. Hiyu also smiled. Not only are you a person with no quality, but you also don't know yourself. The other side was the first boy to come out in the class, and he must be a rookie. He was full of confidence in this duel. Seeing that both of them had taken their positions, the referee raised his right hand and chopped down quickly. Duel, start. As soon as the referee finished speaking, the man in the vest flashed in front of Hiyu in an instant, and before Hiyu could react at all, he raised his hand and knocked him to the ground with a punch. Then, in front of everyone, he raised his leg and stepped over Hiyu, deliberately humiliating him. Hiyu was so angry that he got up and wanted to hit the man in the vest. However, he was kicked to the ground by the man in the vest just as he made a move, and then stepped over again. Referee, this student, you are not allowed to deliberately humiliate your opponent. Warning once. The man in the vest ignored him and kicked Hiyu, who had just gotten up, down again, and then raised his leg and stepped over. Referee, warning twice. Seeing that he had been warned twice, the man in the vest did not humiliate Hiyu anymore, and kicked him off the martial arts stage directly. The kick was very strong, and Hiyu huddled up in the audience with a painful face. The man in the vest looked at the referee and asked, you will be sent off the stage only after 3 warnings, right? The referee frowned. That's the rule, but insulting your opponent is an extremely bad behavior. I advise you not to do it. The man in the vest ignored the referee and looked at Lin Zichen in the audience, smiling and saying, Junior, I remember you seem to like to meddle in other people's business. Do you want to come on stage and meddle again? After saying that, he hooked his finger at Lin Zichen and said provocatively, come on if you have the guts. If you don't, forget it. Lin Zichen saw that the man in the vest was very strong and was definitely at the top of the class. He deliberately came out to snipe Hiyu and then humiliated him in public. And now, it's his turn. But, I was worried that I wouldn't have the chance to play. Thinking of it, Lin Zichen jumped directly onto the martial arts stage. Chapter 73. Brother Chen, beat him up and give him a crotch humiliation. It's fine that he cut in line in the cafeteria, but he's so disgusting on the martial arts stage. Where's his face? Humiliate him severely and avenge Hiyu. As soon as Lin Zichen came on stage, everyone in the class shouted at him with emotion. Everyone knew that Hiyu was cut in line, and that the man in the vest on the stage was one of the people who cut in line that day. At this moment, they all shared the same hatred. Hiyu, step on his head. I hate people who report the most. I beat him up first and then step on his head. Fuck him. People in the opposite class were also shouting. But not many people were shouting. Only the few people who cut in line with the man in the vest that day were shouting. The head teachers on both sides were a little confused, and they didn't understand why the atmosphere became so tense. It was not until I asked someone who knew the situation that I learned that it was the hatred caused by cutting in line in the cafeteria before. The head teacher of class 3 of grade 2 is having a headache. These uneducated students in the class have been causing trouble since they entered grade 11, relying on their strong martial arts skills. They are totally unmanageable. Han Yuanfeng had some opinions in his mind, but he just frowned and didn't say much. Because the best way to solve the conflicts among students is to decide the winner on the martial arts stage. There is no need for him to mediate. On the stage, the man in the vest looked at Lin Zichen and said provocatively, maybe you can give up, so that you don't have to be stepped on by me later. In martial arts competitions, giving up is the most taboo. People who practice martial arts must be brave and dare to fight. The man in the vest said this just to show off and disgust Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen ignored him, looked at the referee and said calmly, we are all in position, we can start the duel now. The referee nodded, then raised his right hand and chopped down quickly, duel, start. As soon as the voice fell, the man in the vest kicked the floor hard, and his body rushed towards Lin Zichen like an arrow. It's true that he likes to show off before the game, but he never underestimates his opponent when fighting. Go all out. Knock the guy down first and then show off. Buzz. The man in the vest rushed to Lin Zichen, raised his leg, and kicked a fierce high side kick, aiming directly at Lin Zichen's head. The speed was so fast, and the force was so strong, that it made a subtle explosion sound in the air. If an ordinary student is kicked in the head with this kick, he will have a concussion at the least, or faint on the spot at the worst. Pa! A crisp sound rang out. Lin Zichen didn't move his feet, but just casually raised his hand and slapped the vest man's kick aside. Then, he stretched out his hand to grab the vest man's head and pressed it down hard, and with a bang he fell to the ground with his face. Finally, he raised his leg and stepped over to humiliate him, kicking him off the martial arts stage and ending the fight at the speed of light. The whole set of movements was as smooth as flowing water, clean and neat, and it took no more than 3 seconds. I lost? Under the stage, the vest man slumped on the ground. His forehead was broken, his nose was bleeding, his face was full of doubts about life, and he looked very embarrassed. Until now, he still hasn't reacted to what happened just now. I only know that he quickly rushed over and gave Lin Zichen a high side kick, and then the next second his eyes went black and his head fell straight to the ground. My head hurts a lot now, and it's buzzing. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be a concussion. What's going on? She used strength ranks among the top 5 in the class, but he was defeated in seconds? That handsome junior is so strong? The people in class 3 of grade 2 were all stunned, and their faces were full of disbelief. In contrast, the people in class 1 of grade 1 looked calm. They have all seen how powerful Lin Zichen is, and know that he is capable of doing this. You defeated someone so easily again? Han Yuanfeng narrowed his eyes and muttered, this kid must have hidden his strength. He knew how strong the martial arts strength of the vest man in the other class was. Much stronger than the black fat man before. However, he was still easily defeated by Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen must have hidden a lot of strength, otherwise he would not have been able to do this. Listening to Han Yuanfeng's muttering, Wang Shujie and Lu Gang on the side were numb. Damn, Lin Zichen has shown so much strength, but it turns out that he is not even showing his full strength. Is he a human? On the other side, he looked at Lin Zichen on the stage, and then at the man in the vest sitting on the ground with a nosebleed, feeling a complicated mood. The man who just beat me like a dog was easily defeated by Zichen in a second. I was so stupid that I kept pretending in front of him when school started. This guy is too clown. Hanin, your Zichen is so awesome. Li Chuxin was amazed by Lin Zichen's moves just now, and her face was full of admiration. My Zichen? Shen Qinghan had never heard such a statement since she was a child, and she felt a little happy. On the stage, Lin Zichen ignored the exclamations around him, looked at class 3 of senior 2 with an expressionless face, and asked the few people who had queued up with the man in the vest that day, who will go up? The voice sounded very calm, but surprisingly full of oppression. When those people heard this, their faces looked a little bad, and they could already foresee that they would be beaten on the stage later. The arrogant look of shouting and yelling before had disappeared, replaced by a panic. About half an hour later, the remaining 29 people in class 3 of grade 2 were completely wiped out. They all lost to Lin Zichen. They were killed instantly in every game. Among them, the people who participated in queue jumping all ended up with the same fate as the man in the vest. They were all humiliated by Lin Zichen, and then kicked off the martial arts stage. Now everyone was sitting on the ground with nosebleeds, looking very embarrassed. After the last game, Lin Zichen thought and looked into the void to check the completion progress of the achievement of natural selection. Achievement, in a formal competition, use the most primitive biological method to eliminate 1,000 different competitors cumulatively. Reward, obtain the biological attribute survival of the fittest. Cumulative elimination of opponents, 119/1000 only 119. Looking at the number on the progress bar, Lin Zichen frowned. The achievement of survival of the fittest came out much earlier than the achievement of social animals, but the completion progress was several hundred behind the achievement of social animals. This is too slow. The reason is that every time the class competes, he is the last to appear. No, this can't go on. My strength is far beyond the level of high school, and there is no need to abide by the rules of high school. I want to make my own rules. When class starts on Monday, I will go to the academic affairs office to find the principal and ask her to arrange a personal challenge with rewards for me. I want to challenge the entire school. Chapter 74. 2 days later, Monday morning. As soon as Lin Zichen arrived at the school, he went straight to the administration building and found the female principal, and said that he wanted to hold a personal challenge. The rules were simple. He would defend the ring and let all the students in the school challenge him. The female principal was a little confused after hearing this. You are only in the first year of high school, and you want to challenge all the students in the school. Are you serious? Lin Zichen didn't waste any words, and took the female principal to an empty corner of the gymnasium to show her his strength to lift a 700 kilograms barbell with one hand. The female principal was stunned. 700 kilograms? This is stronger than the strength of Wu Tianqing, the strongest student in the school's history, when he was in his freshman year. Am I dreaming? After reacting for a moment, the female principal said excitedly, No problem, I will arrange a personal show for you to challenge the whole school. Principal, remember to set up rewards. Without rewards, no one will be motivated. Don't worry, I leave it to you. It's best to set up 2 rewards. One is to reward participation, to encourage everyone to challenge on stage, and the other is to accumulate rewards, that is, to make a bonus pool. As the number of challenges increases, the bonus in the pool will increase. Whoever beats me can take the bonus. If no one can beat me within a certain period of time, the bonus will belong to me. Okay, I do as you say. Principal, you have to keep my strength a secret for me first, otherwise everyone will have no motivation to challenge after knowing it. Okay, the principal will listen to you. No matter what Lin Zichen asked, the female principal agreed without hesitation, completely unlike the female devil that made all the teachers and students in the school tremble with fear on weekdays. This is the charm of the strongest genius in the history of the school, which can make the high-ranking female principal in the school willing to turn into a licking dog, looking like being hypnotized. During lunch break, the female principal took the personal show plan that she had pondered for a whole morning and ran to class 1 of grade 1 to find Lin Zichen and give it to him for review. Lin Zichen quickly glanced at it, nodded with satisfaction and said, The plan is very well done. Thank you for your hard work, principal. The female principal smiled and said, No, it's not hard at all. Many teachers and students passing by rubbed their eyes when they saw this, thinking they were dreaming. What's going on? How can the female devil principal who has a stinky face in the school all day smile in front of a student like a licking dog? What is this? Unlike others, Qinghan, who also saw this scene, had a calm face throughout the whole process. Whether it was the teacher licking Lin Zichen or the principal licking Lin Zichen, she had seen it since she was a child, and had long been accustomed to it. She felt that even if she went to college in the future, the university president would still be Lin Zichen's licker. On the other side, the female principal was so excited about discovering a genius that she didn't care about other people's strange looks at her. After seeing Lin Zichen confirm that the plan was fine, the female principal immediately took out her mobile phone to notify all the class teachers, asking them to bring their students to the playground at 2 p.m., saying that there was an important announcement. At 2 p.m., the class teachers of each class brought their students to the playground on time. Lin Zichen and the female principal stood on the stage. Seeing that everyone was there, the female principal immediately picked up the microphone and announced to everyone that Lin Zichen had set up a ring to challenge the entire school. She detailed Lin Zichen's basic personal information, recent record, as well as the rules of the challenge, prize money, etc. The teachers and students in the audience were immediately excited after hearing this. Principal, are you serious? The principal is crazy. You are a freshman in high school, and you set up a ring to let all the students in the school challenge you. Where do you get the confidence? Are you worthy of us challenging you? You just beat the strongest key class in the 2nd year of high school, and you are so pretentious. People who don't know would think you beat the top class in the 3rd year of high school. You are arrogant and ignorant. Do you think you are the strongest student in the history of the school, Wu Tianqing? Seeing that Lin Zichen, a freshman, dared to set up a ring to challenge the whole school, many senior students felt offended and angrily scolded him in the audience. Facing everyone's doubts, Lin Zichen just said calmly, Starting tomorrow, I will defend the ring in the gymnasium for 2 hours during the lunch break every day. Everyone is welcome to come and compete. On the way home, Qinghan's peach blossom eyes were full of water, and she asked curiously, Xiaochen, why are you suddenly so high profile to challenge all the students in the school? This is not your style. High school is too boring, find some fun. Liar! You actually found out. Tell me. Qinghan took Lin Zichen's arm and said coquettishly, Lin Zichen, not now, I will tell you when I make up a reason. Qinghan, ? Seeing that she puffed up her cheeks and was unhappy, Lin Zichen stopped teasing her and told her the reason he had thought of in advance. The principal saw that I performed too well in the class competition and wanted to see where my limit was, so he specially gave me such a challenge. You actually agreed to the principal. This is not like you. I will definitely agree if I get the money. Lin Zichen said, when we get the money, our two families will find a time to go out for a big meal together. Okay. Shen Qinghan nodded frequently like a chicken pecking at rice, and she was already greedy. Lin Zichen couldn't help but smile when he saw this. She is really a foodie, just like when she was a child. In the evening, after Lin Zichen finished his meal and rested for a while, he soon started his daily exercise today. Last night he practiced strength, so tonight he would practice speed. Change shoes and take the keys. Lin Zichen pushed the door open and went out to run on the road. When he went out, he heard a soft and sweet singing voice coming from the next floor, which was very pleasant to the ears. It was Shen Qinghan practicing singing again, trying to prepare for the singing competition at the end of December. With such a soft and beautiful voice and such serious practice, she will definitely win a prize in this competition. I have to buy a bouquet of flowers when she finishes singing and wins the prize. I will go on stage and give it to her. What flowers should I buy? I need to think carefully. While it is still early, I will go to the flower shop on the way to have a look. Thinking of this, Lin Zichen raised his legs and ran to the nearest flower shop. On the busy street, a handsome young man, holding a cup of lemon tea that can be bought for 4 yuan, stood on the side of the road and looked at everyone passing by. Strangely, he disdained beautiful women. Whether they were wearing stockings or cheongsams, he was too lazy to even look at them. His eyes always fell on those young handsome guys. I'm convinced. Is Shanghai City so lame? I just want to find a 10-point handsome guy. Why can't I find one after so many days? These handsome guys passing by, 1 or 2 have flaws. So annoying. If I can't complete this sacrifice mission perfectly, how will the leader look at me? Will I be excluded from the church in the future? When the young man thought of this, he felt very irritated. At one point, he wanted to randomly pick a lucky passerby and drag him into the alley to torture him and vent. He not only has obsessive-compulsive disorder, but also a perfectionist. He will never allow himself to fail to complete the sacrifice mission perfectly. In fact, during these days, he also thought about catching male celebrities, but those people were surrounded by bodyguards. He was just a new member of the rat god cult, and had no ability to catch them. The mission deadline is almost up. What should I do? The young man became more and more anxious as he thought about it, and at one point, he was so anxious that he wanted to stamp his feet. Just when he was about to give up perfectionism and prepare to catch a decent handsome guy to get the job done, suddenly, he saw a very handsome guy in the flower shop opposite. Fuck, so handsome. It's really a piece of cake. Pikachu, I've decided it's you. Chapter 75. Outside the city, on a deserted road late at night, Lin Zichen looked at the half-human, half-rat corpse on the ground, his face a little puzzled. Just like that, just picked up a stone and threw it over, and then it was killed? There are such weak followers of the rat god cult. When he just left the flower shop, Lin Zichen noticed that someone had been following him. Originally thought it was on the way, but he just thought too much. Unexpectedly, when he was about to reach the road, the man suddenly accelerated and caught up. Hearing the sound, he looked back and found that there were 8 eyes on the opposite face, and it was covered with dense fluff. So he ran without saying a word. But as he ran, he found that the man seemed to be a little slow and couldn't catch up at all. So he stopped and picked up a stone and threw it over, thinking of testing the man's strength. As a result, this hit directly killed the man. What kind of experience is this? Lin Zichen was very confused, but he didn't get too entangled. He quickly squatted down and stretched out his fingers to touch the corpse on the ground. Then, with a thought, he devoured. You devoured a trace of the life essence of the giant alien rat. Giant alien rat atlas. 8% only 1% improvement, so little. No wonder this rat man is so rubbish. Lin Zichen shook his head, spent a little time cleaning up the scene, and quickly left the road. No more night running for exercise, chose to go home directly. Just going out for a run, being spotted by a rat man, this is more or less a bit dangerous. For safety reasons, I won't go out for a night run recently. After all, not every rat god believer is as rubbish as the one I met tonight. Some of the more powerful followers of the rat god have extremely strong bodies after being transformed, and can even withstand gunfire. After returning home, Lin Zichen trained intensively at home. He trained for several hours at a time. During this period, he could hear a sweet singing voice from the next room from time to time. It was Shen Qinghan practicing singing again. It can be seen that she attaches great importance to the singing competition at the end of December. After training, he took a shower. Lin Zichen leaned against the wall and sat on the bed to watch the news on his mobile phone. Not long after reading, he saw a news about the rat god cult. In the news, the head of the city's public security department said that many recent cases of the disappearance of the rich second generation have been confirmed to be the work of the followers of the rat god cult. In response, the head of the city's public security department felt very angry and ashamed, and promised the general public that he would wipe out the rat god cult as soon as possible and restore a good public security environment to Shanghai City. If he failed to do so, he would resign and apologize. Why did the rat god cult capture these rich second generations? Is this courting death? Lin Zichen was puzzled. But he didn't think too much about it. Seeing that it was already late, he turned off the lights and lay down to sleep. Tomorrow he will set up a ring to challenge the whole school, so he needs to rest well tonight. The next day, it was just dawn. Lin Zichen woke up before the alarm on his phone rang. He picked up his phone and looked at the time. It was still early, so he didn't rush to get up. Instead, he lay in bed and read the news. As soon as he opened the news app, he was shocked by a pinned news on it. Good news. At 3 o'clock last night in the morning, the city's public security headquarters teamed up with the instructor of the Evolution College of Shanghai University to destroy the rat god cult in one fell swoop. The rat god cult was destroyed? Lin Zichen was shocked, his face full of disbelief, and he quickly clicked on the news to read it carefully. The city's public security headquarters invited a tutor from the Evolution Academy to Shanghai University for assistance. The former was responsible for dealing with the followers of the rat god cult, and the latter was responsible for dealing with the rat king. The tutor was a gene fusionist, with a high biological level, named Wu Tianqing. Wu Tianqing? The strongest person in the history of Shanghai Middle School. Didn't this person graduate from high school a few years ago? How did he become a tutor in Shanghai University? He got a job right after graduation? With these doubts, Lin Zichen searched the internet and found that Wu Tianqing in the news was indeed the strongest person in the history of Shanghai Middle School. The other party graduated the year before last and was supposed to stay at Kyoto University, but was poached back to Shanghai City by Shanghai University. Continued to read the news about the destruction of the rat god cult. After a while, Lin Zichen saw a live video. It was just released by the city's public security headquarters. Click on the video to see. The scene that appeared was in a deserted forest. As the camera moved, a giant rat nearly 10 meters long soon appeared in the picture. This huge giant rat was the self-proclaimed god, the Rat King, sitting on the ground like a mountain, blocking out the sun and sky, looking very creepy. In the video, there was a birdman hovering in the air confronting it. Not long after, the two sides quickly started fighting. The fight was so intense that the earth collapsed and the mountains shook. However, in less than half a minute, the huge Rat King was killed by the birdman, who was as big as an ordinary adult man. The nearly 10-meter-long huge body was directly cut into pieces by the feathers shot by the birdman. After killing the Rat King, the birdman folded his wings and fell back to the ground. Then, in less than a few seconds, the birdman features on his body quickly disappeared, and he turned into a muscular young man. It was none other than Wu Tianqing. He could switch between human and birdman forms at will. He could launch feathers to kill enemies remotely. Is this an advanced creature? Really powerful. Lin Zichen looked at Wu Tianqing in the video, and was envious. Shanghai City Public Security Headquarters. Minister's Office. A middle-aged man with a square face was drinking tea with a muscular young man. The middle-aged man took a sip of tea and asked, "Tianqing, can't you contact the teacher?" The young man shook his head, still out of contact. The group of strong men who went to suppress the riot at Source 36 are still missing. What is the situation at Source 36 now? The situation has stabilized, otherwise, I would not have time to show up here today to clean up the small shrimps who ran in during the chaos. Small shrimps? The middle-aged man smiled, put down his teacup and said with emotion, "When the riot at Source 36 happened, you are a junior high school student. I didn't expect that in just 10 years, you have evolved into an advanced creature. Even the Rat King, who was helpless in the entire city's security headquarters, became a small shrimp in front of you. Geniuses are different." After that, he asked the young man, "By the way, you rarely come out from the source. Are you interested in giving a lecture at your high school?" The young man waved his hand and refused. "Forget it, I don't have that much time. I have to go back to the source to dedicate myself later. If the Rat King hadn't eaten too many people he shouldn't have eaten this time, I wouldn't have been sent here." Shanghai City. In a cave 1,000 meters deep underground. A giant alien rat with a body length of more than 10 meters was lying in front of a three-eyed giant, who was more than 4 meters tall and trembling. At first, it only ate beggars and vagrants, then ate young and tender people with good looks, and later it ate the high and mighty. I spent so much effort to avoid heavy surveillance and brought you to Shanghai City, so that you could expand the race and dig tunnels, but you ate people everywhere, and your appetite kept growing. You say, do you deserve to die? The three-eyed giant raised his right leg high, stepped on the nose of the giant alien rat, and looked down at it and asked. The giant alien rat immediately begged for mercy. My lord, please give me another chance. I can give you a chance, but you have to pay something. As soon as the voice fell, the three-eyed giant suddenly raised his right hand and stabbed one of the giant alien rat's eyes. There was a puff sound. Then the screams of mice echoed. The next moment, an eyeball as big as a basketball appeared in the hand of the three-eyed giant. He ignored the screams of the giant rat in front of him, opened his bloody mouth and stuffed the eyeball in his hand into his mouth, chewing it slowly with a look of enjoyment. The eyes of the stinking ditch rat still smell bad and taste good as always. I have to say that you are stupid at ordinary times, but you are quite smart in cherishing your life. You know to let your brother take risks as the Rat King in the front, while you hide behind the scenes and enjoy it quietly. But if you don't dig tunnels under Shanghai City honestly, you will die no matter how much you cherish your life. As he said, the three-eyed giant dug out another eyeball with a puff sound and stuffed it into his mouth to taste it, in order to calm his anger. Chapter 76. After watching the video of Wu Tiancheng killing the Rat King, Lin Zichen continued to search for related news. Soon, a wanted news about the remnants of the Rat God cult caught his eye. The content of the news was that there were still 9 Rat God cult believers on the run, but the Public Security Department had found the specific identity information of the 9 people, and made it public, hoping that citizens could provide clues to assist in the arrest. There is a reward for providing clues, and the reward can range from 5,000 to 500,000 yuan depending on the importance of the clues. Lin Zichen glanced at the wanted photos, and memorized the appearance of the 9 remnants of the Rat God cult. These 9 people are all walking 500,000 people, and it is worth remembering their appearance. However, the bounty is secondary, and the important thing is to protect yourself. Knowing the appearance of the remnants of the Rat God cult, if you accidentally encounter them one day, you can recognize them at the first time, and then quickly move away to avoid danger. Provide clues to the Public Security Department to get the reward when you can ensure your own safety. Xiaochen, haven't you gotten up yet? It's already 6 o'clock. If you don't get up, you'll be late for school. I was so absorbed in watching the news when Zhang Wanqing's voice came from outside the door. I know, get up now. Lin Zichen responded, and quickly got out of bed and dressed. He then washed up, and went downstairs to have breakfast. About half an hour later, Lin Zichen walked out of the house, and went to school with Qinghan, who had been waiting for him outside the door. On the way, Qinghan rarely chatted with Lin Zichen, but kept humming softly, singing more and more skillfully and beautifully. Lin Zichen felt very happy listening to it. Before, he thought Qinghan would definitely win a prize in the competition at the end of December, but now, he thinks Qinghan will definitely win the championship. In less than 10 minutes, the two walked into the school gate. When walking on the school road, many people were pointing at Lin Zichen and whispering about what happened yesterday. Because he announced on the playground stage yesterday afternoon that he would challenge the entire school, he is now famous throughout the school. To exaggerate a little, even the wild cats on the roadside and the dogs raised by the school teachers may know him. However, the name he gave is not a good name. In the 2nd and 3rd grades of high school, especially in the 3rd grade, except for some flower-crazy seniors whose values follow their appearance, the vast majority of the remaining seniors and seniors can't stand him. They think that he, a freshman, is too arrogant and deeply offends them. Lin Zichen didn't care about the pointing and whispering on the road at all, just pretending that he didn't see or hear anything, and let it go. It's just hard for Qinghan who walks with him. Qinghan was originally socially anxious at school. Now, as she walked along the school road, she was constantly being looked at by Lin Zichen. She dared not raise her head, and walked with her head down the whole time. Listening to the various gossips coming from all around, she felt even more uncomfortable. At one point, she felt so uncomfortable that her legs could not walk. She felt awkward no matter how she walked. Seeing her in such a situation, Lin Zichen was also helpless. This childhood sweetheart of his really lacked confidence. He was always timid in school, and looked easy to bully. I don't know when he will become confident. Time soon came to 12 noon. The bell rang for the end of get out of class. Lin Zichen left the classroom, and rushed to the school gymnasium without eating. He had already eaten something to fill his stomach during the break. It was the rice balls Zhang Wanqing made for him. It was easy to eat, not time-consuming, and there was no need to wash the lunch box. Seeing Lin Zichen go to the gymnasium, Qinghan hurriedly left her seat and went to the office to heat up the rice. She wanted to take the rice to the gymnasium and accompany Lin Zichen throughout the challenge. She wanted to use her mobile phone to capture every wonderful moment of Lin Zichen worth recording, collect all his style in his student days, and then make a slideshow for him. On the other side, Lin Zichen had arrived at the gymnasium and stepped onto the martial arts stage. The gymnasium was empty at this time, and no one could be seen. The students had just finished class, and no one came so quickly. About 2 or 3 minutes later, students began to enter the gymnasium. These students did not go to the cafeteria to eat, but just bought a loaf of bread in the school supermarket and came here to watch Lin Zichen's first day of individual challenge. There are classmates. There are spectators. There are little fans. There are challengers who are eager to take action. There are also students who come here just to participate in the lottery. In order to encourage students to actively participate in the challenge, the female principal has set up a participation prize in the plan. As long as the students who come to participate in the challenge, they can get a lottery ticket. The prizes are very generous, including various latest electronic products. Zichen, the first place in the top class of the second year of high school, has set his eyes on you. He said that he will press you on the martial arts stage and rub you hard today, and beat you so hard that your mother won't recognize you. Under the martial arts stage, he was leisurely chewing bread while replicating the tone of the top class overlord in the second year of high school to pass the message to Lin Zichen, looking like a eunuch who was fanning the flames. Wang Shujie, who was standing by, sneered, "He is just a waste who has practiced for 1 more year. How can he be compared with Lin Zichen?" Lu Gang also said, "Those senior students are ignorant and have no idea how strong Lin Zichen is." At this moment, the 2 Nanyuan City academic masters stood on Lin Zichen's side and shared the same hatred with him, looking down on the top student in the top class of the second grade. After several shocks, and doubts about life, the 2 now believe in Lin Zichen, and they are completely convinced that Lin Zichen is the top student in Shanghai Middle School. Even though Lin Zichen has not yet played against the top students in the second and third grades, it does not prevent them from believing so confidently. They believe in their intuition as geniuses. "Xiaochun, come on later." Qinghan sat in a corner of the audience, holding the hot rice, and shouted to Lin Zichen with a smile. Li Chuxin on the side also shouted, "Zichen, come on." Lin Zichen smiled, and waved to the 2 and the others in the class. About 10 minutes later, the teacher who served as the referee came. Seeing this, Lin Zichen didn't waste a second and immediately looked at everyone in the audience and asked, "Everyone, the individual challenge can start. Does anyone want to come up and compete?" "I do it." With a delicate voice, a girl with twin ponytails jumped onto the martial arts stage. She was a student in the ordinary class of the first grade of high school, and her strength was weaker than Qinghan. The reason for going on stage to challenge was mainly to have physical contact with Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen didn't know that she was a girl, so he accommodated her. In order to save time and have more competitions, he defeated her in less than 3 seconds. The completion progress of the survival of the fittest achievement +1. "I do it. It's my turn, it's my turn. And me." In the following time, the little fans rushed to the stage one after another, all wanting to have physical contact with Lin Zichen. Then in less than half an hour, Lin Zichen had killed nearly 100 little fans and increased the completion progress of the achievement by dozens of points. In less than half an hour, the completion progress increased by 95 points. At this rate, I feel that the survival of the fittest achievement will be completed this week. Lin Zichen was slightly excited. Another half an hour passed, and the little fans in the audience had almost consumed their energy. At this time, the cumulative completion progress of the survival of the fittest achievement had reached 309 points. It increased by 190 points in 1 hour. This improvement is much more than the sum of the past few years, and the efficiency is exaggerated. During this period, some little fans were still not satisfied, and wanted to challenge again after failing the challenge. Lin Zichen directly refused, and did not accept the loser's second challenge. Because the achievement of natural selection requires defeating different competitors to improve the completion progress. Are there any other challengers? After taking advantage of the little fan girl, Lin Zichen looked at the others in the audience and asked. Yes. Someone in the audience responded immediately. As long as you challenge on stage, you can get a lottery ticket afterwards. Everyone is very enthusiastic about this, and lined up to challenge. After another half an hour, the completion progress of the achievement of natural selection reached 419 points, which is almost halfway. At the same time, the accumulated amount in the bonus pool has also reached 2,000 yuan. Anyone else wants to come? Lin Zichen asked, looking at the audience. At this time, the little fangirls had finished fighting, and the students who wanted the lottery tickets had also finished fighting. I do it! A senior from the key class of the 3rd year of high school jumped onto the martial arts stage. He was a 2-meter-tall big guy with muscles all over his body, looking like a mountain. He had his eyes on the 2,000 yuan in the prize pool. Junior brother, I know you are very strong, but you, a freshman, are too ignorant to challenge the whole school. Today, I will teach you a lesson. After saying that, the senior took off his clothes in public, revealing his extremely exaggerated chest muscles. When he exerted force, the 2 big chest muscles jumped up and down, looking full of explosive power. 10 seconds later. Bang! There was a crash. The muscular senior, who was full of confidence, just now flew backwards from the martial arts stage. Next. After killing the muscular man in seconds, Lin Zichen immediately shouted to the audience. However, no one came up to the stage to accept the challenge. Even the seniors in the key class of the 3rd year of high school were killed in seconds. Seeing this, everyone was very confident and did not go up to humiliate themselves. As for the lottery ticket, not everyone cares about it. Just when Lin Zichen thought that today would end here, suddenly, there was a commotion from the audience. Yan Shaoxian is here. I didn't expect that he would come here to participate in the challenge. I think he must be very disgusted with this freshman and wants to abuse him on the stage. Interesting, this is going to be a good show. Most of the students who came to the gymnasium to watch the show were just to see Yan Shaoxian teach Lin Zichen a lesson. After waiting for so long, the overlord of the top class of the 2nd year of high school finally came. Who is Yan Shaoxian? Listening to these voices from the audience, and then following everyone's gaze to look at a boy walking towards the martial arts stage from a distance, Lin Zichen couldn't help but feel a little curious. Thinking of it, he turned his head to look at Yu, who was well informed in the audience. Seeing him looking at him curiously, Yu knew what he wanted to ask, and immediately introduced him. Yan Shaoxian is the top student in the top class of the 2nd grade of high school that I told you about before. I heard that he can lift a 560-kilogram barbell with one hand, and can sprint 100 meters in 6.38 seconds. His overall strength ranks among the top 5 in the whole school. Lin Zichen nodded after hearing this, and his heart was not shaken. At this moment, a slender figure jumped out of the crowd. The jumping height was close to 4 meters. Then, like a god descending from heaven, he landed on the martial arts stage with a dong sound. Chapter 77. A vertical jump of 4.2 meters on the spot. What kind of springman is this? He can lift a 690 kilograms barbell with one hand, and this punch can probably kill a cow, no 2 cows. 100 meters in 5.86 seconds. Brother Shen is awesome. In the classroom of Class 1 of Senior 3, the students were all praising a sturdy boy. The boy's name was Chen Wuxing, and he was the king of the top class of Senior 3. At this moment, the results of his special admissions exam for Kyoto University came out some time ago, causing a burst of exclamations from his classmates. Just as he was enjoying everyone's exclamations, a boy at the next table came over and said, "Brother Shen, I heard that Yan Shaoxian went to the gymnasium to educate the ignorant freshmen. I'm afraid he was imitating the way you educated him last year. He's not as handsome as me, and his temperament is not as good as mine. He can't learn it," Chen Wuxing said calmly. After saying that, he stood up and left his seat, walking out of the classroom. The class disciplinary committee member, a girl with shoulder-length hair, saw that he was not going to the bathroom, but walking downstairs, and immediately chased him out and asked, "Chen Wuxing, class is about to start. Where are you going?" "Go to the gymnasium to give some guidance. Teach the sophomores how to educate the freshmen. Class will start in less than 10 minutes. Do you want to skip class?" "I want to skip class, and then what?" Chen Wuxing stopped, looked back at the nosy girl at the door of the classroom, and said lightly, "I have passed the special admissions exam of Kyoto University. Even if I drop out now, I will still be a Kyoto University student in September next year. Don't use the rules that restrict you to restrict me, understand?" After saying this, Chen Wuxing turned around and walked towards the stairs. He only left a cool back view to the girl. In the gymnasium, there were 2 people standing on the martial arts stage. One was Lin Zichen, who was responsible for defending the ring, and the other was Yan Shaoxian, who was on the stage to challenge. The former was the overlord of the 1st year of high school, and the latter was the overlord of the 2nd year of high school. This duel between the old and the new attracted many people to watch. Many teachers who had no classes later came to witness this peak duel. Who do you think will win? Yin Xiaoxian. I think so too. Although Lin Zichen from the first grade has been very popular recently, and defeated most of the third class of the second grade, it is only a key class after all, and it is not at the same level as the top class. Yin Xiaoxian also easily defeated a whole class last year. Then what? When he challenged Chen Wuxing, who was one grade higher than him, wasn't he beaten? Indeed, everyone is a top genius in the top class, and their talents are not much different. One more year of practice will make them even stronger. A group of teachers were analyzing the outcome of the game. The result of the analysis was that they were all unfavorable to Lin Zichen. After all, not everyone is Wu Tianqing, who can defeat the entire school in the first grade of high school. Besides, when Wu Tianqing was in the first grade of high school, the second and third grade students in the school happened to be the weaker class, which allowed him to accomplish this feat of dominating the entire school in the first grade of high school. The right time and place are indispensable. On the martial arts stage, Yin Xiaoxian put one hand in his pocket, shook his bangs that covered his eyes habitually, and said pretentiously, "Junior, when I was in the first year of high school last year, I was as crazy as you. But after I was bullied once, I realized what it means that there are always people better than you. Today, I will teach you the first lesson in your life, and teach you how to be a genius who is neither arrogant nor impatient." Last year in the first year of high school, he was so arrogant that he challenged a whole class of seniors alone at the beginning of the school year. From the second year of high school, he fought all the way up, first through the ordinary class, then through the key class, and finally when he got to the top class, he was beaten up by Chen Wuxing and was pressed hard on the martial arts stage. Now, he is a senior, and he also wants to bully the junior geniuses and let others suffer the humiliation he suffered in the past. If I can't beat the seniors, can I still beat the juniors? Today, I must beat the pretentious freshman hard. Lin Zichen didn't know that this boy named Yin Xiaoxian would have so many dramas in his mind, and he didn't want to listen to his fatherly preaching. So he looked at the referee and said, "Teacher, we are all in position, we can start the duel." The referee nodded, then looked at Yin Xiaoxian and asked, "Are you ready?" "Yes," Yin Xiaoxian replied. Hearing this, the referee immediately raised his right hand and chopped down quickly. "Duel, start." "Junior, I suggest." Bang! Yin Xiaoxian wanted to preach in a fatherly way, but before he finished speaking, he was kicked off the martial arts stage by Lin Zichen. "You are so talkative. Hurry up and let others come up to challenge. Don't delay me from brushing the achievement of natural selection." After complaining in his heart, Lin Zichen looked at the others in the audience and shouted, "Lunch break is about to end. Are there any more people coming up to challenge?" No one responded from the audience, because at this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. What happened? Yin Xiaoxian was defeated in 1 second. He was the overlord of the second year of high school, a genius who could be ranked in the top 5 in the whole school. He was defeated in 1 second by a freshman. What a joke. How could this be possible? After a moment of recovery, the whole gymnasium was instantly filled with incredible discussions. Everyone couldn't believe that the scene they just saw was real, and they were all wondering if they were dreaming. The person involved, Yin Xiaoxian, sat on the ground with a dull expression, looking like he had lost his soul. "When I was a junior last year, I was beaten by the senior who bullied me. Now that I am a senior, I was defeated in 1 second by the junior who defeated me. It seems that I am the one who is beaten anyway." Lin Zichen didn't even look at the defeated opponent, and ignored the constant exclamations from the surroundings. He just looked around the audience and shouted, "Is there anyone who wants to challenge? Participate, and you will get a chance to win a lottery. You can win a free milk tea coupon for a month. You can win the latest fruit phone." After shouting for a while, seeing that no one came on stage, Lin Zichen looked at a girl with glasses at the side of the martial arts stage and asked with a smile, "Classmate, do you want to come up and fight?" "Aw, that? I'm just a freshman in the cultural class, just here to join in the fun." "It's okay, come up and experience it." As he said that, Lin Zichen carried the girl with glasses to the martial arts stage, stuffed a lottery ticket into her hand, and then directly killed her in one move. The progress of the achievement of natural selection +1. Seeing this scene, the female principal was a little confused. She thought, Lin Zichen specially held a personal challenge. Shouldn't he be eager for a strong duel? Why didn't they even let go of the freshman from the cultural class who came to join in the fun? Fighting maniac? Addiction? Hungry and indiscriminate? The headmistress was puzzled. However, it didn't matter if she couldn't figure it out, as long as she understood one thing, that is, she had to try her best to meet Lin Zichen's needs. Thinking of this, The headmistress immediately assigned a task to the teachers on the scene, asking them to organize the students who had not yet played on the stage to challenge Lin Zichen. So, in the following time, many students who originally just came to join in the fun rushed to the martial arts stage, like being forced to do something, and were killed instantly by Lin Zichen. Looking at the progress bar that kept soaring, Lin Zichen was overjoyed, thinking that a strong woman who could become a principal was different, and her ability to read people's expressions was far beyond that of ordinary people. Soon, the bell rang, and the students said they wanted to go back to class. The headmistress said directly that it was okay, and if your teachers asked for accountability, they could say that it was the principal who asked you to stay in the gymnasium. Look, Chen Wuxing is here. Is he here to challenge? I didn't expect that even Chen Wuxing, the school's top student, would come to challenge. This is going to be interesting. Just as the bell rang, there was a commotion in the crowd. Lin Zichen listened to the voices from the audience and followed the crowd's gaze to a boy walking from a distance. Chen Wuxing, the school's top student? Is this the old guy coming after the young one? When the boy saw him coming, he immediately accelerated forward, kicked his calf hard, and jumped up high, landing on the martial arts stage with a bang. The same way Yin Shaoxian appeared before. The only difference is that this boy's leg muscles have stronger explosive power, jump higher, and look more handsome. I didn't expect Yin Shaoxian to lose to you. On the martial arts stage, Chen Wuxing looked at Lin Zichen, who was more handsome than him, and said calmly. After that, he quickly said, "You are indeed very strong, but... Teacher, we are all in position, and we can start the duel." Before Chen Wuxing finished speaking, Lin Zichen interrupted him, and said to the referee beside him. This Chen Wuxing was a talkative pretender, so Lin Zichen didn't bother to waste time with him. "Junior brother, your personality is a bit impatient." Chen Wuxing shook his head, and then said with a smile, "But it doesn't matter, I will let you calm down and listen carefully after the duel starts." More than 10 seconds later. Bang! With such a collision sound, the school's number one who just wanted to teach Lin Zichen a lesson was kicked off the martial arts stage with his soul. As for those who talk too much and will hinder him from completing the achievement of natural selection, he just killed them in seconds. Ignoring the shock of the people around him, Lin Zichen urged the students, who were queuing up to go on stage. "Students, stop being dazed and go on stage quickly." Oh, okay. The boy at the front came to his senses and responded. Then he went on stage to challenge, and was killed by Lin Zichen in seconds. From going on stage to leaving the stage, the whole process took less than 10 seconds, and the main hit was clean and neat. Next. Come on, the next one. Keep going. After playing one game after another, when the time was about to reach 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the achievement of natural selection was finally completed. In a formal competition, use the most primitive biological method to eliminate 1,000 different competitors cumulatively, and have achieved. Obtained biological attribute, survival of the fittest. Survival of the fittest. Increase the damage you cause to other creatures. After reading the text information, Lin Zichen was very satisfied with the effect of the biological attribute of survival of the fittest. A simple and crude damage-increasing attribute. Very practical. The only drawback is that it does not specify how much damage can be increased, which is very vague. Chapter 78. Seeing that the achievement of natural selection had been completed, Lin Zichen terminated the personal challenge and stopped wasting time on the martial arts stage. Then, under the gaze of everyone, he walked to the administrative building with the female principal. Qinghan originally wanted to go back to the classroom, but when Lin Zichen called him to go to the administrative building together, he lowered his head and followed his footsteps. When they arrived at the office in the teaching building, the female principal could no longer suppress her inner joy and laughed heartily in front of the two of them. After laughing for a long time, she congratulated Lin Zichen for winning the first place in the school. Afterwards, recalling the scene where Lin Zichen defeated Chen Wuxing in an instant, she couldn't help but ask, "Even Chen Wuxing can be defeated in an instant. Zichen, you must have hidden your strength, right?" "Fortunately, I only hit a few points. I think it's more than a little. Chen Wuxing just took the special admissions exam of Kyoto University not long ago. I saw his results. He can lift a 690 kilograms barbell with one hand. But even so, he was easily defeated by you on the martial arts stage just now. It can be seen that your data is at least 800 kilograms. The principal is really good at predicting things. I just measured it at home last week, and the data is 795 kilograms. After speaking, Lin Zichen smiled and asked, "By the way, principal, when can I get the 8,810 yuan in the bonus pool? It can be sent to me now." The female principal took out her mobile phone, opened WeChat and scanned it, and said, "Come on, let's add WeChat and I will transfer the money to you directly." After the transfer, the female principal continued to chat with Lin Zichen. "We talked a lot about representing the school in martial arts competitions, about which university to apply to in the future, and some trivial matters." During this time, Qinghan sat quietly by the side and listened to the two people chatting, not daring to play with his phone at all. They chatted for about half an hour. Lin Zichen felt that it was enough, so he stopped chatting with the female principal. Instead, he said that he and Qinghan both like swimming very much, and proposed to use the swimming pool in the gymnasium that was used for competitions. It can be used at any time, and it is not open to the public. When it is used, the entrance to the swimming pool will be closed to prevent others from entering, leaving only him and Qinghan in the swimming pool. The female principal agreed without thinking. Seeing that she agreed so readily, Lin Zichen then asked to cover the camera when using it. The reason was that he didn't like being peeped when swimming in swimming trunks, and he would feel very uncomfortable. Hearing such a request, the female principal raised her eyebrows. These two little guys not only asked to occupy the entire swimming pool alone, but also asked to block the camera? What do they want to do? Although she was very confused, the female principal did not ask them questions. Instead, she opened the drawer, found a key, handed it to Lin Zichen, and said with a smile, "Zichen, since you want, the swimming pool in the gymnasium will be your exclusive swimming place in the future. I will collect all the keys from other teachers at the party, and not let them use this swimming pool." As she said that, she put away her smile and reminded them in the tone of an elder, "It's just that, Zichen, you two are still young. When no one is watching in the swimming pool, you must pay attention to safety, and don't get killed." Lin Zichen felt that this sounded strange, but he didn't think much about it, and just replied, "Well, we will pay attention to safety." Coming out of the administrative building, he returned to the classroom. The classroom was empty, and everyone was taking martial arts training classes outside. Lin Zichen didn't plan to go to class, so he took out his mobile phone and sent a WeChat message to Han Yuan phone, saying that he would get out of class early and go home. Then, he packed up and left the school with Qinghan. On the way home, Qinghan said that she had already sung the song very well, but when she sang with Li Chuxin, the match was not very good, and she still had to practice. She asked Lin Zichen if he could practice with her for half an hour in the evening. Lin Zichen readily agreed. Qinghan attaches great importance to singing competitions, which is exactly what he wants to see. He hopes that Qinghan can show herself on the big stage, so as to find confidence, and not be so inferior and introverted as she is now. Qinghan is excellent in herself, smart, and beautiful, and she shouldn't live like this now. He knew very well that the reason why Qinghan was so inferior and introverted was inseparable from his dazzling appearance. It could even be said that it was all because of his dazzling appearance. A firefly, if it were in the dark night sky, would be the most dazzling star. But if there was a bright moon, the light of the firefly would be eclipsed. In the evening, at Qinghan's house, after Qinghan and Su Ming finished their meal, they were marking papers in the living room. During this time, from time to time, the singing of Lin Zichen and Qinghan could be heard from upstairs, as well as the laughter of the two because of singing out of tune. "Wife, do you think it's inappropriate for them to stay in the room alone for a long time to play together, now that they are so old?" Qinghan suddenly asked this question. Su Ming was almost angry to death when she heard it. She glared at him and said, "What's wrong with that? They grew up together, so what's wrong with playing in the same room? Is it your turn as an old man to object? Mr. Shen, I warn you not to meddle in other people's business. Otherwise, I will never let you go." Su Ming was really angry. She didn't understand what her husband was thinking. He actually said that it was inappropriate for her daughter and Lin Zichen to be alone together. Isn't he mentally ill? He deserves to be scolded. Upstairs, Lin Zichen was practicing singing with Qinghan. He had sharp senses and heard the conversation between the couple downstairs. He was a little amused. He knew what Qinghan was thinking and what Su Ming was thinking. It can only be said that this is the difference between being a father and a mother. The former felt that the little cotton-padded jacket was going to be taken away, while the latter felt that the little cotton-padded jacket had found a good home. "Okay, Hanin, we have practiced for half an hour. That's enough. Let's go study." Lin Zichen turned off the song accompaniment playing on his phone and said to Qinghan, who was sitting next to him. Qinghan looked at the time and saw that they had indeed practiced for half an hour, so she obediently sat down at the desk to study. She was not as smart as Lin Zichen, so she could only rely on diligent study to maintain good grades. Lin Zichen did not rush home, but sat on Qinghan's bed with his back against the wall, boredly browsing the news on his phone, intending to browse the news for a while before going back. He found news related to the remnants of the rat god cult. The 9 remnants of the rat god cult have not been caught until now, and all of them are still at large. According to the explanation of the Municipal Public Security Headquarters, the followers of the rat god cult have the ability to communicate with ordinary rats, and can use rats as their eyes and ears, thus avoiding capture. Continuing to scroll down other news, I found that it was still related to the remnants of the rat god cult. There are 2 such news in total. The first one is that 2 young men were tortured and killed in the city last night. The Municipal Public Security Headquarters suspected that a female remnant of the rat god cult did it. The second one is that a naked female corpse was found in an alley on a certain street this morning. The Municipal Public Security Headquarters suspected that a male remnant of the rat god cult did it. When Lin Zichen saw these 2 news for the first time, he was a little confused. They were obviously on the run, but they still committed crimes. Isn't this courting death? But after thinking about it, he quickly understood. These followers of the rat god cult all carried out gene fusion through unconventional methods, which has great disadvantages. Among them, the biggest disadvantage is that human nature fades and animal nature becomes stronger. Once the animal nature becomes stronger, it will lose reason and control itself, and only know to do things based on biological instinct. And most biological instincts are driven by desire. The reason why these remnants of the rat god cult, who are fleeing everywhere, commit crimes is not because they want to die, but because they can't control themselves. After watching the news for a while, Lin Zichen got up and left Qinghan's bed to go home. Before leaving, he reminded Qinghan, who was sitting at the desk, "Hanen, we will go to the swimming pool to practice water skills after school tomorrow afternoon. Remember to bring your swimsuit." "Well, I know, bye, Xiaochen." Qinghan waved to Lin Zichen with a sweet smile on his face. After Lin Zichen left, she stood up and walked to the closet, opened the door, and took out 2 swimsuits from the bottom. One was a conservative one-piece swimsuit. When worn, the upper and lower body were covered together, not even the thighs were exposed. One was a more revealing swimsuit, which looked like wearing only underwear. Qinghan hesitated for a moment, and finally took the more revealing swimsuit with a red face and stuffed it into her school bag. Wearing this swimsuit, the body can have more contact with the water, which will feel more comfortable. Anyway, the swimming pool in the gymnasium is a swimming place exclusively for herself and Lin Zichen. There will be no other people, so it doesn't matter if it's a little revealing. The next morning, as soon as he finished breakfast, Lin Zichen went out to find Qinghan to go to school together. When he went out, Qinghan might have gotten up late or something, and was still eating breakfast in the house, eating eggs, bread, and milk. Seeing that he was already waiting outside the door, Qinghan didn't bother to eat more. She picked up the bread and milk on the table, put on her school bag, and ran out of the house in a hurry. "Run slowly, don't fall." "It's okay, I'm a student in the martial arts class. Don't underestimate me, okay? Students are not martial artists. If they are tripped by a stone, they will fall anyway." "Oh, you are so annoying, always picking on me." Qinghan pouted her rosy lips and hit Lin Zichen with her hand in dissatisfaction. It was a light hit, just a joke, and it looked like a couple flirting. The 2 chatted for a few words and quickly rushed to school. On the way, Qinghan had a small appetite and couldn't finish the bread or milk. She felt it was a waste to throw them away, so she pushed them all to Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen didn't mind her saliva, he ate what he should eat and drank what he should drink. After walking for a few minutes, the 2 of them passed through the school gate and came to the school road. Like yesterday, the students on the road were whispering about Lin Zichen when they saw him. But the difference was that yesterday most of them scolded him for being arrogant and ignorant. But today, they were in awe of him, saying that he actually kicked Chen Wuxing in 1 second. His strength was too terrifying, he might be a beast in human skin. After entering the classroom, Lin Zichen also ushered in a different style. The classmates in the class looked at him as if they were looking at a high-ranking leader, with a sense of distance that they had never had before. In the past, the classmates in the class only thought that he was the overlord of the first year of high school, and in front of the geniuses in the top classes of the second and third years of high school, he needed to practice and develop for a period of time before he could compete with them. But what everyone didn't expect was that Lin Zichen actually kicked the first person in the school in 1 second. This strength is that of a unique super genius. It is stronger than the so-called strongest person in the history of the school, Wu Tiancheng. After all, Wu Tiancheng could not kill the number 1 person in the original school in 1 second when he was in the first year of high school. Lin Zichen did not care about the change in the views of the people around him. For him, high school is just an insignificant episode in his life. All interpersonal relationships during that period are very fragile, and most of them come to an end after graduation. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, it was 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Lin Zichen had already agreed with Han Yuanfeng to leave the get out of class early. When he saw that it was 4 o'clock, he and Shen Qinghan carried their school bags and left the classroom. Then, in less than 5 minutes, the two walked into the gymnasium and came to the swimming pool they had been thinking about. The swimming pool was already filled with cool and clean water. The cameras on the wall were also covered with black tape. The headmistress had brought people here in advance to do this. The other party seemed to treat herself as a nanny, offering the most intimate and meticulous service to the genius. Before entering the water, Lin Zichen asked Shen Qinghan to close the entrance to the swimming pool and pulled down the curtains on all the windows on the side. He took out the camera detector and the electronic signal jammer from his school bag. These two tools were bought by him to test his body data when he went out at night, and they happened to be used now. It took almost 10 minutes. After confirming that the room they were in was an absolutely private space, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan went to a corner where neither of them could see to change into their swimsuits. Not long after, the two came out of the corner. Lin Zichen was wearing a pair of swimming trunks, while Shen Qinghan was wearing a swimsuit that looked like underwear. When they first came out and saw each other, the former looked calm on the surface, but in fact, his heart was in turmoil. As for the latter, her whole pretty face turned red like a ripe peach, and she felt very embarrassed. Let's go into the water for training and practice underwater walking. Lin Zichen deliberately took his eyes away from Shen Qinghan, and said, while looking at the swimming pool in front of him. Shen Qinghan said him, and followed him into the water. Soon, the two of them completely submerged in the water, and practiced underwater walking in the deep water area. Not long after practicing, Shen Qinghan suddenly patted Lin Zichen's shoulder with his hand for some reason, and then quickly floated to the surface. Lin Zichen frowned. Could it be that he heard the strange sound in the sea before? Thinking of this, he immediately floated to the surface. At the moment he broke through the water, he heard Shen Qinghan say in panic, "Xiaochen, look, the water in the pool can pass through my body." Following the direction of the voice, he looked at Shen Qinghan in front of him. At this time, Shen Qinghan scooped up some water in front of him, and the water just scooped up, and the next moment it directly penetrated Shen Qinghan's palm and fell back into the pool. Chapter 79. Shen Qinghan is leaking? Looking at this scene, Lin Zichen couldn't help but widen his eyes, and felt very incredible. Although he had always sworn that Shen Qinghan had superpowers before, that was mainly to comfort her, and let her not give up on herself. As for whether Shen Qinghan really has superpowers related to water, he actually has no idea. Unexpectedly, Shen Qinghan has really shown a scene of having superpowers now. Water can pass directly through the body, what else can this be but a superpower? Xiaochen, it's so strange, why is my hand leaking water? Shen Qinghan swam over to Lin Zichen, put her pair of slender hands that leak water in front of him, and looked a little overwhelmed. Lin Zichen calmed down and asked, besides being penetrated by water, do you feel any other changes in your body? Shen Qinghan shook her head and said, no, I found that only my hands were penetrated by water. I haven't found any other changes for the time being. Is it only my hands that were penetrated? Thinking about it, Lin Zichen quickly asked again, what does it feel like to be penetrated by water? Shen Qinghan thought about it, organized her words in her mind, and then answered, how should I put it? It feels like my hands have melted into the water, and become a part of the water. Then I can't feel the resistance of the water, and I can move more flexibly in the water. Lin Zichen pondered for a while, then looked at Shen Qinghan and said, stretch out your hand for me to see. Shen Qinghan obediently stretched out her hand, and stretched out her right hand. Lin Zichen took her hand, and studied it carefully. The fingers are slender, the skin is white and smooth, and it feels soft and feels particularly good. The overall look is very delicate. And it is natural, without any post-maintenance. It is an innate genetic advantage that can be passed down from generation to generation. As for Shen Qinghan's hand, it can be used as a hand model for advertising, used to promote rings, bracelets, manicures, nail polishes, etc., and the effect is absolutely amazing. However, Lin Zichen did not have the mind to appreciate how beautiful Shen Qinghan's hands are at this time. Instead, he used her hand to do an experiment, asking her to hold some water with her hand, and observe how the water flows through her palm. Then he noticed that the water would stay on her palm for a while, and then it would quickly fall back into the swimming pool through her palm. In this process, the water flowed very quickly, and it looked like the plug in the pool was pulled out, and it flowed out all at once. After observing it several times in a row, Lin Zichen did not get any useful findings. So, he turned to study Qinghan's palm. First look, then touch, and finally poke. During this time, Qinghan's palms were itchy and uncomfortable, but seeing that Lin Zichen was very focused on the study, she just endured it and let him study slowly. After a careful study, Lin Zichen found that Qinghan's palms were normal. Except that water can penetrate through. Other features, such as touch, temperature, and color, look no different from ordinary people. Is it only the hands that can be penetrated by water? Yes, only the hands feel strange. Let's go upstairs. I help you check your body carefully to see if there are other places that can be penetrated by water. Okay. The two of them had a brief conversation and soon swam to shore together. Lin Zichen found a few chairs and put them together, and asked Qinghan to lie on them for him to examine her body. Afterwards, he took out a water bottle from his school bag, filled it with water, and slowly poured it on Qinghan's body to see if there were other parts that could be penetrated by water. Being observed by Lin Zichen so closely, Qinghan's face turned red, and she quickly closed her eyes to divert her attention, looking shy. Lin Zichen didn't care about these, and all his attention was on studying superpowers. About 10 minutes later, the examination was over. It was examined 3 times in total. The final conclusion was that Qinghan's hands were indeed the only ones that could be penetrated by water, and other parts of the body were normal. Xiaochen, have you found anything? Qinghan sat up from the chair, soaking wet, and asked Lin Zichen expectantly. Lin Zichen shook his head. At present, except for knowing that your hands can be penetrated by water, I know nothing else. Is that so? Qinghan felt a little disappointed that she didn't get the answer she wanted. Lin Zichen comforted her gently. It's okay, there is a long way to go, we have plenty of time to study slowly in the future, there is no need to rush. That's right. Qinghan's beautiful eyes curved, and she smiled sweetly. Anyway, at least now I can be sure that I do have superpowers, but I haven't fully discovered them yet. After saying that, she thought of something, her cheeks flushed, she lowered her head and played with her fingers, then hesitated for a moment, and her voice sounded embarrassed. Xiaochen, you said that I couldn't hold my urine since I was a child. Could it be that some parts of my body can't hold water, like the palm of my hand now, and it was penetrated by water and flowed out? If nothing unexpected happens, this should be the reason. After saying that, Lin Zichen added, next time you feel the urge to pee and feel like you can't hold it back, you can study it yourself to see if there are parts of your body that feel the same strange feeling as your hands now. In fact, what he originally wanted to say was, next time you feel the urge to pee, remember to notify me, and I go over and study it. But before he said it, he realized that this was not right, like something a pervert would say, so he swallowed it back in time and changed it to this sentence now. But even so, Qinghan on the opposite side still blushed, feeling that it was awkward to talk about this topic. By the way, Xiaochen, what should I do with my hands now? Qinghan looked at his hands that were leaking, and a few worries appeared on his face. Lin Zichen comforted her, it's okay, don't worry too much. The current condition of your hands should not be normal. It will probably return to normal soon. Otherwise, you wouldn't have encountered this situation for the first time in your life. After saying that, he added, when your superpowers are further developed in the future, you should be able to control whether your body is water permeable or not, just like those superpowers in the movies, who can transform into elements and entities at any time, turn into water when entering the water, and turn into a person when leaving the water. It sounds amazing. Qinghan's eyes were full of anticipation, and he couldn't wait to see this day come. At this time, Lin Zichen asked, by the way, when you were walking at the bottom of the swimming pool, just now, did you do anything that you didn't do normally? After asking, he went on to explain, I think the reason why your hands are in this state now may be because you did something special at that time. Qinghan thought seriously. After a moment, she said with certainty, I didn't do anything special. I was just walking at that time, and suddenly I felt something strange in my hands. Then I looked and found that water could pass through my hands. Lin Zichen nodded after listening, and didn't say anything more. In the following time, the two of them practiced water skills in the swimming pool while talking about superpowers. They were all imagining what superpowers would be based on the movies, TV shows, novels, and comics they had watched. For example, water magicians, water elementals, water elves, water gods, and even water spirit root monks. When talking about these, Qinghan was very excited throughout the whole process, and her pretty face looked flushed. After living for so many years, she finally proved that she was not a useless girl, but a superpower related to water. She thought that when she fully developed her superpowers, no one would say that she was Lin Zichen's maid. Instead, they would say that the two of them are a perfect match made in heaven, a pair of peerless darlings. Chapter 80. In the next few days, Lin Zichen finished class on time every day. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, he took Qinghan out of the classroom and went to the swimming pool in the gymnasium to do research. Unfortunately, after several days of research, there was no gain. So far, they have not figured out why Qinghan's hands leak, and they don't know how to achieve autonomous control of leaking or not leaking. However, the two are not in a hurry, thinking that there is still a long time to go, and if they study slowly, there will always be results. In this way, a few more days passed. Qinghan's hands are better, and no longer leak. But the inability to hold urine is still the same as before. You have to wear diapers at night, otherwise you will probably have to wash the sheets the next day. As for whether you feel the same strange feeling when you are in a hurry to urinate as when your hands leak, the answer Lin Zichen got from Qinghan is that you can't feel it for the time being. One early morning on Saturday. In the living room. After finishing breakfast, Lin Zichen sat on the sofa with his parents and watched the TV news leisurely. At this time, the TV screen was reporting a news about a gene fusion person who had alienated and caused huge casualties. The details were that a person who had 3 gene fusions suddenly could not suppress the alien beast gene in his body and was directly alienated on the street. Then, his humanity disappeared, and his animal nature was aroused. He attacked everyone he saw, causing more than 100 casualties and shocking the whole country. Can't suppress the alien beast gene in the body and then alienate into a monster that is neither human nor ghost? Fortunately, I have the biological attribute of the jungle, and I can obtain various biological attributes without risk by swallowing them directly. The law of the jungle is basically a perfectly upgraded version of gene fusion. Lin Zichen was thinking about these things. While he was thinking about these things, the news anchor had already explained the incident, and then the news station played a video. The video showed 2 parties arguing fiercely in a hall, and they were about to fight. The 2 parties in the argument were the conservatives, who did not support gene fusion, and the open-minded who supported gene fusion. The conservatives used the above-mentioned incident of alienation and injury to attack the open-minded. Said that gene fusion is a wrong path. Said that no matter from the information obtained from ancient relics or from various mythological stories that have been passed down from ancient times to the present, only monsters have always been eager to transform into humans, and no one would be eager to transform into monsters. Said that the human body has great potential, and as long as the right method is found to develop, it will definitely break through the ordinary scope and evolve into advanced creatures. They say that the powerful human beings recorded on the stone tablets in the ancient ruins, or the omnipotent human gods in the myths, must have evolved by continuously developing the human body. They say that the energy and money spent on researching gene fusion should be reduced, and the reduced resources should be invested in researching human development. In contrast, the open-minded side is also fighting back. They say that whether it is the powerful human beings recorded on the stone tablets in the ancient ruins, or the gods described in the myths and strange stories, they are all things that have not been confirmed so far, and there is no reason to bet on them. They say that even if the gods in the myths and strange stories are real, there are many powerful gods with strange shapes, some with human heads and snake bodies, some with 3 heads and 6 arms, and some with 4 protrusions, which just proves that gene fusion is the right path. If we don't rely on gene fusion at this stage, do we rely on traditional warriors like you who can't even stop bullets to fight against alien beasts? Even if it is mechanical modification, many of the parts are processed from certain parts of the alien beasts, which is also related to gene fusion. If it doesn't rely on gene fusion, humans would have been finished long ago. The 2 factions in the video are arguing loudly with each other. Even through the TV screen, you can feel your ears buzzing. I am also impressed by these traditional warriors. They can't fight against alien beasts to defend their country, and they don't allow them to develop gene fusion to fight against alien beasts. What are they thinking? Looking at the video playing on TV, Lin Yansheng didn't like the traditional warriors in it. Zhang Wanqin said, maybe it's because of the emergence of gene fusion, which caused their status in society to plummet, and they feel resentful about it. That should be the case. Lin Yansheng nodded in agreement, and then said, but to be honest, gene fusion does have some disadvantages. If the alien genes in the body are not handled properly, once they are alienated, it will be a disaster with countless deaths and injuries. Zhang Wanqin said disapprovingly, you are worrying too much. As long as the gene fusion is carried out through formal channels, and attention is paid to maintenance in the later stage, alienation will not occur at all. After all, the country has strict control over this area. As soon as she finished speaking, she continued, if you ask me, instead of worrying about alienation, it is better to worry more about passing on the family line. Most gene fusions have lost their fertility. If the thing stored in the storage room before gene fusion breaks down, then there will be no descendants. Lin Yansheng, that's true. You need to save more before gene fusion, or just find a partner, and have a baby before gene fusion. Hey, my son is here, let's not talk about these things. Zhang Wanqing realized belatedly that Lin Zichen was sitting next to her, and immediately patted Lin Yansheng and whispered. Hearing Zhang Wanqing's words, Lin Zichen got up and left the sofa, and went upstairs to avoid embarrassment for the couple. As for the issue of gene fusion that his parents just talked about, he had read books when he was very young. Because of the mixed genes, 90% of gene fusion people have lost their fertility. The remaining 10% still retains fertility, and the children born have various problems. They are either weak and sick and die soon, or look like ghosts. But in terms of the randomness of genes, if two gene fusion people want to have children, it is theoretically possible to give birth to a genius prodigy who only inherits the strengths of both parents. But this is only theoretically speaking. As for reality, Lin Zichen has not seen any relevant examples yet. The next day, Sunday. Lin Zichen had just finished a high-intensity exercise in the room in the morning, and the phone on the table beside him vibrated. He picked up the phone and was surprised to find that the second month's royalties for the novel had been paid, a total of just over 120,000 yuan. Including the first month's royalties, the 2 months' royalties added up to almost 210,000 yuan. This money is enough to buy 100 kilograms of violent eagle meat and devour it, and then open the violent eagle atlas to obtain related biological attributes. Soon, Lin Zichen took his bank card and went to the mall to buy violent eagle meat before going out. When he came to the mall, he handed all the bottles and jars in his home to the landlord, and soon, the landlord took his bank card and bought 100 kilograms of violent eagle meat. It was a mall employee who helped push it down. Lin Zichen took the bank card back from the old man, picked up 100 kilograms of violent eagle meat, and left, finding a deserted place to start devouring. You devoured a large amount of the life essence of the Violent Eagle. Violent Eagle album, 100% at the moment the text message appeared, a muscular falcon gradually emerged in the void, flying over the sea in the void. Suddenly, the falcon found its prey and dived down at high speed, and it plunged into the sea from a height of 100 meters in less than a second. When it appeared again, there was a dark blue squid on its claws. At the same time, 2 new text messages emerged in the void. You successfully opened the Violent Eagle album and obtained the biological attribute Sky Eye. Sky Eye, your field of vision and dynamic capture vision have been greatly improved.